Chapter 491. Wei Huan plans to go to the reincarnation to find the soul of Big Guy when he is free. He wants to bring him back to thank him, and fulfill his original promise on behalf of the dead Huan. It is hard to imagine how Big Guy feels when facing the present where things have changed. So far, the overall lineup of humans is Law God Series, Domination Level, Time Domination Mu Zhong. Lord God Level, Death Lord Wei Huan. Upper God, None. Middle God, Space God Do Lin, Abyss God Su Qingqiang, Skeleton God Tian Yao. Lower God, Flesh God Fong William, Dark God Agres, Gold God Haotian, Dark God Agres. Ancient God Series. 5-star Ancient God, Wei Huan. 4-star Ancient God, None. 3-star Ancient God, None. 2-star Ancient God, Nu Jiao Wei Yi. 1-star Ancient God, Captain Shui, Jacques, Qi Jiaolu, etc. A total of 26 acquired ancient gods, most of whom have been systematically trained in recent years, and have laid a good foundation since childhood and cultivated rising stars. It is worth mentioning here that the 2-star ancient god Wei Yi. She is a legendary and topical figure in the current human race. As a descendant of the leader Wei family, her blood relationship with Wei Huan can almost be said to be so thin that it is almost non-existent. Since her name gradually became known, she has been under too much pressure and criticism. But no matter what, she does have the same outstanding talent as the leader Wei Huan. At the age of 30, she became a female demigod, and after joining the God's Domain team, she also led the team to become the first legendary figure among the non-gods of the human race to kill the gods. Later, she became a student of the space god Do Lin. Yes, it was Lord Do Lin again. It is said that Lord Do Lin's previous student was Marshal Mu Zhong's sister Mu Shi, and Wei Yi was the second student he taught, and she received his true teachings. She was the second powerful person to become a god, with an ancient god body after Lord Nu Jiao. There are several key words in this. Wei Yi is a descendant of the Wei family. When leader Wei Huan handed her over to Do Lin, it meant that he recognized him. Lord Do Lin is Wei Yi's teacher. Lord Mu Zhong's sister is Wei Huan's senior sister. Finally, coupled with Wei Yi's own strong enough strength, the initial doubts about her relying on Wei Huan's words turned into worthy of being a member of the Wei clan, and her talent should be so ordinary. In short, when Wei Huan saw Wei Yi at the front of the long welcoming team, he looked at her twice more. Wei Huan was actually happy that the Wei family could produce such a genius, and even had some ideas of personally guiding her. Going further, among many Oriental faces, Wei Huan saw Agres and Jacques, a few Western faces. In fact, the Orientals and Westerners on the blue planet are all humans reincarnated from the dead, but it is probably the inevitable arrival of the times, or the appearance of a strong man has lifted up the sky and given others room to grow. So most of the god-level strong men here are still more Oriental. Wei Huan walked in the review team, and when he passed by Jacques, he stopped and hugged him. It has been many years since we last met. The handsome boy back then has become an uncle. During the years when he stayed as a demigod, time has left traces on his face. But the sense of closeness has not changed. And Jacques is still with Agres after all. This should be the long-term companionship and the constant protection that allowed Agres to finally embrace the beauty and have the male god she has always admired. And in this world, only Agres can accompany Jacques day and night for millions of years without separation. Another person who has eternal love is Su Qingqiang and Qi Jiaolu. Qi Jiaolu herself has good talent, and Su Qingqiang uses countless resources to support her, finally making her ancient god body become a god, and she has the ability to stay with Su Qingqiang for a long time. There are some such couples, but there are also situations where they have to face separation. It is unlikely that Captain Shui and Shuer can stay together. Shuer is already old. Even if she uses countless natural treasures to keep her alive, she can only count her last days on the hospital bed. So when Captain Shui saw Wei Huan, he pleaded in his eyes. Wei Huan said without waiting for him to speak, "Let her go. I will find her for you in the reincarnation. With your protection in the new life, she can become a god sooner or later." Captain Shui's tears fell, and he nodded. "Thank you, boss." There are many other people who are facing the same situation. Ordinary people are even more afraid of death, worried about separation, and eager to have a new life after reincarnation. It's just that reincarnation is a kind of order. Even if Wei Huan controls reincarnation, and it is easy to find the soul, it doesn't mean that he wants to break the rules. Only companions like Captain Shui, who have made great contributions to the human race, and fought with him, are qualified to receive such treatment. Captain Shui, who got Wei Huan's promise, breathed a sigh of relief. "I will go back and tell her that she can close her eyes with peace of mind, and the children can also happily wait for their mother's return. Wei Huan patted his shoulder and smiled. Mu Zhong, who was walking behind, smiled meaningfully at Captain Shui. You have to hold back when you raise a wife. Facing the upcoming separation, Captain Shui suddenly felt not sad at all, but rather looking forward to it. What's going on? Walking past Captain Shui, Wei Huan saw Brother Chui. Brother Chui is still a demigod, and he is only one step away from both the ancient god body and the law god, but he has been unable to break through. Wei Huan saw that Brother Chui still had injuries on his body, and remembered that Su Qingqiang mentioned that he was ambushed and the entire team was destroyed. But Wei Huan was thinking about something else. He knew very well what Brother Chui's talent was. Even if he was a little slower, he would not have made no progress until now. There might be something fishy here. But it doesn't matter. Brother Chui's exposure means that there will be many similar phenomena, which is actually a good thing. Waiting for the information that Hao Qian secretly investigated to be sent over, one by one, all sent into the reincarnation lotus to become gods, and then the mastermind behind the scenes will not be able to interfere. But now Wei Huan didn't say much, just patted Brother Chui's shoulder and said, "Take good care of your injuries, I find you later." Brother Chui didn't understand, but nodded. When he took a step back, his presence became weak again. However, this kind of talent has little effect on gods, especially on high-level gods. Wei Huan will not ignore him. As he continued to walk back, he saw many young and unfamiliar faces with trembling bodies, all of whom were young talents, who became gods with ancient god bodies in recent years. They grew up listening to Wei Huan's legend since they were young, and they were always protected by Wei Huan after they became gods. In their hearts, Wei Huan was the pillar that supported the sky and the thick soil that supported the earth. They grew up in Wei Huan's arms. Wei Huan was strong and kind like a father. Wei Huan met them one by one, then returned to the high platform and welcomed the applause of the people with Mu Zhong. Wei Huan did not say much. He came back to celebrate first, and then prepare for war. Of course, the celebration was for the common people. The real war had already begun on his way back. The reconnaissance troops had already set out to investigate near the kingdom of the Lord of Light. It was impolite not to return the favor. Humans had to take the initiative in this battle. Wei Huan announced the celebration and congratulated him, and Mu Zhong on both becoming masters. So far, humans have entered the civilization of strong masters. You know, their current enemies and allies, the Lord of Light interest group and the ancient gods, are only 3 masters. Although humans are still one less master on the surface, Wei Huan has 8 chaos level zergs. Even if one of them is not as powerful as a regular master, are 8 chaos zergs not as good as one master? Today, humans have become one of the 3 major forces firmly established in the gods' domain. So it's time to celebrate, and it's time to show your sword. Besides, Wei Huan's return is not as simple as fighting. Dou Lin has been stuck in the middle-level god for too long. It's time to return to the dominant position. Qiyuan Star and Challenge World celebrated at the same time. The god-pleasing ones toured various cities for a month. Wei Huan's divine power was freely distributed. After a month, the overall strength of mankind would be stronger. However, on the second night after his return, Wei Huan's baby bus hovered outside the Wanfa Forbidden Zone. He should take away the breath of Mother Earth to save Mother Earth. This matter cannot be delayed. This is the only emperor that mankind can rely on. His injury is crucial. This time, Wei Huan brought Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang, Dou Lin and other core members to collect the breath of Mother Earth. Before coming here, he had already told us about his experiences during this period, and the reasons for doing so. Everyone was naturally very supportive. Dou Lin said, "The Earth Mother is the origin of all things. Her blood flows in each of us. Besides, she was so seriously injured back then, but in order to give us a safe haven to recuperate, she still took out the breath of the Earth Mother. This kindness must be repaid." Su Qingqiang said, "Yes, it was too difficult at that time. The boss and I boasted that we were lone wolves every day, hunting low-level gods everywhere. It sounds good, but in fact we were homeless, like duckweed." Hao Qian also said, "When I became a god, the bosses had already built Qiyuan Star. At that time, I led 300 million Kanglin people to migrate here, slashing and burning to cultivate, and blazing a trail. If it weren't for the protection of the Earth Mother, there would be no such opportunity." Mu Zhong finally said, "The Earth Mother is our great benefactor, and we humans will repay the kindness and hatred. Returning the breath of the Earth Mother to the goddess is one thing, and solving the problem of the decrease in the number of ancient gods, and the inability of the descendants of the ancient gods to achieve the ancient god body is the second. We have experience in practicing the ancient god body. Combining the abilities of everyone, it should not be difficult to create a method suitable for the descendants of the ancient gods. Of course, just like the ancient god body practice method they originally obtained can only reach the highest main god level, whether they can research a method that reaches the master level is another time. This requires the teacher to return to his position after reincarnation to study, and because Wei Huan is the only one who relies on the ancient god body to achieve the master, it is not clear whether this method has individual differences. In short, the human side will try its best to solve the problem of the ancient gods' impending extinction, at least to give those descendants the hope of breaking through and becoming gods. Such a favor is enough to repay the Earth Mother's help to the human race. Is it possible that this is the reason why the Earth Mother took out the Earth Mother's breath? Later, Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan privately. Wei Huan did not deny. The Earth Mother has merits, and even the heavenly Tao cannot stop her decision, so she has the ability to block the secrets of heaven. The great Emperor Taichu can compete with the heavenly Tao for the power of the soul, the Earth Mother can block the secrets of heaven, the Chaos Emperor can deduce the past and the future, and the Hongming Emperor can break the sword. Have you thought of anything? Everything is beneficial when it is united, and it is defeated when it is divided. This has been the case since ancient times. It's just that everyone knows this truth, but it's too difficult to do it. That's right, now that the war has started, we should solve the present first. Today, Wei Huan is in a high enough position, with a broad enough vision, and can see more and more truths. But he can't do anything about it. The situation is like a wheel with rolling smoke, and he can't help but roll together. At least let's roll up the minor characters first. For example, the Lord of Light is not a difficult character to deal with in Wei Huan's eyes. Mu Zhong and others were still talking here. Wei Huan listened to them, and thought of his conversation with Mu Zhong not long ago. His eyes darkened slightly, and he raised his hand. As soon as he moved, everyone stopped making any sound and looked over. Wei Huan had seen the seal that the dead spirit Huan had set on this star field with his own eyes. As his successor, he only needed to think a little to know how to break it. The power of the law was sent out one after another, seemingly slow, but actually very fast, landing in places that seemed inexplicable to others. This process lasted for more than half an hour, and then Wei Huan pulled it up hard. Like a large net emerging from the water, a huge golden net was pulled out from the depths of space. Now, Mu Zhong said. As he finished speaking, the 8 gods, led by him, exerted their abilities one after another, and rays of light of law fell, covering Qiyuan Star, the starport outside Qiyuan Star, including the interstellar train that was running, and the interstellar warships parked at the edge of the restricted area. Wei Huan pulled the net back. The sky and the earth shook, the airflow surged, but everything protected by the gods was safe and stable, without being affected at all. Many passengers on the interstellar train just felt that the wind and waves in the star field they experienced were a little bigger, and others did not feel it. Finally, the whole net was pulled up, quickly shrank, and finally turned into a ball of golden gravel that was only the size of Wei Huan's fist, flowing slowly in his palm, gathering but not dispersing. This is the breath of the Earth Mother. Without time to feel the power of the Emperor's authority from the original Emperor, Wei Huan took a look and put it away. At the same time, he pointed at his forehead, and a white lotus flew out. This lotus is holy and flawless, exuding a strong breath of law. The petals are white and transparent, emitting colorful precious light. The stamens are golden, flowing with ancient air. It's just that among the overlapping petals, it is no longer perfect because of the lack of a petal. The missing petal is Wei Huan's dirty world. He must carry it with him. After all, it is his origin. After the lotus came out from Wei Huan's forehead, it spun and grew rapidly. Finally, it grew to the extent that the breath of the Earth Mother covered it in the past, and then the whole thing became illusory like smoke, as if it was submerged in water, and slowly sank into the depths of space. The gods of Qiyuan Star were the first to feel the change. They had all been informed of such a change, but it was said that the leader had obtained the imperial authority of the great Emperor Taichu, and would use it to protect Qiyuan Star, so everyone only knew that this happened and felt the difference without panic. Wei Huan was also feeling the difference between the two different imperial authorities. The most obvious thing was that the all laws forbidden zone was gone. The Earth Mother could block the secrets of heaven and the laws, and built such a shelter under the nose of the heavenly Tao, giving humans a place to reproduce and thrive. However, Wei Huan's reincarnation lotus gave rich power of laws and ancient gods, so that humans on Qiyuan Star had the opportunity to cultivate the gods of laws. In addition, the breath of the Earth Mother focused on nothingness and was relatively more defensive, but Wei Huan's reincarnation lotus was more offensive, with the passive ability of soul-stealing and hallucination, which was the control of the soul as a death god. Also, once Wei Huan activates the lotus, it will float out of space, and the indestructible Emperor-level lotus petals will strangle the invaders. Once it is fully operational, unless the Emperor level takes action, or the Emperor level authority, even the Master will be strangled to death. Of course, the lotus of reincarnation looks stronger than the breath of the Earth Mother, but it is not. If the breath of the Earth Mother is in the hands of the Earth Mother, it is also extremely powerful when activated by her. The power difference between the Emperor's authority with and without a master is obvious. This is also the reason why Wei Huan placed the lotus of reincarnation in this star field without hesitation. If the lotus of reincarnation had been available earlier, all the wars in the past would not have broken out. As many as dared to attack Qiyuan Star would die. Mu Zhong knew the power of the lotus of samsara and said, "After this, I will go back to the challenge world. It is just a domination-level world, and is no longer safe in this war. I will move all the original stars here first, and wait for Do Lin to become a domination, and then we can move the entire challenge world here. In this way, we will have no worries, and just need to fight outside." Wei Huan nodded, but also reminded, although we talk about defeat before we talk about victory, the Spark plan must be strictly implemented. Mu Zhong nodded. The others also listened attentively, and after seeing the lotus of samsara, they suppressed their somewhat inflated mentality. That's right, their biggest backer, the great Emperor Tai Chu, has fallen, and everything depends on themselves, so even if they fail, as long as the belief in fighting is still there, they can start over. The heirs of their will, if they meet again like this, will sooner or later overturn the mountain that is pressing on their heads. Wei Huan has perfect control over the lotus of reincarnation, so he doesn't need so many methods to arrange. Just bury the white lotus, and the matter is over. The gods behind him took back the law. Without the power to stabilize time and space, the humans who suddenly came into contact with the new environment were all a little drunk on the law. Ah, why do I feel that the air seems to be much cooler? My body is so hot. Ah, what is this? Why is there fire in my hand? What's going on? There are laws on Qiyuan Star? Ha ha ha, I am not very talented in cultivating the ancient god body, maybe I can find a way out of the law. The power of the law and the power of the ancient god coexist. Thank the gods, thank Leader Wei. The news about the change in the world soon spread to ordinary people, under the auspices of the gods. Originally, the celebration of the dual dominance of mankind was in progress. Suddenly, this new change was regarded as a gift from the dominants, and was described as the coming of a new era. Humanity was about to take off again. The careful arrangements in advance successfully prevented any trouble in the matter of replacing the emperor's authority. After all, this kind of change in the world is no small matter. It is no less than the experience of the peacefully developing blue star suddenly facing the challenge of the world. It is a huge change in living habits, technological development, including planting and people's livelihood. For a long time in the future, all parties need to work hard to adapt to the new living environment as soon as possible. At the same time, Wei Huan, who buried the lotus of reincarnation in this star field, has a new ability. No matter where he is, he can enter the black lotus at the other end and return to Qiyuan Star instantly through reincarnation. In this way, even if he is outside, he does not have to worry about being robbed. Even in some restricted areas that the God Network cannot contact, reincarnation can still pass the message to him, so he can venture outside with confidence. After finishing all these, Wei Huan did not stop, as he was always worried about the situation of the Earth Mother. Therefore, while the celebration was still being held here to celebrate his becoming the master, he had already taken the baby bus and sped away. This time, Mu Zhong did not catch up. The Qiyuan Star region had a big change of blood, and Mu Zhong was worried about staying to host the work. Moreover, Wei Huan could be contacted anywhere now, and could come back immediately if necessary, so Mu Zhong did not need to follow him all the time. Wei Huan could also chat privately with Mu Zhong outside, and the two could chat at any time no matter where they were. This feeling is just like when they were driving chariots in the challenge world. Wei Huan's main driving screen always has a corner reserved for Mu Zhong. In fact, what Mu Zhong feared was not separation, but no news. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were chatting, and he heard him talk about some arrangements for environmental changes. Unconsciously, Wei Huan returned to the ancient god realm. The ancient god realm is like a circle of shell wrapped in an egg. Although the thickness is not thick, the unfolding surface is very large. In this land, there are descendants of ancient gods living everywhere, but the place where the Earth Mother is sleeping and recuperating is the place where the descendants of ancient gods live most. Probably because of this time, When he came to observe carefully, Wei Huan found that the world tree is not everywhere, but only around the Earth Mother. These world trees absorb the imperial power emitted by the Earth Mother and grow, protecting the Earth Mother like a fence. The descendants of the ancient gods, who live on the world tree, are the weapons placed on the fence. If an invader comes, these descendants of the ancient gods will protect the queen even if they sacrifice themselves. Therefore, when Wei Huan went back, he saw countless descendants of the ancient gods fighting against the army of the gods of the divine domain. Is there a war here? Wei Huan stopped the baby bus, concealed his consciousness, turned into a wisp of imperceptible sight, and looked towards the battlefield. At the same time, he said to Mu Zhong through reincarnation, "Has our people not yet arrived at the kingdom of light?" Mu Zhong's voice sounded in his ears. "Leader Wei Yi, we are going to the depths of the gods' domain, the land of the 9 saints, which will take a long time. If you have anything, I will arrange for someone to contact her." "No, that's not what I want to ask." Wei Huan used his spiritual sense to observe the war that had obviously been going on for a few days, and it might break out as soon as he left. He said to Mu Zhong, "The Lord of Light, his kingdom of God, and the main force were held back by the ancient god's domain." Mu Zhong was the first to react. His voice rose, and he said in surprise, "The enemy camp is empty, is that what you mean?" Chapter 492. Wei Huan knew what Mu Zhong was excited about. This was a rare opportunity. But when the opportunity was in front of him, Wei Huan hesitated. The Earth Mother was seriously injured, and the power of the ancient gods was in his hands. The ancient gods were almost without gods except for the 3 masters who had just returned. The 3 ancient gods had the ability to delay the 3 masters of light, elements, and flesh and blood for millions of years in the corpse of the emperor, but they might not be able to do it in such a large army. Of course, it is not so easy for the 3 masters of light to conquer the ancient god domain. The ancient god domain is the base camp of the ancient gods, operating for countless epochs. There must be many terrible arrangements that Wei Huan does not know. Besides, in the depths of this world tree, the Earth Mother is still sleeping, the only emperor in the current god domain. Even if she is seriously injured, she cannot be killed by the 3 masters. He can completely use the ancient gods to delay the army of the masters of light here, and send out the human army to sweep across the 10 domains. As long as he moves quickly, destroys the remaining kingdom of God quickly, and kills the clans inside, he can not only save Zhao from Wei, solve the human dilemma, but also save the ancient gods. But, is this really okay? The Earth Mother is sleeping in front, perhaps watching this scene, seeing his arrival, waiting for his choice. Wei Huan is a very cold and hard person. He has come from the broken mountains and rivers, and is reborn once. Even in his inherited memory, the dead spirits were completely destroyed after the failure, and he knows what failure means. However, in order to win, you can't really do anything. The bottom line is not only for others to see, but also a safety valve that you must protect. Besides, this situation is not a one-sided choice. In fact, there is a third way. Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, "You should prepare for the battle and listen to my orders. Are you going to take action?" Mu Zhong calmed down and wanted to talk to Wei Huan. Wei Huan said, "It's not a full-scale war. I will stay here to help the ancient gods fight. If we can leave the godhood of the Lord of Light and others here, that would be the best. If not, we can continue according to the previous plan. You want to stay and help them fight?" Mu Zhong thought for a while. "It's a good idea, but you have to pay attention to safety. That's the territory of the ancient gods. Even if it's a cooperative relationship, it's not completely safe." "Well, I know." After saying this, Wei Huan had already opened the portal beside him, and summoned the Point Beast and the Thought Beast. The Point Beast's protective shield, and the Thought Beast's parasitism can greatly increase Wei Huan's life. In addition, for safety reasons, Wei Huan also nurtured a Shuo Zi Shenwen in his body, which can allow him to break through the air and leave instantly when necessary. Of course, staying in the baby bus is also a good choice. As a functional chaos bug, one of the advantages of the baby bus is that it is very resistant to attacks. Its chubby body can help it absorb attacks well, and has strong defensive capabilities. In addition, the baby bus has other powerful abilities, such as concealment, simulation, and stealth. Conceal your own breath, simulate the environment's breath, and then shrink your body to dust. With the baby bus, there are few places in the world that Wei Huan can't go. Wei Huan put the baby bus into stealth mode and approached the battlefield. He stood in the driver's seat and stared out. The tentacles of his spiritual consciousness had already explored the battlefield, but when he saw it with his eyes, he was sure that he didn't like war. On the front line of the battlefield, Several world trees had been destroyed and fell in such a god-level war. That was the World Tree, a huge existence that could once house the entire human race on Blue Star, but in such a war, it was like a wax ball that was easily crushed, toppling here and there, and the debris was scattered all over the ground. As for the descendants of the ancient gods living on it, let alone hundreds of millions of deaths, not only the soldiers, but also a large number of the elderly, weak, women and children. When the World Tree was destroyed, they didn't even have the ability to resist, and they perished with the whole world. The spiritual consciousness swept over, and at least tens of billions of descendants of the ancient gods died. The human race is the descendant of the great Emperor Tai Chu, who was also born of the ancient gods, but he was born to control life and death, so he also has the ability of the law god. In other words, the human race is actually the descendant of the ancient gods. It was only when they were strong that they had a separate name, called the Undead Clan. When Wei Huan saw ordinary ancient gods die in droves, it was like seeing human civilians, which made him furious and grief-stricken. Looking at those demigods and even gods who were wreaking havoc among the civilians, he just wanted to strangle their necks directly. In this area, the one who presided over the war against the descendants of the ancient gods was a lower-level god of the elemental system. He was a wood god, and his main cultivation should be the law of growth. He chose to inject his own law power into the World Tree, allowing the World Tree to grow a large number of tentacles. These tentacles were like his arms, easily strangling the descendants of the ancient gods living on the tree. During this process, he was still absorbing the blood of the descendants of the ancient gods, using that thin energy to replenish the loss of this move. Almost all the corpses on this tree turned into mummies, and he did not spare any of them, including the crying baby in the cradle. Wei Huan ordered the baby bus to move over. He planned to deal with this god without attracting attention. He was just a lower-level god. If he could not announce his arrival for the time being, he would not last a second in front of Wei Huan. When he arrived, just when Wei Huan was looking for an opportunity and preparing to take action, an ancient god with wings on his back in human form flew over. It was the winged ancient god I had seen before, but one of his wings had been broken, and his body was covered with blood stains, especially a wound from the shoulder to the abdomen, where his internal organs could almost be seen. The ancient god, who was proud of his physical strength, was actually injured to this extent, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. There was no fatigue on his face, and it was all anger for the destruction of his country and family. He looked at the scene in front of him, roared angrily, and rushed towards the god of law like a meteor. The god of law was calm and laughed strangely. "You dare to come here after being so seriously injured, just to make merit with you." Although the winged ancient god ignited himself with anger, it was obviously the last gasp of a strong bow. He was at a disadvantage as soon as he came into contact with the god of law. He was pierced through by the giant thorns that grew from his body and pierced high in the air. Wow! The winged ancient god spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were red, and he was in so much pain that he trembled all over, but he waved his bloody fists and knocked off the giant thorns on his body with awe. Pain! The giant thorn broke, and the god of law roared, "Go to hell!" More wooden thorns appeared from all directions, blocking this space and killing the ancient god with wings. Wei Huan knew very well that if he did not intervene this time, it would be difficult for the ancient god to survive. He tapped his fingers on the console, and a golden sparkling divine pattern appeared on the console, quickly sinking into the body of Baby Bus. Baby Bus was controlled by Wei Huan, and instantly flashed to the eyebrows of the lower god of law, and then shot into the spirit platform of the lower god like a bullet. Baby Bus did not have combat power, but he was a chaos-level bug after all. Even if he only relied on his own hardness, wouldn't it be easy to kill a lower god? During this period, Wei Huan only assisted in secret, and Baby Bus focused on concealment. Saving the ancient god with wings without exposing himself was a solution he thought of. The two-winged ancient god, unwilling to accept his fate, but waiting to die, was about to pat his chest and shout, "I will be a hero again in 18 years. But when he opened his squinting eyes, he saw the scene of the giant thorns disappearing. Then he saw the lower god of law with his eyes wide open and his body trembling. He froze for a long time with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Finally, starting from the toes, his body turned into ashes and quickly dissipated. Only a dull godhead was left in the air. "What is this? Died already?" The two-winged ancient god scratched his head in confusion. He looked around and saw no one else. Did he kill him? When did he become so powerful? Was it because he was too seriously injured and stimulated him to go crazy? So he killed the god of law in a crazy state and couldn't remember it? The winged ancient god thought this idea was unreliable, but didn't there exist other people? Perhaps the most unlikely answer was the truth. I was so strong when I was in a low health state. The winged ancient god's waist and legs were no longer sore, and when he happily went to collect the godhead, Wei Huan had already ordered the baby bus, which had turned into dust, to continue moving forward. A successful sneak attack made him wonder whether he should continue like this and help the ancient god complete this defense battle without exposing himself. But he soon gave up this idea. The weakness of the ancient god was comprehensive. As long as the three dominant ancient gods were restrained by the Lord of Light, they would be extremely weak in other battles. The Lord of Light had three main gods, but the ancient god only had Mafati. The Lord of Light had 3 upper gods, 9 middle gods, 27 lower gods, and a fallen god, which could be replaced by a demigod army immediately. What does the ancient god have? The ancient gods below Mafati are less than 10 in total. The key is that if one dies, one less will be lost, and they can't withstand the attrition. Even if they are far superior to their opponents in the demigod level, on this level of battlefield, no matter how many demigods there are, they are just cannon fodder. If this is not the base camp of the ancient gods, with many restrictions and weapons, I am afraid that the ancient god domain will fall before Wei Huan comes back. The Lord of Light arranged this well. It seems that he is going to wage war against them, but in fact he is launching a general attack on the ancient god domain. Perhaps he found that the ancient gods are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Of course, it is also possible that he wants to deal with the ancient gods first, and then slowly deal with the human race. No matter what, the safety of the ancient god realm is closely related to the future of the human race, and the ancient god realm must be preserved. Not only must it be preserved, but also the opportunity of the Lord of Light to underestimate the enemy must be seized to give him a painful blow. Wei Huan left here, flew over the World Tree Forest that had become a ruin, and arrived at the forefront of the brutal battle not far ahead. The battlefield was like boiling magma, the remains of the World Tree were burning with green flames, and the broken bodies of the descendants of the ancient gods were hanging on the broken branches. The sticky blood slid down the charred trunks, and gathered on the ground into a pool of blood emitting a foul odor. The vines of the woodlaw god wandered like living things, wrapping the mortals of the ancient gods, who tried to break through into cocoons. When the crystal vines pierced their throats, they could always suck out a wisp of light golden essence blood. That was the last aftertaste of the blood of the ancient gods. Wei Huan controlled the dust-like baby bus to float low in the battlefield, and his consciousness spread like a spider web, locking on the next target. The middle-level god of thorns, who was commanding the group of gods of woodlaw. This god, with crystal vines wrapped around his body, was standing on a high platform made of the remains of the World Tree. The emerald green fire of law danced on his fingertips, constantly transforming the corpses of the descendants of the ancient gods into nutrients to nourish the vines. Cut off his arm first. Wei Huan muttered silently, and with a thought, a crack appeared in the void of the dirty world. The water droplets shuttled out like black lightning, and under the hidden blessing of the baby bus, they turned into a residual image that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Enough distance allowed it to instantly burst out with a dominant level impact. Puff! A blood hole as big as a bowl suddenly burst out of the chest of the middle-level god of thorns, and the crystal vine shield shattered like glass under the impact of the water droplets. He looked around in horror, but only saw the bodies of his family members, exploding like dominoes. After killing the target, the water droplets were using Wei Huan's Shuo divine pattern to continuously teleport and launch guerrilla-style massacres among the enemy groups. Every time it flashed, the head of a law god would explode, and the dull godhead would fall. For the gods that the ancient gods could not resist, in the eyes of the master, they were just a rusty knife and a raw egg, which could be crushed with a little force. In just a few breaths, for wood-type law lower gods were killed, and the thorn middle god was beaten to a residual blood, covering his chest with only a look of doubt. In fact, he has not locked the position of the water droplets until now, and he doesn't even know what is attacking them. Be careful. Defend. Defend. The frightened thorn middle god completely lost his sense of proportion, shouting and panicking, causing the law god array to riot instantly. Wei Huan took the opportunity to release Sister Crow. The giant bird, as dark as night, spread its wings that covered the sky and sun. Its claws were wrapped with chains formed by the Yellow Springs law, and it accurately hooked a lower-level god who was trying to escape. As Sister Crow flapped her wings and flew into the air, Wei Huan formed seals with his hands, and the overlapping divine patterns wrapped around Sister Crow's body like golden chains, increasing her speed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he dragged the prey into the depths of the Yellow Springs in the world of filth. On the other side of the battlefield, a portal that divided the world into two appeared out of thin air, drawing a circle in a radius of 10,000 miles, and completely covered the area that the wood-based law god was responsible for. The ancient god with wings was happily holding the godhead and rushing back, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was too quiet around. At the same time, there was a law power that he had never seen before. It spread rapidly and became strong. This power was dark, corrupt, dead, terrifying, and seemed familiar. Could it be? He turned his head suddenly, and saw that the sky and the earth 10 miles behind him seemed to be split in two by a sharp weapon. The strong and terrifying aura was emanating from it. One after another, the strong and energetic zombies, the violent bears, lined up and walked out. The flames of death were dancing in their green eyes, and the strong aura of death was lingering around them. The current few violent bears wearing death armor felt that their aura and strength were not weaker than him. And behind him, the endless army of violent bears was almost all demigods. This was the specialty of the death god, especially the iconic ability of that powerful being. Although the winged ancient god was only a small karami among the ancient gods, he was also an ancient god born when the world was first born. He may have spent most of his life in the ancient god realm, but in the few times he left the ancient god realm, he had seen the means of that great existence. But he died. Such a powerful emperor was actually dead. It was because of this that he was determined to stay in the original goddess forever and live forever. Therefore, when he saw these dead armies, his first reaction was that the great Emperor Taichu had arrived. In fact, with his strength, whether he was at the great emperor level, the dominant level, or just the main god level, it was actually the same. He couldn't afford to offend or tell. The death army appeared here. Is the ancient god realm really going to end? Looking at the death army that walked out of the portal and began to rush towards him, the winged ancient god trembled and turned to face the enemy head-on, showing his bloody and broken-fingered hand, spreading half of his wings, and resolutely went to die. Come on, you beast! If you have the guts, step over my corpse. The two-winged ancient god's tears and snot flowed down, and he let out a deafening roar. Boom boom intertwined with the sound of the violent bear army running wildly. The two sides were getting closer and closer. However, just when the two-winged ancient god felt that he was about to be swallowed by the breath of death, these violent bears separated to both sides, deliberately bypassed him, and continued to run forward. The two-winged ancient god looked back and forth, and then tremblingly found that these violent bears were reinforcements. Suddenly, the stench of death that was about to drown him became fragrant, and became his favorite smell. The two-winged ancient god shook his broken half of his wings, and boldly jumped up and rode on a violent bear he liked. He really let him ride. Hee, good and good. The two-winged ancient god smiled, and the wound on his body didn't hurt so much. At the front of the battlefield, Kaishan, like a planet, hit the defense line of the army of the Lord of Light that blocked the ancient gods. Easily tore a crack in the defense line. What is this? The army of the dead? Didn't the dead race die? No, this is the method of humans, that human Wei Huan. He's coming. Wei Huan declared his appearance forcefully, crushing the army of the Lord of Light all the way, causing chaos. The name of the human Wei Huan is now well known in the gods' domain. The news that he is the reincarnation of the dead Huan, returning with the flames of revenge of the entire dead race, is no longer a secret. After seeing these chaos insects and the army of the dead, the gods immediately identified themselves. At the same time, the Lord of Light, who was confronting the Titan ancient god, Swirenchi and Zhuxi, had a drastic change of expression. The Titan ancient god laughed, haha, your calculations are in vain. The corners of the Lord of Light's mouth twitched, and finally said coldly, I was planning to kill you after I dealt with you, and it's just right that we're here to deal with it together. Are you sure? The Titan ancient god just found it funny. His consciousness had already seen the overwhelming army of undead, and the Zerg active in the army of undead. Especially when he thought that Wei Huan had 8 Chaos Zergs, he felt very safe. With such combat power, let alone whether the Lord of Light can win this battle, the position has changed, okay? The Titan ancient god roared. Attack! Don't let them run away. I run. The Lord of Light's first reaction was to laugh, but when he saw that the 3 ancient gods, who had been suppressed by them, really turned around and attacked them, trying to keep them, the Lord of Light's expression finally changed. It seems that the offense and defense have really changed. How is it possible? He is just a master. Even if he has the authority of an emperor, how can these ancient gods place the hope of their tribe on an outsider? However, in fact, when the divine consciousness of the Master of Light swept across the battlefield again, he knew why this happened. The undead army was overwhelming, and the number was so huge that it was terrifying. Among them, there were many high-level undead that low-level gods could not resist at all. Among them, there were also 2 powerful Zerg. Melee insects that are good at fighting, defensive insects that can withstand countless attacks, and even long-range chaos insects. A blow from thousands of miles away directly blew up the upper god of light that he had just selected. When the light upper god from his clan exploded, his eyelids could not help trembling. This human, indeed, made Chaos Emperor suffer, and almost wiped out the entire Dark God. His personal strength is too strong. The Lord of Light had fought with the Death One before, and had seen this kind of death-type summoning of the undead countless times. But this army of undeads obviously did not meet the power of a main god, both in terms of quantity and average strength. Even if the strength of those undead leaders was still within the normal range, there were too many god-level undeads. The overall quality and strength were higher than that of the Death One. Is it because of the addition of those Zergs? No, the Zergs are indeed very powerful, but the undead are too powerful. This is only the summoning level of the Lord God. If his law of death reaches the domination level, won't he finally have the summoning power comparable to the Great Emperor of the beginning? That is the Great Emperor level. How can he have the level of the Great Emperor? Just thinking about this, the Lord of Light's eyes turned red with jealousy. This reminded him of the scene when he was captured by the Chaos Emperor and was humiliated and controlled. The sudden launch of this war was also to collect soul power for the Chaos Emperor. But if he could be stronger, or if he could reach the Great Emperor level, how could he be controlled by the Chaos Emperor? He would have eaten him long ago. The Lord of Light is sacred all over, emitting light like the sun that shines on all things in the world, but deep in his eyes, there is endless darkness that exudes a rotten smell. The tentacles of desire kept roaring in his soul, wanting more, wanting to become stronger, wanting to become the strongest in the world. You 3 want to keep us here? Dream on. However, the Lord of Light's seemingly powerful words exposed his true thoughts. Jushi smiled. His cold and ferocious face was quite bright when he smiled. Do you admit that you want to leave? It turns out that the Lord of Light is just like this. Without the support of the Great Emperor Hongming, you are actually nothing. Chapter 493. The Lord of Light's face twitched, as if he was provoked and angry. Keep killing. Don't stop. He roared and ordered his army to continue attacking the ancient gods, ignoring the attack of the undead army. The most disgusting thing about fighting the undead is that they can't kill them all, because the souls of these undead are controlled by reincarnation and cannot answer to the world, so they will keep resurrecting. If he can't get the soul, and the KPI is not met, he will die. In front of the KPI, the lives of his family members are not lives. The lives of low-level gods are not lives. In order to complete the KPI, the Lord of Light was shameless enough to attack the descendants of the ancient gods directly. These descendants of the ancient gods couldn't even bear a glance from the Lord. They were swept by his divine sense and exploded and died one after another. When he attacked, even the Lord of Elements looked over in surprise. To be honest, in a war, the Lord attacking civilians is no longer the purpose of the war. The whole behavior is simply a degradation. The Lord of Elements and the Lord of Light have known each other for nearly an era, and they have never seen him like this. The Lord of Flesh and Blood, on the other hand, obviously did not care about the killing of the Lord of Light, but instead tried to absorb the little power of the ancient gods that escaped from the air. The Flesh and Blood system has always wanted to cultivate the ancient god body, but has never found a way. However, their efforts have also allowed them to find a little unorthodox way. Attacking the ancient gods and absorbing their energy can allow them to temporarily control the power of the ancient gods. This battlefield is simply his paradise, and he wishes that the Lord of Light could kill as many people as possible. The Lord of Light suddenly went crazy, and the 3 ancient god masters also went crazy. These are their last descendants. How many ancient gods will be exterminated in this battle? Damn it, the 3 ancient gods didn't care, and attacked the Lord of Light with all their strength. The ancient gods were extremely powerful, and good at close combat. The Lord of Light was besieged and fell below in a blink of an eye. The Titan ancient god punched his long face, and broke his neck directly. The Lord of Light twisted his neck, and made a hoarse voice. What are you doing? Stop them! The Lord of Elements finally put aside his grudges temporarily, and rushed forward with the Lord of Flesh and Blood. The 6 masters fought in a group, and the sky was dark. However, behind the fierce war, no one saw that the dead souls were floating out of the corpses, and then drifting uncontrollably towards the Lord of Light. Or in other words, it was the nature plate hidden in the body of the Lord of Light. Of course, even the Emperor level can't see where the soul goes, but this trick of playing with the soul can't be hidden from Wei Huan. Wei Huan was sitting in the baby bus that had shrunk to dust, disguising himself as the same atmosphere as here. With this level of disguise, if the master level didn't keep staring at one area and constantly screening, he wouldn't be able to find him at all. He secretly observed the battlefield, and at the same time summoned the army of undead from different areas, breaking the suppression of the descendants of the ancient gods by the Light Master army, and rescuing one world tree after another. At the same time, Wei Huan did another thing. He was on the battlefield, using reincarnation to absorb the souls that lost their bodies due to the war. Absorbing souls does not distinguish between enemies and friends. As a descendant of the ancient gods, he absorbed them because he and the Titan ancient gods had already agreed before that he would use reincarnation to cultivate powerful descendants of the ancient gods and strengthen the ancient god clan. As for the followers of the god of law, he would weaken the enemy as much as possible, and he absorbed them recklessly. And unlike the Lord of Light, who could only use the natural disc to passively absorb souls, Wei Huan could see the existence of souls. He could also clearly see which souls were from the Lord of Light's army, and which were the souls of the descendants of the ancient gods. These souls were separated in the reincarnation, and the souls of the Lord's army were all suppressed, and transformed into human souls little by little in the reincarnation. The ancient god souls retained their soul characteristics, and could return to the ancient god clan after reincarnation. The undead army fought, the chaos bugs harvested, and he was arranging troops in the dark while absorbing soul power. At this moment, Wei Huan felt the joy of a summoner again. Especially this way of hiding, the enemy could not find him at all. Compared with the summoner, who hid completely in the back, this way of moving freely under the enemy's nose was more joyful. So, everyone regrets that he cultivated a chaos bug into a baby bus, but in fact, the chaos bug has the greatest magical effect. After resolving the war crisis, Wei Huan even leisurely made himself a cup of tea, and drank it leisurely in the curling white smoke. That's right, war should be fought like this. Rushing into the field and fighting the enemy with your sword and my sword is always the last resort. How can it be more enjoyable to play chess with the world and win thousands of miles away? After drinking a cup of tea, Wei Huan, who was about to drink the second cup, suddenly stopped pouring the tea. A strong soul fluctuation suddenly appeared in the distance, which was too abnormal. He focused his consciousness there, and saw a large number of souls suddenly appearing. There were too many souls, and they flew up from the collapsed world tree like smoke. The number of deaths exceeded 10 billion in an instant. Wei Huan came here, and looked all the way. The war caused the fall of 7 or 8 world trees in the ancient god domain, and the number of ancient god descendants who died was about 30 billion. This should be the total loss from the beginning of the war to now. The ancient gods have been operating in the ancient god domain for many years. Even if their combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of the Lord of Light, it is impossible for the Lord of Light to kill more in a short period of time. Under the tenacious resistance of the ancient gods, the battle lines were staggered, and they advanced forward little by little with difficulty. But just now, at that moment, 7 world trees were destroyed like explosions. The white flames burned on the broken branches of the world tree, and countless ancient god civilians fell instantly. Even the demigods were touched by the white flames. Even if they struggled desperately, they could not get rid of it. In the end, they were eaten by bones, and burned their hearts, and burned to death alive. This white flame exudes a strong aura of light, and the power of the master lingers in it. In the blink of an eye, the world tree was burned to ashes. The flames went down all the way, burning the roots of the tree, and even the land was swept across, turning into a vast red land, a real purgatory. The Master of Light took action, and he used the power of the Master to kill the descendants of the ancient gods on a large scale. The Master. Wei Huan couldn't figure it out at first, but soon he found something unusual. Those hundreds of billions of souls that rose up like thick fog were floating in the same direction in an extremely abnormal way. Wei Huan's consciousness followed the direction of the soul until he saw them all rushing towards the Lord of Light. Although he didn't quite understand the reason, Wei Huan realized at the first moment that the Lord of Light's attack this time was definitely not caused by the aftermath of the battle, but that he was deliberately killing the descendants of the ancient gods. For this purpose, he even used a lot of the Lord's power. After all, he killed 7 world trees at the same time, which made the Lord of Light instantly fall into a disadvantage in the face of the attack of the 3 ancient gods of the Titan ancient god, and even had his neck broken by the Titan ancient god. While observing the battlefield, Wei Huan ordered the baby bus to speed up. Those Lord-level gods fought in a ball, and no one cared about him. He didn't deliberately hide his breath and reached the place attacked by the Lord of Light at the fastest speed. There was nothing here, the world tree was gone, the descendants of the ancient gods were gone, and even the ground was burned through 100 miles by the white flames, with the remaining lord's power, and the ground turned into red magma, like the blood flowing from this land. Wave 1 could not feel sad, probably because there was no shocking tragic scene, but anger was like a fire burning under the eyes, repeatedly colliding in his chest. He calmly observed the direction of the soul, and then operated the reincarnation without hesitation. The Black Lotus was looming in the void, like a gate to the underworld, inviting every soul to enter. The soul that was originally attracted by the strangeness of the Lord of Light and unconsciously flew there, as if it had finally found the right way, and was like a young swallow returning to its nest, using a faster speed to throw itself into the reincarnation. In this world, the reincarnation has the highest authority over the dead. No matter what strangeness there is in the Lord of Light, he cannot win over Wave 1 in terms of souls. Wave 1 easily led these souls into reincarnation, and the speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, tens of billions of souls of the descendants of the ancient gods went to a place where their souls could rest. After plundering all the souls here, Wave 1 turned his head and looked at the battlefield over there, where no one noticed and the battle was still going on. After thinking for a while, Wave 1 ordered Baby Bus to enter the latent state again, hiding his figure and turning it into dust, while constantly transforming his aura to be exactly the same as the surrounding environment. Came to the battlefield where the gods were fighting. The strength of the two warring parties was evenly matched. It was not just because the number of people was exactly equal. You must know that the Lord of Light used the power of the Lord to kill the descendants of the ancient gods, and was broken in the neck by the Titan ancient god. His combat power has been greatly reduced. It's just that the ancient gods who dominate are unwilling to fight in their own territory. Many times, they have to distract themselves to stop the aftermath of the battle. Under such a cautious attitude, the two sides can only fight a tie again. Wei Huan knew very well why they were fighting until now. As long as he took action, the battle should end immediately. But compared to ending the battle, Wei Huan was more curious about the ability of the Lord of Light to attract souls. This felt like showing off one's skills in front of Liu Ban. Wei Huan was the Liu Ban who could easily see that there was something wrong with the Lord of Light. After a simple observation, Wei Huan realized that the final destination of the soul was on his neck. That neck had been broken by the Titan ancient god, but the body of the god of law was condensed by the godhead, so this kind of injury was nothing. If the Titan ancient god had not integrated the power of the Lord ancient god into his fist, causing the damage to be difficult to resolve, the Lord of Light would have recovered in a blink of an eye. Now, on the neck that had been twisted and turned, the power of the Lord of Light and the power of the Titan ancient god collided with each other and refused to give in. However, a flaw was revealed, which made Wei Huan aware of the subtlety. Something was hidden there, that is, it absorbed a large number of souls. Wei Huan almost did not hesitate, and let the baby bus camouflage with all its strength, like a grain of dust, floating towards the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light was unaware, and he dealt with the Titan ancient god who kept beating him. He resisted the damage and delayed time, while shouting, "What if they come? We can destroy the undead ones, and we can destroy them a second time. It's just a human civilization, but only 10,000 years, and you actually want to rely on them to turn the tide." Has the dignified ancient god declined to this point? The Titan ancient god did not speak, but just pinched the neck of the Lord of Light and beat him hard. One punch after another. The light shield covering the Lord of Light was cracked by the Titan ancient god, bearing the full wrath of a dominant god. Crack, crack. The light shield was about to be broken, and the Lord of Light screamed, "You two protect me. Don't worry about those two guys. Protect me. Quick!" The Lord of Flesh and Blood and the Lord of Elements were entangled by the candle snake and Swearin respectively. The six of them fought one-on-one, and they were actually very restrained. At their level, they rarely used their full strength unless they could kill the other party. Originally, they were just restraining each other, but now that the Lord of Light shouted like this, the Lord of Flesh and Blood was confused at first, and Suerin's tail pulled off more than 10 tentacles, and then the Lord of Elements was also hit, but with this force, he landed right next to the Titan ancient god and faced the Titan ancient god together with the Lord of Light. Crash! Seeing that the shield of the Lord of Light was broken, the Titan ancient god had to retreat regretfully under the joint attack of the two opponents. The Lord of Light was no longer in danger, and he smiled proudly at the Titan ancient god. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy. In this battle, I must be the winner in the end," he said arrogantly and confidently. Thinking of his true purpose, he suddenly felt that a broken neck was nothing. In this battle, nearly 100 billion descendants of the ancient gods died, and almost all of their souls were taken away by him. The Chaos Emperor would eat them all. In the future, the descendants of the ancient gods will become fewer and fewer, and even if he does nothing, the ancient gods will be extinct. Ha ha ha. However, the Lord of Light did not know that at the moment, when his shield was broken, a small dust flew to his body, and finally landed on his natural disc hidden under the fur on his neck. The power of the Emperor is a heaven-defying thing that only the Emperor can possess. It can be compared to the way of heaven in a single aspect, and only the Emperor can possess it. Or, it is precisely because they possess the power of the Emperor that they are called Emperor level. Therefore, this kind of heaven-defying item cannot be inherited like Wei Huan, and can be integrated into the body through time refining. Even if the Lord of Light has the nature disc given by the Chaos Emperor, all he can do is to put it under his skin. Not only can he not really hide it, but he can only exert a little power when using it. If the Chaos Emperor is gone, the Lord of Light can refine it for a long time and finally obtain the nature disc. But the Chaos Emperor is still alive. If he dares to move the nature disc, the Chaos Emperor can use the nature disc to kill him or take it back in a moment. Therefore, even if the disc of destiny was on the Lord of Light, he could not control it, and he did not know to what extent it had absorbed at the moment, and whether it had reached the standard of the Chaos Emperor. The Lord of Light did not dare to be careless, knowing that Wei Huan would come and snatch souls from him. His eyes scanned everywhere, guarding against the three lords of the ancient gods in front of him, while looking for Wei Huan's traces. The most important thing was that he had to find a new place, kill a group of descendants of the ancient gods to ensure that everything was safe, and then he could really leave. Dare to stop him from harvesting souls? The next one will destroy the challenge world. While the Lord of Light was thinking non-stop, Wei Huan had already landed on the disc of destiny. As soon as he approached, Wei Huan realized that this was the Emperor's authority in the Chaos Source Abyss. How could it be on the Lord of Light? Wei Huan was startled at first, and his first reaction was to leave here. If the Lord of Light had the Chaos Emperor to rely on in this battle, even if he fought with all his strength, the ancient god clan would just be a waste. But soon, Wei Huan realized that this was only part of the Emperor's authority, and the Chaos Emperor was not here. As a person with real Emperor's authority, he knew the difference between the Emperor's authority after refining and without refining. Another point is that he has been paying attention to the movements of the Abyss. Su Qingqiang had just conducted an in-depth investigation not long ago, and the Emperor's power under the Abyss has not dissipated. It seems that the Lord of Light is just hooking up with the Chaos Emperor. What are they planning? Wei Huan was not surprised by this. After all, the Lord of Light and the Chaos Emperor were on the same side from the beginning. In addition, when the Lord of Darkness attacked Chi Yuan Star, the Lord of Light had appeared, and it was obvious that they were on the same side. However, because the Chaos Emperor had been suppressed in the extreme, they were given a chance to breathe and the possibility of a counterattack. Now, the Lord of Light appeared here with the divination plate, killing and harvesting souls. Could this also be related to saving the Chaos Emperor? Wei Huan knew that he could not face the Chaos Emperor face to face, but he could still prevent his resurrection. Wei Huan looked at the divination plate hidden under the skin of the Lord of Light in front of him, and he thought about it, and did not dare to go in directly. But as soon as he raised his hand, the Black Lotus suddenly drilled into the divination plate. He believed that with the same Emperor-level authority, the reincarnation that he had full control of must be much stronger than the divination plate that the Lord of Light only carried with him and used passively. There were so many souls in the divination plate, and he wanted to snatch them all back. Wei Huan was careful throughout the whole process, but at the moment when the reincarnation appeared, there was still an Emperor-level aura. Both sides in the battle were startled, and then suddenly separated. Their spiritual consciousness swept over, and their expressions were uncertain. Finally, Sui Rinchi came to the conclusion and said with a smile, "Thank you, Leader Wei, for helping us to resist the enemy. With your help, we are still very confident that you will leave a life of the Lord of Law." The Lord of Light immediately realized that the breath of the Emperor's authority came from him. Because the speed of the sudden appearance was too fast, he did not fully distinguish whether the breath of the Emperor's authority was Wei Huan's reincarnation or the Disc of Destiny. But since it appeared on his body, it must be the Disc of Destiny. Why did the breath suddenly come out? Is it that the Emperor is urging him? The Lord of Light felt so angry when he thought of being controlled by the Chaos Emperor like a dog. As the Lord of Light, he had never suffered such grievances even when the Hongming Emperor was there. He actually put a ban on himself and controlled himself in this way. Damn it! The Lord of Light was so angry that when he looked at the descendants of the ancient gods, his bloodshot eyes were like crazy. It seems that it is not enough, and he has to continue killing. Then kill. The Lord of Light used the same trick again. A strong power of domination emanated from his body, and swept towards a piece of the world tree that he had chosen. There were a large number of descendants of the ancient gods, an army of undead and chaos insects, and a low-level ancient god with a broken wing. That's right, it was there. It would be best to kill them all and kill two birds with one stone. The power of the Lord gathered and rushed away, seeing that billions of descendants of the ancient gods fell. At this moment, Kaishan took the initiative to meet them. The Lord of Light saw this, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. This attack was performed with all his strength. If he could kill this chaos worm, wouldn't it mean that Wei Huan would lose an arm? The Titan ancient god sensed the Lord of Light's intention, dodged and rushed out, shouting, "Stop!" The candle snake suddenly became faster, shuttled through the shadows, and instantly arrived at the place where the Lord of Light attacked, and was about to use its body to protect the descendants of the ancient gods. However, they attacked later, and had to move from here, so they were a step slower. The white flames fell from the sky again, like molten lava pouring down from the sky. A similar scene was about to appear again. At this time, the golden light on the forehead of Kaishan, who was blocking the front, was jumping, and then a golden gauze flew out, like a huge cover that turned upside down the sky and earth, protecting a large area of the world tree. Where this golden light appears, all laws are invulnerable, fate is cut off, the eyes of heaven are blocked, and everything is sealed. The white flame fell on the golden light, and it was easily extinguished without even a spark. Jushi felt something strange, looked back, and tears almost burst out. "Empress!" Titan ancient god and Swearin also shouted in surprise, "Empress!" But the Lord of Light made an uncontrolled sound, "Mother Earth." That's right, this color light shield is exactly the breath of Mother Earth. Wei Huan brought the breath of Mother Earth back intact, and saved hundreds of millions of descendants of ancient gods at a critical moment. No matter how strong the Lord of Light is, he has no effect when he meets the Emperor's authority. His attack was completely ineffective. And at the same time, the light shield began to expand rapidly. It could only protect 4 world trees when it was thrown out from Kaishan, and it was getting bigger and bigger like a balloon. The pressure from the Emperor also surged out from the breath of Mother Earth. In the blink of an eye, the limits of the master-level consciousness were all over this golden light shield, completely exceeding the limits of what they could see. Jushi was the first to realize something, and when he spoke again, his tone changed. "My queen, is it you? Are you awake?" When the Lord of Light heard Jushi's words, he couldn't help but tremble. He tried to look into the depths of the World Tree Forest, but he couldn't see anything, and could only feel an extremely powerful breath. Damn it! How could the Primordial Emperor wake up? Wasn't he seriously injured and dying, and even lost his imperial authority? Otherwise, how could he dare to go to war with the ancient gods with an emperor? The breath of the Earth Mother is clearly here, and the Primordial Emperor still has the strength to fight. Damn it! Seeing that the golden light covered him, he began to block the power of the surrounding laws, trying to trap him. The Lord of Light finally gritted his teeth. "Go!" Chapter 494. At the same time, he emitted a force from his neck that was no less powerful than the breath of the Earth Mother. That force was chaotic, crazy, and had a desire to kill everything. It was like a skull, emitting from the neck of the Lord of Light, and quickly became as big as the sky and earth, and opened its mouth to bite the light shield. The light shield was torn, revealing a huge crack. Although the light shield was repairing quickly, the 3 Lords of Light had already rushed up with a large number of gods and clans under their command. With their speed, they could easily leave before the light shield was repaired. The Lord of Light paused slightly, realizing that the original Emperor was still seriously injured, and even if he used the Emperor's authority personally, his power was not as strong as before. However, even so, the Emperor's majesty could not be challenged. The Lord of Light could not erase the shadow in his heart, and even though he was very unwilling, he decided to leave here. Although he failed to kill another wave of descendants of the ancient gods this time, I think the ones he had before should be enough, right? The Lord of Light accelerated his steps and decided to leave without stopping. But at this moment, a sense of crisis descended from him. He seemed to have received a revelation from heaven. The moment he sensed the crisis, he subconsciously sacrificed the Fate Disc. The Fate Disc was suspended at the broken neck of the Lord of Light, like a cracked bronze ancient mirror with a diameter of about 10 feet and twisted chaos chains wrapped around the edge. The mirror reflected countless overlapping fate wheels, each of which was engraved with dense soul symbols. Dark purple bloodlines oozed between the symbols, wriggling and entangled like living things. There were 3 dark stars floating above the disc, representing life, death, and disaster respectively. The surface of the stars was uneven, embedded with countless coagulated blood beads, and exuded a foul smell. As the Lord of Light sacrificed the disc of destiny, it exerted some of its power, and a bottomless crack appeared in the center of the mirror. Countless tiny tentacles stretched out from the crack, each holding a human eyeball at the end, and the pupil of the eyeball reflected the horrified scene of the ancient gods' descendants before their death. When the disc of destiny rotated, black smoke seeped out of the cracks on the mirror's surface, and the smoke condensed into countless distorted human faces, screaming, "Return! Sacrifice!" The whole disc exuded a sickening sweet smell, which was the smell of billions of souls being refined into paste. Chaos. The Titan ancient god was the first to shout out the name. Chaos and Chaos Emperor have completely different powers. Chaos is just a kind of attribute influence, which is completely opposite to the god realm. It is another kind of substance that will have a distorted influence on the soul and consciousness. The polluted will have hallucinations, go crazy, and no longer look like themselves. The Chaos Emperor, whose name contains the word chaos, is because he can refine chaos itself into law. His power does not come from the disordered pollution of the source of chaos, but from taming the essence of chaos with supreme power. The primitive energy that surges on the edge of the divine domain, symbolizing destruction and rebirth, is forged into a controllable chain of destiny in his hands. His authority, the disc of destiny, is the embodiment of this ability. The disc is engraved with tens of millions of intertwined destiny trajectories, each of which is woven with chaotic energy. It can not only harvest the souls of all living beings and forcibly rewrite their destiny, but also tear apart the enemy's law domain in the form of chaotic cause and effect. Unlike the erosion of ordinary chaos on divine consciousness, the power of the Chaos Emperor is an ordered chaos. He can make the souls of gods who died in battle repeatedly shatter, and reorganize in reincarnation, and never be reborn. He can also make the new race suddenly fall into the turbulence of time when it rises, as if it had never existed. The essence of this power is to sublimate chaos from a disordered natural phenomenon into a controllable imperial law. When the Chaos Emperor exercises his authority, countless rotating life wheels will emerge around his kingdom of God. Each life wheel devours the cause and effect lines of different universes, refining the possibilities of mortals into energy for him to drive. He can even forcibly reverse the logic of strength and weakness between the enemy and us in battle, turning the attacks of the dominant gods into energy to nourish him, and allowing the ant-like clan to suddenly have the power to kill gods. This power that goes against common sense is the ultimate embodiment of chaos is order. But all this was built before he was suppressed. Now in the depths of the disc, only the shadow of the Chaos Emperor pierced by chains can be vaguely seen. Each of his fingers is entangled with the fate lines of countless races. Even if he is trapped under the abyss, he is still harvesting the uncertain factors in the universe through the fate disc, trying to piece together a way to break free from the shackles. The Lord of Light received the revelation of fate, and made the most correct choice at the critical moment. The fate disc he sacrificed blocked the black lotus that suddenly appeared from the void. The tentacles in the fate disc wrapped around the petals of the black lotus. The two sides wrestled, and the emperor-level power was madly dissipated. The wind and cloud surged between heaven and earth, and the entire god's domain was shaken. This was the first confrontation between the two emperor-level powers in the past million years, since the fall of the great Emperor Tai Chu. The terrifying power swept across the ancient god's domain, and the world tree shook violently under the power. The breath of the Earth Mother suddenly shone brightly, and the light shield sprinkled golden dust like fine sand. Wherever the dust touched, everything was silent, the wind and sand were still, and the world tree slowly returned to its right position. The wind and waves dissipated. It's the Earth Mother. Thank you, Earth Mother. The descendants of the ancient gods, who had experienced life and death several times, bathed in this golden sand, and knelt down in tears of gratitude. Crunch! A harsh sound fell from the sky, and the faces of the descendants of the ancient gods fused and stared at it. The huge black lotus in the sky slowly rotated, and it actually cut off the tentacles on the fate disc. Wei Huan operated the reincarnation with all his strength, his face flushed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Suppress." Finally, the fate disc was pressed back little by little, and at the same time, the Lord of Light and others were also pressed back little by little with terrified expressions. The Lord of Light, who realized the crisis, shouted, "Emperor, save me!" The shadow of the Chaos Emperor in the fate disc flickered, and the tentacles on the cracks kept growing out, trying to entangle the black lotus of reincarnation. The speed of the black lotus's rotation slowed down again. Wei Huan's eyes were dripping with blood, and layers of overlapping divine patterns kept stacking on his body. Shwa shwa shwa. Soon it stacked up to more than 600 layers, and at the same time, the black lotus of reincarnation began to rotate again, and more black tentacles were cut off and fell. Reincarnation. In the disc of destiny, the Chaos Emperor roared angrily, and the Emperor's majesty surged out from the cracks in time and space, baring his fangs and claws at Wei Huan. Wei Huan was now fearless, and instead roared, "Give my soul! Leave it!" As the voice fell, the reincarnation channel opened up and reached the disk of destiny, and countless souls were sucked into the reincarnation. The Chaos Emperor was furious. What's the difference between this and snatching food from someone else's mouth? Human! Wei Huan! He remembered Wei Huan's name firmly. A mere master dared to treat him like this and ruined his plan again and again. He hated him so much. However, Wei Huan was so shameless. Since he couldn't steal, he would just rob and suck directly. The soul is his. He is the master of death. Dare to snatch the soul from under his nose. Have you asked him? In this way, countless souls were sucked away from the fate plate. At that moment, the light emitted by the souls gathered together was clearly visible to even the masters. What is that? Suiren frowned in confusion. The Titan ancient god hesitated for a moment, then shouted angrily, "It's the soul of the descendants of the ancient gods like us." What? Suiren said angrily, "Damn the Lord of Light. So this is his ultimate goal? To plunder the souls of our race for the sake of chaos. But what makes people feel relieved is that everyone saw that the samsara was snatching the souls in the fate plate. These souls entered the samsara, and would soon return to the arms of the ancient gods. At least they could all come back. Wei Huan, I help you. Zhu Shi was the first to react. He knew that Wei Huan was still a little reluctant to face the great emperor, so he helped. Being reminded, the Titan ancient god and Suiren also reacted and sent their strength into the samsara. Shwa shwa shwa. More tentacles were shredded into pieces by the lotus petals and fell down. The seemingly soft lotus petals were as sharp as divine weapons, directly hitting the bronze plate. The crunching sound was like a magic sound, and the terrifying mental attack echoed on the earth. Fortunately, the breath of the Earth Mother protected the descendants of the ancient gods, otherwise the aftermath of the struggle for imperial power alone would have killed a large number of descendants. The fate disk was strong, but it could not withstand the joint suppression of Wei Huan and the three ancient god masters, and the group of light masters were suppressed again. The Earth Mother used her skills to close the heaven and earth. Once completed, all methods would be invulnerable. Even the fate disk would lose contact in a short time, and the light masters would never be able to leave. The light masters knew what the fate of being imprisoned here was, and begged bitterly, "Emperor, save me! Emperor, save me! I will collect souls for you, countless souls. I will slaughter the gods for you, and will definitely save you, please save me." The Chaos Emperor, who was far away in the abyss, could not give up this tool man after all. After absorbing all the soul power of the Dark Lord, there was no one available under his command for the time being. The newly born master could not even deal with the 5th level evil beast, which was simply a waste. After hesitating for a long time, the Chaos Emperor finally took action, controlling the fate disk through the air, and gave up fighting for the soul with the reincarnation. Suddenly, the gate opened wide, and countless souls rushed into the reincarnation and escaped. But at the same time, the fate disk, no longer constrained by the soul, worked at full capacity. The tentacles on the cracks secreted a sweet breath, and the eyeballs swayed to observe every uncertain factor, and finally found the fish that slipped through the net of fate. The thread of fate was hooked, and at the last moment, it broke through the air and left. The Lord of Light followed closely with his clan, breaking through the blockade of the breath of the Earth Mother in one fell swoop and escaping. He ran away without looking back. Wei Huan wanted to chase, but he was powerless. He wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his eyes, thinking that even if he used the power of the Emperor to fight with the real Emperor across the endless space, he still had no advantage. Fortunately, he still drove away the Lord of Light, and he tried his best to take back the soul of the ancient gods, at least making the Lord of Light fail in his purpose of this trip and return empty-handed. What made Wei Huan even more fortunate was that he could use this method to fight with the Emperor-level existence, so that he could realize the gap between the two sides in advance and would not act rashly. Originally, he planned to go to the bottom of the abyss to explore and understand the situation of the Dark Clan and the Chaos Emperor. Now he will definitely go again, but he will be countless times more cautious to ensure that he will not be caught by the Chaos Emperor. A war of genocide finally came to a halt after the Lord of Light escaped. Facing their devastated homeland, the ancient gods had no mood of victory at all. They sorted out the affairs of their people in grief, and the billions of lands burned by the white flames dominated by the light also needed the intervention of the master level to deal with. For a long time, no one cared about Wei Huan. Wei Huan did not deliberately show up, and the army of undead returned to the dirty world. He was invisible in the field of vision, and the ancient gods and the chaos almost forgot about him. Until the white flames were finally extinguished, Swearin wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked around and said in confusion, "Where is Leader Wei?" The Titan ancient god said uncertainly, "He said he was going to see the Earth Mother." Candlesnake's voice suddenly rose an octave. "He went directly to see the goddess?" The tone of voice was as if I hadn't seen the goddess. Why should he see her? Swearin reminded, "He is the great benefactor of my tribe." Shusha's eyes agreed with this statement, but his mouth was always used to arguing. "We have guarded the reincarnation for him for 1,000,000 years. Swearin shook his head and said, "The Lord of Light took the initiative to start a war and hunt the souls of my ancient gods. It seems that he wanted to rescue Chaos Emperor. Is Chaos crazy? If he doesn't control the reincarnation and touches the soul, he will be affected by karma. In order to escape from prison, he did such a thing. My ancient gods will not let him go. After the queen is cured, we will settle accounts with him together." The Titan ancient god heard the words and said, "He has been crazy for a long time, 1,000,000 years ago. If they were not crazy, how could there be 1,000,000 years of disaster?" Swearin sighed. Only Zhuxi was still looking in the direction of the Earth Mother, muttering, "When will the queen meet the human and meet us?" Wei Huan was indeed meeting the Earth Mother at this moment. After he sent back the breath of the Earth Mother, the breath of the Earth Mother was visibly improved. At the same time, the quicksand-like incarnation of the Earth Mother that he had seen last time also stood in front of him, looking at him with a smile. "Empress." Wei Huan bowed his hands. He felt very close to the Earth Mother, just like seeing his family. He would subconsciously relax. The Earth Mother's clone nodded, crossed her legs and floated 2 meters away, motioning Wei Huan to sit down, and then gently said, "Thank you for showing up and saving the ancient gods from danger in time." Wei Huan said, "The human race is also a descendant of the ancient gods, and this is what we should do. What's more, for countless epochs, we and the ancient gods have helped each other and benefited each other, and joined hands to fight against the injustice in the god realm. If the emperor was still there, he would probably come here in person. It was my limited strength that failed to stop the Lord of Light from killing, and countless descendants of the same race fell." After saying this, Wei Huan paused and changed the subject. "I fought with chaos for souls. Now the souls of the ancient gods are almost all in my reincarnation. Does the queen have any arrangements?" The Earth Mother always smiled. Her eyes were gentle, like a mother looking at a favorite child. "You can just settle them in your reincarnation. They can get rid of the control of the heavenly Tao and grow up in your reincarnation, which is also a blessing." Wei Huan wondered, if that's the case, why were the souls of the ancient gods not in reincarnation when the emperor was here? The Earth Mother smiled. "Of course, it was because the heavenly Tao didn't allow it, so we gave up this decision, but we didn't expect it to cause the heavenly Tao's fear, so there were these things later." Wei Huan's scalp was numb. He didn't expect that such a thing against the heaven would be said just like that. "Is it okay?" After a change of mind, he realized that the area where the two were was flashing with a faint golden light. It turned out that the breath of the Earth Mother had been unfolded at some point, and any conversation between the two would not be known by the heavenly Tao. Wei Huan suddenly became bolder and asked directly, "You mean, you originally planned to send the souls of the ancient gods into reincarnation, but the heavenly Tao found out and stopped you, which led to the subsequent disaster? This is one of the reasons. We, the great emperors, have the ability to defy the heavens. Although we don't have that intention, it is a crime to possess a treasure." As she said this, the Earth Mother seemed to have thought of something, and she looked into the void and sighed for a long time. Wei Huan said, "I dare to ask you, what is this heaven?" The Earth Mother woke up from her memories and looked at Wei Huan. "What do you think it is?" "What do you think it is?" Wei Huan said his guess directly. "Is this world created by a higher life? You should think of it as alive, or so to speak." The Earth Mother's fingertips gently stroked the void, and a cosmic prototype emerged in the golden ripples. "But it is more like the embodiment of some rules. Just like you humans use mud to make vessels, the heavenly Tao is the hands, and we are all the lines on the vessels. Brother Taichu once said that when the lines are deep enough, one day you can cut through the vessel and touch the mud outside." Her voice suddenly became low. "But outside the mud, there may be hands holding mud." Wei Huan's pupils shrank slightly. This metaphor far exceeded his understanding of heavenly Tao. He once thought that heavenly Tao was a collection of supreme rules, but he never thought that there was a more macro existence above the rules. The Earth Mother saw through his shock and sighed. Brother was the first to scratch the pattern of the vessel. The Earth Mother looked in the direction of the lotus of reincarnation. He used his soul as a sword to cut the shackles of reincarnation and heaven, and only then did you, the undead clan, have a group of free patterns that are not bound by heaven. Unfortunately, The ripples on her fingertips suddenly shattered. Heaven does not allow cracks to appear in the vessel, so it joined forces with other hands holding mud. The voice stopped abruptly, and the Earth Mother's clone began to become transparent. Wei Huan was shocked to realize that the golden light of the Earth Mother's breath was rapidly converging. Obviously, the seriously injured Yuanshe Great Emperor could not maintain the Emperor's authority for too long. Remember, Wei Huan? The Earth Mother's voice became ethereal. Reincarnation is the crack that my brother left for this world, and you. She finally took a deep look at the lotus of reincarnation between Wei Huan's eyebrows. It is the wind that can expand the crack. At the moment, when the golden light completely dissipated, Wei Huan felt his palm sink, and a jade slip engraved with ancient god runes was getting hot. This was something left to him by the Earth Mother. Deep in the jade slip was the regret of the great Emperor Taichu about outside the heavenly Tao. When Wei Huan clenched the jade slip, the call of the Titan ancient god came from afar. He looked back and saw 3 ancient god masters walking on the scorched earth, followed by the blood-soaked winged ancient god. The man was holding a new seed of the world tree, and the seed shell was still stained with the divine power that Wei Huan had sprinkled before. Leader Wei, the Titan ancient god knelt on one knee. We have reorganized the defense line. When the queen's injury is stable, our clan is willing to follow you to conquer the kingdom of light, and take the fate disc of the old thief of chaos. Wei Huan put the jade slip between his eyebrows, and the shadow of the reincarnation lotus slowly unfolded behind him. He looked at the space crack in the sky that had not yet completely healed, where the chaotic breath of the fate disc still remained. Don't worry. He raised his hand and stroked the void. A portal connecting to Chiyuan Star was taking shape. I need to go back to the human race's home planet first. The subsequent actions must be carefully planned and not acted on impulse. The blue outline of Chiyuan Star was reflected in the portal. Wei Huan took a last look at the scarred ancient divine domain. The new buds of the world tree were breaking out of the ground in the residual power of the Earth Mother's breath, and the tips of the buds were flashing with the same faint light as the lotus of reincarnation. This is the pause of the war, but it is also the sound of the breaking of the ground of the new order. When the wind and the crack blows through every corner of the divine domain, perhaps one day, all the lines will understand. Outside the vessel, there is an endless swamp, and above the swamp, there should be a light that illuminates eternity. In Wei Huan's ancient god world, a new round of storms is rising. The gods headed by Do Lin are condensing new godhood in his perfect world. The eyes of heaven cannot see the places covered by the Emperor's power. Do Lin and others finally found a breakthrough for advancement here. First, the Dark God, the Shadow God, who was finally achieved by Hammer. Then, there was another newcomer born on the Origin Star, who became the God of Wood Growth. It should be the lower-level God of Wood that Wei Huan killed on the battlefield of the ancient god domain, and successfully seized the throne. The appearance of these two gods has increased the sense of perfection of Wei Huan's ancient god world. This reminds Wei Huan of the words of the Earth Mother, that the world is a tool, and they are patterns. The tool is perfect and the pattern is beautiful, which is perfect. It's just that there are cracks in this world after all, so it gave rise to such a disaster that even the Emperor level can't avoid. But Wei Huan didn't think it was the fault of the great Emperor Taichu. When you are tall enough and the cradle is small, it is destined to be a battle for living space. If the heavenly Tao wants to be perfect, he can't keep the great Emperor Taichu. Wei Huan is feeling that sense of perfection through the ancient god world. Especially when Do Lin took the last step and became the master of space, Wei Huan felt very clearly that his bottle had an embryo, with exquisite patterns, and was about to be trained into a peerless famous weapon. This sense of completeness is affecting his dirty world through reincarnation. A large number of souls with true spirits appeared, and more lives similar to the dead appeared. They were bred by a large amount of dead air, and had the pseudo-reincarnation characteristics given by the power of reincarnation. It is no longer a simple energy aggregate, but has a life cycle similar to the birth, aging, illness and death of ordinary people. The yellow spring water in the impure world thus rippled with golden and red colors, and the Lycoris radiata on the shore actually blossomed into two-color flowers that possessed the laws of life and death. When the petals fell, part of them turned into armor for the undead warriors, and the other part condensed into the cradle of the new soul. The quality of his impure world was greatly improved. Chapter 495. The upgrade of the dirty world gave the new souls a higher possibility, and a higher probability of breaking through to the god level. After the army of undead wore the armor condensed by the law of life and death, their combat effectiveness increased by more than 30%, which was a huge improvement. But what surprised Wei Huan the most was that a pure essence from the ancient god world passed through reincarnation, as if a white fish swam a circle in the dirty world, and then teased a black fish transformed by a wisp of pure death energy out from the depths of the dirty world. The two fish, one black and one white, swam around, chased and played, and gradually merged into one, until the light disappeared, and an oval object floated in the void. Wei Huan almost jumped when he saw that thing. Is this the godhood of the upper god? The godhood of the death system? The godhood of the death system and the abyss system has been restricted by the heaven and earth in the past million years, and has been plundered by the group of masters headed by the Lord of Light. The energy that can condense these two law godhoods between heaven and earth is getting less and less, and often a god of these two systems cannot be born in tens of thousands of years. Wei Huan almost forgot that he was a lone commander. As the main god of the death system, although he has a group of highly combat-effective undead armies under his name, he does not have a god of the law of the death system. The difference is that his private army and civil servants recognized by the state always have a certificate when they go out, and they are more popular. He took the godhood of the upper god in his hand, and the godhood containing all the laws of the death system flashed in Wei Huan's hand. He clearly felt the subtle difference between this godhood and all the godhoods he had seen before. Because this godhead not only has the power of law, but also because it was originally drawn from the ancient god world, so it has the power of the ancient god world. Or is it his own mark? Wei Huan held this godhead in silence for a long time. Godhead comes from the way of heaven, gods. Even the emperor cannot create godhead, but this godhead is obviously created by himself. So is this why the Earth Mother said that she is the wind? Taichu Emperor split the bottle, and although the dead soul Huan tried to make up for it on the bottle without success, he succeeded in trial and error, and finally made himself the wind that blew through the crack. Although the wind is invisible, it can stir the world. It does not need a physical body, but it can mobilize all things to change. The perfect fusion of the ancient god body, and the law gave him the power to blow the crack. Wei Huan slapped this godhead of the upper god on the point beast with his backhand. As a summoner summoned undead, Dian Beast has proved its all-round advantages in countless wars and adventures in the past, and is a well-deserved strong undead. Dian Beast was suddenly blessed, and its IQ has evolved to be extremely intelligent, and it quickly understood what this meant. It represents the transformation from a summoned beast to a god. This is a change of identity, and a leap in the level of life. From today on, he can leave Wei Huan's dirty world and wander around the outside world at will. He not only got a permit to go out, but the most important thing is that he is no longer a summoned creature, but has his own real existence in this world. The flexible tentacles respectfully held the upper godhood in front of his eyes, and the 8 green eyes on the back of Dian Beast opened and closed one after another, and bowed deeply to Wei Huan. Then, this divine nature turned into a beam of light, and entered the body of the dot beast. The power of the gods, on its jellyfish-like body, showed a series of black and gold divine patterns, and the divine patterns turned into dazzling ribbons around its body, stretching for hundreds of miles. Its aura is not only becoming stronger, but also full of the oppression of the life level. The transcendence given by the divine nature wraps it like a halo, and its strength leaps to the master level. The strongest holy level undead leader is only a half-step master. According to the normal evolution method, the level of undead summoning ends here, and it is impossible for higher-level undead to appear. But the divine nature given by Wei Huan successfully allowed it to break the shackles and rush to the master level in one fell swoop. And this move not only broke the bottleneck, but also the hope of becoming stronger. This gap is like a puppet and a living person. No matter how strong the operator is, and how much he gives to the puppet, it is already flexible and realistic like a living person, but it is only like, not a real living person. The moment the dot beast gained the godhood and became a god, it came alive, and broke free of the many strings that bound it, giving it the freedom to choose, act, and evolve. It can become stronger, and leave Wei Huan to carry out more complex tasks. But at the same time, as Wei Huan's summoned creature, it has a special resonance with Wei Huan. The divine consciousness between them is always maintained, even if there is an endless distance between them. Even in the forbidden area, Wei Huan can maintain the channel with the summoned creature. This channel is a loophole under the laws of heaven, just like the gap in the crack. Moreover, through this gap, Wei Huan only needs to put the mark of reincarnation on his body, and it can return to Wei Huan's side instantly through reincarnation. In other words, Wei Huan now has a master-level undead that can leave him and act alone, and this undead can also be summoned by him again. It's simply against the sky. So far, although Wei Huan has summoned many creatures, and there are 9 chaos bugs that have reached the master level, including the Race Queen, they enjoy Wei Huan's cultivation, absorb the power of death created by Wei Huan, and become powerful while being bound to Wei Huan. Wei Huan's summoning distance is the distance for them to survive. The most important thing is that they are bound by the laws of heaven and earth, and the upper limit is locked. Even if their souls are brilliant, they can only be suppressed and cannot move forward. Now, Wei Huan has the opportunity to let them break through the restrictions. Although there are few seats for gods, it is enough if they are only used on the leaders of the undead. Wei Huan was very happy that he finally found a way to make the undead break through. He hurriedly mobilized the essence of the ancient god world and continued to create the next godhead. It was not difficult. As long as he knew the method, it was not difficult to actually operate it. Wei Huan soon fished out another white fish from the ancient god world. But in this process, Wei Huan also clearly felt that the energy of the ancient god world was rapidly decreasing. The world that was just full of vitality and everything was growing, but the abundant energy suddenly decreased, causing those planets that were originally rapidly evolving life to slow down suddenly. It was already obvious that this kind of thing could not be done too much. At least the ancient god world that he dominated could create very limited godheads. He needed to make this world more perfect and refine the vessels perfectly to condense more godheads without worrying about affecting the development of the world. Wei Huan stopped condensing new white fish and let the semi-finished product disperse, like a sweet rain to nourish the life in the ancient god world. However, he still sent the condensed white fish to the dirty world through reincarnation. As before, the white fish swam around the dirty world, and a small black fish swam out of the dirty world to play with it. This time, Wei Huan had experience. After careful observation in advance, Wei Huan realized that this small black fish had the power of dirty land and contained rich dirty energy. Once condensed successfully, it would be a lower godhead of dirty energy. The upper godhead condensed before seemed to have consumed most of the surplus energy accumulated in Wei Huan's world so far, so the godhead level condensed again was reduced to the lower godhead. However, for Wei Huan, it didn't matter whether it was a higher godhead or a lower godhead. He just needed a godhead, or such a certificate to give his undead leaders the opportunity to break through the dominant level. Two fishes, one black and one white, gathered together, and indeed a lower-level godhead of filthy energy was born. Wei Huan took the godhead in his hand, thought for a while, and summoned a leader of the undead. The summoned leader of the undead, who flew over, looked very much like a human. Or rather, like a dead soul. He was tall and thin, about 2 meters tall, which was considered a teenager's height among the dead souls. An adult dead soul would be nearly 3 meters tall. His face was deep, with the outline of a blue star mixed with the east and the west. He was implicit and extremely handsome, and with his overly white face, he was very much in line with the human definition of a beautiful boy. It walked in front of Wei Huan, and its slightly childish face showed its fanatical worship of Wei Huan. It also clearly knew why Wei Huan called it over, and its eyes inevitably looked at the godhead in Wei Huan's hand. Wei Huan said, "Little monkey, do you know why I gave you the second godhead?" Little monkey shook his head, his eyes showing desire and the extremely clear ignorance. Wei Huan said, "The flying monkeys are a creative tribe. Your smart brains not only allow you to complete the transformation of the dead first, but also give birth to a large number of wise men among you. In the future, the dead will be all over the dirty world, and more wise men are needed here to develop technology and create civilization. You will become the current prime minister of the dead, and lead the dead to grow and develop. So after you are granted the godhood, you will go to the human race to learn and bring back all the knowledge with your smart brain." Little monkey, or undead leader, flying monkey, is the first group to transform from the dead to the dead when Wei Huan's dirty world evolved. In the past, they were auxiliary dead in Wei Huan's summoning team. Now, after being transformed into the dead, they have shown great advantages in IQ. The current dirty world is complex, with a large number of Wei Huan's dead summoned creatures, dark beasts dead, who still retain their animal nature, many half-dead with true spirits, wisdom and self-awareness, and a small number of dead who have completely completed the transformation. Those who have not yet transformed, are transforming, or have already transformed are all the souls of the dead from millions of years ago. They play the role of NPC in the challenge world and sink in the reincarnation, just to be able to create a strong enough human race one day to open the shackles of heaven and earth. In this life, they became Wei Huan's undead summons, and they constantly experienced life and death. They were souls with great contributions to the undead race, the human race, and Wei Huan, and they were souls with enough merits. Wei Huan hoped that after they slowly awakened their self-awareness, they could live peacefully in this paradise of the dirty world. He would distinguish the undead race from the undead summons, no longer consume their soul energy, and create a paradise suitable for the survival of the undead race in the dirty world. Of course, As Wei Huan's family, they must also bear the mission of fighting for Wei Huan when necessary. But most of the time, they were mainly preparing for war. Therefore, Wei Huan first chose the point beast after preparing for the war. Then he chose the leader of the flying monkey tribe, Xiaoho, in order to better manage the undead race. Humans cannot enter his dirty world, and even low-level gods will be affected by the law of death if they enter. Therefore, it is natural that the management of the dirty world is more suitable for native life. The little monkey happily put the divine power into his forehead. When the divine power condensed and the divine pattern appeared on his face, his clear eyes were filled with more wisdom and calmness, as if he had grown 100 years older overnight. He understood a lot more. Master, I will lead the dead souls to prosperity, and create a glorious era for the dead souls. Wei Huan nodded, thought for a while, and said, From now on, you will be called Hosai. Wei Huan, who wanted to call him Hosai Lei, paused and said, Your name is Hussein. As the appointed prime minister of the dead souls, it is better not to spoof the name. Although Wei Huan thought Hussein might not know the origin of the name, the old guys from Challenge World knew it. Hussein was very happy and knelt on one knee. Thank you for the name, master. Wei Huan nodded, and then said, It is one thing to preside over the civilization revival of the undead clan. In addition, your flying monkey clan is marginalized in the war of the undead army. You have to think of a way to solve this problem. Yes. Hussein did not feel difficult because of the increased responsibility, but was eager to try. However, Wei Huan was a little worried about whether he could take these projects. After thinking about it, he waved his hand again, and a child of the undead clan appeared out of thin air beside him. Hussein looked at the child curiously, and it looked no different, so he looked at Wei Huan in confusion. Wei Huan said, He is my teacher, the reincarnation of the previous Lord of Light, who is now experiencing reincarnation. He is destined to be weak and sickly in this life, and the body of the undead cannot bear his huge soul. After he becomes an adult, he will probably die soon. After hearing this, Hussein's eyes suddenly burst into joy. He did not feel burdened by his weakness and short life at all. Instead, he looked at the child, and then at Wei Huan in surprise. Wei Huan smiled and nodded, handed the child's hand to Hussein, and said, With the body of the undead, his memory will be restored at around 10 years old, and he will die at around 20 years old. Let him help you during these 10 years. Hussein nodded happily, and then respectfully called the child, Lord. The child was confused and did not understand. But Hussein didn't mind. As Wei Huan's summoned creature, he had existed for nearly 1,000 years, and he knew very well how powerful this Lord was. Even if it was only 10 years, it was enough to help him a lot. Moreover, the Lord was undergoing reincarnation to complete his residual soul. Even if he would come back soon after his death, he could always get help from this great being until the Lord's godhood returned to its place. After handing the child of the teacher's reincarnation to Hussein, Wei Huan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had the confidence to complete the teacher's soul, but the teacher was born in the kingdom of light, and was a natural light clan. Once the godhood returned to its place, it was very likely that his position would change. Wei Huan had been thinking about how to make the teacher closer to the human race and the dead spirits. Even if he returned to the throne of God one day, he would always be the best friend of the human race and the dead spirits. So after seeing Hussein, Wei Huan made a bold attempt. Let the teacher participate in the revival of the civilization of the dead souls. The more you give, the more you care, and the more reluctant you will be. Moreover, this kind of construction from scratch is like raising a baby with your own hands. It is difficult to let go even if the child grows up. Wei Huan sincerely hopes that the teacher can become a real one of his own. In this way, he will be relieved, and the little grudges in his heart will disappear, and he will trust the teacher wholeheartedly. As an absolute bloodline theorist, this is the best way he can think of. Watching Hussein take the child who was reincarnated by the teacher away and go to the slightly sloppy Dead Soul city, and the dead soul summoned by Hussein, seeing that he arranged the tasks in a clear and orderly manner and kept the teacher with him, Wei Huan temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. The two death godheads that had only been condensed until now had their destinations. One was given to Dian Beast, mainly for fighting. The other was given to Hussein, mainly for business. Before he was able to condense a new godhead, these two dominant-level undead leaders should be enough for the time being. Thinking of this, Wei Huan looked at Dian Beast again. After Dian Beast leaped into the dominant level, it began to upgrade its arsenal. Once the upgrade was completed, including Guzi, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and Xiao He, these 6 generations of grandparents and grandchildren would rise to a higher level in strength. I wonder if there will be a 7th generation by then, And the most amazing thing about Dian Beast is that every time it advances, it will gain a new special ability, whether it is floating ability, protective shield ability, or invisibility ability. It has given Wei Huan a lot of help over a long period of time in the past, allowing him to overcome one difficulty after another. What will be the last master level ability of the Point Beast? The waiting time is quite long. Do Lin has completely stabilized the godhood of the Space Master and opened his eyes to wait for him. Wei Huan sent his consciousness clone to Do Lin and carefully observed his eyes. There is indeed a story in these eyes. When obtaining the godhood of the Master, they will also obtain the inheritance of the previous Space Master. This is the dedication made by their predecessors for them. They will pass on their learning and experience in this way of memory without reservation. It's just that the memories are all in the first perspective, and it is possible that people will get lost in this perspective and turn themselves into the person in the memory. Inheriting all the memories of a person, in a way, can also be said to be the reincarnation of that person. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong have always emphasized that they are themselves, not someone's reincarnation, and they have their own chosen life, not a life that is forcibly given by a certain inexplicable former. But if Do Lin chooses to return to the identity of the Master of Space, Wei Huan will still support him although he feels sorry. When they were in the Dead Spirit clan, they were comrades in arms, and now they are naturally, and they will always be in the future. Brother Huan, I finally became the Master. When Do Lin saw Wei Huan appear, he first distinguished for a moment, and seemed to distinguish Wei Huan from the Dead Spirit Huan in his memory, and then said firmly, I have a lot more memories of the previous Master of Space in my mind, and I know how to take back the challenge to the world. Wei Huan nodded. He stepped forward and gently hugged Do Lin, and said in his ear, Welcome back. Do Lin's eyes were slightly moist. Yeah. The influx of massive memories, that is more than an era of memory. It is easy to drown the current memory of only 1,000 years. Only by firmly believing in everything in front of you and clearly choosing the life you want can you distinguish the difference between memory and self. In fact, it is not easy at all. But they all did it. The empathy that can only be experienced together is easier to move people. Wei Huan and Do Lin returned to Qiyuan Star together. Mu Zhong and others did not know that Do Lin had become the Master until they saw a trace of breath deliberately released by Do Lin. Although Su Qingqiang was envious, he still said calmly, I felt strange before. The boss became the Master when the Dark Lord invaded. At that time, the wind and clouds were surging and the sky and the earth changed color. I am afraid that even at the edge of the God's domain, you can feel the birth of a new Master. But 300 years later, when Master Mu Zhong became the Master, we were unaware of it. If Do Lin hadn't brought back the news, we wouldn't have known that Master Mu Zhong had succeeded. This is true for Master Mu Zhong and Do Lin. It seems that becoming a god in your ancient god world no longer arouses the laws of this world, nor can it form the laws of this world and complete the way of heaven. After saying this, Su Qingqiang looked around at the thoughtful crowd and said, if, as the queen said, this world is flawed, then what we are doing now is not destroying the crack in the vessel. After Wei Huan came back, the Mother of the Earth told everyone about her remarks. Although everyone was shocked and had their own ideas at the time, it was not until this moment that they thoroughly understood why Wei Huan was the wind that blew through the cracks. Although it was not intentional, now it seems that he is indeed destroying the integrity of this world. The Master level is not a casual god. Ming can be cut as leaks. The Master is the first person under the Emperor of Heaven, and it can be said that each Master is one of the representatives of the laws of heaven and earth, and is the most colorful and irreplaceable bright pattern engraved on the bottle. However, Wei Huan let the Master of Space and the Master of Time fall on his bottle, and these two are the Master-level existences that can only be cultivated in this world for several epochs. Or simply put, Wei Huan dug the corner of the heaven. Is this good? When Su Qingqiang finished speaking, the first reaction in everyone's mind was, is this good? However. But why is it not good? Since this heaven does not tolerate us, why not break this heaven, replace it? Chapter 496. Wei Huan and Do Lin went to Challenge World together. Fearing the revenge of the Lord of Light and others, his original plan was to go to Challenge World first and move the original stars that can breed humans, such as Blue Star and Kanglin Star, to the vicinity of Qiyuan Star. There is a reincarnation lotus guarding here, and Wei Huan can come back to guard at any time. It is the safest place. But now that Do Lin has become the Lord of Space, and the spatial order of Challenge World is set by the Lord of Space, plus the portability of the Lord of Space, he can directly pack up the entire Challenge World and take it away. The baby bus drove at full speed and arrived at Challenge World quickly, but it was not so easy for Do Lin to take Challenge World away. Do Lin floated outside the Challenge World and said, It's like a complex machine that has been running perfectly for a long time. Once it moves, it is likely to touch a tiny part, which will cause a complete collapse. I need to cover every corner of this world with the power of space to ensure that there is no omission, so that I can bring him back perfectly. There is another point. Do Lin looked at Wei Huan and said, changes in the environment will affect the survival of living beings. Even a high-level planet like Chiyuan Star has all kinds of unpredictable consequences after the earth-shaking changes. Moving the challenge world will change the environment more seriously. We are prepared. Wei Huan closed his eyes to think, and then opened his eyes and said, just do it. Okay. Do Lin nodded, and this sentence was enough. While Do Lin used his space ability to permeate the challenge world, Wei Huan was also thinking about the question Do Lin had just raised. What consequences will there be if the living environment of living beings changes dramatically? There is no doubt that it is a large-scale death of living beings. Wei Huan has reincarnation, and the souls of these living beings are in his reincarnation. Even if they all perish, it doesn't matter. They will eventually return to the human race and the undead race, and adapt to the environment from birth. But this behavior, which is equivalent to mass extinction of organisms, is obviously not the first choice, but the last bottom line. Wei Huan must consider how to make the living beings whose living environment has changed survive this difficult time at the lowest cost. Mu Zhong talked to Wei Huan through reincarnation. Migration must be carried out. The kingdom of the Lord of Light is preparing for a new round of war. Perhaps the next target is us. As a place with relatively weaker defense, the challenge world will definitely become their first choice. I will organize the gods to simulate the original environment of the challenge world as much as possible, and use 1,000 years to adapt and transform. No problem, just leave these things to me, I can handle it. Yeah. Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, don't make yourself too hard. Mu Zhong smiled. You are a master yourself. Don't you know how energetic the master can be? Really? I'm not very sure. Wei Huan's answer was questionable, and there was an ambiguous secret in his tone that only the two of them knew. Mu Zhong pretended to be angry. You are the master of the ancient gods, famous for your physical strength. In your opinion, the gap between us is naturally obvious, but if you are just doing some business management work, what does this consumption count for? Wei Huan smiled but said nothing. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan laughed and joked about this for a long time, until Mu Zhong was called away to do something else. Wei Huan ended the call, and saw that Do Lin was still using the power of time and space to challenge the world. It was still early to complete. Just when he was bored, a strange breath came from the dirty world between his eyebrows. Wei Huan was happy, knowing that the point beast had finally completed the advancement, and completely consolidated his dominance-level strength. He couldn't wait to sink his consciousness into the dirty world, and came to the side of the point beast. After becoming the master, the black and gold divine patterns on the point beast made it look a little evil, especially when the skirts on the back shell and tentacles spread out like a veil, giving people a great sense of oppression and fear of death. But after seeing Wei Huan, the point beast turned around, and turned into a member of the Dead Spirit clan. This is not surprising. The body of the law god is illusory and ever-changing. The godhead is indestructible, and the body is immortal. Besides, the point beast originally came from the Soul Luminous Dead Spirit clan. When it began to awaken its self-consciousness, it can transform into the form of the Dead Spirit clan at any time. The reason why it didn't change was naturally because Wei Huan used to sit on its back shell. As a vehicle, the shape of the jellyfish was more suitable for the beast. Now, after seeing Hussein's transformation into a dead spirit and being allowed, she also chose the dead spirit appearance that best suited her soul form, and appeared in front of Wei Huan for the first time. This was a very sexy and mature woman, with the appearance and breath of a dead spirit, and long white hair, all transformed by her tentacles. She was wearing a white cheongsam with a black and gold dragon painted on it. The side of the cheongsam was split to the root of the thigh, revealing a pair of straight and long legs. After seeing Wei Huan appear, she knelt on one knee and respectfully called, Master. Wei Huan looked at her new image, but his eyes had already seen her soul through her appearance, still in the familiar jellyfish form. Such a soul display also allowed Wei Huan to quickly adapt to her current form. But Dian Beast was a little nervous. He carefully observed Wei Huan's expression. If there was a hint of dissatisfaction, she could continue to choose the form of a crypt beast. Until Wei Huan nodded, it was considered to be an approval of her new form, which made Dian Beast greatly relieved. Wei Huan looked at her expression. Are you nervous? Dian Beast answered honestly, Yes, Master, as a summoned beast, I want to become a member of the same clan as the Master. I am usurping. It doesn't matter. Wei Huan looked deeper into the jellyfish soul, flickering the light of the dead soul. In that light group, he felt fanatical belief, the awareness of devoting everything and satisfaction. Most of the undead army is Wei Huan's embodiment of the law of death, but those special undead, who awakened their true spirits at the beginning and became leaders, or elites, are all dedications of the fanatics of the dead soul. In memory, the number of the undead army of the dead soul Huan was huge, but the combat effectiveness was far inferior to his. On the battlefield, the undead army was needed to advance together. Unlike the current Wei Huan, who truly achieved a one-man army, not counting the Chaos Hive, the combat effectiveness of his undead leaders was also very strong, and almost every undead leader reached the main god level. This was naturally because the fellow undeads were always with him. They completely dedicated their souls to him, and became the powerful true spirits in his undead army. They were his soldiers and generals, and followed him forever. In this counterattack against the struggle between heaven and earth, it was not only the dominant leaders who were the highlight, but every undead was contributing all their strength. With unity, we will eventually be reborn. So Wei Huan, who saw through everything, just smiled and said, "Just do what you like." He was more curious about something else. "What ability did you awaken this time?" Dian Beast replied, "Reproduction." "Reproduction?" Wei Huan's reaction was to go to the Zerg nest and search for the Zerg queen. After that, Wei Huan pondered for a moment and simply asked directly why. Dian Beast explained, "The reproduction ability obtained this time is the life force from nothing. I will plant the seeds of life in the abandoned kingdom of God in the God's domain. They will devour the remaining power of the kingdom of God and break out of their shells, becoming a member of the undead army and continuing to serve the master." Wei Huan listened and understood. Dian Beast's previous arsenal ability was fundamentally derived from him. The crypt beasts and face huggers in the arsenal were all created by Wei Huan through the law of death, which was limited by both Dian Beast's level and Wei Huan's ability. This is also the reason why, although the number of undead recruited by the point beast is large, the upper limit is very limited, and it does not have the real unlimited expansion ability like the Zerg mother nest. Therefore, the point beast will use the last precious awakening opportunity to break this shackle. From then on, the point beast will not need to waste Wei Huan's law power when expanding its army. It will devour the remaining power of the gods in the abandoned kingdom of God, transform it into its own power, and solve the problem of divine pattern excavation. It can be said that the crypt beast will become a very terrifying force in the future divine domain, and even multiply like a virus, filling the world. The heavenly Tao might intervene to stop him, but this was originally a war against heaven. Wei Huan had decided to break this world and create a perfect world of his own. The ability that the dot beast evolved could not be said to be good, but very good. Wei Huan looked at the dot beast and said, "Then from today on, you will leave my side and do whatever you want. When I need you, I will naturally summon you to my side." The dot beast bowed and agreed. But before leaving, the dot beast pushed a little girl in front of Wei Huan with both hands. The little girl looked 3 or 4 years old, and also had the aura of the undead, but she looked more like a child from the Yen kingdom of the human race. She was wearing a puffy skirt, and as soon as she appeared, she circled around Wei Huan, giggling, and finally hugged Wei Huan's legs. Rubbed. Wei Huan glanced at the little girl's soul, and a loving smile appeared in his eyes. This is Guzi. The lively and cute Guzi turned out to be a little girl. He raised his hand and touched the little girl's head. The little girl looked up at him and showed him a clear smile. Although she was in human form, she was just a simple and immature child because she had no godhood. Dian Shou looked at the dog tenderly and then said to Wei Huan, "She wants to stay by your side. In addition to the ability to reproduce, she has all the abilities I had before. I hope she can help you when I am not with my master. I am thoughtful." Wei Huan nodded, raised his finger, and touched the dog's forehead. The little girl turned into a palm-sized jellyfish again, swam to Wei Huan's shoulder and stopped. Wei Huan could feel that his mental power was being nourished by the power released by the dog. Finally, the beast looked at Wei Huan, and when he looked at the outside world, there was a bit of expectation and a bit of trepidation in his eyes, and finally he broke through the air and left. Wei Huan watched the beast leave, letting her do her own thing. They always maintained the connection between the summoner and the summoned, so they could contact each other at any time. Wei Huan could also know the beast's plan and summon her to his side at any time. In this summoning mode, Wei Huan's combat effectiveness would not change, just like having an absolutely trusted and powerful assistant who could help him do things that he could not do at the same time. If there is any problem, it is probably that the beast with the godhead also has the weakness of the godhead. She can't die easily. Although Wei Huan can revive her, the Godhead may be lost. That is the Godhead born in his world. When necessary, he will personally take it back. Apart from this, there is nothing else. The dot beast had gone far away. Wei Huan felt the connection between the two sides. Then he looked at Dou Lin, who was still in the same posture. But it was obvious that his immersion in the challenge world had come to an end. The challenge world was a space master who had lived for nearly 2 eras. The world he set up also contained the power of the life master. It was not something that a new master like Dou Lin could take away at will. If he did not have all the memories of the former space master and knew all the key points, he would never be able to move the challenge world. In the past million years, the light master was so arrogant, but he did not come to the challenge world to cause trouble. The restrictions set up in it were extraordinary. Therefore, the Lord of Light, who already thought he had won, did not want to pay the price to explore the challenge world. Now Dou Lin, who had reached the end, had sweat on his face, and the body of the Lord that had just condensed was trembling slightly. Wei Huan's consciousness felt that Dou Lin could not bear the weight of the challenge world, which caused the challenge world to shake. Even if it was just a slight shake, it was a natural disaster for some worlds in the periphery. At this time, in the challenge world, many demigods and domain masters of the 9th level world flew out in an organized manner, and went to various worlds through the caves dug by the Sky Demon. It was enough for the demigod level masters to protect a small world with all their strength. Finally, the trembling challenge world suddenly shrank and entered Dou Lin's body like a beam of light. As the god of space, every cell in Dou Lin's body is like a big world, with interlaced spatial dimensions, and the space inside is truly vast and boundless. Even Wei Huan is far behind. Dou Lin successfully placed the challenge world in his body space, and then he opened his eyes, with a sigh of relief. Wei Huan said, "Thanks for your hard work." Dou Lin shook his head. "Let's leave here first. Before coming here, Brother Mu Zhong has already determined the location of the challenge world, which is just within the coverage of your reincarnation, behind the Chaos Source Gap and Qiyuan Star. In the future, Qiyuan Star will be an outpost to fight against evil beasts, cultivate high-quality talents, and set up as a military planet. The challenge world will continue to operate according to the previous rules, cultivate and select excellent talents, and fill them into the Legion." Wei Huan nodded. "Okay, don't keep everyone waiting, we will go back now." It's a pity that Wei Huan's reincarnation cannot pass through any living person except him, so the two can only take the baby bus back. However, as a dominant level vehicle, baby bus has an amazing speed. It only took about an hour to return from Challenge World to Qiyuan Star. As planned at the beginning, Challenge World was placed behind Qiyuan Star. As an important cradle of civilization development, it was carefully protected. Mu Zhong and Dou Lin applied more dominant level means to it to ensure that even if the Chaos Emperor took action himself, it would not be so easy to damage Challenge World. Of course, after all this was arranged, the leaders of various tribes such as Titan, Duojwola, and Jin now had the right to enter and exit Challenge World freely, and go to Qiyuan Star to participate in various meetings and activities. However, as veterans in managing Challenge World forces, there was no need to let them do things they were not good at. Whatever job they had before, they would continue to do it later. After these things were done, 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Wei Huan hardly practiced, often traveled between Qiyuan Star and Ancient God Realm, and remained highly vigilant about the movements of the Lord of Light. He even explored the deepest part of the Chaos Source twice. After confirming that the war against the human race would not start for the time being, he urged the gods headed by Mu Zhong to continue the rapid development of the human race, and prepare for the war that was destined to happen in the future. That day, Wei Huan was discussing the war alliance with Titan Ancient God and other gods in the Ancient God Realm. Mu Zhong's voice rang in his ears. "Wei Huan, come back quickly, orange juice is not working." Wei Huan's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were stunned. His change of expression made the meeting hall, which was still in constant controversy, quiet down instantly. When Titan Ancient God spoke, he was so cautious that he didn't even know it. "Leader Wei, do you have any ideas about this proposal? You can directly propose that the human race and the ancient gods send out advanced teams at the same time, considering that the human race now has more ancient gods than us, not that we are afraid of war." Wei Huan blinked, and came back to his senses from the dizzy state as if he had been punched. Then he looked at the Titan Ancient God and said, "This war is a battle of life and death. Both our tribes will spare no effort to make the final war go smoothly. Just do as you say. But I have to leave now for an urgent matter. You can discuss the details with the people I brought with me. If you can't decide, you can wait until I come back." After saying this, Wei Huan had already stood up eagerly, and turned to step into the reincarnation passage behind him. The power of death spread in the conference room, and the undead sang sad elegy and welcomed their master. The cold, sad, and thick discomfort spread in the conference room. The Titan ancient god looked at Wei Huan's back, felt the sadness of this leader, and dared not say another word. What happened? Would it make this existence, who was already as strong as the emperor, so sad that his back was desolate? Wei Huan returned to the temple of Qiyuan Star through reincarnation. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his spiritual sense swept across the entire planet, and then he took another step. The power of death engulfed his figure, and the next second he appeared in a 3-story building. This is a very ordinary building in Qiyuan Star. Although the identities of those who can live in this area are all special, they are the most core people in the human management. However, this building is still prepared for mortals. Those who have not become demigods, even if they are at the domain level, can only be considered mortals. Mortals have a limited lifespan, will be tortured by illness and pain, and will die. Today, in this ordinary building, the most core and top part of the human leaders so far came. Mu Zhong, Dou Lin, Su Qingqiang, Cui Gu, Jacques and Captain Shui, these great beings who have achieved the body of gods and have endless lifespans, are like the most ordinary mortals, helplessly crowded in this small room, with sad eyes. In the room, a man with white hair and beard, wrinkled face, and age spots is dying. His cloudy eyes are half closed, and his lips open and close weakly, looking at the ceiling in front of him, as if he is in a daze, or waiting for someone. The demigod Xiaoyu sat by the bed, her hands have been releasing healing power, while retaining the man's last vitality, while saying, "Stupid, you always don't practice when I ask you to practice, now you feel better, right? You are dying, do you regret it?" The old man seemed not to hear, just staring at the ceiling. The chubby, festive face in the memory is now as thin as a skeleton, and the turbid eyes no longer have the obsession and love for food. Before dying, every old man seemed to be the same, with only a pile of bones left, and all the spirit was gone. But even Xiaoyu, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't help but shed tears. He said to himself, "I know you are not afraid of death. With the boss here, what does death mean? But you, the orange juice in everyone's memory, are gone after all. Do you know that if you die too much, your soul will not be able to bear the collapse and will die truly? So when you come back, I will definitely let them give you the most rigorous remedial class to get rid of your gluttonous heart. You are not allowed to relax until you become a god." I don't know if it was the last sentence that stimulated Lu Qingji, or if he really reached the last moment, and his breath was weakening uncontrollably. Death is robbing him of his last chance of life. Xiaoyu's tears fell, and she choked and said, "Just kidding, don't be so angry. With the boss here, you can live for 1,000,000 years as you please. Just wait a little longer, the boss will be back." Mu Zhong's eyes were red, and he looked at Lu Qingji's expectant eyes and sighed. "I have informed your boss, he will be back soon." As soon as the voice fell, the strong law of death descended, and a door of death appeared on the ceiling. The dark door was engraved with complex divine patterns, skulls and angels, ancient gods and undead, interweaving a strange and twisted pattern on it. The heavy door slowly opened to both sides, and the god of death walked out. Everyone looked up at the visitor, some bowed respectfully, some showed admiration, and some shed tears the moment they saw him. Lu Qingji, who was on his deathbed, had a fierce light in his eyes, and he was full of energy. He raised his withered hand, opened and closed his mouth, and made a hoarse voice as if there was thick phlegm in his throat. "Boss!" Tears rolled down. Alas! Wei Huan sighed and held the hand. A skinny soul was pulled out of this exhausted body. In the process of being pulled out, the soul expanded rapidly. The old man's face quickly turned into a young man, his height grew taller again, and his body expanded like a blown bread. His chubby face smiled with narrowed eyes, revealing a festive atmosphere of peace and prosperity. "Boss!" he shouted again, throwing himself into Wei Huan's arms like a white Labrador. "You finally came to pick me up. I missed you so much. I haven't seen you for 300 years. Have you forgotten orange juice?" At the end, the 8-foot-tall man burst into tears. "I haven't seen you for 300 years. Woohoo! Chapter 497. What can Wei Huan say? This fatty is crying, so of course he has to be comforted. He held the fat man's soul tightly, wiped the tears from his face, looked at the guy who was crying non-stop, and said kindly, "Don't cry, I will arrange everything for you after reincarnation. I will temporarily collect your memory, so that you won't be lazy and greedy and don't practice well. When you become a god, time will have no meaning." Lu Qingji pouted, "Can't I be by your side?" "Wait until you become a god. Actually, I am also very happy to be a small person." As long as I can be by the boss side, I will be satisfied. Don't talk nonsense. You can't come back if you don't become a god. But what if I don't? What about talent? What if you just can't become a god? Then I see you in the next life. Wow. Boss, you are so cruel. I don't want it. How about you turn me into a dead spirit and make me your summoned undead so that I can accompany you? I don't raise lazy and greedy summons, so you should be a good person. But I don't want to lose my memory. I don't want to forget Boss Moo, Brother Chong, Do Lin, woo woo woo. Wei Huan felt that all the sadness just now was wasted. Could this guy be the salted fish god in his previous life? He didn't want to practice even after he died, and just wanted to lie down and hug his thighs. Unable to bear this guy's noise, Wei Huan grabbed his wrist and threw him behind him, throwing him directly into the reincarnation. Boss, the scream stopped abruptly, and the world was quiet. Wei Huan turned around and looked at everyone. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, he regained his leadership posture and said, I will take care of Lu Qingji's matter. You all can go away. Su Qingqiang, Do Lin and I will come. After saying that, Wei Huan reached out his hand to Mu Zhong again. Let's go back to the temple. The death gate that led the dead souls was transformed into a void passage. In the thick fog, it slowly closed and disappeared completely. The people who saw them off stood up and looked at Lu Qingji, who was lying on the bed and had no breath, and they couldn't feel any sadness. Xia Yu covered her face and told the people around her, bury Mr. Lu according to the previous arrangement. These challengers who were only level 9, or even less than level 9, did not see the scene of Lu Qingji's soul being dragged away just now. They couldn't even observe Wei Huan's existence. If it weren't for the reaction of the gods, they wouldn't know that the leader of the human race had been here. When burying Lu Qingji's body, they couldn't help but shed some tears. But the gods who saw this scene with their own eyes couldn't cry at all, and even felt it was good. Abandoning this weak, sick, and untalented body, through reincarnation, he is destined to be rich in the next life, and maybe his final achievements will be higher than theirs. So what is there to be sad about? Let's go home. Although the farewell and burial of Lu Qingji's body were held in a grand manner, some small rumors spread, because Wei Huan and others did not attend. This is unavoidable. Even if Wei Huan and others have reached the level of master, human nature is like this, unless they are a group life, like the swarm of insects. But the reason why humans are strong and can become strong in such a short time is because everyone is himself, and has his own glory. Therefore, even if Wei Huan could listen to some rumors under the table, he did not deal with them. At this moment, he was in his own temple, with Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang and Do Lin who came back with him. I thought Wei Huan called them to talk about the upcoming war, but Wei Huan summoned Lu Qingji's soul again. Then Wei Huan looked at the three people. Did you find anything? After Lu Qingji was thrown into reincarnation by Wei Huan, all his memories were taken away by Wei Huan. At this moment, he was like a newborn baby, falling into a long sleep, waiting for the arrival of a new life after reincarnation. In a sense, Lu Qingji was no longer there at this moment. Although Mu Zhong and others were not uncomfortable, they also lamented that life was impermanent, and that they could not jump out of reincarnation without becoming gods. Even if they became gods, it would be difficult to survive the epical calamity. Life was limited. Only the emperor could successfully survive the calamity in the world. Even the master had to rely on the emperor's protection to successfully enter the next era. Their complicated feelings were precisely because of the reincarnation of heaven that even gods could not escape. Looking at Lu Qingji's soul, all the past events came to mind. Since the encounter in the secondary world, they have been destined to be together for 1,000 years. Fortunately, Wei Huan is in charge of the reincarnation of death, so this 1,000-year fate can obviously continue. What are you going to do? Mu Zhong was about to ask Wei Huan about his arrangements for Lu Qingji, when suddenly the corner of his eye flashed, as if a strong light had descended on his iris. He turned his head in surprise, and saw the strong light on Lu Qingji's soul fade away. Su Qingqiang and Do Lin also noticed it and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Wei Huan looked at Lu Qingji's soul and said, "This is why I called you here." It was at this time that the strong light on Lu Qingji's soul faded, and his soul returned to a dim state again, just like most ordinary souls, or even a little dimmer. As we all know, a brilliant soul is destined to shine, and the souls of the few people here are the most shining among the billions of creatures. Therefore, they are not only talented and have high achievements, but the key is that as they gradually succeed, they will attract more energy to make their souls brighter. Just like lucky people, more luck will come. In addition, including Captain Shui, Brother Chui and others, because their souls are bright, they also give more energy to bless their souls around Wei Huan and others, so they eventually become gods and escape from the reincarnation of mortals. On the contrary, those who died young, were sickly, and were unlucky all have one thing in common, that is, their souls are dim. Now looking at Lu Qingji's soul in this way, you will find that his soul is much dimmer than that of normal people, which is very abnormal. With such a dark soul, it is reasonable to say that there is no possibility of meeting them. After all, after 1,000 years of getting along, even with the strength of their souls at the level of the master, they were unable to nourish Lu Qingji's soul to the point of glowing, which shows how weak his soul was originally. A soul that is too weak may not even be born and will die in the mother's body. But Lu Qingji was not only born and grew up smoothly, but also lived for 1,000 years. From this point of view, there is obviously something strange about Lu Qingji. However, facing this phenomenon, Su Qingqiang smiled. I know that birds of a feather flock together, and there will be no real mortals around us. We were born to respond to the calamity, and the people around us are destined to come to respond to the calamity. Even if a few are different, they must be special. Orange Juice has been with us for thousands of years, but he still looks lazy and greedy. The key is that he can't make any progress after reaching the realm level. The resources we gave him could make a pig into a pig god, but he could let himself die of old age. I felt something was wrong a long time ago. After hearing what Su Qingqiang said, Dolin finally understood why he felt anxious but relaxed every time he saw Uncle Orange Juice. Strictly speaking, Dolin was brought up by Lu Qingji. When Lu Qingji was busy in the kitchen, Dolin would set up the dishes and greet people in the cafeteria. When he was a child, he was taught by Lu Qingji about changing clothes, studying, and the principles of dealing with people. He and Lu Qingji were very close. After he found that Lu Qingji was obviously getting older, he became very anxious and took out his own cultivation resources and gave them to Lu Qingji. It was probably because of his concern that he was confused. It was not until Su Qingqiang finished speaking that he suddenly realized what he had been feeling wrong. Brother Huan, what is the strangeness of Brother Orange Juice? Dolin spoke expectantly. Mu Zhong also nodded and said, in fact, I have always had this strange feeling. Even my mother and Cece have long cultivated to the level of demigods, but Orange Juice has always been at the field level beside us. Occasionally, I have thought about exploring the secrets of Orange Juice. But 300 years ago, the Lord of Darkness attacked us, and then I was on the verge of death. I only returned recently, but Orange Juice has died of old age. In fact, as a domain level, a lifespan of 1,000 years seems a bit short. When I heard that Orange Juice was dying, I was very surprised. Su Qingqiang said, I did investigate, but unfortunately I only have the ability of a middle-level god, and I am not good at soul system, so I didn't find any problems at all. In addition, the boss is the one who controls reincarnation. For us, death is not the end, but a better beginning. Captain Shue's wife Xuxue was reincarnated from the past. She has not even reached the realm level before she reaches adulthood. So I didn't take it seriously, and I didn't make up my mind to explore it. Now it seems that Orange Juice came with a secret, and left with a secret. Now that I have found something strange, I have to figure it out. Finally, when Su Qingqiang finished speaking, the three of them looked at Wei Huan with 6 eyes. Wei Huan nodded and said, that's right. It wasn't until I came into contact with his soul that I realized something was wrong. Let's try it first. Using the characteristics of reincarnation, we can explore his past, and maybe we will have the answer. After saying this, the shadow of the black and white lotus appeared on Lu Qingji's soul. Lu Qingji was like lying in the heart of the white lotus, and the black lotus was like a reflection in the water. On the back of the lotus, in the heart of the flower, there was also a reflection of Lu Qingji. The black and white lotus slowly turned, and Lu Qingji's reflection in the black lotus began to change, like an inverted reflection. His soul slowly shrank, turned into a child, then a baby, and finally grew up suddenly and became an old man with another appearance. Is this Orange Juice's previous life? After seeing this, Mu Zhong raised his hand and wiped it. The river of time appeared at his feet. He tapped the river lightly with his toes, and fished out a mirror of time from the river. The diamond-shaped mirror of time floated above Lu Qingji, and as it rotated, the image of the previous life appeared in the mirror. Lu Qingji in the previous life was still a lucky man. Born in a wealthy family, he lived a peaceful and smooth life, and died at the age of 100 without illness. The lotus of reincarnation rotates, another circle. The mirror of time reflects Lu Qingji's previous life. Born into a wealthy family, he lived a peaceful and smooth life, died at the age of 100 without any illness. The lotus of reincarnation rotates. The mirror of time reflects Lu Qingji's previous life, the previous life, and the previous N lives are presented in front of everyone, revealing a sense of human-machine weirdness. Born well, without illness and pain, safe and smooth, and lived a 100-year-old life. But his life was dull, and he did nothing, as if he just came to this world to enjoy a peaceful life, and any changes in the world had nothing to do with him. Su Qingqiang said most sensitively, and he has no wife, children, or descendants. He came naked and left naked, as if it was arranged. Could it be the handiwork of that person? After saying this, Su Qingqiang's eyes sharpened instantly, and he looked at Lu Qingji with a little more scrutiny. If the heavenly Tao had unknowingly placed a chess piece among them, that would be terrible. Let's see first. Mu Zhong didn't want to rely on this little evidence to prove that Lu Qingji had a problem. The feelings they had in the past would not lie. Even if Lu Qingji might really have a relationship with the heavenly Tao, he had never done anything to let them down from beginning to end, so this matter still needed to be investigated. In the end, if Lu Qingji had no relationship with the heavenly Tao, then everyone would be happy. If there was, we had to confirm it again and again. Because Lu Qingji's situation might be related to the heavenly Tao, the atmosphere became much more solemn for a while, and there was silence for a long time. Finally, in the 18th life, Lu Qingji's soul no longer appeared on the mirror of time. There was only a thick white fog in the mirror, which did not change for a long time. Su Qingqiang asked nervously, "Is this the end?" He did not awaken any memory, so he could only ask, "Can anyone tell me what this represents?" Dou Lin's face was very tense, and he said, "It means that he has no great merits, and he appeared out of thin air, but he enjoys wealth and honor for generations, and he died of 100 years old. It is obviously arranged by some great existence. If Brother Huan did not make such an arrangement, then only the heavenly Tao has the ability to deal with the reincarnation of the soul. So, it has been confirmed that it was the heavenly Tao's handiwork." Su Qingqiang frowned and lit a cigarette for himself. While puffing out smoke, his brows were so tight that they could pinch a fly to death. Mu Zhong said, "It's not time to draw a conclusion yet." He explained, "The cycle of reincarnation is still turning, and the time mirror is still running, which means that Orange Juice's soul is not created out of nothing, and he has a predecessor." Dou Lin and Su Qingqiang seemed to see hope, and their expressions improved. Dou Lin asked again hesitantly, "What about now?" Mu Zhong said, tracing back to the source, "Wei Huan's reincarnation is still turning, so my time mirror can still trace back to the source. The soul source can reach the end. Even if it is the hand of heaven, with the combined power of the two of us, we can find the answer. How long will it take?" Mu Zhong shook his head and said, "As long as the reincarnation and the time mirror are still running, it is a good thing, which means there is a source, and it did not appear out of thin air. Be patient and wait, there will be results." This wait lasted for half a month. Therefore, the four of them, who had the closest relationship with Lu Qingji, and were also the core leaders of the current human race, were unable to attend Lu Qingji's funeral. If they had not been stopped by this incident, even if they knew that Lu Qingji's soul had been reincarnated, they would still appear at the funeral and bid farewell to Lu Qingji's life. In the Temple of Death, the power of death permeates all day long. Non-death practitioners and gods cannot stay here at all, and the heaven and earth cut off the power of death. There are very few mortals who can practice the power of death. Therefore, the Temple of Death has become the most yearning and terrifying place on Qiyuan Star. Standing alone at the highest point of the temple group, the believers who come and go from other temples will look at the Temple of Death on the highest mountain these days, and feel the strong law of death coming from there. Although these believers do not believe in the law of death, their worship of Wei Huan has never stopped, and they dare not forget for a moment that it is the existence of leader Wei Huan that supports the light of the human race. Salute to the Temple of Death from afar, pray to the leader of the human race, feel the increasingly strong power of death, even covering the entire mountain. This situation has never happened before, so the leader of the believers was surprised to ask the gods, who could be contacted. The leader is in the temple, but the situation in the temple is very abnormal. Do we need to do anything? The god who answered him was Captain Shui. Don't worry, they are doing something very important. After saying this, Captain Shui stood by the window and looked at the Temple of Death filled with black fog. He already knew everything and prayed nervously in his heart, hoping to get a good result. At this moment, in the temple, Wei Huan and others were nervously waiting for the final result. Just yesterday, the thick fog in the mirror of time finally changed. The white fog turned gray. Now, after a day, the gray fog has turned into black fog. Mu Zhong sensed the change in the black fog and said, "Be careful. We are not far from finding out the truth. If it is the work of that person, he will definitely cut off the source, and may even use this to attack us." I do it, Dolin said, operating the space prism. The refraction from countless spaces distorted their area and hid them in the deepest part of the space. Even if Tiandao came, it would take a long time to explore and be sensed by Dolin, so he took precautions in advance. Su Qingqiang is not strong enough now, and can't help anything. Instead, he is protected by Dolin behind. But he has a good mentality. He knows the reason why his cultivation speed is so slow. If he is willing to start over to cultivate the law of life, he is now one of the masters of mankind. However, the facts have proved that he, who has no memory, made the best decision this time. Compared with playing with plant growth and treating the wounded, he likes to improve himself through fighting. Just like playing a game where you can gain experience points by killing monsters, living life like a game makes him feel interesting and look forward to every day. Therefore, even though he was protected by everyone, and there was no way he could help in this situation, Su Qingqiang still lit a cigarette for himself leisurely and said, looking back on the time of so many days, how many years have passed? Mu Zhong said, nearly 1,000,000 years. Su Qingqiang said, so long? Mu Zhong said, time has no meaning to me. Going to any time point in this era is just a snap of a finger. But the origin of reincarnation needs to be slowly searched, exploring the marks left on reincarnation in the past. Su Qingqiang said, 1,000,000 years is a bit of a subtle time point. The extinction of the dead spirits was 1,000,000 years ago? Have we returned to that time point now? Mu Zhong shook his head. It is now 4,000,000 years ago, and the extinction of the dead spirits was 9,000,000 years ago, nearly 10,000,000 years ago. Su Qingqiang nodded, and when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up. It came out, there is a shadow. Everyone also saw a figure slowly walking in the thick black fog. When the fog dissipated, a tall and strong figure was revealed, with a pair of black horns on his head pointing to the sky, and a simple and honest smile. Mu Zhong and Dolin looked at Wei Huan at the first time. Wei Huan's memory was madly impacted by this figure, and the reincarnation tracing was stuck for a moment, and the shadow in the mirror of time dissipated. Wei Huan looked at the empty mirror, and the soul of Lu Qingji sleeping in the lotus, and fell into a long silence. Su Qingqiang looked around and said, who is this? Your expressions are weird and scary. After a brief silence, Mu Zhong said, big guy. Big guy? Su Qingqiang repeated in confusion, that looks like a demon. Is he from the abyss? Yes, he is the leader of the abyss, the lord of the abyss, or in other words, he is the lord of the abyss with dominant power, but because the dominant godhood of the abyss is in the body of the dead soul Huan, he has remained at the lord god level for a long time. However, his strength is not weak at all, and his combat power far exceeds the domination level. He is a top genius in combat. After speaking, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan again, and seeing that Wei Huan did not interrupt him, and was listening to him, he continued, he saved the young dead soul Huan in the abyss, and then accompanied dead soul Huan on the road of revenge until he became the leader of the dead souls. In the battle with the great emperor-level forces, he has been highly active, and is a god of war-level existence. Oh! Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Isn't this the path I want to take? I am the god of the abyss. Could it be that you have made a wrong judgment? Could it be that I have a part of his soul? Su Qingqiang thought so. He liked being a god of war. But Wei Huan shook his head and said, I have looked for him, but I didn't find any trace of him in the reincarnation. I know he should be reincarnated and live somewhere in the world, waiting to see him again in the future. It turns out that he has been with me for a long time. Mu Zhong walked to Wei Huan, grabbed his hand, and patted it to comfort him. Wei Huan smiled, but his smile was a little bitter. When he looked up again, he looked at Su Qingqiang and said, you are not him, but you and I, all of us have received his kindness. Now it seems that he has been practicing hard for the next 6,000,000 years, and finally developed the ancient god body suitable for our human beings. Su Qingqiang's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Lu Qingji in disbelief. The ancient god body practice method that is crucial to us. Researched by Orange Juice? Oh my god, what a surprise, a magical turn that I can't even dream of. Mu Zhong said, no, it was not Orange Juice who researched it, but the big guy. Perhaps it is because of this great merit that he will enjoy the highest blessings in his reincarnation after reincarnation. Looking at Lu Qingji again, and his previous happy life of 18 lives, it is completely understood. The big guy is very important to Xiling Huan. He is both a father and a friend. Moreover, the big guy has also researched the ancient god body practice method. Therefore, even if Xiling Huan is gone, reincarnation will retain Xiling Huan's expectations for the big guy and give him the best life. Mu Zhong thought of this and asked Wei Huan again, the big guy is a master god, how did he fall? When the wheel of reincarnation shines on the figure, the life experience will be engraved on the wheel of reincarnation, and Wei Huan can see everything. But Wei Huan fell into a certain emotion, lowered his eyes slightly, and did not speak. There was deep sadness in his eyes. Chapter 498. Mu Zhong sighed when he saw Wei Huan's condition, and didn't ask any more questions. Su Qingqiang said, "Big guy is its name." Mu Zhong said, "In the abyssal language, his name means big guy." Su Qingqiang's larynx trembled, and he made a complex sound that resonated with the cranial cavity, and then asked, "Is it this name?" Mu Zhong nodded, "Yes, that's the name." Su Qingqiang scratched his head. "So what it means now is that I took Orange Juice's position as a god and took the abyssal clan away with me, so he couldn't practice. It shouldn't be like this." Mu Zhong went to see Wei Huan again, waiting for his explanation. Wei Huan was immersed in the vortex of memory, watching everything that the big guy experienced after the separation. After saying goodbye to the dead Huan, the big guy fell into confusion for a long time. He didn't know where to start, and he didn't know whether he could complete it. He just thought, tried, and did all kinds of useless work every day. Until one day, the army of the Lord of Light won, the undead clan was completely destroyed, and the news of the great victory spread throughout the god's domain. The big guy went to the agreed place like a zombie. There, he saw the huge kingdom of God that was transformed from the bones of his former companions. The kingdom of God was still there, but his companions were all gone. He was left alone, facing the enemies full of dangers, the endless and lonely future, and the mission that seemed impossible to complete. It was so difficult that it made people despair. But the big guy still persisted because of a promise and the determination to never give up. Because of the dead soul. In order to study the secrets of the ancient god body, he hunted a large number of ancient gods like crazy, and the ancient gods, who were tortured to death in the experiment, were thrown into the energy pool of the challenge world by him. He sneaked around like an experimental madman. He knew that the dead souls and the ancient gods were allied, but he had to do it. He took a huge risk and dissected almost all the ancient gods he could catch. Until he finally found the secret of the powerful flesh and the bleeding universe from the ancient gods, he ended this crazy behavior. Then, he experimented on the Abyss tribe. After the Abyss tribe died in batches and could not meet his experimental requirements, he began to experiment on himself. For a long 6 million years, the genes in his body collapsed and reorganized, over and over again, until he finally found the correct method of cultivation, and he also came to the end of his life. In the last time, he sealed the ancient god body cultivation method into the bodies of 5 Abyss tribes, set up a mysterious ancestral land with strict screening, and then buried the ancient god crystal. Because of the research, there were not many ancient god crystals left. Worried that they might not be enough, he buried himself deep in the ancestral land at the last moment of his life, and condensed himself into the last ancient god crystal. Thus, he completely died. Wei Huan's chest hurt so much that he couldn't help crying. In the memory of the dead Huan, the existence of the big guy accompanied him throughout his life, just like a family member. He didn't expect that in the next 6 million years, the big guy would live so hard to fulfill his promise. Especially at the end of his life, when his genes began to collapse, and even the main god's godhood could not maintain his body, he completed every experiment with difficulty in the form of rotten meat for a very long time. Human beings, including myself, have been nourished by that rotten meat, and have grown to this day. Such a great existence naturally wants to enjoy the greatest blessing. It was so painful when I was alive, and I just need to be happy in the next life. Wei Huan can now fully understand Lu Qingji's salted fish mentality. The pain of the previous life remains in his soul. Even if he reincarnates for 18 times, he still cannot get rid of the fear of decay, so they have the Lu Qingji they know. Eat, sleep, enjoy, fill the desire for material things to make up for the pain of living. It's too complicated a story, Wei Huan told Mu Zhong through the entanglement of the soul. After receiving that memory instantly, Mu Zhong also fell into a long silence. After a long time he said, "In the next life, Orange Juice can do whatever he wants. We talk about it when he has had enough fun." Wei Huan nodded, "Okay." After that, Su Qingqiang, who knew everything, also nodded and said, "That's right, Orange Juice was born to enjoy happiness. This time, we will support him and protect him from generation to generation. Happy life." Dolan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled. "I find a good family for him." Or the Lu family. Well, the Lu family is blessed, and I believe that Orange Juice will be very happy in that family. It's a pity that Orange Juice doesn't have any children, otherwise the children would take care of him. What's going on? The ancestors are not ancestors, and the descendants are not descendants. But speaking of it, How come orange juice in the reincarnation has no marriage and no children? Is this considered a blessing? What is a blessing? It depends on the person. I think orange juice is very happy to study food every day. It seems that he is born without a love nerve. Su Qingqiang recalled the Abyss clan in his ancient god world, and it seemed that they had no concept of love. The Abyss clan was like wild beasts in some ways, and they liked to fight and fight for territory. Men and women were together for reproduction. Even if both parties had several children, they still lived alone. Thinking of this, Su Qingqiang scratched his head. What if one day Orange Juice doesn't want to play anymore and starts to practice seriously? Will I give him the position of the Abyss clan and the Abyss king? Do you want to give it back to him? Mu Zhong asked. Su Qingqiang thought about it and shook his head. No, this tribe and the law of the Abyss are very similar to my temper. If he doesn't want it sincerely, I won't give it to him. But if he is serious and has thought it through, I won't argue with him. There is no need for my own brothers. Mu Zhong thought of something and smiled. In my memory, the big guy is good at fighting, strong, stubborn, but has a very soft heart. Maybe you two are rebellious. We collect some resources on the law of life. If he can embark on the path of understanding life, it will be the best of both worlds. Su Qingqiang snapped his fingers. Good idea. Wei Huan here also sorted out his mood, put Lu Qingji's soul back into reincarnation, and guided him all the way back to the Lu family. The Lu family actually has no direct descendants of Lu Qingji. After Grandma Lu passed away, Lu Qingji was the only one left in the Lu family, and there was a huge amount of wealth. After the Lu family's branch found Lu Qingji and came to Qiyuan Star, it grew rapidly and was very successful in both business and politics. The only regret was that the family did not produce any demigods, which was probably the only regret of the Lu family. Lu Qingji is the absolute ancestor of the Lu family. In addition, there are no demigods in the Lu family, so his position is as solid as a rock. Of course, this may also be Lu Qingji's blessing. Any factors that affect his good life will be eliminated by the reincarnation. Lu Qingji is a typical hands-off shopkeeper. He is impatient to manage the family business, so he donates the entire Lu family to the country. No matter how much property, how much resources, how many talents, all handed over, he just needs to wait for the dividends. This approach is for his convenience, but it makes the Lu family closely tied to the interests of the human race, and it becomes stronger. Today, the property of the Lu family, even if it is only the accumulated dividend part, is 1 billion times that of the donation. The descendants of the Lu family do nothing, just be an idle rich second generation, and they can lie flat for 10,000 years. Now with Lu Qingji's experience, looking at the Lu family again, it is indeed a welfare family specially arranged by the reincarnation. Every soul that traced back to its origin was one that had made great contributions to the undead clan in the past. Of course, there were also those who died young, unexpectedly, or died of misfortune, but those who did not die of old age were definitely not welfare personnel. Wei Huan thought this was very interesting. When he sent Lu Qingji to reincarnate, he carefully observed the Lu family and found that those with good fortune roots were very casual and indifferent, just like Lu Qingji, who was lazy and had no great pursuit of strength, as long as it was just about right. Wei Huan finally sent his soul into the belly of a descendant of the Lu family with a good origin. The young couple who had been married for 3 years had no children. After the death of the ancestor of the family, the young couple did not sleep together for 100 days of mourning. However, before a month had passed, she couldn't help it for no reason, and after one night, she got pregnant. The young couple got pregnant during the mourning period. After much hesitation, they both knelt down in front of the successor of the family head and cried, saying that they really wanted the child, and would rather be punished than give birth to it. The family head laughed and said, if the ancestor were here, he would be angry and say that he was committing a sin if he knew that he would lose a life because of me. Why are you two so conservative at such a young age? If you are pregnant happily. Don't worry about me, I am happy. The family head didn't know where the child came from, and the young couple didn't know either. Wei Huan didn't tell them specifically, just hoping that Lu Qingji's reincarnation could have a happy childhood, or even youth. If he was happy, he could even not see him for the rest of his life. After seeing this, Wei Huan finally looked away with relief. At this moment, the embryo can be conceived in vitro, which is a biotechnology contributed by the Queen of the Zerg. Many women don't want to get pregnant themselves, so they hand it over to the embryo company. Seeing that the young couple of the Lu family are willing to get pregnant themselves, and with the support and expectations of the family head, I think Orange Juice must be expected to be born. He is indeed a blessed person. Wei Huan did not intend to restore Orange Juice's memory. He would only wait until Orange Juice had enough fun and decided to practice hard. Then he would send all the resources to Orange Juice to help him become a god. Mu Zhong said, "The big guy has laid a solid foundation for the rise of our human race. It is up to us to work hard for the prosperity and peace in the future." Then Mu Zhong said, "But in this way, the position of the Lord of Life will be vacant, which may affect your world." Wei Huan said, "It doesn't matter. First, get the position of the Lord of Light, and then consider life in the end." "That's right." Mu Zhong nodded, and then asked, "What are your plans next?" "The Lord of Light, the Lord of Elements, and the Lord of Flesh and Blood are all together, and can't move for the time being, but I know where one of them is. As long as I can take his soul into reincarnation, I will have the opportunity to help my world complete and weaken the enemy's strength." Mu Zhong said, "Lord of Darkness?" "Yes, Lord of Darkness." Wei Huan nodded. It was not a sudden impulse to explore the source of chaos again. The past two explorations of the abyss were all preparations for this last action. The Chaos Emperor was suppressed at the bottom of the abyss. Relying on the offerings and dedication of the Dark Clan, he has now broken free of half of his body. Once the Lord of Light finds enough souls, he may break free at any time. This is also the reason why Wei Huan will take away the challenge world first, and will not easily start a war with the Lord of Light. War is death, and the soul of death is the best nourishment for the Chaos Emperor. Of course, a war is inevitable, but before that, we must always make some comprehensive arrangements. Therefore, weakening the enemy's power, hunting down the Lord of Darkness, snatching his soul to try to complete the laws in Wei Huan's ancient world, has become a must-do thing at the moment. Now that Lu Qingji's matter has been settled, it is not good to delay what should be done. Wei Huan decided to set off to the bottom of the abyss in the near future to search for the location of the Lord of Darkness and complete the hunt. Mu Zhong wanted to accompany him. Wei Huan shook his head. "I will go alone for this matter. If something unexpected happens, I can return through reincarnation. It will be inconvenient for you to show your fists and feet." "Okay." After Mu Zhong finished speaking, he immediately said, "By the way, the advanced team members have recently reported that there are abnormalities in the ruins of the Kingdom of God they passed by. Is it the work of the Point Beast?" Wei Huan was a little surprised. "So efficient? Are you still in contact with the Point Beast?" Mu Zhong's words were full of meaning. Wei Huan nodded. "No, but I have been distracted by Orange Juice recently, and have not kept in touch." Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan hesitantly. Wei Huan raised his hand and touched Mu Zhong's cheek. "If you are worried, let's go and take a look." Mu Zhong nodded. "Okay, let's go and take a look to be assured." Wei Huan summoned the baby bus, and the two of them left the Qiyuan Star Domain. The Qiyuan Star Domain today has become extremely large, consisting of two parts, the Qiyuan Star Domain and the Challenge World. The Qiyuan Star Domain is adjacent to the Chaos Source Gap, which is the front line of the war, filled with a large number of starships and troops to prevent the evil beast army from returning. Behind the front line, all the way to the middle of Qiyuan Star, in the original Wanfa Forbidden Zone, there are a large number of artificial satellites, various Starry Sky military fortresses, and the Starry Sky chain formation built on this basis, making the entire Qiyuan Star region appear extremely solemn and tense, full of the atmosphere of war. After Qiyuan Star, there is the much larger Challenge World. It has been more than 3 years since the Challenge World moved here. With the full support of the gods, the Challenge World barely survived the initial most dangerous turbulent period. After losing part of the planetary continent as the Trial World, it finally restored normal order. The rules of the Challenge World remain unchanged. All humans born on the original star enter the challenge stage from that moment on. They must fight all the way up. It is a process of screening and a process of self-growth. This method may be cruel, and the number of deaths is also high, but compared with the real environment outside, what does it matter? Under the threat of the Lord of Light, humans have been in a state of war. For thousands of years, most of the time, they are either fighting or preparing for war. There is rarely any time to rest. The talent gap has always been large, and it is very necessary to challenge the population that the world continuously provides. Mu Zhong walked to Wei Huan with coffee, and looked at the 2-star fields in the distance with him. "It's hard to imagine that these are all your work." Mu Zhong handed the coffee to Wei Huan and said, "Do you remember when we first met? You were angry because of the marriage that you had no choice, and I was heartbroken because of the loss of my legs. At that time, how could we ever think that one day we would reach this level, to pinch the world with our hands, to move stars and create people? It was really a terrible height." Wei Huan understood what Mu Zhong meant. He said that these were not just the feelings of recalling the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. In the depths of that seemingly satisfied, there was a kind of helplessness that had not yet mastered true freedom. In the past, they were thinking about how to survive the assessment of the first-class highway. Now that they have jumped out to challenge the world, they are still thinking hard about how to defeat the Lord of Light and prevent the resurrection of the Chaos Emperor. So Wei Huan said, "It has never changed. Living is what we always insist on." Mu Zhong's eyelashes trembled, and then nodded, "Yes, living." He relaxed himself and leaned on Wei Huan. The two did not speak for a long time, until they were far away from the Qiyuan Star region and arrived at the ruins of the Kingdom of God. This is the ruins of the Kingdom of God closest to the Qiyuan Star region. The human race has built a sentry tower here, and the planet is full of mining equipment and intelligent robots. The mining of divine crystals no longer requires manual labor. As long as the advanced team explores safely, Qiyuan Star will send a huge transport starship to drop a set of assembly lines on this planet. Everything is developed independently, and humans only need to send a small number of people to manage instruments and repair robots. This ruin of the Kingdom of God closest to Qiyuan Star has been completely mined, and the few remaining old robots are mining some less expensive resources. On this planet, there are more sentry towers stationed, as the eyes of Qiyuan Star, always paying attention to enemies that may appear at any time. There are more than 10,000 garrisons on the planet, and 3 demigods are stationed there for a long time. The demigods were divine equipment, and their combat power is comparable to that of gods. Coupled with the high-tech weapons they are equipped with, if it were in the past, a god could easily destroy the blue planet. But now this is just the basic configuration of a divine sentry. Once a war breaks out, this will be the most dangerous area. Wei Huan's consciousness swept over the garrison troops who were training, and then he heard Mu Zhong say, "Wei Yi is in charge here, and Wei Yi is my direct subordinate. Wei Yi is responsible for managing 15 ruins of the Kingdom of God, a total of 3 million troops, and there are 8 gods under her name, and 300 demigods obey her orders." "She didn't embarrass you?" Wei Huan nodded. "She fought for her own face. I didn't know she existed before she achieved success. She has the ability and potential, so we must focus on training her. Send her any good things and urge her to seize the time to practice. War may break out at any time." Mu Zhong nodded, then smiled. "Although I said so, the world will not see it this way. Her surname is Wei, so she is destined to take a different path from others. It's pressure and motivation. I believe she will give us more surprises." "You?" Mu Zhong smiled and shook his head, then said, "I didn't see the unusual movement here. Let's go further away." The baby bus went forward very fast, and soon arrived at a far place. They didn't stop at the ruins of the Kingdom of God that they passed by this time. The point beasts would not reproduce in the ruins of the Kingdom of God that were too close to Qiyuan Star, because there were no useful resources on those Qiyuan stars, and humans were stationed there. In order to avoid robbing survival resources, she chose the ruins of the Kingdom of God to reproduce farther away. This is a continent-shaped ruin of the Kingdom of God, and the entire unfolding surface is twice the surface area of Qiyuan Star. There are high mountains and depressions on the ruins of the Kingdom of God, and there are underground caves and ditches deep in the land. I think it was once a Kingdom of God with beautiful mountains and rivers and a beautiful environment. But with the fall of the gods, the Kingdom of God will slowly lose the protection of divine power. After being swept by the storm of the laws of the divine domain, the clans living in the Kingdom of God will be extinct. Now, the mountains here have collapsed, the sea has dried up, and the barren black land is blown by the wind all day long. In a flat place in the center of the continent, a protective shield covering an area of about 100 miles is standing majestically in the strong wind. The rules in the protective shield are stable, and the temperature is suitable. A group of garrisons and employees of the Kingdom of God Mining Company live here. Wei Huan's baby bus drove directly into the protective shield without any cover. The next second, a young acquired ancient god flew out from the tallest building in the middle, floating in front of the baby bus, and shouted excitedly, "Peng Chuan meets Leader Wei, Marshal Mu." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong appeared out of nowhere in front of the car. Wei Huan just nodded lightly, and Mu Zhong said, "This is Peng Chuan. Speaking of which, you have some connections. I wonder if you still remember Qianmen from all directions. He is the great-grandson of Peng Zheng." Wei Huan suddenly became interested. "Peng Hai is your grandfather." When he asked this, his tone was a bit complicated. During the 4th-level highway assessment, Peng Hai and Qi Jialu were both invited leaders to try to take a large number of challengers into the next world with Wei Huan. Qi Jialu completed the task very seriously, but Peng Hai was secretly disobeying the order, and used Wei Huan's name to improve his reputation. Later, he was kicked out of the Challenge World by Wei Huan, and was officially banned from the Challenge World. However, compared with the young and energetic Peng Hai, the leader Peng Zheng is obviously much smarter, and he is not as arrogant as Peng Hai. It is said that after that, Peng Zheng changed the Saimengba from a private team to a national team, eating the country's food and working hard for the country. Although it seemed that he earned much less at the time, everyone praised Peng Zheng for his foresight. Wei Huan soared to the sky. Starting from the 5th level world, Yin Country became the leader of Blue Star. In the 6th level world, while controlling the World Tree, he also controlled the right to speak in Blue Star. At that time, the Peng family had already had a position with Mu Dihao and reached the level of a regiment leader. Later, after humans entered the 9th level world and entered the God Age, the Peng family followed Mu Dihao to conquer the world and even came to Qiyuan Star together. Peng Zheng's strength reached the semi-god level, and he became an old general of the God Realm Legion. Peng Zheng is still in his position and works diligently, but he is mainly responsible for training soldiers and managing the garrison on Qiyuan Star. The unicorn child cultivated by his Peng family is Peng Chuan, Peng Zheng's great-grandson, an acquired ancient god. Chapter 499. The Peng family has always followed Mu Dihao, so Peng Chuan is quite familiar with Mu Zheng. He can often be seen at meetings, and there are also tasks assigned to him directly. But Peng Chuan rarely sees Wei Huan. Wei Huan is not responsible for the specific matters of people's livelihood and military development. As the leader of the human race, his main job is to become stronger, to contact the outside world, to show strength, and to play a decisive role in war. It takes hundreds of years for gods to practice, and Peng Chuan is only more than 700 years old. He has never even said a word to Wei Huan. Now, at the station he is in charge of, the highest leader of the human race suddenly appears. He is ecstatic and nervous to come out to greet him. Then, at Mu Zheng's signal, he said, "Report to the leader, I felt that there was life in the depths of this world half a month ago. After that, I went deep underground to search, but the other party hid deep underground. Before knowing the details, I did not force the exploration, but just reported the matter to the higher level. I can investigate now, you just need to wait for a while." When Wei Huan's consciousness landed on this continent, he had actually scanned the entire ruins of the Kingdom of God. As the descendants of the Point Beast, those little guys are born with the ability to hide, and they are also the descendants of the Master. Peng Chuan, who is only a lower-level god, naturally cannot really explore their details. Wei Huan wanted to tell them directly, but then he thought, let's go down and take a look together. Peng Chuan's eyes sparkled when he heard it, and he looked like he didn't believe his ears. Until he sat in this Chaos Worm-level car, he was stunned and had a clear stupidity. Wei Huan did not let the baby bus demonstrate its ability to shrink into dust, nor did it need to change its breath disguise. It just shrunk to a suitable size, found a passage to enter the underground, and then flew slowly into the depths. The passages deep underground were complex and extremely dark, but these could not stop the gods, who were used to seeing things through their spiritual sense. The 3 gods on the car were not affected by such an environment, and the baby bus was even less so. Very easily, they entered the depths of the underground. Then, in the underground passage that might have been a dark river, Wei Huan and Mu Zheng saw a huge number of face-huggers clinging to the rock wall, chirping and looking over here. However, in Peng Chuan's eyes, there was nothing on the wall, and he could only judge the abnormality here by the sound made by the face-huggers when they moved. After Peng Chuan found that the baby bus had stopped, he carefully observed the cave again, and then said, "I can feel what is here, but I can't observe its existence through my spiritual sense or my eyes." Wei Huan got the answer he wanted and raised his hand. Just like the feeling of the light fading after the light shield was broken, the underground beasts with their shields retracted were crowded together, looking at them with a grumble. Peng Chuan's goosebumps suddenly appeared, and at the same time, there was a strong adrenaline rush, and his fists were already hard. But before he made a move, he realized that the shapes of these things looked familiar. 8 legs, white back shell, cracked abdomen, and densely packed teeth in the crack, except that the 8 green little eyes were gone. This is simply one of the leader's most famous summoned beasts, the face hugger. This? Peng Chuan turned to look at Wei Huan. Mu Zheng said, "The dot beast has advanced to the master, and in accordance with the leader's order, it has carried out a new round of layout in the god's domain. This is still a secret, and is not planned to be announced in the short term. In your jurisdiction, there may be many similar situations in the future. I hope you can find a way to solve them, and don't cause any disturbances." Peng Chuan's eyes were wide open. The dot beast has become the master? What master? The master of death? or a master-level ancient god? Mu Zhong smiled but did not explain, just said, "You will know later." At present, these face-hugger larvae will reproduce inside the ruins of the Kingdom of God, and will also devour the energy in the ruins. You need to monitor them well. If there is any problem with the mining company, you must solve it well. Peng Chuan blinked and understood. That is to say, these face-huggers will devour the resources in the ruins. But this part of the resources is obviously not going to be public accounts, and there is no plan to make it public for the time being. So the real task of being brought here is to be responsible for settling the accounts. Peng Chuan stuttered a little. This involves divine rune materials. This account is too big, he doesn't have the ability to balance it. Mu Zhong smiled and said, "Facehuggers won't eat divine rune crystals, but they will devour other resources." All? Almost. Peng Chuan still felt embarrassed, but the two leaders personally asked him to assign tasks, and they had already said so. If he still refused, he would appear too incompetent. Thinking of this, he straightened his chest. "Okay, I will complete the tasks of the two leaders." Mu Zhong smiled and nodded, comforting him. This matter will not be concealed for too long. When they are exposed in the god's domain and become the surprise troops, your mission will be completed, and you will be credited with great merit later. Peng Chuan thought about it. Isn't this a gift from heaven? Why am I still hesitating? He immediately slammed his chest and promised to complete the mission. While Mu Zhong was talking to Peng Chuan, Wei Huan was sensing the difference between these face-huggers and those in the dirty world. In fact, the gap is quite obvious. No matter how many undead there are in the dirty world, he can control them in a moment. And these face-huggers need to be commanded by the point beast. In the ever-changing battlefield, this lag is actually not good. Wei Huan expressed his dissatisfaction, and the point beast said nervously, "Maybe I am too far away from you, my master. You may try to control these face-huggers through that child." Wei Huan heard this, and summoned the dog. As soon as Guzi came out, she turned into a little girl, smiling innocently and rushing towards Wei Huan. Mu Zhong and Peng Chuan, who were talking, shut up at the same time and looked at the child. "Who is this?" Mu Zhong stared at her for a few seconds, then a fond smile appeared on his face. "Is this Guzi?" Guzi seemed to have just discovered Mu Zhong's existence at this time. Her almond eyes widened, and she rushed into Mu Zhong's arms. Mu Zhong hugged Guzi and smiled. "I heard from your master that you were very cute. I didn't expect you to be such a cute little girl." Guzi's IQ is that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. When she heard being praised, she shook her head happily. Mu Zhong rubbed her little head and said, "I used to be carried on your back by you, but now I can't bear to see you like this. Are you deliberately breaking the rules?" Guzi tilted his head and smiled, rubbing against Mu Zhong, as if to say, "No, it's not." "Cute." Mu Zhong raised his hand and pinched the little face. Wei Huan waited for the two to finish talking, then pinched Guzi's neck and slid her in front of him. He lifted her up, looked at her sparkling eyes, shook her wrist, and Guzi danced like a tossed noodle. Mu Zhong said, gently. Wei Huan didn't say anything and shook again. Guzi finally had a flash of inspiration, and his whole body turned into smoke, and when he reappeared, he turned into a small jellyfish the size of a palm. The small jellyfish had 8 tentacles, and there were faint divine patterns on its white back shell, but its aura was also as strong as the main god level. Its 8 tentacles danced, as if swimming in the water, and swam to Wei Huan's shoulder and lay on it. Wei Huan successfully achieved communication and control with this group of face-huggers living in the cave through Guzi. The face-huggers took them deeper, and when they reached the deepest place, they found that this place had been hollowed out into a real monster nest, filled with cave beast eggs and face-huggers so dense that it was almost impossible to find a place to stand. Some cave beasts were wandering in the cave, responsible for laying eggs and taking care of the newborn face-huggers. The adult face-huggers were digging deep underground, mining a large amount of rock and stone. In fact, these were the condensation of the power of the gods. Although there was not much energy left, the face-huggers could completely complete their growth and evolution by eating these mud and sand. Peng Chuan didn't expect that there was a nest of face-huggers with more than 100 million people under his feet. He was a god, but he didn't even notice such a huge nest. The inflated attitude due to becoming a god calmed down visibly. Yes, above the gods there are the Lord God, the Overlord, and above the Overlord there is the Great Emperor. He has only entered the lowest level of the god level, so what is there to be inflated about? There are many beings stronger than himself in this god's domain. Any insect here is enough to make him suffer, but such insects will spread all over the god's domain in the future, become his comrades in arms, and help him in the war. Thinking of this, he is both afraid of these insects and feel very lucky. He really doesn't want to be an enemy of such a terrible existence. Wei Huan observed the situation of the underground beast's nest from a close distance, and after confirming that everything was normal, he planned to leave. For him, these insects are too weak, but the domain level can only achieve limited effects on the future battlefield. They still need a long time to grow, at least to reach the level of demigods, to be useful in such a fierce battlefield. Finally, Wei Huan said to Dian Beast, "We can temporarily postpone the quantity and focus on quality. In addition, we should reduce the number of crypt beasts deployed near the human race." Dian Beast naturally agreed without hesitation and carried it out firmly. They left the crypt beast's nest and quickly returned to the base. Peng Chuan was still a little confused after leaving the legendary baby bus. It was like Alice in Wonderland. Fortunately, the final result was that this nest deep underground gave him a full sense of security. Once the war breaks out in the future and the enemy attacks, there will be a special force deep underground at the critical moment to help them. Isn't it just to settle accounts? It's a small matter. With such a strange soldier, he dares to settle bigger accounts. Looking at the direction where the baby bus left, Peng Chuan pulled himself together and turned back to his headquarters. The first step is to erase the news of the underground anomaly. The reason why the strange soldier is a strange soldier is to hide it. The fewer people know about it, the better. Peng Chuan is full of energy, and Wei Huan is also very satisfied after checking the new nest where the beasts breed. Mu Zhong is no longer worried now. He can clearly feel that the underground beasts have the same breath as Wei Huan. They are still under Wei Huan's control, which is enough. As for the terrible resources consumed to feed such a large army in the upcoming war, as long as it can increase the chance of winning, it is worth it. Wei Huan sent Mu Zhong back to the Qiyuan Star region and was going to the Chaos Source Gap. Mu Zhong had to accompany him, and it turned out that Mu Zhong sent him into the Chaos Source Gap. More than 300 years have passed since the last invasion of the Chaos Beasts. The humans of Qiyuan Star have completely come out of the war, and have built military fortresses into the Chaos Source Gap like crazy demons. It is like a giant sword with a flashing divine pattern halo piercing straight into the crack of the Chaos Source Gap. Each of the halos on it is as big as a moon star, made of an alloy mixed with divine pattern materials. It is extremely hard and can also be equipped with a large number of weapons. Now, this giant sword, with the unremitting efforts of scientists, has successfully broken through the technical limit and can launch at least 10 attacks on the existence of the dominant level, and the time for full power energy condensation has also been shortened from 30 seconds at the beginning to 3 seconds now. However, this is not the biggest breakthrough in human technology. Instead, scientists studied the magic circle left by the Lord of Light and perfectly reproduced the magic circle engraved on the giant sword, allowing the giant sword to also have the ability to withstand attacks within a certain range of the Lord level. Humans have become more difficult to deal with. Compared with the undead, the new race of humans obviously has more terrible creativity and paranoia of being harmed by insufficient firepower. They are always preparing for war, cultivating themselves, developing weapons and equipment, and mining any useful resources in the gods' domain at a speed more terrible than the insect swarm. Even the most ordinary stones will be stored in a way for fear of missing some precious resources. The pressure of survival forced them to stand up at the fastest speed. And the enemy, if they do not make progress and cannot keep up, will naturally be eliminated in the end. Wei Huan bid farewell to Mu Zhong here, and went all the way to the depths. The baby bus turned into dust, and then operated the sure word divine pattern that Wei Huan entered into his body, and fled thousands of miles away in a blink of an eye. The Chaos Source Gap was about to be destroyed by the Chaos Emperor. Even the lowest level of evil beasts could not be seen along the way. Evil beasts are the embodiment of the negative laws of this world, full of all uncertain factors. In theory, they should be like a mirror with the outside of the God realm, with constant energy inside and outside. But the Chaos Emperor changed all this. As an existence that controls the Chaos Law, he madly absorbs the negative energy in this world to break free from the suppression of the heavenly Tao. But such behavior, in Wei Huan's view, is a complete thirst for drinking poison. The Chaos Emperor, who has absorbed almost all the negative energy of the world, is destined to become a disaster. But Wei Huan can't do anything to him now. His strength is expanding rapidly, and even the heavenly Tao can't suppress him. Wei Huan doesn't think that he can be stronger than the heavenly Tao now. Along the way, Wei Huan was very careful. Entering the Chaos Source Gap is equivalent to entering the other party's territory. Any place may be the eyes of the Chaos Emperor. Once again, he came to the bottom of the abyss. It was silent here, like a pool of dead water, without any trace of evil beasts. It was dark and cold, and there was some great terror hidden in the dark, all giving people a feeling that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. A drop of dead water mixed in this pool of dead water, and slowly went deeper. Wave 1 sat in the driver's seat of the baby bus. On the coffee table beside him was a hot tea that was frozen in time. In the faint and fresh fragrance of the tea, he turned his consciousness into a thread and explored any slight movement, until he came to the bottom of the abyss again. He had been here before. After entering this area, it was equivalent to entering the kingdom of the Lord of Darkness. The Dark Clan had lived in this kingdom of the Lord for millions of years. Today, this kingdom of God is still there, but there is no trace of the lower kingdoms of God on the edge. In the past, the clans in these kingdoms of God were affected by chaos, and there were constant wars and crazy fighting, especially on the edge. This means that even a strong lord cannot perfectly resist the invasion of chaos on the edge of the kingdom of God. But now, even these chaotic kingdoms of God have disappeared, leaving large areas of vacant areas. It is not until deeper that the kingdoms of God gathered together can be seen. The power of the Lord of Darkness has declined greatly. His power can only support less than half of the kingdom of God. This is why those low-level dark gods moved their kingdoms here. Even so, most of these low-level kingdoms of God that migrated here are in ruins, and are completely shrouded by chaos. No family members can be seen in the kingdom of God. Plants have mutated to be extremely hideous and covered with thorns and tree tumors. Some of the lowest evil beasts shuttle through it like ghosts. Wei Huan had seen such a scene in the past 2 visits to the bottom of the abyss for investigation. He was no longer surprised. But even so, he still felt a little sad when he saw it again. The prosperity of civilization requires the strongest to support a large area of the sky in order to develop. The weakness of the Lord of Darkness has also led to the decline of the Dark Clan, and it is even about to lose its foothold in the source of chaos. The incompetence of the gods has led to the extinction of their families. There are no families in the outer kingdoms of God, and even in the kingdoms of the middle and upper gods, there are very few families. The lack of a clan will also bring another fatal problem: insufficient talent reserve. If not, how could Agri's Frankling become a dark god? This kind of law is almost controlled by one clan. Even if other clans practice, it is difficult to grab the godhood. Family inheritance and self-exploration are definitely 2 different concepts. The fact that Agri's can successfully become the god of the night is enough to show that the Dark Clan is in a period of transition. They don't even have a clan that can inherit the lower gods. Flying over the kingdom of the middle gods, not far ahead is the kingdom of the main gods and the dominant gods. Wave 1 ordered the baby bus to slow down a little bit, and at the same time, the whisker of the divine consciousness probed over. Probably to solve the key problem of the Dark Clan's foothold in the Chaos Source Gap, the Lord's kingdom was moved to the core of the Lord's kingdom. Under the protection of the Lord and the Lord, the Dark Clan's followers finally found a place to stand in this dark abyss. But this place is really small. The area that can perfectly shelter the followers is only about 10 blue stars, which squeeze almost all the followers of the Dark Gods. You must know that the human territory now is as large as the Challenge World and the Origin Star region. There are almost all habitable planets in it, with thousands of them. Blue Star is just a very small primitive star among them. The difficult living environment of the followers also shows that the strength of the Dark Lord has shrunk. Now is a good time to get rid of him. Wave 1 knew that the Dark Lord had been replaced, otherwise, with him killing so many Dark Gods, the Chaos Emperor would not have such a great energy to break free from the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. The only one who could provide Chaos Emperor with so much soul energy was the Lord of Darkness, who had also accumulated energy for millions of years. What a pity. Wave 1 even felt a little sympathy when he thought of this. The Lord of Darkness followed the Emperor to escape from the source of chaos, and for millions of years, he always insisted on not forgetting his original intention. As a subordinate, the Lord of Darkness had done his utmost for Chaos Emperor, and finally even sacrificed himself for the Emperor, dedicating his last drop of blood to the Emperor. Regardless of whether he was blindly loyal, this behavior of persisting in his ideals and unremitting struggle was still very respectable. It was a pity that Chaos Emperor only wanted to get himself out of trouble, and did not see the plight of the Dark Clan. Perhaps this once brilliant civilization would end here. Wei Huan silently felt sorry for the former Lord of Darkness, but his eyes could not hide his strong murderous intent towards this tribe, the descendants of the Lord of Darkness. If they are not of the same tribe, they should be killed. If they invade the human race, they should be killed. If they release chaos, they should still be killed. It would be best to kill all of this tribe, put them all into reincarnation, and reincarnate them into the human race, so that everyone can love each other. Wei Huan's thoughts were clear, and his murderous intent was boiling, without any soft thoughts. According to his orders, Baby Bus disguised itself as the most ordinary dust in this dark universe, and easily invaded the core of the kingdom of the Lord of Darkness. The main life of the dark universe is beasts, but their bodies are not made of flesh and blood, but liquid crystals condensed by dark energy. The followers curled up outside the temple of the Overlord were all beasts. Although they had different shapes, their bodies were covered with flowing shadow armor, and each crystal-like hair was swallowing and spitting out gray mist. Their eyes were two burning dark fires, and they were collectively howling towards the temple. The power of shadow and faith, wrapped in the power of the chaotic soul, condensed and rushed to the temple like a substance. In the temple, a huge three-headed black snake was coiled on the throne, absorbing this energy that Wei Huan thought was too dangerous. The power of faith, shadow power and chaotic soul power, three powers mixed together, entered the body at the same time. This is not a normal way of cultivation at all. Even if you are as strong as the Overlord, practicing in this way is self-destructive and forcing things to grow. But what does it have to do with him? The best thing for the Dark Overlord to practice is to self-destruct. Each generation is worse than the previous one. If he doesn't take action, the Dark Clan will be destroyed. While observing the environment, Wei Huan ordered the Baby Bus to approach. At the same time, the Undead Army and the Zerg Army of the Filthy World were ready to fight, and several Overlord-level leaders were sharpening their knives. In order to prevent the Dark Lord from feeling the crisis, Wei Huan also covered himself with the Lotus of Samsara, completely shielding the secrets of the sky. After doing all this, it was like a sword that had been unsheathed against the neck of the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord did not feel it. Wei Huan had already arrived at the temple, and the three-headed snake that was like a mountain was not far ahead. He only needed to take another step forward to kill the Dark Lord. Chapter 500. But at this moment, Wei Huan saw the pattern engraved on the ground of this temple, which was exactly the same as the pattern of the fortune disc. He stopped the action that was about to be taken, and Wei Huan carefully placed his consciousness on the ground and observed carefully. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a replica. This was not the fortune disc. As long as it was not the Emperor's authority, and the Emperor was not here, no one could stop him from killing the Lord of Darkness today. When he looked at the Lord of Darkness again, Wei Huan understood why he swallowed up multiple energies in a hurry. It turned out that he was still trying to help the Emperor escape, using his body as a sieve, just to filter out some of the useful soul power for the Chaos Emperor. The relationship between the clan and the gods is indeed unbreakable. The Dark Clan has declined to this point, and is still squeezing out the last drop of blood, just to save the Emperor. Wei Huan absolutely could not let the Chaos Emperor out. He immediately stopped hesitating and ordered Baby Bus to move closer, while condensing the divine mark of annihilation in his palm. He had to do it himself. Only by doing it himself, and completing a one-hit kill, could he take away the brilliant soul in front of him. The divine mark of annihilation was the infamous soul destruction technique of the great Emperor Tai Chu. The souls of the creatures killed by the soul destruction technique would be forcibly plundered into the reincarnation, and could no longer escape. It was the previous Lord of Darkness who told him this truth, but unfortunately he failed to kill the Lord of Darkness with the divine mark of annihilation. Now he could only kill his successor. Baby Bus finally came to the side of the three-headed giant snake and stuck to its scales, but it felt nothing. Refining the energy mixed with the chaotic soul made him very painful. Even though he was lying cross-legged with his eyes closed, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The edges of his scales curled and dried slightly, which was proof that he had absorbed too much chaotic power in a short period of time. This master is now vulnerable. Killing him, it's easy. As this thought arose, Wei Huan took action. The divine pattern of the word annihilation on Wei Huan's palm suddenly lit up, like a black arrow shot out from the shadow. The surface of the Baby Bus appeared the unique mucus of the Chaos Worm, compressing his breath to the extreme, like a silent shadow attached to the scales of the three-headed giant snake. The coiled snake body of the Lord of Darkness suddenly twitched violently. It was not because he sensed the crisis, but because the three forces in his body were tearing his godhood apart. Wei Huan seized this momentary flaw and pointed the divine pattern of his fingertips precisely at his godhood at the connection of the three heads. Puff! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared at the neck joint of the black snake, and dark energy oozed out of the cracks like ink, and every drop of it corroded the imitation numerology lines on the ground. Wei Huan turned his wrist, and the shadow of the lotus of reincarnation danced in his palm, directly rolling the overflowing soul fragments into the dirty world. The three heads of the three-headed giant snake only then let out inhuman screams at the same time, and two of the heads turned towards Wei Huan, but the burning dark fire pupils were blurred by the erosion of chaos. He tried to raise his neck, and the snake's tongue sprayed gray-black poisonous mist, but it was swallowed up the moment it touched the baby bus. Chaos Emperor. The roar of the Lord of Darkness was filled with broken piety, and the third head always lowered towards the imitation of the numerology lines deep in the temple. Wei Huan then noticed that there was a heart-like black crystal embedded in the stone wall at the end of the temple, and the surface of the crystal was wrapped with the same chaos chain as the one on the neck of the Lord of Light. That was the anchor point left by the Chaos Emperor in the Kingdom of Darkness. Too late. Wei Huan condensed the divine pattern of overlapping characters on his fingertips again, and the thousands of layers of superimposed divine power fell like a heavy hammer, directly smashing the godhead of the Lord of Darkness into powder. The huge body of the black snake collapsed with a bang, turning into millions of liquid crystal fragments, each of which was emitting an unwilling scream. The lotus of reincarnation swept past, engulfing all the crystal fragments and the souls of the clansmen in him. Wei Huan then discovered that the beast clansmen curled up outside the temple had already died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Their souls had been extracted when the Lord of Darkness refined the energy, and now they were just empty shells. No wonder there is no need for defense. Wei Huan looked at the corpses on the ground, his tone as cold as ice. It turns out that the family has been used as fuel for a long time. The baby bus rolled over the imitation fortune-telling pattern, and the ground suddenly cracked into countless cracks, oozing out mucus with body temperature. Wei Huan's pupils shrank suddenly. This is not a pattern at all, but the epidermis of some living creature. But the whole temple suddenly turned over, and the ground under Wei Huan's feet turned out to be the back armor of a giant arthropod. Countless tentacles surged from all directions, each of which was wrapped with a mixed energy of dark energy and chaos, and a hideous eyeball grew at the end. It was exactly the same structure as the fortune-telling disc. Chaos Emperor's symbiont? Wei Huan didn't have time to think about it, and the baby bus had turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the exit of the temple. The arthropod behind him made a deafening roar, and the liquid crystal ground of the entire Dark Kingdom was boiling, turning into a black fog that covered the sky and the sun to chase him. Wei Huan controlled the baby bus to penetrate the dome of the temple like a bullet. The tentacles transformed from the black mist behind him brushed the rear of the car and plowed a bottomless gully in the void of the source of chaos. Every wriggling of the arthropod caused the space to collapse. Wei Huan had no time to hide. He continuously shot the maximum degree of the flashing divine pattern into the baby bus 3 times, forcibly tearing open the escape passage in the turbulence of time and space. However, the passage that was torn with great difficulty was like an intestine that suddenly came alive, squirming towards Wei Huan. Wei Huan clearly felt the terrifying power of the Chaos Emperor, who was about to destroy him. Once he was blocked by him, he would surely die. Immediately, Wei Huan activated the reincarnation. The light of the reincarnation fell from the sky, and he and the car were completely rolled up, and then suddenly disappeared from the spot. The light suddenly appeared in front of him, and everything familiar appeared. With the help of the power of reincarnation, he instantly escaped from the bottom of the abyss back to the Qiyuan star domain. However, Wei Huan did not feel that he had escaped the crisis. The sense of crisis locked by the Chaos Emperor was like a sharp edge on his back. Wei Huan ordered the baby bus to stop and looked back at the reincarnation channel he had come through. In the slowly healing channel, a touch of extreme darkness was following from the other side, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Not good. The dark reflection in his pupils became clearer and clearer. It was the compound eye of an arthropod, and the outline of the origin star was reflected in each lens. The Chaos Emperor symbiont actually extended its tentacles into the core star field of the human race through the cause and effect connection of the reincarnation channel. Wei Huan's palm blood suddenly sprayed on the reincarnation lotus, and the black lotus instantly expanded to cover the sky and the sun, and the rebirth lines on the petals twisted towards the cracks in the channel like chains. Seal it for me! The moment the lotus closed, the tentacles of the arthropod had pierced the space, and the sharp barbs scraped across the roof of the baby bus, leaving a burning mark with green smoke on the armor. The defense system of Qiyuan star was activated, and hundreds of giant light cannons rose from the starport. The law beams condensed at the muzzles, and the black light of the lotus of reincarnation intertwined into a net, forcibly squeezing the crack to only a line. Mu Zhong's consciousness surged like a tide. What's going on? The symbiont of the Chaos Emperor. Wei Huan gritted his teeth. Start the plan to cut the reincarnation. Mu Zhong understood instantly, raised his hand, and swung out 12-time shackles, solidifying the time and space around the rift. Dolin's space prism followed closely, turning into a pendant on the time shackles, opening countless space planes. At the same time, Wave 1 turned around to meet him, and the time shackles and space prisms turned into wings behind him, instantly unlocking the CD of the Annihilation Divine pattern he had just used. Wave 1 pinched the lotus, and the divine pattern of the word Yin appeared in his palm. He lifted the heavy weight with ease, like a wisp of breeze, and reached the forehead of the arthropod creature. The soul of the arthropod creature screamed, and struggled hard to break away from the body, as if fighting against a big hand, and was pulled into the reincarnation little by little. The arthropod creature could not get rid of the shackles of reincarnation, and it was about to be thrown into reincarnation. It immediately cut off its tail like a gecko, and its body broke apart and blood was separated. Wave 1, who loosened his hand, flew backwards and watched the space close. The remaining half of the arthropod creature shrank back into the chaos source gap with an unwilling roar. The space rift was completely closed, and there was nothing in the air. Only Wave 1, who was dragging Bailey's wings condensed by the laws of time and space, was left floating in the air, and the lotus was gradually fading under his feet. It's the leader. Leader Wei is in the sky. What was that just now? Such a terrible pressure. The leader saved us again. Leader Wei, we love you. Compared to the excitement of the people under his feet, Wave 1's back was already soaked with cold sweat. That was close. Mu Zhong then flashed to Wave 1's side, and together they looked at the closed space crack with great vigilance. That thing is Chaos Emperor? No. Wave 1 stared at the black mucus still wriggling at the broken end of the tentacle. It's just the symbiont he raised, a container for filtering soul energy. He raised his hand to recall the broken tentacle fragments, and the moment the mucus came into contact with the air, it turned into countless painful and twisted human faces, which were the souls of the Dark Clan. These souls. Mu Zhong frowned. All of them were transformed into cause and effect worms by the Chaos Emperor. Wei Huan gathered the purifying power on his fingertips and watched the human face turn into a light spot in the golden light. He is trying to use the Chaos Soul to corrode the heavenly Tao shackles, and at the same time corrode this world, just like using a virus to destroy the texture of a vessel. Mu Zhong interrupted. They were both silent at the same time. The Earth Mother once said the wind in the cracks, and the Chaos Emperor is becoming a virus that tears the vessel apart. It doesn't matter what position the Chaos Emperor took at the beginning. What matters is that for freedom, he has abandoned everything and chosen destruction. At this time, Dou Lin, Su Qingqiang and other talents arrived one after another. Wei Huan quickly recounted the experience, and then said, "The peaceful days will not last long. This time, it can be confirmed that the seal has become looser, and the Chaos Emperor will definitely find a way to break free in one go." Dou Lin recalled the pressure when Chaos Emperor symbiote came out, and could feel the gap between the two sides. The Overlord and the Emperor are not in the same league at all. On the contrary, because of the huge gap, and the fact that he had no memory of the Emperor's true strength, Su Qingqiang said very casually, "Has he ever asked us when he wanted to come out? The world has changed a lot after being imprisoned for 1,000,000 years. Do you still think it is the same as it was back then?" Wei Huan only said, "Pay close attention to the movements of the Lord of Light. I have already obtained the soul of the Lord of Darkness. I must first completely subdue him before I can feel at ease. During this period, the things outside will be left to you. If you can't solve them, you can come to me." Mu Zhong was curious. Will it take a long time? Even if you get the soul, it will take a long time to cultivate it into a master. I'm afraid it won't wait under the current situation. Wei Huan frowned. He is very restless. Let's talk about it later. After speaking, Wei Huan sank down and returned to the baby bus. The baby bus quietly hovered in the air and opened the door to Mu Zhong and others, but Wei Huan's retreat room disappeared in the car and was separated in another space. Mu Zhong looked at each other and walked in. Amid the cheers of the people of Chiyuan Star, the baby bus slowly drove back to the temple. Here, Wei Huan was confronting the soul of the Lord of Darkness in the samsara. The Lord's consciousness was indeed not so easy to eliminate, even though Wei Huan had used the soul destruction technique to wipe out all the marks left on this soul in this life while killing him. But it was obvious that it was not completely and thoroughly wiped out. The reason why Wei Huan hurriedly closed his eyes was because the soul of the Lord of Darkness was trying to escape. If it was just the strength of the Lord, Samsara as an emperor could completely suppress it, but before the Lord of Darkness fell, he had been communicating with the Chaos Emperor. He used his body as a filter to filter out the negative effects of the Chaos power for the Chaos Emperor, and his aura was also connected to the Chaos Emperor. Under the connection day and night, there was a trace of the Emperor's power. It was this trace of the great Emperor's power that not only prevented him from being completely deprived of his will in the reincarnation, but also allowed him to follow the traces of the reincarnation all the way and try to escape. A fish caught in a net still wants to break the net and escape. Dream on. Wei Huan calmed down and did it himself. The power of the reincarnation doubled. The soul of the Lord of Darkness, which had transformed into the form of a three-headed snake, twisted and deformed, and was crushed into the most primitive form of the soul bit by bit. Wei Huan. The three-headed snake could feel that it was about to be destroyed. At that moment, the instinct to live overcame everything. He lowered his proud head and loyalty to the emperor, begging, "Forgive me, I can be loyal to you and swear to the heavens. Forgive me." However, as soon as he opened his mouth and relaxed, the power in Wei Huan's hand suddenly pressed down, not giving him a chance to speak. The black and white lotus flowers moved up and down, tightly biting together like a millstone, and the petals rubbed against each other and slowly turned. Wei Huan. The Lord of Darkness let out a final wail, and disappeared completely as his soul was shattered. Wei Huan opened the lotus, and saw a pure soul shining brightly in the core of the lotus. This soul lay tightly in the core of the flower like a gem. Wei Huan easily picked it up. The clear texture did not have any trace of the Lord of Darkness. But, Wei Huan looked at it several times and then frowned. Although the soul of the Lord of Darkness was shining, its level was only at the level of the Lord God. It was impossible to become the Lord in his world, and fill the missing laws of the world. It seemed that this guy was not qualified to be the Lord. It was only because the Chaos Emperor reversed the Tiangang and confused the cause and effect that he had the opportunity. But even if he became a master, he would only be a short-lived master, with a lifespan of only a few hundred years. Such a soul did not meet Wei Huan's needs. In addition, what Mu Zhong said was correct. Now was not the time to slowly cultivate the master and supplement the laws. The war was about to begin, and he had to find an opportunity to increase his strength in the short term. Wei Huan looked at this brilliant soul and pondered for a long time. Finally, with a flash of light in his eyes, he threw it back into the millstone formed by the black and white lotus. The lotus slowly turned, and the shining soul flowed out like powder, flowing to the dirty world and the ancient god world connected by reincarnation. He actually destroyed the master soul that he had obtained with great difficulty into the most primitive energy. And Wei Huan was not finished after destroying the soul. He raised his hand, and a new huge soul appeared in front of him. But compared with the brilliance of the soul of the Master of Darkness, this soul was huge, but it was as bloated as a tumor growing disorderly, emitting a gray stench-like substance. Wei Huan raised his hand to cover his nose and frowned. It was the soul of the half-arthropod creature that Wei Huan had caught. This was a soul that was polluted by chaos and completely corrupted. If left alone, it would soon become a beast, and it should be a very powerful beast. Wei Huan was not confident that he could kill a beast transformed by an emperor-level symbiont. Wei Huan also threw this bloated and deformed soul into the black and white lotus. The lotus petals turned and ground out gray soul powder. Wei Huan intercepted it and prevented it from flowing away. In the end, he obtained a total of half the original size of soul powder. After collecting these soul powders, Wei Huan put them into the black and white lotus again. After repeating the grinding wheel, the quality of the souls that came out this time was obviously cleaner. But the number was reduced by half again. Wei Huan was sure that this would work, so he repeatedly ground it 5 times. The soul powder not only became as white as snow, but also began to shine. That's right, the souls of the master level can shine, and the souls of the emperor level are probably as dazzling as stars. In this way, as long as he does it a few more times, he can get soul powder that is not inferior to the master level. These soul powders are what he needs. It takes too long to wait for a master to grow, so he can only temporarily give up the method of improving his strength by making up for the laws of the ancient god world. Wei Huan plans to absorb all these soul fragments, just like absorbing the souls of evil beasts in the past, and use them to nourish his 2 worlds. In this way, the dirty world will have abundant energy again, and a new godhood can be born, and a new master-level leader can be achieved. Even if it is as weak as the successor of the Dark Lord, it is still at the Lord level, and will play a great role in the future all-out war. From this point of view, it is not a loss. It can only be said that Wei Huan temporarily gave up the idea of creating a perfect world to deal with the current difficulties. Sooner or later, there will be brilliant souls. If we have no food or clothes, the enemy will give them to us. If we have no guns or cannons, the enemy will make them. The enemy's granary is our granary, and the enemy's arsenal is our arsenal. If we go back and harvest the soul of the Lord of Light, won't we have a bright soul? Wei Huan's thoughts are clear, and he grinds it very hard. In order to avoid impurities, he grinds it twice more. Even if the amount becomes less, The soul powder is brilliant and bright, much brighter than the soul of the low-profile version of the Dark Lord he killed before. Wei Huan confirmed again and again that there were no impurities. He threw these souls into the world. When the souls merged into the air, the earth, the underworld, and the bodies of each dead soul, Wei Huan clearly felt the feeling of the world's energy being full to bursting. So it was a natural thing. Wei Huan's mind moved, and another godhead condensed from the depths of the dirty earth. This was a middle-level godhead of the dirty earth. Moreover, the world did not feel weak at all after condensing the godhead, and it seemed that it could condense another one. Wei Huan then tried to condense the second Fuhua godhead, and it was successful. Moreover, the remaining energy in the world was very abundant. Although the third godhead could not be condensed, the evolution of the world would always maintain a high-speed effect. It would be easier for the life in the world to comprehend the laws and practice easily. Wei Huan summoned the two death godheads in his hands, and after a few seconds of silence, he silently recited two names in his heart. Soon, two figures rushed from the horizon. One figure was like smoke, speeding silently, while the other figure was moving with great noise and thunder. Finally, they both stopped in front of Wei Huan. They were Datu and Heilung. Datu was a two-headed hidden demon, but under the influence of the true spirit, he had changed a lot from his original dragon head and snake tail like a lizard. His head had become the appearance of a dead spirit, but the scales on his face had not completely faded. In addition, unlike other dead spirits, he retained a tail with a snake head, which could be used to sneak attack the opponent in battle. The venom secreted by the snake head was also very terrifying, with the power of the law of death, which could contaminate the enemy. Datu was an assassin-type main battle leader. The other one who came with sparks and lightning was the leader of the Xiao Rome, Black Dragon. After MOG came back from the Dark Beast world, Wei Huan did not let him return to the Xiao Rome group. As a life with a strong true spirit that showed great difference from the beginning, his future was destined to become an important member of the undead clan. Therefore, MOG, who would not participate in the battle, was still ranked behind the main combat members this time. In comparison, the existence of a melee mage like Black Dragon would be even more important on the battlefield in the future. Black Dragon was one of the few summons of the group attack magic system in Wei Huan's hands, and Wei Huan had already thought about how to arrange him. Of course, Black Dragon himself was a three-headed, six-armed human-headed horse body, so even if he evolved in the direction of the undead clan, he did not give up his advantage of 3 heads and 6 arms. During the battle, he showed a 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma image, and the huge Dharma image was also flowing with a terrifying electric current. This guy would become a very terrifying magic warrior on the battlefield in the future. Therefore, Wei Huan gave the divine status of the middle level of the divine land to Black Dragon. Not only will the Black Dragon leap into the master level ability, but it will also have the ability to skillfully use the 3 laws of death, filth, energy, and corruption. Wei Huan is a middle level god who first achieved the law of filth, which is actually a very suitable law for combat. The law of filth energy can manifest various filth energy weapons in the hands of the Black Dragon, which is very suitable for his 3 heads and 6 arms. The law of corruption is the venom on the weapon, which has the ability of plague and curse. As long as it is contaminated, those who are not strong enough will be poisoned to death. And those dead enemies will be awakened by the law of death and become zombies, and will be resurrected by the Black Dragon to form a new army of death. In comparison, the Black Dragon, who only got the lower godhood of corruption, is a new master-level summon of the assassin system, and his target is the strong among the enemies. Lurk, sneak attack, behead. If you can't kill with one blow, then leave the law of corruption on the opponent, and if you are lucky, you may be able to poison the enemy. At this point, Wei Huan had 4 dominant level undead summons. Chapter 501. As an intelligent summoned creature of the Lord of the Dead, Hussein is mainly responsible for the administration of the dead, and cooperates with the reincarnated Lord of Light to conduct research on high-tech and skills. He is the logistics leader of the Divine Continent. The Lord of the Beasts is a summoner. She chose the reproduction ability in the last awakening. She will use this world as her nest, and use the energy of the ruins of the Kingdom of God to raise a large number of offspring. Continue to maintain the advantage of the Necromancer in winning by quantity. The Black Dragon is a combination of the Thunder Mage, the Death Mage, and the Melee Mage. It is the trump card for clearing low-level clans. Finally, it is specially used to kill the gods under the Lord of Light. After the war begins, every god of the enemy may be the key to turning the war around, so it is very necessary to kill the middle-level generals in a planned way. The other side is the Chaos Swarm. The main defender is Kaishan, the mage is Butterfly, the one-hit kill is Water Drop, and there are 4 powerful melee fighters, John E., John Air, John San and Flying Ant. This is why Wei Huan did not select more melee fighters from the undead leaders. There are already enough melee fighters, and he needs more flexible and changeable means to deal with the battle of the army. In short, the war is imminent, and no matter how many arrangements are made, it is not too much. Wei Huan sorted out the important combat forces in his hands. From the paper point of view, the master level on their side is completely beyond the opponent, and this battle should not be difficult in theory. However, the escape of the Chaos Emperor can no longer be stopped, but can only be delayed, so no matter how many master levels they have, once the Emperor takes action, they are mostly cannon fodder. This is also the main reason why Wei Huan must unite with the ancient gods. The ancient gods still have the Earth Mother. Although she is seriously injured, she may not be able to help much. But as they are all emperors, they can always help at critical moments. Finally, they will join forces with these gods, who have truly reached the master level to fight. Only then will there be hope of victory in this battle. That's right, even with such thorough preparations, Wei Huan is not very sure about this battle, all because there is a variable. That is Hongming Emperor. Where is Hongming Emperor? Has he really been suppressed by the heavenly Tao? Is it possible that all the actions so far have been directed by him behind the scenes? Once this biggest variable is taken into account, it is not difficult to see that their hope of victory is actually very slim. Wei Huan knows very well that if they want to deal with the most difficult situation, he, who has the authority of an emperor, will become their only reliance. Can he hold up this war? Wei Huan is not very sure. However, he does not want to give up any opportunity that can increase the chances of winning. Wei Huan can only aim at the remaining half of the arthropod creatures. Are you still going to the Chaos Source Rift? After listening to Wei Huan's analysis, Mu Zhong knew that what he said was right, but he still frowned in worry. The Chaos Emperor already knows your methods. It is almost impossible to escape by the same method this time. The risk is too great. I don't agree with you going there. But before Wei Huan could speak, Mu Zhong continued, so I will go with you this time. Next, I will go all out. After all, the symbiote is not the Chaos Emperor himself. I should be able to complete a time and space reversal. Wei Huan was silent. This time, it was he who wanted to stop Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong held his hand and said, "When you were about to persuade me just now, did you mean to say that when the nest is overturned, no egg will be left intact, and this is the last chance? This is what I want to say. When it's my turn to take action, I must go all out. No one can wait leisurely in this war. Be protected, and enjoy it with peace of mind." After hearing this, Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand, and was silent for a long time before saying, "Okay." The gears of war are constantly biting, and the silk thread that is being pulled tight day by day is in a precarious situation, to the point where it will break at any time. Wei Huan did not dare to delay, for fear of missing the opportunity to fight later. After making a decision, he handed the safety of Qiyu and Star Domain to Do Lin, and took Mu Zhong to the Chaos Source Gap again. Deep in the Chaos Source Gap, time and space are distorted like boiling ink, and the baby bus turns into a dark blue meteor. The law of time on Mu Zhong's fingertips drags a golden track at the rear of the car, interweaving with the power of reincarnation overflowing from Wei Huan's eyebrows to form a shield. We found the symbiont. Wei Huan's pupils reflected the huge shadow of the arthropod, and the fortune-telling lines on its carapace were emitting a sickly red light. It is not difficult to go deep into the source gap of chaos, and it is also very simple to sneak into the Dark Universe. The Dark Lord was killed by Wei Huan not long ago, and there is no Dark Lord to succeed him now. Wei Huan did not understand it before, but now he understands that the Lord level is the brightest soul condensed in a world. Even if it is omnipotent like Tiandao, it is difficult to cultivate a second Lord in a short time. In fact, 2 Dark Lords have fallen, and the strength of the second Dark Lord is much worse. Tiandao is no longer able to condense a third Lord. The Lord has not returned to his position, and the Lord God Kingdom has no divine power to support it. In this source gap of chaos, it is like a broken ship shuttling through the wind and waves, broken and shaky. The Dark Lord became the strongest god here, but he was also a substitute. The original one had been killed by Wei Huan a long time ago. Even if the Dark Lord gathered all the Dark Lords at this moment, it was already at its limit to just support the kingdom of the Lord God in this abyss. Not to mention that Baby Buzz has a strong stealth ability. Even if he rushed in openly, I'm afraid the Dark Lord would not have the spare energy to deal with him. Wei Huan looked at this group of Dark Lords, who gathered together like lambs to be slaughtered, and wanted to catch them all, and send them into reincarnation, but he held back in the end. Mu Zhong also said, "It's a pity that all these souls gathered together are not as good as the fraction of that half of the symbiote." The goal of this time cannot be changed. Come back to harvest these when there is a chance. After saying this, Mu Zhong suddenly laughed when he thought of something. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to use the word harvest to even the main god level. It seems that you are too strong and have spoiled me. Wei Huan smiled bitterly. If you were really that strong, I wouldn't let you take risks with me. Mu Zhong said, if I don't come with you, you will take risks alone, and I will only be more worried. What if Chaos Emperor? No, what if? Mu Zhong shook his head. With me here, we have the opportunity to try and fail, and I have an idea. Listen to me, maybe it can be used as a breakthrough. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, the two had come to the front of the symbiote. It was still on the temple of the master, with half of its body coiled at the anchor point of Chaos Emperor, sleeping and recovering from its injuries. Wei Huan's soul-destroying technique took away half of its soul, and tore off half of its body at the same time. The wounds on the body have not healed yet, and the dark blood flowing under the body has accumulated like a lake, emitting a foul smell like a twisted soul. This is the breath of pure chaos, law polluted by chaos power. This arthropod is a mouthpart that Chaos Emperor keeps on his body, which can help Chaos Emperor filter out the pollution of chaos when devouring souls. Its deformed state also shows that Chaos Emperor's physical condition at the moment is probably not much better than this arthropod. Getting crazier and crazier. Wei Huan said this without any context, but unexpectedly, Mu Zhong could understand it immediately and continued, many times, things may not be what you want at the beginning, but the situation will change with various factors, and most of the time it gets worse and worse. Do you think he will regret it? Maybe when he is sober, but now even he can't stop himself. Wei Huan nodded. Just as you said, let's continue to try to stop him. Okay. Mu Zhong unfolded the river of time, and scooped out a bunch of water from it. The orange-yellow water of time gradually solidified in his hands. He raised his hand, and pressed it on the armor of the baby bus. 12 time chains penetrated the space like chains, freezing the movement of the symbiote in amber time and space. His eyes sharpened and he said, 30 seconds, enough. Wei Huan crushed the car door, and the lotus of reincarnation spread out under his feet. Each petal condensed the shadow of the mountain in the ancient god world. He rushed to the broken part of the symbiote, and the divine pattern of the word annihilation burst out in the palm of his hand, with a black light that swallowed everything, and slapped the arthropod. The tentacles of the arthropod suddenly penetrated the time and space chains, and the eyeballs on the hooks collectively burst, and the released chaotic energy formed an electric net in the void. Wei Huan's armor, which was composed of thousands of layers of divine patterns, broke apart, but at the moment of breaking, a more dazzling golden light burst out. The power of the annihilation divine pattern was being reversed through the lotus of reincarnation. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan's voice was mixed with blood foam, reverse time and space. Mu Zhong's silver hair turned snow-white in an instant, and the law of time was like a flood, and the wound of the symbiote began to heal in reverse. Wei Huan took the opportunity to inject the annihilation divine pattern into the body of the arthropod creature, and half of its flesh was shattered into powder in the black light, and the dissipated chaotic energy was completely absorbed by the lotus of reincarnation. Go! Mu Zhong spurted out a mouthful of divine power, and a space-time rift opened in front of the baby bus. However, the soul of the symbiote was caught in reincarnation, but it did not die directly. It let out a dying scream, and all its tentacles turned into black waves, entangled the tail of the baby bus before the rift closed. Wei Huan could clearly hear the screams of the baby bus in pain, and the roar of the Chaos Emperor across time and space. Break it for me! Wei Huan slashed out with the Fuhua sickle, and the thousands of layers of mountain divine patterns on the blade cut off the tentacles. Baby bus rushed into the crack like an arrow, and the symbiote behind him disintegrated into countless light points in the turbulence of time and space, each of which hit the barrier of the lotus of reincarnation. Before the alarm of Qiyuan star fell, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had fallen into the ruins of the starport. Did it succeed? Mu Zhong held his knees and gasped. Wei Huan spread out his palm, and half a black crystal lay in his palm. The chaos chain on it had lost its luster. Got it. In the distance, the giant light cannon under repair raised its muzzle again, cutting the starry sky into cold and hard geometric lines. Wei Huan looked in the direction of the chaos source gap, where the darkness was slowly receding, but a more terrifying storm was brewing in the depths. I'm going to the ancient god's domain. Wei Huan put the crystal into the lotus of reincarnation, then absorbed this half of the symbiote's soul, and create more dominant level undead leaders. Be careful of the possible revenge of the Chaos Overlord. Tell me immediately if anything happens. I will rush back through reincarnation. Don't you want to take a break? Mu Zhong was still weak, but Wei Huan was about to set off again. Just take a break on the way. Okay. Mu Zhong nodded and looked at Wei Huan deeply before leaving. There was a deep meaning in his eyes that only the two of them understood. The next step was the beginning of the plan, but I didn't know if the Chaos Emperor would fall into the trap. I hope it will work, so that the human race can buy more time to grow. The vehicle transformed by the Chaos Worm is like a light yellow mealworm. From the outside, it has no combat power, but in fact, it is faster than the speed of light when it is running. It is thousands of miles away in an instant. Even a dominant-level strongman would find it difficult to catch up with the baby bus in this regard. Wei Huan knew that he didn't have much time left, so he placed himself in the training room deep inside the baby bus, and once again sacrificed the lotus of reincarnation, looking at the half-soul suppressed between the black and white lotuses. It was also a twisted and deformed soul that exuded a foul odor, but probably because this part had the anchor point of the Chaos Emperor, it was the part closer to the Chaos Emperor, so it was more twisted and deformed and also more powerful. The Chaos Lotus successfully suppressed this twisted soul. Even though it was dead, it was still restlessly swallowing and spitting out the breath of the Chaos Emperor, as if the Chaos Emperor was on the other side, trying every means to drill in this side. That's impossible. The reason why the symbiont could follow Wei Huan before was because it was a symbiont. Now the whole symbiont fell into Wei Huan's hands. The Chaos Emperor, who was firmly suppressed by the heavenly Tao, could never find himself through the anchor point. Wei Huan raised his hands, and his hands twisted hard, as if holding an invisible ball. The black and white lotus slowly turned, and the gray soul powder flowed down from the petals of the lotus, and was received by Wei Huan in his palm one by one. After completing the familiar soul grinding process once, Wei Huan threw the gray soul powder into the black and white lotus again, repeating the previous action, until he obtained the bright and glowing soul powder. Looking at the powder, Wei Huan raised his hand and threw it, and sent it back to the reincarnation lotus. This is different from before. He did not sprinkle it into the world, but put it in the reincarnation channel between the two lotuses. The crystal soul powder filled the channel, and the souls traveling in the channel were nourished and strengthened a little unconsciously. Wei Huan observed these souls for a long time, then turned his wrist to reveal the black crystal that had been suppressed in his palm. As soon as the black crystal was revealed, it grew tentacles and tried to drill into Wei Huan's palm, emitting waves of Chaos Emperor's aura. The black crystal was not only the Chaos crystal condensed by the symbiont, but also had the anchor point of Chaos Emperor on it. It was deeply stained with the aura of the Emperor, and was trying to pollute Wei Huan's law. However, it was just a foolish dream for a mere symbiont crystal to pollute Wei Huan, who had already mastered the power of the Emperor. Whenever the tentacles grew and touched Wei Huan's palm, they would be burned and melted by the death power on it, making a sizzling sound, just like a bunch of hair burned into a ball. Pollution. Wei Huan remembered what the Earth Mother said, the wind in the crack needs to carry chaos. He pressed the black crystal between his eyebrows, and the lotus of reincarnation suddenly turned black, and cracks similar to the disc of destiny appeared on the petals. The turmoil of reincarnation caused changes in the two worlds. The three gods living in the dirty world appeared at the same time, and rushed to the lotus of reincarnation as soon as possible. The black dragon was the fastest, and was the first to arrive, and saw the cracks on the petals. He shouted nervously, "This is the invasion of the power of chaos." Big Head followed closely. "Is something wrong with the master?" Hussein looked up at the dirty world that was turbulent but stable at the core. While he was thinking, the sexy and intelligent Zerg Queen came late. There was a light in the eyes of the Zerg Queen that saw through everything, and her tail extended to the depths of the insect nest. Countless brain worms were quickly calculating massive amounts of data. "Master, are you fusing the fragments of the Emperor's authority?" "Fusing the fragments of authority?" Big Head repeated in confusion. The Zerg Queen looked up at the sky, and the answer was in her eyes. "The Master has found a way to break the current deadlock. Since the Lords of Light can seize the power of the Emperor, the Master can do the same." "That's right." Wei Huan's spiritual clone appeared in front of several people, and said, as they saluted, "I have the imperial power of death." Wei Huan's voice was mixed with a trace of unconcealable pain. "Death can devour everything, including chaos." At this moment, the crystal had turned into black mist, and poured into his forehead. After saying this, Wei Huan's spiritual consciousness was also dragged into darkness. He floated in the darkness, and then he seemed to see a colorful Ferris wheel slowly spinning in front of him. This is the huge projection of the natural disk of the Chaos Emperor, coming from the end of space. On the natural disk, countless life wheels appear and disappear, each of which is entangled with a painful soul. That is the collection of the Chaos Emperor for millions of years. "Human, do you think you can stop fate?" The voice of the Chaos Emperor came from the depths of the life wheel, and every word set off a tsunami of spiritual consciousness. Wei Huan's spiritual consciousness turned into thousands of chains in the tsunami, tightly entangled with the nearest life wheel. What I want to rewrite is your fate. The phantom of the lotus of reincarnation bloomed in the darkness, and the petals cut into the projection of the life disk like a sharp blade, peeling off the entangled soul fragments piece by piece. The roar of the Chaos Emperor shook the space to distort, and the life wheel began to rotate in the opposite direction, pulling Wei Huan's spiritual consciousness into the abyss. He suddenly smiled, and a ball of black soul powder appeared in his palm. It was the part of the polluted soul that was stripped off when the soul was repeatedly filtered. The pure black was the purest power of chaos. Now it was in Wei Huan's hand, turning into streams of light and merging into the fate disk, burning holes on it. You pollute the world with chaos, and I will use chaos to burn your authority. Wei Huan's voice was as cold as black ice, and the power of reincarnation and the breath of chaos collided with each other on the fate disk. The fragments of the law left by Mu Zhong's previous reversal of time and space also turned into golden chains at this moment, entangled with the madly twisting fate wheel. The projection of the fate disk began to collapse, revealing the shadow of the Chaos Emperor in the depths pierced by chains. His eyes were crazy and violent, and countless souls were boiling around him, turning into black flames and rushing towards Wei Huan. A tiny ant dares to touch the power of the Emperor? Wei Huan did not dodge, and let the flames wrap him up. The lotus of reincarnation became more and more brilliant in the flames, and each petal absorbed the chaos flames and refined them into pure death power. At the same time, the dirty world and the ancient god world trembled violently. The black dragon, the big head and other dominant summons were fully operating the godhood to stabilize the foundation of the world. The Queen of the Zerg commanded the hive to continuously inject the collected energy into the lotus of reincarnation. Wei Huan's body was in the baby bus, surrounded by black and white intertwined light, and the chaos chains and reincarnation patterns were faintly visible under his skin. Give me. Break it. Wei Huan gathered all his strength, and the lotus of reincarnation turned into a giant light wheel, smashing it hard at the disk of destiny. Boom! With a loud bang, the projection completely collapsed, and the roar of the Chaos Emperor gradually dissipated. Wei Huan panted weakly, but forced himself to guide the absorbed chaos power into the reincarnation channel. Those purified powers flowed into the two worlds along the channel. In the sky of the dirty world, new godheads began to condense. In the ancient world, the new buds of the world tree grew wildly, and the branches showed the interweaving lines of chaos and death. Success? Mu Zhong felt that the time law he had left behind was touched, and he contacted Wei Huan as soon as possible. Is everything going well? Wei Huan didn't want to talk about the thrills, and replied, very smooth, all is fair in war. Chaos Emperor could not have dreamed that from the beginning. What we were trying to seize was not the half of the soul power of the symbiote, but the energy plundered by Chaos Emperor's attack through the symbiote. This time the harvest is much stronger than that half of the symbiote, and I also stripped a large number of souls from the Wheel of Fate, which will further affect his fate. It's actually very dangerous, isn't it? Mu Zhong heard something unusual in it. Wei Huan rarely spoke at length. He was hiding something. Wei Huan was silent for 2 seconds, then said, the fragments of the power of the Chaos Emperor are hotter than I imagined. He raised his hand and pressed it on his forehead, where there were still traces of the burning of the fate disk. Don't worry, reincarnation can swallow everything. Mu Zhong could feel his fatigue across time and space, but he knew that it was useless to persuade him to rest at this moment. Do you want to come back to refine? No need. Wei Huan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. We are about to reach the ancient god realm. The Earth Mother may have a way. I want to use the Emperor's power to fuse these powers. This time it was not a plan, but to actually absorb the fragments of the Emperor's power. Even if it was only a very weak wisp of power, it was also an Emperor-level aura. It was difficult to refine, and accompanied by certain risks. The Chaos Emperor's aura might tear apart his inner world, but if it could not tear him apart, it would turn into the purest nutrients in his world to help him become stronger. Of course, Wei Huan dared to do this when the war was approaching, and the biggest reliance was still on the Chaos body. Thinking of this, Wei Huan wanted to give Lu Qingji a thumbs up, or Big Guy. Big Guy's 6 million years of self-sacrifice and sword-making laid the foundation for the current human race to turn the tide. The ancient god body cultivation method not only allows Wei Huan to have both physical and magical cultivation, and his strength far exceeds that of his peers, but also allows ordinary humans to rely on the ancient god body to become gods. The key is that it can absorb the powerful capacity of chaos, not only allowing himself to have a way to kill evil beasts to improve his strength, but also allowing himself to dare to touch the Emperor's authority of the Chaos Emperor at this time. The Lord of Light is already crazy, right? In the past million years, he has been circling around the remains of the great Emperor Taichu, trying to seize some scattered Emperor's authority to refine and use it to strengthen himself. But the Lord of Light, who has already taken the fate plate on his body, has never thought of touching the power of the Chaos Emperor. It was because the Chaos Emperor was no longer an emperor who had achieved the laws. His imperial authority was filled with chaos poison. How could the Lord of Light dare to touch him? He did not even dare to put the divination plate into his inner world. That was why Wei Huan easily found him the last time they met. But Wei Huan dared. As long as he could bite off a bite from the Chaos Emperor, he would dare to swallow the poisonous meat with the strength of his ancient god body. Chapter 502. Wei Huan dares to eat chaos. After all, he has been hunting evil beasts for so many years. In terms of digesting and absorbing chaos, Wei Huan feels that he is probably better than the Chaos Emperor. But this is the power of the Emperor, and it is an extremely active Emperor who hates him very much. It is not easy to refine this wisp of the Emperor's power. Wei Huan endured the burning pain and arrived at the ancient god domain. The baby bus did not stop, and was always running at full speed. When it saw the world tree, the Titan ancient god's consciousness swept over. "Leader Wei, what are you doing?" Wei Huan's voice was hoarse. "I want to find the Earth Mother, it's urgent." The Titan ancient god had already come forward, but only saw a streak of light left by the baby bus. He stopped and caught up again and asked, "Leader Wei, what happened to you? I see that your breath is unstable." Then he said, "The queen is recovering from her injuries. How about I pass on the message?" Finally, seeing that Wei Huan could not be stopped, he sighed and said with some concern, "Are you okay?" Wei Huan seemed to hear the crazy laughter of the Chaos Emperor in the imperial power that burned his eyebrows. In the hateful laughter, full of malice was released. Even if it just made him uncomfortable, the Chaos Emperor was willing to spend a lot of effort to operate this power across countless spaces. Wei Huan raised his head and pressed his eyebrows, looking at the mountain not far ahead. The health of Mother Earth is now slightly better. The once barren mountains are now sprouting green spots. The breath of Mother Earth is nourishing her body. As her breath improves, even the entire ancient god's domain is showing new vitality. The trauma caused by the war not long ago seems to have disappeared now. On the original ruins, the buds of the world tree have grown. It won't be long before another world grows. The souls of the descendants of the ancient gods, who died under the world tree, also started their lives again in reincarnation. Life and death, death and life, the meaning of life is nothing more than this. The Titan ancient god was still chasing behind. When he saw Wei Huan going straight into the depths of the restricted area, when he was about to go in, the breath of the Earth Mother rose with a rosy glow. It was the Earth Mother who stopped him. He stopped where he was and looked into the depths with concern, and did not leave for a long time. Wei Huan came to the Earth Mother. Before the baby bus stopped, he had already stepped out of the chariot, and said to the Earth Mother's clone transformed from the quicksand in front of him, "Earth Mother, please help me." Earth Mother did not say anything, but just raised her hand and waved it. The breath of the Earth Mother circulated around Wei Huan's body, and the chaotic power beating at Wei Huan's eyebrows suddenly became much gentler. The breath of the Earth Mother separated the aura of the Chaos Emperor. After it could no longer be controlled remotely, only the most primitive burning of the law of chaos remained. Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, my lady." The Earth Mother smiled kindly, and said to Wei Huan, "Not a bad idea. After refining this ray of Chaos Emperor's authority, you can leave a few uncertainties on the life plate of the Chaos Emperor. These will be the key factors in the final outcome." Wei Huan said, "It was Mu Zhong who came up with this idea. With these uncertainties, and the non-existence of the lady, we can break free from the shackles of fate and find a way out." The Earth Mother said, "Fate is not omnipotent. He can see the thread of fate of the gods, but he cannot see you and me who have escaped fate, and his own future. His madness, and the uncertainty accumulated so far have made his future full of unknowns. What we need to do is to continue to expand his mistakes." After saying this, the Earth Mother motioned Wei Huan to sit down and said, "Come, I will help you refine this ray of imperial power." Wei Huan sat cross-legged on the ground. The power of the Earth Mother was like warm water, flowing through his eyebrows. Wei Huan's eyebrows and eyes were relaxed and drowsy. He easily refined this ray of imperial power. When the last mark of Chaos Emperor was erased, the furious and incompetent roar of Chaos Emperor seemed to come from the void. The last trace of pure power was absorbed by Wei Huan, and together with all the power absorbed before, it quickly nourished the two worlds in his body. The ancient god world is rapidly evolving from a pure primitive planet into a universe. This world has complete laws and abundant energy. And because Mu Zhong and Do Lin have achieved the position of master here, this world has become 2 points more perfect. The ancient god world is. After the core of Wei Huan's power reached the master level, he also had the ability to compete with the emperor. The dirty world is located in Wei Huan's eyebrow spiritual platform. It is a death world where the dead spirits, fallen insects, and the undead army live. It is composed of the purest law of death. Although it is only a world of the main god level, because of the emperor's authority, the existence of the lotus of reincarnation, the quality of this world has reached the emperor level. At the same time, because of the influence of the complete laws of the ancient god world, this world actually has the ability to condense the death godhead. Now, after seizing the authority of the chaos emperor, coupled with the energy of the symbiote absorbed before, 2 godheads have appeared in this world again, Yellow Spring Middle Godhead and Reincarnation Middle Godhead. At this point, all the godhoods of the upper and middle gods were gathered in Wei Huan's dirty world. Wei Huan glanced at the 2 worlds, and finally his consciousness descended on the dirty world, and took the 2 godhoods in his hands. He pondered for a long time, and summoned 2 undead leaders. One of them was a giant wolf, with bone spurs, bone armor, and running wildly on all 4s. It roared all the way from a distance, and finally stopped steadily in front of Wei Huan, looking at Wei Huan respectfully with its green eyes. It was the leader of the running wolves, Brother Tao Gang, a war command artist of the Legion War. At the same time, on Brother Tao Gang's back, there was a child sitting astride. He looked about 4 or 5 years old, with fair and tender skin. Except for a pair of green eyes, he looked like a human child. Of course, in this world full of death, there would be no ordinary boys. Besides, the strong breath of death emitted from it was not a power that normal people could possess. Seeing Wei Huan, he jumped down with a smile, and came to Wei Huan, holding Wei Huan's legs and looking up at him, as if he was looking at his elders and relatives, with admiration in his eyes. Wei Huan also touched his head, and then handed him the Huangquan Middle Godhead, saying, "Mog, this is for you." Huangquan has the ability to judge the underworld, save the disaster and guide the soul. I will set up the judgment hall in the 2 worlds, and you will be the little emperor of the netherworld. In the future, if there are offenders in the 2 worlds, even the gods will be handed over to you for judgment, and you will have some reincarnation authority to deal with souls. Wei Huan watched Mog take the Huangquan Godhead and absorb it. His aura quickly became stronger, and he jumped to the power of the master, and nodded with satisfaction. In the future, there will be more and more intelligent life in the 2 worlds. The world is too big to manage, so a supreme authority is needed to make judgments. Wei Huan is not interested in the trivialities of management, so after thinking about it, he handed the job to Mog. Let's see first, if it's not suitable, then change it, but out of selfishness, Wei Huan hopes that Mog can have higher strength and authority than other summons. The same reason can be used for Brother Diaogong. Wei Huan still clearly remembers the origin of the name Brother Diaogong. It was on the adventure on the first-class highway. Brother Diaogong stood out from the first batch of undead he recruited. By attacking the enemy's weaknesses, he became the first different undead in Wei Huan's eyes. At that time, he didn't know the existence of true spirit. True spirit is the key to open wisdom, and the loyalty of the followers of the dead spirits. As the former subordinates of the dead spirit Huan, they gave up the opportunity to reincarnate and chose to sleep in the dirty world in the form of undead, waiting for a new round of awakening and fighting for the undead. As the successor of the will of the dead soul Huan, Wei Huan has absolute trust and respect for every soul that awakens its true spirit. At the same time, he also looks at the first true spirit, Brother Tao Gang, who followed him differently. Wei Huan gave Brother Tao Gang the mid-level godhood of reincarnation, and watched him transform from a huge wave covered with bone spurs and armor to a wild and strong man nearly 3 meters tall after obtaining the godhood. This appearance is 80% similar to a subordinate in his memory. With past memories coming back, Wei Huan nodded to Brother Tao Gang and asked him, "What do you want to be called?" Brother Tao knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Thank you for the godhood, please name me." It is not good for such a big person to continue to be called by a flowery name. Wei Huan thought for a while and said, "Just call me Wolf." "Wolf, obey." Brother Tao hammered his chest, as if pressing the name on his heart. Wei Huan said, "You continue to serve in the summoning army and be responsible for the training of the Legion." "Yes." After completing the configuration of 2 new godhoods, Wei Huan dispersed this divine consciousness clone and left the dirty world. After assigning 2 main combat-type undead leaders, Now 2 functional undead leaders have been assigned. After all, war is not just about the temporary strength and weakness on the battlefield. The real war is about logistics, strategic deployment, and talent training. Qiyuan Star Domain has Mu Zhong and Do Lin in charge, so he doesn't need to manage it, but the dirty world is his law of evolution, and it is impossible to dispatch a group of humans to manage it, so he still has to choose the right person from his own tribe. In addition, Wave 1 now has 7 vacancies for the lower godhoods, waiting for enough energy to condense. Wave 1 has a feeling that when the last godhood is condensed, he will become the master of death. He has never had a clue how to become the master, but now he finally has the biggest reward. Wei Huan slowly opened his eyes, and saw that he had been sitting cross-legged in the same place, and the Earth Mother was facing away from him, as if looking at somewhere in the sky. Sensing the change in his breath, the Earth Mother turned around, and her face was unusually anxious. You finally woke up. 88 days have passed, and the battlefield needs you. Wei Huan squeaked up, and then he realized that under the cover of the Earth Mother's breath, since the Chaos Emperor's thoughts could not be transmitted, the connection of the Reincarnation Lotus was also blocked. He turned to leave, then reacted and looked at the Earth Mother, and quickly asked, "How is the war situation?" "I will return to the Qiyuan Star region soon, but if the war breaks out in the Ancient God region, I will also stay." The Earth Mother raised her hand and waved, and the strong power of the 5 elements turned into a map of the God region. Wei Huan looked at the map that almost occupied the entire sky in front of him, and his eyes widened. This was the first time he saw a complete map of the God region, but it was not much different from the map he constructed in his mind. After all, he had even entered the core of the God region. The biggest difference was that on this map, there were also detailed locations of almost all abandoned God kingdoms, primitive stars, and other planetary continents. Then Wei Huan soon discovered that some of the glowing points were moving, and there were also many places flashing vortex-like light. One of the vortex lights was in the Qiyuan Star region. Wei Huan looked at the Earth Mother, who waved her hand again, and the sky rolled up like a piece of paper, and finally turned into a scroll and fell into Wei Huan's hand. The Earth Mother said, "This universe is all my body, and the God Star map is given to you. It will guide the direction of your war." Wei Huan immediately realized the importance of this map, which was equivalent to giving him a god's perspective and the ability to grasp the overall situation. "Thank you, Earth Mother." Wei Huan spoke again. The Earth Mother smiled. "I look forward to the day when the wind passes through the cracks." "It will." Wei Huan answered firmly that he must win this battle, because behind him were his family and friends, his lover, and the human race. Wei Huan planned to leave directly after getting the map, but after the Earth Mother took away the Earth Mother's breath from him, he found that the ancient gods were also ready for battle, and the 3 dominant ancient gods and Mafati were waiting for him in the ancient god army. After noticing that he came out, the Titan ancient god said directly, "We will start from here and push all the way to the kingdom of the Lord of Light. Keep in touch and look forward to meeting you." Wei Huan nodded, "Okay." Then he no longer hesitated, turned on the Reincarnation Lotus, and returned to the ancient god domain in an instant from the Reincarnation channel. It was the taste of the soul. In the cold and gloomy attributes, there was a boiling hot blood, and the iron-blooded breath of burning souls, like a backflowing galaxy, drilled into Wei Huan's nostrils. At the same time, it seemed that they had finally found the way home, and they rushed into the reincarnation. For a moment, Wei Huan felt as if the strings in his head were broken, but soon as his consciousness expanded throughout the Qiyuan Star region, he found that the situation was not as bad as he imagined. The war was indeed breaking out, but the battlefield was near Qiyuan Star, that is, the area located at the crack of the Chaos Source. The army of the Lord of Light, and the Dark Gods sent by the Chaos Emperor, as well as some of the evil beasts that were still alive but mutated, were fighting against the human army. Even though the battle line was very long, the war only broke out on the battlefield. The challenge world behind was still running quietly as usual, and even Qiyuan Star was not attacked by the war. Therefore, all those who died were human warriors. Wei Huan felt distressed, but this was inevitable in war, and there were a lot of souls from the light domination camp mixed in with the souls of the human race, so the number looked so terrible. Wei Huan's heart was lifted, but soon he put it down again. Things were not so bad yet. The human race had been planning for this battle for a long time, and the swords had been sharpened for a long time, and were eager to see blood. So far, the divine sense has scanned it, and it's not bad. Then Wei Huan soon realized the real purpose of this war. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the front line of the war, where Mu Zhong was supervising the war. Mu Zhong saw Wei Huan coming and looked at him in surprise. Have you finished refining? The war is still under control, so I didn't disturb you. No, it's getting out of control little by little. Wei Huan shook his head, and directly unfolded the map of the divine domain given to him by the Earth Mother, and pointed to the flashing spots all over it, and said, the war here is just to delay us. The army of the Lord of Light is slaughtering all the primitive stars, and harvesting souls, for the Chaos Emperor. Mu Zhong looked at the flashing spots on the entire map, took a breath, and reacted. The Point Beast has sent me a message, telling me that there are the whereabouts of the army of light outside. I sent out a scout team to inquire about their whereabouts. I guessed that it might be a strategic layout to encircle us, and I also thought that they might go to harvest souls, but I didn't expect that there would be so many primitive stars in the divine domain. Primitive stars are special planets, born under special circumstances. Life will be born on them according to the environment, just like Blue Star is a primitive star. Except for the ancient gods, all other tribes were born from primitive stars, and then they evolved into more powerful life forms over a long period of time until they touched the truth of the law and became gods. There are not many such primitive stars. After all, the conditions for their formation are harsh, but the god's domain is too large and has existed for countless years. Slowly, more than 1 million primitive stars, like the one in front of us, have been accumulated. Mu Zhong looked at the extremely detailed map and said in shock, it turns out that the god's domain is so lively and prosperous. They are already the masters. Mu Zhong has lived for more than an era in his memory, but he still hasn't explored every place in the god's domain. In particular, some remote areas have a large number of primitive stars that reproduce life. Even though the gods have almost turned the god's domain upside down in the past few eras, there are still lives growing tenaciously in the corners. Wei Huan did not have the same emotion as Mu Zhong. He just frowned and pointed to some places where primitive stars gathered and said, the soul will descend on every intelligent creature. The army of the Lord of Light is about to arrive at these places. They don't need to use too much effort to easily destroy a planet. We must get there as soon as possible. Mu Zhong said, no, the situation is not as bad as you think. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Mu Zhong said, the tentacles of the Chaos Emperor cannot reach the god's domain. If he wants to harvest souls, he can only rely on the divine disc. Wei Huan suddenly realized, and then reacted why he only saw the figures of the Elemental Lord and the Flesh Lord on this battlefield, but not the Lord of Light. It is obvious that he is carrying the divine disc and going to different primitive stars. If there is only one, his speed will not be too fast. Wei Huan's eyes swept across the places where the 3 primitive stars gathered the most. They were located at the 3 farthest ends of the god's domain. From the perspective of size, they completely exceeded the challenge world, and the number of souls they accommodated was at least in the billions. Because of his cultivation, he had missed the Lord of Light's expedition to the first gathering place of primitive stars. There was a flashing light of the teleportation portal there. Presumably, the Lord of Light's army had all arrived, and was carrying out an inhumane massacre. Wei Huan said simply, I must stop him, even if it is just to stop him from taking more souls, but the other 2 primitive star gathering places cannot be abandoned. The Point Beast will gather all its forces to one of the gathering places according to my order. You need to arrange the expeditionary force to set off for the other gathering place. I will send Datu, Black Dragon and Brother Dialgon to follow. Also, the ancient god Legion has already pointed its sword at the kingdom of the Lord of Light. Now it depends on whether we can protect it well, or the Lord of Light can harvest it quickly. Mu nodded. Leave it to me, I will protect it. Okay. Wei Huan nodded, and before he could say more, he appeared in the baby bus in the next second. The baby bus drove across the battlefield like a sharp blade of a sword drawn from its sheath. The breath belonging to Wei Huan suddenly appeared, and the thunder figure of the god of death appeared in the air, staring coldly at every soul. The battlefield, which was in fierce fighting, fell into a brief solidification. Wei Huan is back. The leader is back. The human warriors were instantly like chicken blood, and their fighting power soared. However, the army of the Legion of Light became panic-stricken, and as they advanced and retreated, the front line began to press towards the direction of the Legion of Light. The Elemental Overlord and the Flesh Overlord became nervous at the same time. They were originally at ease, and opened the law barrier at the first time, fearing that they would be killed by Wei Huan's sneak attack. The news that Wei Huan killed the successor of the Dark Overlord in one blow has spread among the gods. Since Wei Huan can kill the Dark Overlord in 1 second, it is possible to kill other overlords in 1 second. As for the gods below the Overlord, it is impossible to escape. This is also the reason why they chose to disperse the army and go to different battlefields in this battle. If they all gather together, wouldn't it be sending heads to the hands of this death god? Wei Huan just revealed his aura slightly, and the Army of Light was in a panic for a while. Without the previous bravery, the threat to the Qiyuan Star region was greatly reduced. This is the deterrent power that the leader of a powerful tribe can bring. Even if he does nothing, the enemy will be terrified. Su Qingqiang, who has been fighting bloody battles on the front line for more than a month, can finally be replaced and rest after Wei Huan appeared. He returned to the camp in the rear exhausted. His subordinates along the way expressed great admiration for his past strength on the battlefield, but Su Qingqiang was unexpectedly silent. And after returning to the room, he never came out. When Hammer knocked on the door and came in, he saw Su Qingqiang crushing the head of a member of the Light Clan with his humus arm. The 12 arms behind him were covered with chaos patterns, and he was obviously trying to integrate the power of the Chaos Emperor. The ancient god body provided him with the feasibility of this adventure, but the power of the Emperor had been affecting him. When he looked up, there was a madness in his eyes that was on the verge of losing control. "Brother Chong?" Brother Chui spoke nervously. "You should tell the boss and the others. This attempt is too risky. Once it gets out of control." "I'm fine." Su Qingqiang bared his fangs and suddenly laughed strangely. Then he licked the corner of his mouth with his scarlet tongue and said, "I'm too familiar with this feeling. I haven't been in this state for a long time." The 12 humus arms behind him danced, and the muscles of his arms bulged high. He looked at his arms and said, "Just as I thought, the power of chaos always exists in the bodies of the criminal sequence. From the beginning, our sequence is a polluted soul. Crazy, twisted, violent, don't resist or be afraid. If you want to be above this, you will become incomparably powerful." Chapter 503. Just then, Xia Yu pushed the door open and walked in. She was obviously only a demigod, but when she appeared, Su Qingqiang immediately recovered from his loss of control. The humus arm behind him was retracted suddenly, hiding the chaotic patterns on it. Just like a student seeing a teacher, a mental patient seeing a psychiatrist will also have such a reaction. "You should take medicine." Xia Yu frowned, and the sacred power turned into a pair of gentle hands and entered Su Qingqiang's brain. While removing the power that affected him, she said, "You absorbed too much this time, and the treatment interval is too long. If you don't want to become the next Chaos Emperor, you'd better do what I say." Su Qingqiang calmed down a lot and answered clearly, "If you can become an emperor, it's not bad to be crazy." Xia Yu was so angry that she increased her strength. A piece of chaos dregs was violently torn off from Su Qingqiang's consciousness. Su Qingqiang covered his head in pain. When Xia Yu was about to say something, Su Qingqiang suddenly spoke, "I've been thinking recently that maybe I shouldn't resist the law of life. If I had made the right choice at the beginning, I would be a master now. Not only would I have obtained a complete memory inheritance, but I would be able to really help in this battle instead of killing those insignificant minions." Xia Yu was silent for a few seconds and said, "There is nothing to regret. Life is life, and Su Qingqiang is Su Qingqiang. You like to smoke, warlike, like a madman, but you are loyal and passionate. If you forget, I can remind you that it was you who stayed with the boss and found and established the home of the human race, Qiyuan Star. At that time, you were not the master of life, you were even just a lower-level god." Xia Yu looked into Su Qingqiang's eyes, combing his soul more and more smoothly and quickly, and at the same time comforted him. "You imprinted the chaos pattern on the humus arm. I fully support you. Because you have a brilliant soul and strong willpower, you may be able to take a new path. You and the boss are the same person, you never stick to a framework, and now is the time to break the framework. The boss, and you will both become variables of fate." Brother Hammer on the side seemed to have heard such words for the first time. His expression was very stunned, and then he said in surprise, "That's right, the Chaos Emperor is pulling every living being with the thread of fate. Increasing variables is increasing our chances of winning." Su Qingqiang was silent for 2 seconds, and asked uncertainly, "Are you comforting me? Or is it really like this? I didn't think so much at the beginning, I just wanted to become stronger." Xia Yu was amused by Su Qingqiang's honesty. She took back the sacred power and looked at Su Qingqiang, who had calmed down a lot, and said, "The god of luck is on our side. Your experience has explained everything. If you persist, there will be results. In addition, I feel that your breath is a little floating. Is it going to upgrade?" "What upgrade?" Su Qingqiang scratched his head. "The reason why I feel uncomfortable is that I still can't feel the 7th law of the abyss. It's still early to become a superior god." Xia Yu was silent for a few seconds, and finally said speechlessly, "Your ancient god body is going to upgrade." Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows and was stunned. Xia Yu nodded, "Yes, after the war, you used the blood of the enemy to irrigate your humus arm, and the energy filled your body. This uncontrollable feeling is not just about becoming a madman, but also because your ancient god body is about to break through. Su Qingqiang hissed and cursed. Fuck, I thought I was the same as Do Lin and the others, that there was a limit to the cultivation of the ancient god body, and I could only advance by relying on the god of laws. It turns out that I am following the boss's path? After saying this, Su Qingqiang's waist and legs stopped hurting, and all the self-doubts in his mind were thrown into the trash can. He never expected that he could actually break through the ancient god body first. Because of preconceived reasons, he had not paid attention to the cultivation of the ancient god body for some time. Now that he was reminded, he entered his own ancient god world and felt it carefully, and found that the world was evolving on its own. This was the rhythm of minor success. The combat power of the ancient god body can reach the main god level after the minor success. Although it is still early to become a master, Su Qingqiang is a dual cultivation of body and law. The ancient god body is originally biased towards physical combat. When he met the Abyss Law God who also mainly fights with physical combat, Su Qingqiang is destined to become a killing god on the battlefield, the strongest and most terrifying existence of a single soldier. When Su Qingqiang came back to his senses, he smiled from ear to ear, and then slapped his head and muttered, "Why didn't I feel it when I wasn't reminded? I can't hold it anymore, haha, I have to find a place to advance." Su Qingqiang ran away while talking, leaving Xiaoyu and Hammer in the room. At this time, Qi Jiaolu, who had heard the news, walked in from the door, looked at the empty room in confusion, and asked, "Where is Su Qingqiang?" However, Xiaoyu turned around and did not look particularly happy. She said to Qi Jiaolu, "Sister Qi, Brother Chang was deeply affected by the chaos. He absorbed too much chaotic power, and could not even perceive his own state." Qi Jiaolu's eyebrows suddenly frowned. "Is it so serious? Is there any way? I have told Marshal Mu, and he said that he would let him try to purify the polluted soul when the boss comes back, but the boss just came back and left again." Xiaoyu comforted the nervous Qi Jiaolu and said, "Brother Chang has gone to upgrade his ancient god body. The ancient god body will have a higher tolerance after the upgrade. The situation is not yet to the extent we are worried about, but the upgrade in this polluted state is likely to make the pollution more stubborn and difficult to remove." Qi Jiaolu bit her lip and sighed after a few seconds. "There is no other way now. The war is the most important thing at the moment. I think he will make the same choice here, right? It's not that there is no way." Xiaoyu said, "The Master of Life is enough to solve any pollution problem. But he has given up." "No, it's another master." Qi Jiaolu reacted, eyes widened. "You mean Orange Juice?" Xiaoyu nodded. "Orange Juice was born not long ago, but he doesn't look like a child. I went to see him. The power of the abyss appeared in him, but his memory stayed 1,000,000 years ago. The rotten memory affects his current body. If he doesn't recover his memory as soon as possible, he will soon die in his memories." This was the first time the two heard the news. Even Hammer opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect these things to happen at the same time as the war. He was so anxious to speak, but Qi Jiaolu spoke earlier. "What about now? Is Orange Juice okay?" Xiaoyu nodded. "That's why I came a little late. The boss gave me Orange Juice's reincarnation memory, and I just came back from him. Next, it depends on what Orange Juice will choose after his memory is restored. If he decides to embark on the path of life domination, Brother Chan will be saved." Qi Jiaolu breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned. Since Orange Juice has restored his memory, the Abyss system must be his first choice. "No, you're wrong." Xiaoyu shook her head firmly. The big guy gave up the Abyss Law on his own initiative. The memory was too painful. Even after reincarnation, it could not be completely erased, so he subconsciously gave up the Abyss Law and was picked up by life and reincarnation. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu suddenly laughed. "I don't know what the two masters experienced in reincarnation, but it is obvious that they don't like their own path and are interested in each other's path." Qi Jiaolu, Brother Chui, Suddenly, it was very vivid. After saying this, it seems that the matter is not to the point where it cannot be solved. Qi Jiaolu, who was relieved, said, "The bosses are busy with big things. It would be great if we can solve these things by ourselves. I plan to go see Orange Juice now." "Oh, no other meaning. Just knowing that my former companions have returned, I am very happy. I go too." Brother Chui rarely spoke, but the two women would still subconsciously ignore his existence. Hammer is already a lower-level god, and the objects that his talent can work on have also risen to lower-level gods. Wei Huan called Hammer's talent non-existence, which is the same effect created by the Earth Mother when she operates the Earth Mother's breath. Perhaps by some chance, Hammer has a ray of the power of the Earth Mother's breath in his body, which makes him have this confusing but enviable talent. Xiaoyu nodded. Let's go together. Yes. Qi Jiaolu walked side by side with her. Both of them looked like beautiful and aggressive beauties, and wherever they walked, it seemed that there was the fragrance of roses. Brother Hammer fell behind and heard their conversation. You have been a demigod for a long time. When will you achieve godhood? Maybe in this war. You mean to seize godhood? That holy god hides very deep. Marshal Do and Brother Chong have helped me find him, but they have never found any trace of him. You can consider becoming a god with the ancient god body. I have considered it, but unfortunately I really don't have the talent. I can only wait and see if I can be promoted to the next level after this war. If not, don't worry, we will win. Two beautiful female gods appeared in a small building in the Liu family's house. The baby room on the second floor was decorated warmly and beautifully. The wind chimes and rocking horses, as well as the stickers on the wall, made the room full of childishness, which showed the owner of the house's expectation for the arrival of the child. A woman with an ordinary appearance, but a gentle temperament, was holding a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes in her arms, and crying silently. The woman's husband was with her, looking at the baby in his wife's arms, with a complicated expression. As for the baby, his face, which had been covered with ulcers and rotten, was recovering visibly, but his eyes gradually lost the expression that a child should have during this process. When Xiaoyu, Qi Jiaolu and Chuigu came over, they saw the three of them looking at each other in silence. Alas! Some pain is unavoidable. When Xiaoyu took the baby over, he looked at the baby who was also looking at him with clear eyes and said, he is a great being who was born after experiencing disasters. After 18 lives, he returned to the throne of God. You should be happy for him. The man sighed and hugged his wife, who cried out wow. He tried to calm his own sorrow and comfort his collapsed lover. Then he tried to suppress the grief of separation and looked at the child held in Xiaoyu's arms, hesitantly asking, can we still see him? Xiaoyu shook her head, not wanting to lie. The situation is tense now, and the gods are returning to their positions one after another. If there is a destiny, you will know everything after the war is over. The man nodded, and even the woman suppressed the grief of separation and choked up and said, I know that the war of 1,000,000 years has continued until now. If we lose, how can we talk about seeing each other again? Please take good care of him, God, he is still a child. Where is the child? The baby with 18 lifetimes of memory is almost an old monster. Xiaoyu tried to suppress her complaints and looked at Lu Qingji, and saw the sadness in Lu Qingji's eyes. Then, in her surprised eyes, Lu Qingji raised the baby's hand like a small steamed bun, and a force of law gathered in it. Then, the little hand unfolded, and the power of life was released from the palm. Wherever the power of life reaches, the pain on people's bodies disappears, seeds sprout, flowers bloom, and a group of birds fly to the big tree outside the window, chirping. Qi Jiaolu opened her eyes wide in surprise. It has only been a short while, and Lu Qingji has already reached the realm level. A realm level, who was born only 3 days ago, will awaken his power even faster in the future. So amazing. Qi Jiaolu was happy for Lu Qingji's return to his position, and was happy for Su Qingqiang's rescue. I didn't expect that the two masters had really exchanged the rules. However, Xiaoyu raised his head and held the white and tender little hand like a steamed bun, interrupting him and saying, this body is too fragile. Even if you are the master of life, you can't overuse your power, or your body will collapse. Suddenly, the power of the law of life dissipated. Lu Qingji blinked, yawned, and fell asleep in seconds. Only a few people were left in this environment full of birdsong and flowers, looking at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, after seeing Lu Qingji use this trick, the eyes of the young couple instantly became clear. It was difficult for them to treat a baby with domain strength as a new baby. After all, even the ancestor of the Liu family, who just passed away, was only at the domain level. Xiaoyu also nodded to the young couple, then hugged Lu Qingji tightly, turned around and stepped into the void, and the three gods disappeared in the small building at the same time. Xiaoyu carried Lu Qingji back to her home. Qi Jiaolu, who sent her back all the way, said, it's a pity that I am contaminated with the breath of the abyss. Orange juice may have nightmares around me. I can only trouble you and Alfonso. Xiaoyu smiled. We are all brothers, let's not talk about this. Besides, it's not us who will take care of him. I will find the best team to take care of Orange Juice, and apply for training resources for him. I hope we can make it in time. Qi Jiaolu nodded. This will be a war that affects the entire God's domain. The participation of the Emperor makes the war full of uncertainty. The only thing we can do is to handle these emergencies in the rear, so that they have no worries on the battlefield. Yes, do what we should do to the best of our ability. Xia Yu walked into the room with Lu Qingji in her arms, and said goodbye to Qi Jialu. Brother Cheng, if there is anything wrong, contact me in time. Okay. Brother Chui silently sent Xia Yu home, and sent Qi Jialu to the place where Su Qingqiang was in seclusion, and then disappeared as if he had never existed. When he reappeared, he was already behind Mu Zhong. As soon as he appeared, Mu Zhong looked over and smiled. Brother Chui, what happened? Brother Chui nodded and described everything that had just happened. After listening, Mu Zhong smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. It is because everyone is working hard that we have come to this day. The war on the front line will not stop for too long. The Chaos Emperor will not allow peace to exist. He is using war to support himself, so be prepared. A new round of war is about to break out. Yes. After Brother Chui left, Mu Zhong stood up from his seat and walked to the glass window of the chariot. The battlefield was not far ahead, just where he could see with both eyes. For 3 months, he has been in the command vehicle at the forefront of the war, always paying attention to the situation on the battlefield ahead. Although he did not take action, the extreme consumption of energy also made him extremely tired. But when he thought that Wei Huan had successfully left the customs and went to the original star to save the situation, he felt much more relaxed. Sure enough, holding up a piece of sky by yourself and enjoying Wei Huan's protection are two different feelings. I wonder if Wei Huan, who always silently supports everything, is tired? Wei Huan is not tired. Some people are mediocre, some are petty, some are academic masters, and some are academic losers. Wei Huan seems to be a natural leader. Whenever he feels tired, he will quickly make a perfect self-adjustment, and then turn these pressures into motivation for himself to become stronger, and have today's achievements. And when the crisis comes, Wei Huan can't think too much about those more and less and tiredness. He just simply solves some things and runs on the road. In this process, he has time to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea, while drinking tea, studying the star map in front of him. The star map is a divine artifact that has never appeared before. Even when the great Emperor Taichu was alive, he was on good terms with the original goddess, and they fought against the Chaos Emperor and the Hongming Emperor together. Neither side of the battle had ever obtained the star map. If the undead had the star map 1,000,000 years ago, perhaps the result would not be what it is now. So from this point of view, this star map was condensed after the Earth Mother was seriously injured, consuming a lot of essence, which is probably why the Earth Mother's injury has become worse over the past 1,000,000 years. The importance of the star map has been fully revealed at this moment. Wei Huan can clearly see the star distribution of the entire God's domain, and the locations of all known gods, especially when they are on the planetary continent. As long as there is a grain of sand and dust of the Earth Mother's body on the planet, it is equivalent to lighting up the light of a surrounding star field. Once a god enters, he will appear on the map. However, most of the space in the god's domain is void, and there may be some planets and continents that are not stained by the Earth Mother's body. These become blind spots, and Wei Huan may need to take the gravel of the Earth Mother's body to manually open the map. Of course, it is enough now. At least at present, when only he has mastered the map, the enemy's whereabouts and strategic deployment are almost clearly seen. Just in front of Wei Huan's route, there is a place with a flashing portal, indicating that the Legion of Light is staying there, or stationed there, perhaps a military station. Wei Huan paid special attention, and slowed down the speed of the baby bus when passing by. His consciousness swept towards the location of the map. At first glance, there was an empty and void space. However, Wei Huan's persistent search soon led him to discover the abnormal clues. The divine consciousness was refracted here, just like a mirror, and even the light was hidden, so a large area of space here seemed to be invisible. But when Wei Huan realized what these were, his dominant divine consciousness easily penetrated the camouflage film, and then saw the truth. This is a ruin of a kingdom of God in the shape of a continent. There is a faint law of power flowing on it. In the past, it should have been the kingdom of a god of the light system. Now it has been transformed into a huge spaceship, and more than 10 billion light clansmen have gathered on it, floating towards this side quietly. The speed is not fast, but the emphasis is on concealment. The space above is very large, and it has been operating for a long time. Behind a large number of light warriors, there are also many civilian clansmen living in this world. Wei Huan's expression became very serious. He talked to Mu Zhong through the reincarnation. The Lord of Light has been keeping his troops inactive for these years. I thought he was seriously injured in the battle in the ancient god domain and needed to recover. I also wondered if our defense measures were good, so we never gave the Lord of Light a chance to get close. In fact, he had already made arrangements here. Once the army is dispatched, the Lord level can bring 1,000,000 elite soldiers to the Chiyuan star domain in just one day. In other words, the strength shown by the Light Legion on the front line and their headquarters in the rear are only part of it. Another part is hidden, which plays a decisive role at a critical moment. I can wipe out a mere 10 billion followers in an instant. Wei Huan said so. Mu Zhong smiled and said, but you won't, because it will alert the enemy. Yes, this direction is to the original star where the Lord of Light is. Once this place is destroyed, it will attract his attention. Just go ahead, I will arrange people to verify the correctness of the star map one by one and make corresponding arrangements. Okay, then I leave it to you. After Wei Huan finished speaking, his spiritual consciousness quickly withdrew from the entire continent he covered, and the baby bus turned into a stream of light and drove away in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Wei Huan heard Mu Zhong give orders and arranged Dou Lin to investigate the authenticity of every abnormal point on the map. You are fast. This job is for you. Go quickly and come back quickly. We need you here. Wei Huan waited for Mu Zhong to finish the arrangement in an orderly manner, and then said when he was free, Xia, you stopped me and took away Orange Juice's reincarnation memory. What's the situation now? Mu Zhong told him everything he knew from beginning to end, and then said, Brother Chang is about to break through the minor success of the ancient god body and reach the main god level. With the power of his middle-level god in the abyss, his combat power can barely fight against the dominant level. Orange Juice is still an infant. Orange's son, his body cannot bear too much power. I can set up a chain of time for him, and he will be an adult in no time. Wei Huan said, the chain of time can speed up time, but it cannot speed up the speed of law perception under the acceleration of time, and it is useless for the cultivation of the ancient god body. But if it only speeds up the growth of the body, it is indeed a good way. However, although the time you and I have experienced in the outside world is short, people in the chain of time do need to spend such a long time alone. You need to confirm with Orange Juice. Orange Juice has been lonely for millions of years. Now I can't bear to let him go through this again. Chapter 504. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong sighed, you think about everyone, so you naturally hope that they can be better, but at the same time, everyone also hopes that you can relax a little. The situation is tense now, and the war has begun. Once chaos escapes, the human race will be in danger. In this life and death situation, it is no longer a question of whether you want to or not, but you must do it. You should know what Orange Juice did 18 generations ago. Even if I don't say anything, he will definitely do this. The only thing we should do is to welcome his return. Wei Huan was persuaded. Every word Mu Zhong said made sense. Based on his understanding of the big guy, this would also be Orange Juice's choice. It's just... The face that was smiling happily and looking at the peace and prosperity of the country appeared in my mind, and I was already missing it. Mu Zhong seemed to know what Wei Huan was thinking. Even without seeing Wei Huan's expression, Mu Zhong could still say, if he wins this battle, he can do whatever he wants as a master. Wouldn't it be more refreshing? Moreover, as soon as he recovered his memory, he showed a strong talent in the law of life. This is a new path he has chosen. He will like it and walk on it firmly. Wei Huan said, I know, I think too much. Am I talking too much? Mu Zhong also felt that he was a little long-winded. I want to talk more with you. Wei Huan smiled, even if it was nonsense. Mu Zhong smiled, then continued to talk long-winded? Yes. Then let's talk about Brother Chan again. On the journey, with Mu Zhong's company, he was no longer lonely. Even if he was just talking and listening, he felt like he was with each other. Wei Huan traveled alone in the vast divine domain, and 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. The god's domain is too big. Even the baby bus, which is famous for its speed, takes several days to travel from the Chiyuan star domain to the edge of the god's domain. If it were a lower-level god, it would take 1 or 2 years to fly day and night. As for non-gods, they may never reach the border of the god's domain in this lifetime. Because it is too remote, the human race, including the dead race, does not have much information about the edge of the god's domain. Wei Huan remembered that when the great emperor Taichu was still there, the dead race followed the orders of the great emperor and explored the god's domain, especially all areas of one of the 4 directions of the sky under its control, every 100 years, especially the observation of the original star. However, after the great emperor fell, the other 3 great emperors also disappeared in the god's domain one after another. During the million years of domination, the control over the god's domain was much smaller. With such a long time, a large enough number of original stars evolved intelligent life, and the laws of heaven gave them souls. It is not impossible for some natives of the original stars, who are blessed by nature to accidentally become gods. The huge soul-nurturing place was originally an opportunity given by the heavenly Tao to all living beings, but now in the eyes of the Lord of Light, it has become a delicious delicacy, a piece of good fat meat. Wei Huan finally arrived at the location of the first primitive star. All he saw were the fragments floating in the void. The remaining power of light on them was still madly strangling the vitality of these fragments. As for the souls on them, Wei Huan did not see any. The fate disk swallowed the souls on these planets, and would be delivered to the Chaos Emperor to use as his power to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. This sentence has the most vivid portrayal now. A planet with mountains, trees, birds, beasts, and intelligent life that can only be nurtured after millions of years was destroyed. The light energy that was still strangling the vitality did not even let go of the insects living in the soil, searching for souls that might be hiding inch by inch. Wei Huan looked at the ruins in front of him and sighed in his heart. Although he knew it would be like this, it was still sad to see it with his own eyes. Then he looked forward with sharp eyes, and with a thought, the baby bus continued to rush forward. Wei Huan turned his head and looked at the star map again. After Wei Huan specifically asked the action team to carry some broken stones from the Earth Mother, he could clearly see the movements of his own army on the map. There were actually 6 army groups in action. The largest army group had more than 100 million people, led by Wei Yi, and followed by Black Dragon, Big Head and Brother Dig Anal, and was heading to the other end of the god's domain in the opposite direction of Wei Huan. Their mission was to rush to the place where the most primitive stars gathered to prevent the Lord of Light from attacking there. Although Wei Huan's 3 death gods were only at the level of middle and lower gods, they were cultivated as Wei Huan's summons to the Supreme Saint level, and their overall strength was barely at the level of the Lord. Like the Chaos Bug, facing a true Lord like the Lord of Light, their strength in a single fight was definitely not enough, but if the 3 of them joined forces to resist, it would not be so easy for the Lord of Light to kill them and complete the soul hunt. As long as they could delay successfully, Wei Huan would arrive soon. However, this team was very slow, and the distance was less than 1/30th of Wei Huan's, so it would probably take about 100 days to get there. Maybe Wei Huan solved the problem here and rushed over faster than them. There was another team that was slower and was heading to the 3rd gathering place of the original stars. It was the point beast that summoned the army. But this team was not shown on the map. Even after realizing how the star map found the target, Wei Huan specifically ordered the point beast to clear all factors that might expose themselves. They had been hiding in the dark, bypassing every place that might expose themselves and rushing to the destination. But the specific location of these cave beasts could emerge in Wei Huan's mind. Once their location was overlapped with the star map, it would be found that almost half of the god's domain had stars moving to the same place. If the unit of each star point was set to 10,000, there might be more than 100 trillion cave beasts here, gathering together in a number that would scare the gods. In addition, there were 5 light spots moving on the map. 4 of these light spots were heading to the garrison secretly arranged by the Lord of Light, quietly carrying out a counter-encirclement operation. Finally, there is another light spot, which is the acquired ancient god corps led by Envi Jiao, led by Do Lin, with very terrible combat power. Their goal is to go to the Kingdom of Light. It is impolite not to return the favor. Now that we have such a map from a god's perspective, if we don't do something to the Kingdom of Light, we will be sorry for these advantages. Do Lin's pace is very fast, and he has reached the edge of the Kingdom of Light, and is now waiting to join another legion. An ancient god corps that really came out of the ancient god domain. The Lord of Light launched a war against the ancient god realm, destroyed the Tree of Life, and killed a large number of descendants of the ancient gods. If Wei Huan had not appeared, the ancient god realm would have suffered heavy losses, and the Earth Mother, who was recovering from her injuries, might have been injured. This revenge must be avenged. The ancient gods have long been eager to participate in the war. Wei Huan also saw the light spot belonging to the ancient god legion on the map. Probably because they live with the Earth Mother, they are particularly bright on the star map. In this way, more than 90% of all the chess pieces in the hands of the Lord of Light have been arranged in a targeted manner. Wei Huan has never been so sure that they can win this battle. His eyes moved away from the star map and looked outside the car. His consciousness surged from his eyebrows, turned into tiny threads, and quickly spread out to the farthest distance. 2 more primitive stars were destroyed, but there was no light energy left on them. It seemed that there was no life with enough intelligence on these 2 planets. The Lord of Light was too lazy to use the power of law to destroy them, and only destroyed the planets. What kind of twisted mentality of bullying the weak is this? The divine consciousness did not stay on the fragments of the primitive star, but continued to spread far away, and finally let him see the ruins of a primitive star with the power of light remaining. Wei Huan felt a little breath of other laws on the ruins. The civilization of this primitive star has reached a certain level. The life bred on the planet has begun to learn to use the laws, and when danger came, it has tried to turn the tide. Those souls who master the power of laws will be particularly bright, and they are the favorite prey of the Lord of Light. This is also the reason why he will leave more laws of light here. Unfortunately, the natives' strenuous resistance was no match for the Lord's look. The planet was like a broken glass bead, shattered into pieces, and all life was extinct. After walking forward for another hour, Wei Huan saw the army of light that had just left the planet. The army's silver-white armor was matched with bright light, and even the snakes emitted pure white light, following behind a white stag like a righteous army. But lingering behind them, like smoke, being taken away by the fate disk, were the souls that wailed and screamed and could not escape. Taking his eyes off those souls, Wei Huan focused his attention on the Lord of Light. This time, the Lord of Light openly placed the fate disk between the two deer horns. The divine ring that originally emitted pure white light has now turned into an ancient disk like a decayed bronze, emitting the purest imperial power, absorbing the souls harvested from the original star. In the past, he was still hiding and didn't want people to know that he was driven by the Chaos Emperor. Now, he took the initiative to pull up the tiger skin of the Emperor and swaggered through the city. The overall momentum of the Army of Light is indeed different. This is the difference between having someone above your head and not having someone above your head. Fortunately, humans and ancient gods are allies, and there is also the Earth Mother to support them. Even if the Earth Mother is not an emperor who is good at fighting, as long as he is there, no enemy dares to ignore him and despise the human race. The question now is, what should we do next? Wei Huan asked the baby bus to hide and approached little by little. At the same time, his divine consciousness, like a spider silk, repeatedly moved between the Lord of Light and the Disk of Destiny. He only had one chance to attack, so he could only choose one to attack. Soon, Wei Huan made a decision. Baby bus turned into dust, slowly floated past the Army of Light, and came to the side of the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light had the experience of the last time, and always deployed a protective shield around him to guard against Wei Huan's sneak attack. But he still underestimated Wei Huan's ability. Baby Bus not only has the ability to change its own breath and can slowly invade, but most importantly, Wei Huan has Wan Fa Dao Hua. Wan Fa Dao Hua is the teacher's most proud method, but the Lord of Light did not learn this secret skill when he killed him to seize the Lord Godhead. The teacher did not say specifically, but it may be that the Lord of Light was too anxious. When he thought he had learned everything and decided to take action, he did not know that he had missed the biggest treasure. When Baby Bus put on the protective shield, Wei Huan's fingers tapped on the armrest of the table and chair. Wan Fa Dao Hua was transmitted to the surface of Baby Bus, and it came to the inside of the protective shield easily like teleportation. Wei Huan looked at the huge deer body in front of him, and sighed in his heart. This time, he would expose another trick. When he had no more secrets in the eyes of the enemy, it would be time for him to die. So Wei Huan made a decisive move. To the fortune plate. That's right, he chose the fortune plate. Since he was familiar with the methods of this Lord of Light, he could naturally harvest his life at any time. On the contrary, the fortune plate in front of him was full of attraction to Wei Huan. He did not forget the benefits he got from taking away a large number of souls, and seizing a trace of the power of the great emperor last time. So instead of killing the Lord of Light, he wanted to improve himself and deal with the Chaos Emperor who was destined to come. That's right, Wei Huan now looked down on the Lord of Light, and he was benchmarking the Emperor level. So what if he spared the Lord of Light's life now? He could take this life at any time. In an instant, Wei Huan's reincarnation lotus appeared in front of the Lord of Light again, and it was so close that it almost hit his face. The deer's face, which was just leisurely and happy, was left with the fear of being hit face to face. My life is over. However, the terrifying blow he was waiting for did not fall, and the Lord of Light, who came to his senses, saw Wei Huan attack the divination plate again. The hateful reincarnation lotus hit the divination plate hard, and the interlaced black and white petals rubbed against the divination plate, making a clicking sound. The Disk of Destiny was like a weak woman being bullied by a strong man, being pressed and rubbed helplessly. The black tentacles that grew out in a hurry could not stop the strength of the lotus of reincarnation, so the stamens of the lotus were naturally attached to the Disk of Destiny. Suck from the mouth, grab from the mouth, my soul is all mine. The lotus of reincarnation showed an absolute advantage in the fight for souls. Those souls that had just been sucked into the Disk of Destiny, and had not yet been transmitted to the Chaos Emperor, were all snatched away by the Lotus of Reincarnation. Seeing Wave 1 repeating his old tricks, and his accumulated souls being snatched away again, the Lord of Light was furious and his eyes turned red. He twisted the neck of the baby bus that had already revealed its figure, and threw it hard. Bang! However, the terrifying power fell on a hard shell as huge as a mountain, and covered with crocodile skin. It was Kaishan, who had been prepared by Wei Huan, who helped him block the attack. The terrifying power of the real master was not something that Kaishan, who was just at the master level, could withstand. His armor broke and flew out in pain. Baby Bus took the opportunity to hide in the armor, and stay away from the core of the war. Wave 1 could fight in close combat, but that didn't mean he wanted to. Summoners should keep their distance. Kaishan protected Wei Huan and left. At the same time, the circular radius centered on the Lord of Light seemed to be cut into two parts, and the power of death descended. Countless undead summons, and Zerg flew out. The Lord of Light chased Wei Huan and roared at the same time, "All troops attack!" The power of light and death collided again. On the battlefield, black and white were entangled, and the blood that was gushing out turned into a chaotic gray. Facing the pursuit of the Lord of Light, Wei Huan just kept running away, while the Lotus of Samsara was still sucking the Disk of Destiny like a pervert, trying to squeeze out the last bit of its soul. The Chaos Emperor had already noticed the movement here, and the power of the Emperor came as expected. Wei Huan smacked his lips unwillingly, took back the Lotus of Samsara, and fled. Facing the Lord of Light, and part of the Emperor's power at the same time, he was not sure of winning for the time being. However, the initiative of this battle was in his hands, and no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. The Lord of Light used all means, and frequently used big moves. Even the Chaos Emperor used the tentacles of fate to capture Wei Huan. But Wei Huan, who was familiar with their methods, was now very familiar with their methods, and finally escaped from their joint blockade. 5 days later, Wei Huan, who was hiding in a primitive star, exhaled the last wisp of foul air from his mouth, completely dissolving the hidden injuries left by the previous battle. Now he still has a wisp of chaotic breath in his body, but it is not the breath that caused him to be injured, but the imperial authority that he tore off from the fate plate. The purity and quantity of this wisp are more than those stripped from the symbiont anchor point before. Wei Huan, who already has experience, can be sure that once this wisp of breath is refined, he can at least create 4 lower-level godheads. The day when the law of death also becomes the master is not far away. However, now is not the time to refine this wisp of breath. The Lord of Light did not retreat because of his sneak attack. In fact, during his recovery, he attacked another primitive star, and plundered a large number of souls on it. And he seems to have found some way to defend himself. He is not satisfied after obtaining the soul of an entire planet, and now he is heading to the next primitive star. Wei Huan had no time to sort out his thoughts. He flew out of this primitive star that was still in its primitive evolution. The baby bus turned into a stream of light, and quickly approached the place where the Lord of Light was. After seeing the primitive star that had been targeted by the Lord of Light from a distance, Wei Huan finally understood why the Lord of Light would take action even though he knew he was here. Perhaps this primitive star was the real purpose of his coming here. It was a very complete star field, with stars, satellites, and 3 primitive stars orbiting the stars. The 3 planets had actually realized the ability to travel in space. Not only did they communicate with each other, and send out reconnaissance teams to explore the outside world, but also on these 3 planets, traces of the power of laws could be felt. The natives of the planet are a group of dinosaur-like creatures, huge in size, with hard skin and sharp claws. They have evolved wings to fly, and the power to control the laws. These dinosaurs have good IQs, but are also extremely bloodthirsty and barbaric. Many of the alien species that can barely walk in the divine domain will explore outside. Among them, a 6-winged flying dragon with a body strength that is probably at the god level should be one of the top overlords on these 3 primitive stars. While traveling in the universe and absorbing the power of those manic laws, it ran into the army of the Lord of Light. What does it feel like for an ordinary god level to see a master level? Especially since this master was beaten up not long ago and has a lot of anger, how terrible will it be when he first looks at it? In the malicious eyes of the Lord of Light, this 6-winged flying dragon was almost crushed into slag by the terrible pressure and died on the spot. Then, the strong man who realized something, folded his wings, crawled on the ground, and showed a gesture of submission to the Lord of Light. However, it turned out that in the eyes of the Lord, this level of guy is just a scum. If it is not useful, the other party can't even sense his breath. As for what is the use? Of course, It is its naturally shining soul. When the portal opened beside the six-winged flying dragon, the terrifying power of death escaped from the portal. The six-winged flying dragon didn't know why, and immediately flew towards the Lord of Light in fear. Wei Huan wanted to save it. Puff! However, the power of light exploded in the body of the six-winged flying dragon like a bomb, and it was blown to pieces on the spot without any resistance, and its soul ascended to heaven. Not far behind him, the flying ants that were sent out but caught nothing wiped their eyes with their front claws regretfully, and looked at the broken corpses with their ferocious and cruel eyes innocently. The Lord of Light almost laughed to death, unable to tell who was saving people and who was killing people, and lost his life in vain. However, when he saw the groups of undead armies and chaotic insects flying out of the portal, he couldn't laugh anymore. He looked around, and the protective shield lingering around him still had the breath of imperial authority. He shouted fearlessly, "Death, if you have the ability, come out, you can only do sneaky things." Wei Huan listened to his barking, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Wei Huan, who always claimed to be a summoner, had a deep-rooted prejudice against fighting at a distance. Occasionally, he also likes to go up and fight a few times, but a few hits is enough. The real battle should be like now, sitting in the baby bus and drinking tea, leaving the desperate things to the summons. You can attack or defend. Why go up and risk your life? Wei Huan let the Lord of Light bark, and the undead army rushed out as if they were free, rushing into the army of light. The Lord of Light realized that this time Wei Huan did not play a sneak attack with him, but fought a positional attack and defense war. The Zerg was guarding in front of the original star field, and the undead army fought with his legion. The undead army died like dumplings, but this was just the embodiment of the law of the death god, and it would appear immediately after killing. In this process, even if the probability of 100:1 was used to exchange the life of a soldier of the Legion of Light, it would be a profit. In fact, the death ratio is not just that much. The battle loss ratio between the undead army and the Legion of Light did not even exceed 30:1. The Lord of Light, who was in charge of putting out fires everywhere, frowned so hard that a fly could be killed. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The god of death had always been the ancestor of positional warfare. Since they were little mages, they had been practicing arranging troops and formations. When they became gods, naturally, each of them was at the master level. Fighting against the summoning god of death, if you can't kill the main body, it's useless even if you kill as many undead as possible. Where is Wei Huan? He must find him. Chapter 505. In addition, the most important thing is that when this death god is still an assassin in charge of the Emperor's power, the feeling of powerlessness becomes more obvious. Not only do you have to fight against the undead army, which is useless no matter how many you kill, but you also have to be wary of the close-range attacks that may come at any time, especially when the Lord of Light sees that his real target is protected by the Zerg army. He is furious. Therefore, finding the place where Wei Huan is hiding is the key. The Lord of Light's eyes are rolling around, while he is putting out fires everywhere, and at the same time, the smoke formed by the power of light is spreading everywhere. He has to find a way to search every place in this vast place to find Wei Huan's location. And he knows that the chaos bug is not easy to deal with, and can mimic and change his breath. So to find Wei Huan, he needs to constantly change the laws in the smoke to find the discordant place. This is very troublesome, and it almost makes the Lord of Light unable to do anything else. Therefore, they did not see that a group of powerful primitive star natives, who obviously sensed the turmoil from outside the world, flew out, but were frightened by a group of ferocious Chaos Zergs who surrounded them. Except for Baby Bus, each of the 8 Chaos Zerg leaders had a hideous look and a terrifying aura. They did not look friendly at all, and the words invader were directly pasted on their faces. In addition, the Zerg army behind them was endless, and these native flying dragons hesitated for a moment, and then knelt down very happily. Interestingly, these natives seemed to have understood some kind of slave contract law by themselves. They did not even wait for Wei Huan to order the Zerg leader to communicate with them. These flying dragons bowed their heads, and delivered their lives to the hands of the Zerg leader. That is, in Wei Huan's hands. Wei Huan, Well, actually, there is nothing wrong with kneeling quickly. If you encounter a really unreasonable invader, a little hesitation may lead to a bloody massacre. And surrendering is also a kind of development. After all, the alien creatures with such overwhelming strength must have a much higher level of civilization than themselves. As long as the upper civilization leaks something from the fingers, it will be enough for the lower civilization to digest for thousands of years. But Wei Huan doesn't like this kind of soft-meat race. Whether it is the undead or the human, they have never retreated even a little bit in the face of power. It is precisely because of their unyielding struggle that they can continue to pass on the fire of civilization. Now they still stand on the highest battlefield in the God's domain, surpassing all living beings. Wei Huan fought with the Lord of Light here, and there was still time to observe the situation of the natives. In the end, he decided not to give them equal treatment, at least not now. At most, he would bring a group of dragons back and train a group of dragon knights. After deciding the future of the natives of the original star, Wei Huan mentally ordered the Chaos Worm to go to the original star and sign contracts with all the flying dragons with sufficient strength to ensure absolute control from top to bottom. As for how to manage it in the future, let Mu Zhong and the others worry about it. Wei Huan's attention was on the original star, and he suddenly felt the abnormality of the space lock here. He suddenly came to his senses, and his consciousness communicated with the baby bus. The baby bus's thoughts were transmitted to his mind. It turned out that he was found by the Lord of Light, and the space around him was locked. The attack of the Lord of Light was about to come. Wei Huan tapped his finger on the armrest, and the Wan Fa Daohua moved around the baby bus, and was about to shuttle away. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of me, and the power of the Law of Light came over like a huge wave. The baby bus was attacked, and the fat quickly absorbed and dissolved the power of the attack. At the same time, it used this power to burst the impact of time and flashed out of the controlled space. The next second, it flashed thousands of miles, and the breath around it changed, and it lurked again. Wei Huan was inside the baby bus, and only felt a slight turbulence. The thick fat and tough skin of the baby bus absorbed most of the damage. The injury where the baby bus was attacked was a bit serious. The skin was cut open, revealing the white meat under the skin. But the baby bus's body squirmed, and the damaged white meat was transferred and separated, and a little serious injury became a little scratch covering the whole body. The damaged skin needs a little time to heal, but it is still just a skin injury. The talent point of the baby bus was born for this. There is a tougher skin and flesh under the fat white meat, and it is easy to bear the attack of the master level. The power of the law of the Master of Light once again filled a large area of space, and it was another round of difficult screening. But just when his attention was distracted by Wei Huan, the casualty ratio of the Light Army instantly reached a terrifying 5-1. A large number of Light Army fell, and each one was cultivated by the Lord of Light over a long period of time. The Lord of Light, who had come to his senses, was heartbroken and hurriedly closed the Disc of Destiny, fearing that it would be absorbed by the Lord of Chaos. Wei Huan seized the opportunity, and slapped several shining divine patterns on the handrail. The baby bus flashed back to the battlefield. In the void where the lotus of reincarnation suddenly bloomed, the Lord of Light snatched away the souls of the Light Army floating on the battlefield in the eyes of the Lord of Light. At this moment, the Lord of Light finally confirmed that he could not beat Wei Huan, and roared unwillingly. "Death! If you have the guts, attack me. Don't just hide." He was not convinced. He thought that he would not lose to Wei Huan in a real fight. Wei Huan had too many tricks, which always made him lose sight of the big picture and extremely uncomfortable. Wei Huan waited, and felt that a single fight was tiring and time-consuming. If he could not defeat the Lord of Light this time, he might not be so naive next time. Wait a little longer, wait for an opportunity to make the final decision. For the victory of the war, and to perfect the laws of the ancient god world, he will definitely harvest the soul of the Lord of Light. Wei Huan's waiting really gave the Lord of Light a great illusion, and planted the hint of he is afraid of me in anger. Go! The Lord of Light raised his hand, and the army of light returned to his inner world. He raised his hand, and drew a light channel in the void. Looking at the surrounding undead army, he said loudly, "Death, don't let me find a way to crack your hiding method. If I catch you, I will make you live a life worse than death." Then, a light flashed, and a comet with a long tail went away. Wei Huan let the undead army wander around, and let the Zerg enter and exit the primitive star at will. After waiting for a long time, Wei Huan ordered the baby bus to move and came to one of the primitive stars, appearing in front of a group of native flying dragons. Most of these flying dragons are similar to the dinosaurs of the Blue Star, and some are like dragons in Western mythology, but not dragons in Eastern mythology, which are just right as mounts. Wei Huan did not show up. It was enough to leave this matter to the Zerg. Let this group of natives take their descendants, who wanted to go to Chiyuan Star with them. Although they would be mounts there, the living environment, growth resources, and cultivation methods would be countless times better than here. The only loss would be that they would be inferior to the human race. In Wei Huan's opinion, these dragons made a profit. If they were not so weak-kneed and offered the slavery mark without blinking, Wei Huan might not have paid attention to them. Of course, this kind of thing depends on your consent. If these dragons have strong self-esteem and would rather die than be a mount, he would not force them. However, the result is that these dragon ancestors went home and almost caused a world war to break out on the planet for the quota. If the Zerg Queen had not used her super brain to calculate the appropriate list, I am afraid that these dragons would have killed a lot for these quotas. The Zerg Queen floated beside Wei Huan. Her eyes, which were too big for humans, were pitch black and seemed to flash rows of codes. She said at the same time, "Master, I have collected all the data of this primitive star, and determined the list of mounts by reading their history. It is recommended that the Master can select a group every 300 years. The growth period of this group is 300 years to reach maturity. Going to the human race to fulfill the contract is the best way to improve the civilization level of this group. In addition, the Dragon Knight is not their best choice. According to the current ability of human civilization, they can be transformed into ancient gods. Combined with their dragon blood bodies, they can break through to the god level. I call them Dragon Blood Warriors. The popular 9-level Dragon Blood Warrior can be regarded as 1 star, the domain level is 2 stars, the demigod level is 3 stars, and the god level is 4 stars. If the group can break through the god level by itself, combined with the Dragon Blood transformation body, it can reach the strength of the middle level god, that is, 5 stars. Wei Huan nodded. He is worthy of being the brain of big data. He even predicted the future of this group of flying dragons. A vassal race that can reach the strength of a mid-level god? It is both useful, and will not affect the development of the human race, which is unexpectedly just right. Wei Huan asked curiously, "Will this race have better development?" The Zerg Queen said, "Yes, the Master kills them with the soul-destroying technique and transforms their souls into humans. They can not only have the talents of the human race, but also get the best resources to cultivate." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, not very interested, and finally decided, "Just as you said, Dragon Blood Warriors." Yes. The list given by the Zerg Queen was detailed to the name, so those who were named were happy, and those who were not named wailed in pain as if they had missed 100 million. Wei Huan didn't stay here for a long time, and he didn't want to waste too much time on this race, so he only gave 3 days. When the 3 days were up, all the flying dragons waiting outside the planet were swallowed by a yellow bug that was bigger than the planet. The dragons that were seeing them off were shocked by the terrifying existence that had only one corner exposed. Finally, some of them were a little smarter and asked the dragons around them uncertainly. They said they wanted to take us away. Could it be that they just wanted to eat us? However, it was too late to doubt. Wei Huan made the baby bus bigger and put all the dragons into its stomach. Then he summoned the Zerg back and flashed thousands of miles away in the next second. The body of the baby bus returned to the size of a human car, but there was an extremely huge space inside its body. Even if there were more than 100,000 dragons, these dragons were still very spacious in that world, and they could still spread their wings and fly, discussing a bright future in groups of 3 or 5. Wei Huan sat alone in the front of the car, talking with Mu Zhong about the harvest this time. "I have the slavery marks of these Dragon Blood Warriors. They are very good soul marks. After research, they may be of great use to us in expanding our vassal races in the future. When they arrive, some of them can be properly opened up for resource cultivation, but don't spend too much energy on them." Mu Zhong's voice sounded directly in his mind through reincarnation. "I hand them over to my dad. Although his methods of logistics management and ethnic group cultivation are old-fashioned, they are very effective." "Okay." After Wei Huan finished speaking, he stood up and said, "Then I'm going to go back." "Well, I'm waiting for you here." Wei Huan walked out of the baby bus and sent the baby bus back to the dirty world. Then he operated the reincarnation channel. The next second, the entire god's domain collapsed, forming an extremely huge and terrifying black hole. He stepped into the black hole, and when he walked out again, he appeared in the Qiyuan star field. Mu Zhong smiled in front of him. "I'm back." Wei Huan always sees this scene repeatedly, but he will never get tired of it. His definition of home starts from Mu Zhong. "Yeah, I'm back." Wei Huan walked out of the reincarnation channel, and the collapsed black hole behind him disappeared into a singularity, and finally disappeared completely from the world. In an instant, he crossed the endless starry sky and returned to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong stepped forward and came to his side, looking at Wei Huan's face with his black and white eyes. "It seems that everything is going well." Wei Huan nodded. "Yeah, it's okay." Mu Zhong said, "Are you leaving right away?" Wei Huan hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want to meet Su Qingqiang and Orange Juice." "Okay, I go with you, but is there anything?" Wei Huan said, "If I heard correctly, you said that they exchanged laws in reincarnation?" Mu Zhong nodded. Xia Yu said so, didn't you tell her? Wei Huan shook his head. I didn't have time to say anything at the time, and I didn't know about it myself. Are you talking about Xia Yu? Mu Zhong didn't want to make it too clear. He knew very well that his guess was impossible, but he had to ask clearly. Wei Huan realized what Mu Zhong was suspicious about, and hurriedly smiled and said, no, but Xia Yu's statement gave me a guess. Wei Huan said, it is obvious that they have not exchanged their laws completely. This is also the reason why Su Qingqiang has not been able to comprehend more laws. I want to try to let them complete the exchange of the remaining laws through reincarnation. Mu Zhong thought this idea was a bit whimsical. Reincarnation is a state of the soul. They are now confined in the flesh, and may not be able to achieve it. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong deeply. Mu Zhong was silent for a few seconds, then said, you want to use the time prism? Yes, reincarnation plus time prism, maybe it is possible. Mu Zhong nodded thoughtfully. It's not impossible, try it. Try it. Mu Zhong brought Lu Qingji from Xia Yu, a baby still in swaddling clothes, with eyes that did not belong to this age. After seeing Wei Huan, he stretched out his hand and waved to Wei Huan, smiling with his toothless mouth and making a ya-ya sound, as if he was greeting Wei Huan. Wei Huan used his spiritual sense to gently enter the baby's brain and said, orange juice. Then a voice sounded, boss. Voice is a signal like an electric current, which is different from the sound made by humans through the mouth and cannot be distinguished too much, but Wei Huan felt the familiar signal band of Lu Qingji from this voice. Wei Huan was silent for a moment and said, have you decided to use this image? Usually, self-recognition will affect the soul and appearance, especially for a special existence like Lu Qingji. He can completely grow into the desired appearance based on his own preferences. Wei Huan would have chosen the image of a big guy instead. After all, that was the longest life he had. But it is precisely because he did not choose what he should have chosen, which is enough to confirm that this soul's denial of the big guy is like an unhealable scar and a permanent shadow in his heart. Lu Qingji's voice rang out. Oh, I still like the days with the bosses. I was very happy during those 1,000 years. I could do whatever I wanted to do. No matter how difficult it was, the bosses would always be there to support me. The past is the past. Just like the boss and Boss Mu said, we are ourselves. Those memories are just a legacy. We should live a new life. Well said. Wei Huan responded, look forward. Standing on the shoulders of the us in the past, we will definitely be able to see further. Okay. I think so too. Wei Huan withdrew his consciousness from Lu Qingji's brain. After just a few words of conversation, the baby felt a little sleepy and yawned cutely. Mu Zhong looked down at Lu Qingji and smiled, then said to Wei Huan, I have already told Orange Juice that this time journey may be a bit long, but there are some things we cannot escape, and we cannot resist because it is hard. Everyone has their own path to take. Yeah. The baby in his arms raised his hand, as if he wanted to make an okay gesture, but in the end, he just scratched with his chubby little claws. After saying this, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong turned their heads and looked at Su Qingqiang, who was smoking on the side. Su Qingqiang was being watched, biting the cigarette with a crooked mouth, and raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at me for? Get started. Stop talking. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong smiled, then looked at each other, and the silver river of time floated from the horizon, winding to Mu Zhong's feet, submerging the insteps of the four people. Everything around them was fading away. They had come to the journey of time, exploring the past. They walked forward in this endless river of time, looking at each of their own time silhouettes on the shore. Wei Huan saw himself, who had just become a god, saw himself, who was still challenging the world, and saw himself, who had just been reborn. As they walked, lotus flowers grew from their feet. Black and white lotus flowers slowly rotated. Lotus flowers grew step by step, and ripples spread. Mu Zhong said, the river of time is passing through your reincarnation. We will explore every moment of their past intersection here until we find the moment when the law is exchanged, and the stop time will return to normal in a short time. As he said, Mu Zhong handed Lu Qingji in the cradle to Su Qingqiang, saying, go forward, keep going, don't care about the passage of time, firmly choose what you want to see, and you can jump over the gap in time and reach your destination. Finally, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan stopped at the same time, and Mu Zhong finally said, we will wait for you here. Su Qingqiang, stepping on the lotus, gradually walked away and disappeared at the end of the river of time. The remaining Mu Zhong and Wei Huan looked at each other, and a huge black and white lotus emerged from the bottom of the water. The two sat cross-legged in the flower core of the lotus. Mu Zhong's body was silver white, sitting in the black flower core, pinching the magic formula with his hands. I will guard here. Wei Huan's body was dark. Sitting in the white flower core, his heart sank. I will continue to practice and refine that ray of authority. Choosing this time to let Su Qingxiang and Lu Qingji exchange laws, not only because if they can achieve domination, Wei Huan's world will be more perfect, but also because he just got that ray of authority and needs to refine it. Since Mu Zhong wants to open the time barrier, it is better to kill two birds with one stone and do it at the same time. Under the acceleration of time, it is impossible to comprehend the laws, nor to cultivate the ancient god body, but just like a body that can grow up as long as it is full, refining the emperor's authority is just opening the lock on it and unpacking the package. It can be said that this environment is the most suitable. Mu Zhong started a time reversal, and it involves such a large cause and effect time interference. This method cannot be used frequently. Wei Huan didn't want to waste Mu Zhong's hard work, and soon he kept his mind focused and immersed himself in the refining of the emperor's authority. Then soon, Wei Huan found that there was another benefit. Because they were located in the gap between reincarnation and time, even the Chaos Emperor could not explore here, and it was much easier to refine this wisp of chaos. Time passed unknowingly. Wei Huan woke up after opening the last lock and looked at Mu Zhong, who was still in the river of time facing him. Sitting on the black lotus, Mu Zhong, with a silver-white body, was so handsome that people could not take their eyes away. Wei Huan looked at him for a long time, until his eyes full of autumn water opened and his ears were slightly red. Awake? Mu Zhong felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, and was a little emotional. The voice he spoke was very entangled, as if it gently touched Wei Huan's heart, and his heart was a little dizzy. Wei Huan nodded, his Adam's apple slid, and he said in a hoarse voice, "How long has it been?" "About a month has passed in the outside world." Mu Zhong said, "You have walked on this river of time for more than a year, while Brother Chang and the others have walked for more than 100 years. Wei Huan's first reaction was, "Can you still hold on?" "No problem." Mu Zhong smiled, "Don't underestimate the master level, you are always worried about me." Wei Huan observed Mu Zhong's expression, then nodded, and his expression was much more serious when he spoke again. "I can seal 4 death gods when I get the power of chaos again. Now there are only Big Bear, Demon Eye Monarch, Dog-Headed Mother, and Thought Beast left." Mu Zhong nodded after pondering. Big Bear and Kaishan can form the highest defense formation, Demon Eye Monarch can join Butterfly for long-range attack, Dog-Headed Mother is the most critical, after it becomes a god, it can. The portals are arranged throughout the divine domain, so we have the ability to maneuver. As for this last Thought Beast, Wei Huan said, the spirit-type undead leader has the advantage of physical immunity. It can directly attack the soul, and can be paired with a big head to behead the enemy behind the enemy. Mu Zhong said, "But if you release them all, there will be no undead leader by your side. Even if you can summon them back, I am afraid that you will not be able to concentrate on supporting the summoning at the moment of battle. Although the Thought Beast can be paired with a big head, as a body-protecting undead leader, he will be more improved if he stays by your side." Wei Huan said, "It depends on the situation. I have no plans to assign him a task for the time being." "That's good. You keep him by your side. If you want to fight the Lord of Light, he can help you win." "Okay." Wei Huan listened to his wife. After the two chatted, Wei Huan closed his eyes again, and went to the dirty world to divide the godhood. In this way, all his undead leaders will have godhood. Now there are still 2 godhoods left to be condensed. Wei Huan is already planning to take these 2 godhoods out, and select suitable gods from the human army to inherit. The law of death is feared by the heavenly Tao, and it has been plundered by the Lord of Light and others. It is difficult to practice, and it takes 10,000 years to cultivate a death god. But scarcity does not mean that there are no excellent talents. There will always be some excellent talents coming to him, and these 2 godhoods are their opportunities to become gods. Wei Huan planned like this, and the division was over. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mu Zhong had stood up, with his back to him and looking into the distance. Feeling the change in the breath, Mu Zhong said without looking back, "It's time to wake up. They are coming back. Come and welcome them with me." Chapter 506. While talking, 2 figures came from the end of the river of time. The river of time was like quicksand flying between heaven and earth, flashing with the breath of law, and in every grain of sand was a shadow of itself in a branch of time. The quicksand separated Wei Huan from the perception of the 2 people. If Mu Dian hadn't pointed it out, he might not have seen them. As he got closer, the figures gradually became clearer. They were actually 2 adults, one thin and tall, and the other tall and fat. Especially the latter. When Wei Huan saw the familiar figure, his eyes were actually a little hot. As he got closer, he could see the appearance clearly. Su Qingqiang had a cigarette in his mouth, and he walked a few steps with a scoundrel's spirit, like a gangster who never behaved properly. Beside him was a round crescent-shaped eye, a face that showed peace and prosperity, and a happy smile, which looked festive. Orange juice. Mu Zhong was the first to speak, flying down from the lotus platform and landing beside the two of them, looking at Lu Qingji's familiar face again and again. Lu Qingji touched his nose and laughed. Boss Mu. Yeah. Mu Zhong opened his hands. Welcome back. Wei Huan followed closely, looking at Lu Qingji, who was hugging Mu Zhong, nodded and said, Welcome back. Lu Qingji quickly withdrew his hands, then rushed over and hugged Wei Huan's thighs. Boss, I miss you so much. This damn familiar feeling made Wei Huan feel very happy and comfortable. He raised his hand and patted Lu Qingji's shoulder. Get up and talk, you have died once. Lu Qingji shook his head and said, It's because you are the god of death, and you still have reincarnation in your hands. Otherwise, we will never see each other again after life and death. I really regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have practiced hard and become a god with you, and I wouldn't have had such a toss. Mu Zhong smiled. If you don't take this trip, how would we know your secrets? That's why we have such a reunion of old friends. Then Mu Zhong turned his head to look at Su Qingqiang, looking him up and down. How is it? Su Qingqiang had been smoking leisurely, and when he saw him asked, he smiled crookedly. That's it, don't talk nonsense, I miss my wife. After saying this, everyone laughed, and Mu Zhong raised his hand and said, Then I go back. The quietly flowing river of time turned into a beam of light, and fell back into Mu Zhong's hand. They returned to reality, and the pointer of time once again ticked normally. The appearance of the four gods, even if it was slightly covered up, the law of the air that filled the atmosphere still surged, and could not be completely covered up. The gods are the embodiment of the law. It is the gods who cultivate the law, or it can be said that the law condenses into living beings. Their existence in the world itself represents one of the laws, so where they are, the law is rich and easier to feel. The people who were cultivating on Qiyuan Star clearly felt that the laws of death, time and abyss in the atmosphere had become more intense. In addition, among these laws, there was an obvious law of life that could not be ignored. Do you feel it? It's the law of life. Why is there the breath of the law of life? Has any of our big guys become the god of life? I haven't heard of it, but I know that the challenge world is the result of the transformation of the god of life, and the creatures in the inner world are nourished by life, which means that our blue star has also grown up under the protection of the god of life. So, is it possible that the master who has already transformed into the Tao has returned? The only god left on our side is that master. If it's true, it would be great. We have all the gods here. Doulin noticed something strange, and was the first one to appear in front of Wei Huan and others. When he saw the familiar orange juice brother in front of him, everyone's attention fell on his face, and his eyes were red. In his heart, Wei Huan is the head of the family, Mu Zhong is like a mother, but it is orange juice brother who accompanied him and raised him. When he couldn't stop it, and tried every way, he still couldn't stop orange brother from getting old. He really hated his incompetence. After that, he missed him countless times when he saw things in a familiar environment. His heart was like boiling water, and under his forced calmness, he fell into a kind of subtle silence. Lu Qingji, who got up from Wei Huan's thigh, patted the non-existent clothes on his chest awkwardly, then opened his arms to Doulin, and said with a smile, Little Doulin, I'm back. With one sentence, Doulin burst into tears, then wiped his eyes awkwardly and said, Brother Orange Juice. At this time, other gods also came back one after another with strange feelings. But compared with Lu Qingji's return, it is obviously more important now than the war that has already begun. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan turned their eyes away from the faces of the two people who recognized each other, and then Mu Zhong looked at Captain Shui and asked, What's the situation now? Captain Shui said, Overall, it is relatively calm. Everything is going according to your prediction before the retreat, but there is one abnormality. The bright continent, which is closest to us, has suddenly accelerated recently, and has exceeded our warning line. It seems that it will merge with the bright army on the front line, and launch a bigger attack on us. These days we are discussing whether to take advantage of the situation or sound the alarm in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people who recognized each other fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly condensed. With the war at hand, they could no longer relax. Mu Zhong said seriously, Go to the conference room, and give me all the recent intelligence information. I will read it, and we will talk. Yes. Mu Zhong went to the military intelligence meeting, and Wei Huan naturally followed him. Su Qingqiang, who called to see his wife, did not leave either. Even Lu Qingji, who had never been involved in work in the past, followed everyone to the conference room this time. The actual situation was similar to the earlier report of Captain Shui. The actions of all parties were continuing, and there was no major change in the predicted direction. Since the abnormal planet had been observed, it was actually not an urgent matter. Mu Zhong read all the information through the Iron Heart, and then looked at Wei Huan beside him, and said, "I have an idea. Why don't we start the war in advance before they meet up and catch them off guard?" Wei Huan nodded, and was about to speak, but suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Qingji. Others also felt the abnormality, and looked over. Lu Qingji's face flushed red, and his whole body was filled with irrepressible life force. The boiling laws were like boiling water, and white smoke rose above his head. Then, a breath of the laws of heaven and earth descended, and the godhood of the life system gathered at his forehead, turning into a cinnabar mole at his forehead. The whole person suddenly became solemn, and his godhood was permanent. This is becoming a god in a meeting? After Lu Qingji became a god, he opened his eyes, and saw a lot of eyes on his face. He laughed awkwardly. I couldn't hold it back. TSK, look at what you said, you think becoming a god is bullshit? You can't hold it back. It's so infuriating. Facing a bunch of envious and jealous eyes, Lu Qingji smiled. His whole body was peaceful, and the power of life lingered in the conference room. When a breeze blew, everyone felt refreshed, and the pain in their consciousness and body disappeared. The healing power of life, coupled with his festive and peaceful face, suddenly felt endless hope, endless power, and the feeling of so that's it. That's right, why do I feel comfortable every time I see Lu Qingji, and eating the food he cooks can make me healthy and happy, so this is the power of life. Congratulations, Lu Qingji. Wei Huan was the first to congratulate. Mu Zhong also smiled and said, "Congratulations to Orange Juice, it seems that you have accumulated a lot of insights in the past 20 years of time travel." Dou Lin didn't say anything but smiled, and his heart was full of joy. No matter whether Orange Juice can return to the position of the Master God in the end, as long as he can become a god, he will have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Only Zhu Qingqiang looked calm, as if he had known this would happen. He smiled while puffing out smoke. What's the difference? Are you satisfied with being a lower god? That trip to the River of Time was in vain. Mu Zhong then looked at Zhu Qingqiang curiously. I haven't asked you all this time, are you all doing well in the depths of time? It's going very well. Zhu Qingqiang said confidently, I will go into seclusion after the meeting here. It won't take long for me to become a higher god, and I won't be far from becoming a master. Mu Zhong reminded, you have to help Wei Huan perfect the world. That's a must. Isn't that the purpose of our trip to the River of Time? Don't worry, I will definitely condense the master godhood in the boss's world. Mu Zhong shook his head and smiled. Too lazy to remind that the water should not flow to outsiders is not used in this way. The military meeting interrupted by Lu Qingji was soon resumed under the chairmanship of Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong said, it is my idea to take the initiative to attack. You can also express your opinions. If everyone agrees, we can choose to execute it. A buzzing sound sounded, but it didn't take too long before the final result came out. Mu Zhong listened to the results of the discussion of the leaders of various departments, and finally said, since everyone agrees to take the initiative to start a war, then now we must follow the war standards, and each department will operate, and officially set off in half a day. Yes. Received. The gears of war roared. If you look from the beginning to the end, this war is the real beginning of mankind's counterattack against the Legion of the Lord of Light. A prelude to the arrival of a grand era. Wei Huan has quietly arrived at the front line. Sitting in the baby bus, looking at the soldiers of the Legion of Light walking back and forth around him, he seems to have noticed a certain tense atmosphere and is deploying troops. However, low-level life forms were completely unable to sense Wei Huan's presence. The powerful concealment ability of Baby Bus not only allowed him to easily penetrate the enemy camp, but he was even now attached to the huge, indescribable, messy body of the flesh and blood overlord. The Light Legion was just the name given to the enemy by the human race. In fact, this legion was a four-army alliance. They were the Light Warriors led by the Light Overlord, the Flesh and Blood Warriors split by the Flesh and Blood Overlord, the Five Elements Warriors controlled by the Element Overlord, and the Dark Overlord, who had been crippled by Wei Huan and was the weakest. Counting the Law of Destiny firmly controlled by the Chaos Emperor, half of the 10 laws were already here. The other half, of course, is the human race. The two Emperor-level forces have been fighting for years, and the war has affected the entire God realm. There is no double dealer in the middle position, because once the war starts, Both sides will first deal with the double dealer to avoid being picked up. On Wei Huan's side, he mastered the law of death, Mu Zhong's law of time, Dou Lin's law of space, Su Qingqiang's law of the abyss, and Lu Qingxi's law of life. The 5 major laws are already in place. In addition, they have the help of the ancient gods, and they themselves have the advantage of being acquired ancient gods. Therefore, even though the human race is a new civilization and is not inferior to the opponent in total number, it still has the ability to fight against the opponent. Even the Supreme Strong are in a similar situation and are evenly matched. The Chaos Emperor, who was trapped in the extreme abyss and went crazy because of swallowing a lot of chaos. Healing in the ancient god realm, plus the original Emperor, who is not good at fighting. So the real competition in this war is still the ability to mobilize troops at the middle and high levels. It just so happened that humans had just come out of the war, and their blood was thick, and the divine domain map gave them the ability to control the overall situation. Time passed by minute, and the time for the action was gradually approaching. The countdown was already in front of him. Wei Huan stood up from his seat and walked to the front of the chariot. His body was flashing with black and white air, and he suppressed the heavenly induction with the lotus of reincarnation. Under this black and white air, he had been brewing the soul-destroying technique for a long time. Countdown. Mu Zhong's voice commanding the entire army sounded in his ears. 3, 2, 1, do it! Wei Huan flashed out of the baby bus, and a soul-destroying technique hit the godhead of the flesh and blood master, like a huge sickle swinging. Death is coming. At the same time, all the armies of the Lord of Light that were observed to be hidden were attacked by the human army. The divine soldiers descended from the sky and came in overwhelming numbers. The human army was very clear about the deployment of the combat power of these light armies, including the gods who led the troops. They would definitely encounter an opponent who was not much stronger than themselves, but could definitely contain them. And more human armies would pour into the barracks and fight with the unprepared light warriors. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. Countless light warriors died on the spot, and were cut into 7 or 8 pieces, but many human warriors also fell in the siege of the enemy who reacted. On such a battlefield, life suddenly became cheap. The leader could no longer see the life of a soldier, only the battle-loss ratio and the goal achieved. When the vivid numbers appeared in front of Mu Zhong, he felt very painful and distressed. How many of these numbers are familiar to him? How many are the children of parents, and the parents of children? How many families are looking forward to their return? This kind of thing cannot be thought about too much. Thinking about it too much will make it difficult to breathe. As a leader, Mu Zhong is both kind and cruel. He feels sorry for every fallen compatriot, and at the same time, for the ultimate goal, he is willing to use countless lives to fill it. After all, only by achieving the final victory can mankind usher in eternal peace. Since this battle has already started, let's fight it well. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong blinked to hide the red marks at the corners of his eyes, and spoke with some eagerness that could not be concealed. Are you done? Wei Huan did not answer. He was attacking the Lord of Flesh and Blood. The soul destruction technique successfully destroyed half of the body of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, but unfortunately it did not completely kill him. The overly large, bloated and deformed soul was torn in half and thrown into reincarnation. Unexpectedly, the remaining half could still struggle and reproduce. That's right, each law god has its own unique ability. The flesh and blood system has always been reborn with a drop of blood. If their last drop of blood and last wisp of soul are not wiped out, they will not die. Wei Huan failed to kill the Lord of Flesh and Blood with one blow, so he could only use Plan B, operate the 1,000-layer divine pattern and swing the corruption side to fight with the Lord of Flesh and Blood. At the same time, the 7 chaos bugs appeared in the military camp, killing it without restraint, and at the same time isolated a space for Wei Huan to fight as much as he wanted and kill the Lord of Flesh and Blood. When Mu Zhong's voice sounded, Wei Huan was fighting with the Lord of Flesh and Blood. At the same time, the Elemental Lord had heard the news and rushed over, and was about to join the battle and fight with the Lord of Flesh and Blood 1-on-2 to kill Wei Huan. Wei Huan said faster, Mu Zhong, Plan B. Mu Zhong's voice for reinforcements was instantly silenced. Obviously, Wei Huan's side was not going well either, so Wei Huan's side must be given priority in war decisions. Okay. Mu Zhong nodded, and while leaving the command position, he issued an order to the entire army, keep moving forward, don't retreat. This battle must be fought to the end. Wei Huan watched as Kai Shan couldn't stop the crazy Elemental Master, allowing the Elemental Master to rush in. Wei Huan finally shouted, Dou Lin. Then he operated the Reincarnation Lotus, passed through the Reincarnation Channel, and suddenly left the front line and returned to Chiyuan Star. At the same time, a familiar scene appeared. Countless time chains shuttled and entangled on the space prism, and finally turned into huge wings behind Wei Huan, sticking to thousands of miles. Wei Huan felt an extremely powerful force pouring into his body. The power of the law that had just been exhausted by the full-strength soul destruction technique was refilled by the two masters. The wings behind Wei Huan spread out and straightened, and then trembled violently. The next second, he was outside the original star field and in the battlefield. At this time, a black light suddenly appeared from behind him. It was a long-accumulated water drop passing by. He grabbed the water drop's leg with his backhand, and was carried faster than the speed of light in an instant. The next second, puff! The flesh and blood master who had no time to react exploded, and the twisted soul had no time to roar before it was swallowed by the black and white lotus. The flesh and blood splashed hundreds of miles away, and the element master not far away was stunned. Until he completely realized what happened at that moment, the element master's face changed drastically, and then disappeared from the spot the next second, without a trace. At a speed that could not be completely restrained, Wei Huan directly passed through the enemy's rear and reached a farther star field. Then he slowly stopped and loosened his stone-like hand from the water drop's leg. In the process, his hand felt like gravel, and finally turned into a wisp of pure death energy in the air, and completely dissipated. Wei Huan's eyebrows flickered, and a new hand condensed. He turned his head, and looked behind him, pulling Wanli's wings, and floating like the galaxy ribbons of the universe. The scene of Wei Huan killing the flesh and blood overlord with one blow appeared in the major news platforms, and oral conversations of Chiyuan Star and Challenge 9 World in a short time. The flesh and blood overlord is dead. Killed by Leader Wei in one blow. Ha ha ha, our leader is too strong. Do you see the ribbons all over the sky? It is the condensation of our leader's energy. With the leader, we will win this battle. For the human race. For the leader. Charge. Wei Huan's record of killing the flesh and blood overlord in one strike was like a firecracker, igniting the blood of all the soldiers. The situation, which was a little stressful just now, became smooth in an instant, and it crushed fiercely towards the front, and the battle line was pushed out for 100 miles in an instant. Congratulations, you killed the flesh and blood overlord. Mu Zhong's voice sounded in his ears at the first time. The element overlord hid. We temporarily lost his trace, and now other battlefields need you. Now I will send you the coordinates. Wei Huan nodded, raised his hand, and wiped it across the air, and the star map appeared in front of him. As he took in the entire star field, a truly terrifying scene occurred. All the continents where the Light Army was fighting were torn open one after another to the dirty land, like a huge mouth of the abyss, spitting out countless venom. The undead army, ready to fight at any time, took action. In order to deal with the Lord of Flesh and Blood with all his strength and harvest his soul, Wei Huan could not support the control of the summoned creatures at the same time. Therefore, after successfully killing the Lord of Flesh and Blood, the horror of a Lord of Death was revealed. The fearless undead rushed towards the Legion of Light like a tide. The human soldiers who had just been fighting on the enemy's territory immediately had comrades who could be absolutely relied on. Together with the undead army, they killed the army of light, and killed them without leaving a single piece of armor. The army was completely defeated. There were a total of 4 hidden continents of light. They had only lurked near the Chiyuan Star region in the past 10 years. Now they were all caught in one fell swoop. The army of light on the continent became a death squad. Countless souls were sent to reincarnation, and after reincarnation, they would become members of the human race. As one grows stronger, the other loses. The balance of war will slowly tilt towards humans. When the Lord of Light got the news, he was still wandering around the 3 flying dragon primitive stars. He seemed to have left, but in fact he was unwilling to leave just like that, and he also knew that Wei Huan would not stay here for long. Once Wei Huan left, hunting the 3 primitive stars would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. But he did not expect that Wei Huan left not because he could not stay here for long, but that he launched a full-scale war soon after returning. When the Lord of Light got the news, he was so angry that his deer eyes bulged out and his whole body trembled wildly. Especially the fall of the Lord of Flesh and Blood made his eyes black, and he almost fainted. Never before had he realized so clearly that the balance of war was tilting towards the enemy. The building is about to collapse. The Lord of Light roared in the god net, "Element, what are you doing? Why don't you protect the flesh and blood? He died, but you are still alive. You deserve to die." The Lord of Element's voice sounded weakly. "I can't react at all, and you are not his opponent. He has taken away your soul many times. What right do you have to blame me? Element, Are you going to rebel? I am just telling the truth. After a pause, the Lord of Elements said, the war against the original star field may have to be suspended. I have been thinking about where the group of ancient gods are. Where do you think they will go? The Lord of Light was originally angry, and was stunned when he heard the words. Then, the deer eyes burst into bright flames, and gritted his teeth. God's kingdom? My God's kingdom? The Lord of Elements still said in a weak tone, so don't bother arguing, you should come back quickly? I will. The Lord of Light wanted to kill back, but the hoof, he took pause for a moment, his eyes rolled, and then he said sinisterly, no, war is not fought like this, we can't let them lead us by the nose. Chapter 507. The original stars in the star field were slaughtered by the Lord of Light in a short period of time. Wei Huan, who was still waging war and chasing the fleeing light army, discovered the clues during the rest time when the war came to an end. In the starfield map, the original stars are planets that emit faint colorful lights, which are very beautiful on the monotonous star map. But at this moment, the colorful clusters located in the upper left corner of the starfield map, which exceed the number of original stars by more than 300, have now all disappeared, leaving only a lonely gray fog wandering on it. Wei Huan realized that something was wrong the first time he saw the abnormality, and hurriedly called Mu Zhong and others to the conference room. The star map was unfolded in front of everyone. Wei Huan showed everyone the changes in the upper left corner, and said, the Lord of Light left and returned. During our war, he slaughtered all the primitive stars above. I believe that all the soul nutrients have entered the stomach of the Chaos Emperor. The day when he escaped from the predicament has been greatly advanced. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyebrows, which were dyed with joy because of the great victory, were instantly weighed down. The conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Wei Huan then said, let's express our opinions. What should we do next? Su Qingqiang was the first to answer. First of all, there is no doubt that the one we are most reluctant to face is the Chaos Emperor. Our enemies also know that this is our weakness, so they gave up coming back for help and slaughtered 300 primitive stars in order to save the Chaos Emperor and survive. Doulin said, the ancient gods launched an attack on the Kingdom of Light shortly after we started the war, but their kingdom has been operating for many years and has a deep foundation. The ancient gods spent a lot of money, but did not make much progress. Later, the elemental masters came back for help, and the war over there entered a stalemate. Team Shui said, are the souls of those primitive stars enough for Chaos Emperor to escape? If not, his next target may be the other two primitive star gathering places. I suggest reinforcing those two places, which may effectively stop Chaos Emperor. Doulin said, what if he doesn't go? After all, the journey to those two primitive stars is long. Even if he rushes there at full speed, it will take 1 or 2 months, and there are countless variables during this period. If it were me, I wouldn't go. I have another way to release Chaos Emperor and stabilize the current war situation to prevent the old nest from being stolen. What did you think of? Mu Zhong was curious. Wei Huan also looked over. Doulin said, sacrifice all the flesh and blood clan to heaven. After the words fell, there was another suffocating silence in the conference room, and then Lu Qingji took a breath. Sacrifice the flesh and blood clan to heaven. They are not his own people? He even killed his own people? Mu Zhong thought, no, Doulin is right. After the death of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, the Flesh and Blood clan has no value. In order to win, the Lord of Light is most likely to sacrifice the souls of the Flesh and Blood clan to heaven, so that the needs of the Chaos Emperor will be met immediately. Wei Huan also nodded. Following this line of thought, the more he thought about it, the more possible it was, because the Lord of Light could definitely do such a thing. After all, as long as the Chaos Emperor escapes, the victory rate of the Light Army will be greatly improved, and all the losses so far can be ignored. We can't underestimate the enemy too much. Su Qingqiang also agreed. Doulin's idea is good, which greatly expands our thinking, but in addition to these 2 points, there is another one that is the most dangerous. After Su Qingqiang finished speaking, he looked around and said word by word, challenge the world. Yes, challenge the world. After the Lotus of Samsara was taken away by Wei Huan, the defense of the challenged world was not so strong. If the Lord of Light attacked alone at all costs, he could also destroy the challenged world. The challenged world is home to trillions of human beings. Not only is the number sufficient, but if the human race is killed and the souls are taken away and sent to the Chaos Emperor, I believe that if the difficulty is the same, the Lord of Light would most want to choose this. He hates humans and the dead. Su Qingqiang's statement was also recognized by everyone. Then someone else said some of his own ideas, but generally they could not escape these three directions. The first is to go to the original star to harvest. One is to sacrifice the teammates' kingdom of God, and the other is to sneak attack the challenge world. Everyone discussed for a long time how to divide the troops. The loudest voice among them was to focus on protecting the challenge world, and then attack the kingdom of light. It was the best strategy to contain the Lord of Light. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong did not speak much during this period. They just chatted privately for a long time. When no one spoke, Mu Zhong said, "I understand everyone's play style. In my opinion, this play style is very conservative. Have you ever thought about facing the Chaos Emperor directly?" After the voice fell, there was a brief silence. There was a rustling sound in the conference room, and then Do Lin was the first to speak. "You mean we concentrate all our strength to face the Chaos Emperor directly? But all we are doing now is to avoid facing the Chaos Emperor directly." Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan said, "I think everyone has a misunderstanding here. It is not clear that the suppressed Chaos Emperor and the liberated Chaos Emperor are two different strengths. The Chaos Emperor was suppressed in the abyss, and he cannot exert all his strength. If we can gather the strong men of the two tribes, plus my reincarnation lotus, there is hope for success. But I don't know how much strength the suppressed Chaos Emperor can exert. Are you willing to take this risk with me?" After Wei Huan said this, more than 10 gods in front of him spoke almost at the same time. "Why not? I am willing to stand with Leader Wei." "I do." Although not all of them were in unison, their attitudes were completely consistent. Some even said it several times, and some even stood up and wanted to raise their hands to express themselves, fearing that they would be left behind if they were a little slower. Wei Huan was very satisfied with this. After all, that was the Chaos Emperor. Even if he was trapped at the bottom of the abyss, he was still an emperor-level existence. Ordinary gods would die after a few hits from him, but in the face of this danger, everyone chose to follow Wei Huan without hesitation. This is the charm of a true leader, and the boiling blood of the human race. Mu Zhong smiled, pressed his hand and said, "This matter has not been decided yet. We all know everyone's attitude, but the specific tactic to be chosen needs to be discussed again. In any case, thank you all, it always makes me very moved. It is because of each of you that the human race has what it is today." "Marshal Mu, what are you talking about? I am also a human. When the human race is in trouble, every man has a responsibility. For the sake of the human race, I, the Light Clan and the Chaos Emperor are irreconcilable. This war has lasted for nearly 10 million years, spanning 2 civilizations. Let's end the war in our generation. No matter what the cost, we must let our children and future generations live in a peaceful era. That's right, if it takes our blood to fill the bumps in the road ahead, we are willing to do it without hesitation. Me too, I am willing to go to the bottom of the abyss. I want to go too, please give me a chance." From expressing our stance to competing for the quota, people who don't know think it's a good thing, but in fact it's to die, to dedicate ourselves for even a small victory in this war. This scene made Mu Zhong's eyes red, and he nodded with relief. "Okay, I understand. I thank you all for your determination on behalf of the people of the human race. Next, we have to choose one of the 4 plans to execute, and time is urgent, so we need to be faster." Su Qingqiang said without hesitation, "If you can't choose, use the elimination method. You don't need Yuanqi Primordial Star. It's far away, and it's probably the last choice of the Lord of Light. What does the Primordial Star have to do with us? If it weren't for stopping the Lord of Light's plan, they would never have even entered our eyes." Mu Zhong nodded. Although Brother Chan's words are unpleasant, they are true. If we have to use the elimination method, then Qiyuan Primordial Star must be the first to give up. But I can also give you a hint here. Even if the Lord of Light chooses the Primordial Star, it doesn't matter. He won't succeed easily. We have already made arrangements for that place. Everyone naturally thought of the Primordial Star cluster that had never been arranged to go there, and everyone had already guessed what was there. As for the core members, they knew that they could leave that place to the descendants of the beasts. The huge underground beast army had been stationed near the original star. Once the whereabouts of the Lord of Light were exposed, whether Wei Huan chose to reinforce or keep his troops in place, they would have the initiative. Mu Zhong continued, "The next thing we can put aside for now is the possibility that the Lord of Light will attack the Flesh and Blood clan. The Ancient God clan is over there. We just need to tell them the news and let them make arrangements. I think the presence of 3 Ancient God Lords is enough to stop the Lord of Light until we get there." Su Qingqiang said, "Well, there are 2 methods left, defending the base camp and going straight to Huanglong. It's better to count the 2 as one. Anyway, even if we attack the Chaos Emperor, he will not arrange for someone to defend at home. I suggest that all the gods below the Lord stay and follow Orange Juice's command. Without waiting for Lu Qingji to protest, Mu Zhong said, "That's right, the challenge world is the body of the life god. Lu Qingji inherited the law of life, and has the highest authority to mobilize the challenge world. With the help of other gods, he should be able to barely deal with the Lord of Light." Lu Qingji bared his teeth, wanting to say that he was not born as the Lord of Life. The real Lord of Life was still smoking there. He could not completely control the challenge world with only the life authority and memory he obtained in the cycle of time. But before he could say anything, Su Qingqiang said, "I won't stay in the challenge world, I will go to the bottom of the abyss with you. Listen, I have benefited a lot from this time cycle, and I have gained a lot of insights in the war. I am afraid that it won't take long for me to successfully enter the two major laws and become a god. By then, I will not be far from achieving the master level. I plan to go to the boss's world to achieve the master level. If I can succeed in time, not only will we have one more master level strongman on our side, but the boss's perfect world will also be more perfect. With stronger strength, we will have a better chance of winning against the Chaos Emperor." Lu Qingji opened his mouth again. Yes, this arrangement is absolutely correct. Leave the challenge to us, and we will protect it even if we are torn to pieces. You should also work hard, especially Brother Chang. I have a feeling that whether this plan will succeed depends on you. Su Qingqiang nodded. I would rather die than complete the task. Wei Huan also thought this method was good, but seeing everyone's overly nervous expressions, he comforted them. Now we have a biggest advantage, which is the star map in our hands. This is the escaped one condensed by the Earth Mother with the Earth Mother's breath, the Chaos Great. Even if the Emperor can calculate endless fate, he cannot calculate this escape one, so he can't think that we already know every arrangement of theirs. So for the sake of being appropriate, they will not act immediately, and they will definitely discuss for a long time before taking action. Mu nodded. That's right, as long as everyone acts according to the plan, our chances of winning will be higher. Don't be nervous, just act quietly after leaving here. Yes. The gods responded, and their bodies dissipated on their seats. Soon, only Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang, Lu Qingji, and Dou Lin were left in the conference room. Of course, Su Qingqiang and Lu Qingji are not masters now, but no matter their future achievements or their prestige in the human race in the past, the most important thing is their absolute trust in each other, which makes them form the most solid core circle. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Qingji said, I can't completely control the world of challenge. I can only try my best. Su Qingqiang said, now I control the laws of the abyss, and I have no control over the world of challenge. This matter can only rely on you. I have set up a lot of defensive restrictions in my memory. Next, I will tell you the functions of these restrictions, and how to activate them. Dou Lin also said, I have also set many restrictions on challenging the world. I will tell you about them as well. Lu Qingji scratched his head, then cheered up and said, You say, I can definitely write it down, speak slowly, say it twice more. Seeing that the three people were already talking together, Mu Zhong turned to look at Wei Huan. The original star has been destroyed. What do you plan to do with those flying dragons? Wei Huan said almost without thinking, according to the original plan, to create dragon blood warriors, we need vassal races. The flying dragon race, which can be controlled by means of oaths, is the safest. As long as they are truly attached, we will also protect them. Mu Zhong nodded. I will arrange people to go to the original star to collect evidence. Our enemy is the same, and we must not let anyone interfere. Okay. After talking about the future of the vassal race in a few words, Mu Zhong spoke again, with a little more solemnity. How confident are you on this trip to Jiyuan? 50%. So high. Mu Zhong looked surprised. Wei Huan said, I have the support of the Earth Mother, and the protection of the Lotus of Samsara. I met a half-wasted emperor. Although I may not be able to kill him, I am still confident that I can seriously injure him. What if Brother Chang helps you achieve a perfect world? Wei Huan said confidently, I can try to kill him. After saying this, he looked up and saw that the other three people were looking at him, and they seemed surprised that Wei Huan would say this. After 3 seconds, Su Qingqiang said, Then is there any way to make me succeed? Lu Qingji rolled his eyes. You were so confident in the meeting just now. You are the best at bragging. I am not bragging. The probability of success is still very high. Besides, the atmosphere has reached that level. I can't say that I can't do it. There is a possibility of failure, right? Everyone needs confidence too. There are many reasons. Lu Qingji scratched his head, looked at Wei Huan and Mu Zhong and said, It's too early for me to become a master. Even if I have experience to pave the way, it takes time to comprehend the law. I can't help this time. But I can help Brother Chong become a master faster. What method? Su Qingqiang stared at Lu Qingji's face and thought for a while, then his eyes lit up. Seed of life? That's right, it's the seed of life. Seed of life is the unique ability of the god of life, or the god of growth. After it is used, it can seal a certain creature or plant, just like the seed of life. As long as it is planted in the right place, it can take root and sprout again and produce more perfect fruits. By the same token, if Lu Qingji uses seed of life on Su Qingqiang and lets him experience growth again, he can comprehend the law more deeply in this growth process and achieve higher achievements. The reason why seed of life is brought up at this time is because the law of time can accelerate growth. The law of time cannot accelerate perception, but it can accelerate growth. Then as long as the seed of life is placed in the river of time to grow, when it grows rapidly and bears fruit, Su Qingqiang will gain perception through this method. In fact, this method existed when they were still the undead clan. It's just that at that time, they themselves and the people around them had cultivated to the extreme, each with their own position, and each law godhead had a god's position. It's not like now, where two of the most important law masters have not returned to their positions. Now that Lu Qingji has proposed it, everyone has come to their senses. Is this a good idea? It is so feasible. It is simply fixing a bug. Once it succeeds, other gods can do the same. Mu Zhong smiled. When it comes to brilliant ideas, you are the one. Dou Lin's eyes sparkled, and he was very happy. It is very feasible. Wei Huan said, time is tight. Why not start now? Come on. Su Qingqiang has already stood up, and can't wait. Lu Qingji was very happy to be praised for this crucial matter, and said calmly, it's just that I am a lower-level god, and he is a high-level middle-level god. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to condense the seeds of life. Su Qingqiang smiled crookedly, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. If it were someone else, you might not be able to succeed, but it happened to be me. I understand all the laws and principles. I will cooperate with you and guarantee that you will succeed. Haha, then I come. Lu Qingji stopped talking nonsense and smiled at Su Qingqiang. I treat you as a dish and cook you well. The Chaos Source Gap is extremely dark. The terrible world that was originally full of chaotic beasts has become even more terrifying because of the absolute nothingness. The same principle is also very clear in the law of the forest. There are no birds or beasts in a certain area. Under the absolute silence, it must be the territory of a beast king. The Chaos Emperor was punished by the heaven and suppressed in the extreme. Before that, he had obviously calculated that he would have a catastrophe. So he summoned the Dark Clan into the depths of the Chaos Source Crack and carried out a long layout in the abyss for nearly tens of millions of years. Finally, during that long time, he polluted almost all the chaotic beasts, and then devoured their souls, while corroding the abyss with the energy gathered by their resentment. Chaos Emperor almost succeeded. While Humming Emperor was still suppressed, he had been stirring up trouble for hundreds of years. Even though he was still at the bottom of the abyss, he had already led a war that almost covered all areas of the god's domain. It is hard to imagine what the god's domain would become if Chaos Emperor really escaped from the predicament. At least one thing is that the human race might be destroyed again. And with the degree of madness of Chaos Emperor at this moment, I am afraid that the entire god's domain will be destroyed by his madness, right? Wei Huan did not care about the outcome of the god's domain. His arms were only so long, and he could only protect the small group he cared about the most, so he had to work harder. The road to the abyss was very quiet. In the vast dark space, there was only a small bug like dust running fast, and there was endless emptiness and loneliness all around. There is space inside the little bug. It is only the size of dust, but its interior is as big as a planet. Of course, it can also be reduced to the size of a small house. Now Wei Huan is alone in this small house. While being alert to the surrounding environment, he immerses his mind in the ancient god world in his body, and observes the changes in the world. His ancient god world has now turned into a huge star cluster, with a nebula universe inside. Just like this divine domain, many star domains with suitable conditions have primitive stars, and are nurturing life. There is a black lotus hidden deep below this star cluster, which holds up the star cluster like a pearl. The power from the Emperor nourishes this world with all its strength. Through the reincarnation channel, it operates the life and death with the dirty world, constantly breathes more true spirits, makes the world full of vitality, and gradually more powerful people with brilliant souls appear. Among them, in the center of this pearl-like star cluster, there is a most special area, where the brightest luster flashes. At this moment, Dou Lin and Mu Zhong are sitting cross-legged quietly beside this bright luster. The space law and time law on their bodies are connected with the bright luster, and they are nourishing this bright luster with the power of the law. In the bright luster, Su Qingqiang's seed of life is naturally bred, and now it is floating quietly under the acceleration of the time law. When Wei Huan's spiritual clone condensed, Mu Zhong and Dou Lin looked over at the same time. Wei Huan's consciousness swept over the seed of life and frowned. No change yet? It has been 3 days since they entered the chaos source gap, and 5 days have passed including the time they waited outside. During these 5 days, under the acceleration of the law of time, the seed of life has been nurtured for 50 years, but there has been no sign of germination. This made everyone a little anxious. Mu Zhong even guessed, maybe orange juice's level is too low, and it is not strong enough to fight against the upper middle level gods. Maybe this life nirvana will fail? Then Dou Lin said, the nurturing of seeds requires a good environment. I can change the environment in the space. This is a good idea, so Dou Lin, who is just a bystander, also joined in the nurturing of the seed of life in the past 2 days. Wei Huan saw that the seed of life was the same as before, and disappointment flashed in his eyes, saying, there is still 1 day to reach the abyss. You need to conserve your energy and prepare for the next battle. If it doesn't work, you can only give up. Chapter 508. Time waits for no one, and the time left for them is very limited. Now that it has been determined that it will not work, it is better to give up as soon as possible to avoid affecting the next plan. Unexpectedly, Mu Zhong shook his head. Feel it carefully again. Brother Chang is also working hard. I can feel the changes inside. We just need to persist a little longer, and there will be results. After hearing this, Wei Huan patiently scanned the seed of life with his spiritual sense and carefully felt the changes inside. Sure enough, as Mu Zhong said, he could feel the vitality inside that had obviously become stronger, just like the core that could finally grow in this seed that could take root and sprout, and it was growing hard, and it was destined to grow out. After Wei Huan carefully investigated, he took back his consciousness and decided, I will slow down the speed of the baby bus, enter an absolute latent state, and wait for the seed of life to sprout. During this period, I will let the dog-headed man complete the transmission deployment, which will also facilitate the mobilization of the army. Leave the outside things to me, and you can help Su Qingqiang with peace of mind. Yes. Okay. The two responded and increased the input of the law of the Lord of Life. The living environment of the seed of life became better and better, and the proportion of the time of the seed of life entangled by the river of time became larger. Under Mu Zhong's full operation, the speed increased from the original 3,000 times to 9,990 times. 10,000 is the extreme number, which is the limit that the master level cannot exceed, unless one day Mu Zhong reaches the emperor level. Sure enough, without any worries, after full support, the core in the seed of life grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, but in a short time, it grew roots. The rhizome grew longer and longer, and the first branch grew out. Su Qingqiang's breath inside became stronger. The second branch grew out and turned into emerald green leaves. Su Qingqiang became stronger again. After the third leaf grew out, a small flower bud grew on the long stem, and Su Qingqiang's breath came out from the flower bud. The flower bud grew slowly, until at a certain moment, the flower bud suddenly opened and bloomed, and a strong life force was brewing in it. But this is not the end. The purpose of flowering is to bear fruit, and waiting for the fruit to mature is the ultimate goal. Time passed for another 5 days. Wei Huan would go to see it twice a day, and found that the growth rate of the seed of life slowed down again after flowering. He didn't know how long it would take. He could feel the energy contained in it, and he just had to wait for it to accumulate to a certain level before it could turn into the final fruit. It's just that this accumulation process is indeed a bit long. Under Mu Zhong's time acceleration, at least another 150 years passed, but Su Qingqiang never came out, and the flower didn't bear fruit. The baby bus has now reached the bottom of the abyss, and has been hovering here for several days. Wei Huan did not dare to go forward. According to his previous experience, the front is a restricted area. Once he enters, it means that war may start at any time. Chaos Emperor must fight, but such waiting makes people a little anxious. Wei Huan poured himself a cup of tea and suppressed his rising heart. It's okay. Sharpening the knife is worth the effort of cutting wood. Waiting for Su Qingqiang's success is also an improvement for himself. Moreover, during this period, he has made arrangements through the dog-headed leader. Not only has a large number of teleportation arrays been arranged near the Qiyuan star domain, but also in this chaos source gap. If an accident occurs, he can take Mu Zhong and others back in one step. We can attack or defend. Everything just waits for the east wind. Wei Huan thought so, picked up the tea beside him, and was about to drink it, But he stopped again when he felt something. Then he solemnly extended his spiritual sense tentacles to a place, and after feeling the familiar breath, he immediately restrained his spiritual sense tentacles to the extreme, and at the same time chased after it from a distance. In his spiritual sense, he saw the Lord of Light walking from the outer layer of the chaos source gap to the bottom of the abyss. The white deer body, with a pair of majestic deer antlers, elegant posture, holy breath, his black eyes are like a clear lake, and the eyes seem to hide endless tenderness and closeness, pure without a trace of impurities. At least from the perspective of human aesthetics, the Lord of Light clearly represents all the beauty and kindness, light and tenderness. But if you think about how he betrayed his teacher and killed his master, not only guarding his body for millions of years, but also trying to destroy billions of primitive stars, you will find how deceptive his appearance is. There is no need to test the moral character of the God of Laws. This domain of the jungle of the gods shows the truth of the strong make the rules vividly. However, from the demeanor of the Lord of Light, it can be seen that he came in a hurry this time. There is still a cold light in his deer eyes that cannot be hidden. He walked through the area where Wei Huan was hiding without thinking much and ran straight to the bottom of the abyss. Wei Huan almost didn't hesitate and ordered the baby bus to catch up. There is one thing that has always been confusing to Wei Huan, that is, the Lord of Light worked for the Chaos Emperor. It seems that he was doing it to save the Emperor on his side and win the war smoothly. But the problem is that the clan of the Chaos Emperor is the Dark Clan, while the God of Light has always been the clan of the Hongming Emperor. Perhaps it was the War Alliance. Because the Dark Clan was not strong enough, the Chaos Emperor went to the Lord of Light, and the Lord of Light, who wanted a backer, was running in both directions. It was just that the Lord of Light was in a state of madness after collecting souls for the Chaos Emperor, and was repeatedly destroyed by Wei Huan. Wei Huan couldn't explain what he felt every time he saw the Lord of Light roaring and red-eyed. Compared with the Lord of Light in his memory, he was too radical and too emotionally unstable. This question had been lingering in Wei Huan's mind, but he had never found a chance to verify it before. Now that he saw the Lord of Light going to the bottom of the abyss alone, he couldn't hide his curiosity, and finally couldn't help but follow him to see. The bottom of the abyss was very dark and chaotic. Every drop of chaos here could destroy a planet. It was the most vicious place in the world. The Lord of Light used the Law of Light to form a thick protective film on his body's surface. The white light of the Law of Light was like a light in the darkness. Even from a distance, Wei Huan could follow the breath to find where he was going. Wei Huan did not approach, but slowed down after confirming that he could find his trace. Now he was not on guard against the Lord of Light, but the Chaos Emperor at the bottom of the abyss. If he was not careful, he might be exposed. Wei Huan walked slowly, so when his consciousness saw the Lord of Light again, he had missed a large part of the prelude. He saw the arrogant Lord of Light wrapped in the dark power of chaos, hanging in the air. The chaos power wrapped around him poured into his eyes, mouth, and ears like liquid. He was stiff with pain, but he did not dare to struggle and resist. The divine consciousness followed the power of chaos and looked down, and saw the Chaos Emperor, who was still stuck in the pit of evil beasts with only his legs. His twisted and rotten body was like a pile of mud, and there were many evil beast corpses hanging on it. With every movement and every word of his, countless evil beast corpses would fall. Waste, all waste. I want souls, more souls. Kill the leader of the undead race, destroy the undead race. I want to kill them! The Chaos Emperor roared, and at the same time, the fate plate on the antlers of the Lord of Light emitted a green light, and countless souls were swallowed into the mouth of the Chaos Emperor. As a large number of souls were devoured, Chaos Emperor's spirit was obviously slightly more stable, and he said, "You are so stupid. The souls of the original star are dim and dim. No matter how many there are, they are not enough to save me. You should stay on the battlefield. Only the souls of powerful tribes have enough energy." Ugh, cough, cough, cough. The Lord of Light endured the discomfort in his throat and said with difficulty, "Other gods will never be my opponents, but he is the god of death and has reincarnation in his hands. I can't snatch souls with him at all." "That's your business." The Chaos Emperor roared, "I can't wait any longer. I want a stronger soul, the soul of the dead spirits. If there is none, I will sacrifice your tribe with blood." The Lord of Light had a distorted expression, but soon said, "Great Chaos Emperor, I have thought of a good way, which can satisfy you." The Chaos Emperor looked at him silently. The Lord of Light said, "With the fall of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, his people have lost their shelter. I only need an order from the great Emperor. I have to bear the pain and take action against the subordinates of my former companions. I hope the great Emperor will support me." "Humph." Chaos Emperor snorted coldly, "You betrayed your companions. What does it have to do with me?" I only care about the number and quality of souls. However, your idea is not bad. The Lord of Light smiled flatteringly, and finally said, Emperor, this will definitely be accomplished. Please put away your magical powers. The power of chaos has tortured me recently. It is really uncomfortable for me to work for you in this state. Chaos Emperor was silent for a few seconds, raised his hand and grabbed, and a ball of black water spit out of the mouth of the Lord of Light. Chaos Emperor said, I will give you another 10 days. If you can't see the soul, I still have a lot of trash like you. The Lord of Light just smiled, and hid the cold light in his eyes. Wei Huan watched the whole process from a distance, and finally understood the relationship between the two. It turns out that the Lord of Light was threatened by the Chaos Emperor, so he suddenly went crazy collecting souls. But what does this have to do with him? Dogs bite dogs, and Wei Huan wished that the Lord of Light would deceive his master and destroy his ancestors again, and kill the Chaos Emperor. It's a pity that the Lord of Light, whose weakness was grasped, couldn't resist at all. He responded timidly, and even hid the cold light in his eyes. After absorbing the souls brought by the Lord of Light, and the soul sent by the fate disc before, the Chaos Emperor began to struggle in the quagmire again, like a person trapped in a swamp, trying his best to climb ashore. Wei Huan keenly felt that the seal of the Chaos Emperor had obviously been unlocked a little. No more delay. If he waited for the Chaos Emperor to completely unlock the seal, he would definitely not be his opponent. Now he is still suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. This should be his last chance. Wei Huan looked at the Chaos Emperor, with a strong killing intent in his heart. But the next second, he suppressed his killing intent, and then ordered the baby bus to slowly retreat. After leaving far enough, he hurriedly ordered the baby bus to speed up, and left the abyss in a short time. After leaving the area where the Chaos Emperor could sense it, Wei Huan asked the baby bus to hide, and he sat upright and condensed his spiritual consciousness in the dirty world. He appeared directly in the Chaos insect nest, looking at the existence that was lying behind the Zerg Queen, like a toad, which was at the level of Chaos insect, but Wei Huan sensed a trace of real danger in it. Then, Wei Huan set his eyes on the Zerg Queen and nodded. Not bad, you did a good job, the 9th Chaos Worm, I am very satisfied. The Zerg Queen nodded and smiled, but this time, the smile was not from the heart. She turned back and touched the head of the toad Chaos Worm with some pity, watching it squint its eyes and enjoy it, and sighed. Then the Zerg Queen looked at Wei Huan again. Although she didn't say anything, her big dark eyes seemed to say a lot of words. Wei Huan could feel her mood, so he comforted her. I will make its existence valuable. Even after countless epochs, it will still live in our spirit. The Zerg Queen stroked her chest and bowed deeply to Wei Huan. Thank you for your mercy, master. Wei Huan nodded, and didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only move his eyes to this toad-like Zerg again. As the 9th Chaos Worm, when Wei Huan's needs were almost met, this last Chaos Worm had only recently made up his mind and determined the direction. He is a self-destructing bug, born to bloom brilliantly. This kind of chaos bug that exists to die goes against the habits of the Zerg. After all, the leader-level bug exists to protect the Queen and the Zerg. But Wei Huan doesn't need regular chaos bugs. He needs bugs that have absolute lethality to the Emperor level, so he ordered the Queen to cultivate this aspect. This cultivation took a long time, and the Zerg Queen had been fighting against her instincts, but it was finally completed. The Zerg Queen couldn't bear to see the youngest child go, so she squatted down and hugged the toad's head, then said to Wei Huan, before the master summons it, I want to take care of it for a while longer. I hope the master can allow it. Wei Huan sighed. The longer we get along, the more reluctant I am. You should know that if this war fails and I perish, you and your Zerg will perish together. Make a decision when it's time to make a decision, Queen. The Zerg Queen pursed her lips, and finally kissed the toad on the forehead, saying to it, Child, you were born with a mission. Protecting the prosperity of the Zerg is the lifelong goal of every worm. Follow the master, child. I will see your excellence and be proud of you. Coo! The toad made a sound, bypassed the Zerg Queen, and jumped in front of Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked at this 9th Chaos Worm, whose eyes were a little dull, and whose appearance was deliberately cultivated to be the natural enemy of the Zerg, and finally patted its head, put it away, and took it away. The Zerg Queen caught up with him and said, Master, the lifelong goal of the Zerg is to protect the stability of the Zerg nest, even if it means risking everything. In the battle with the Chaos Emperor, you can arrange their tasks. Even if it is me, I will be here if you need me. As long as the insect nest is still there, a new queen will be born soon. Wei Huan nodded. I know your determination. This is a war without a third ending. I hope we are the ones who survive in the end. After saying that, Wei Huan completely dispersed his spiritual clone this time and left the dirty world. But the next second, he recondensed his spiritual clone in the ancient god world, and then looked at the life seeds with joy, which were obviously ripe and red in fruit, and it was unknown when they would bear fruit. Finally, Su Qingqiang was coming out. In fact, even if he hadn't come out yet, Wei Huan had already felt that the abyss laws of his ancient god world were being mobilized. Like the wind blowing through the thick fog, the vortex rolled up, and the rigid and solidified laws came alive. Now, it's just a matter of time. It was because Su Qingqiang was about to break through that Wei Huan left in a hurry, until you went to the insect nest to take away the 9th insect, just to take a look. The fate of the 9th insect was already determined. Just like what he said to the queen of the insect race, he did not plan to spend too much time with it, worried that he would develop feelings for it. Therefore, he used the time-stopping talisman made by Mu Zhong to seal the 9th insect, and would take it out directly when he needed it. At this moment, Wei Huan was most looking forward to Su Qingqiang's achievement of being the master. Once Su Qingqiang succeeded, they would not only have a real high-end combat force, but also help him become one level stronger. Finally, the fruit grew to the last moment, and the rich power of the abyss, under the nourishment of the seed of life, glowed with a stronger breath. Finally, the top of the fruit popped open, spewing out a thick smoke mixed with sparks, and the smell of sulfur quickly permeated the entire ancient god world, injecting a strong energy into the center of all the planets and continents in the ancient god world. Lava, volcanoes, flames, and burning, seemingly horrible disasters, are essential elements for the operation of planets. With the injection of these strong energies, the laws of the ancient god world have been improved significantly, getting closer and closer to the perfect world. Moreover, this fresh and strong energy, like a disaster, was quickly sent to the dirty world through the reincarnation channel. The energy it contained was no less than the imperial power that Wei Huan had tried to seize in the past. When the abundant energy was brewing in the dirty world and the godhood was about to emerge, even Wei Huan's expression was a little stunned. He said, "I seem to be advancing to the master level too." Mu Zhong and Dou Lin were delighted and were about to congratulate him when Wei Huan's face suddenly changed. "No, follow me out." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the two to react, Wei Huan took Mu Zhong and Dou Lin out of the ancient god world, leaving Su Qingqiang to absorb the remaining energy of the seed of life and consolidate his godhood. Wei Huan resisted the feeling of advancing and woke up in a hurry, and saw the Lord of Light hitting him in the face. Baby Bus was hit and flew out, screaming in pain. This was not the first blow it had received. Just a second ago, its position was suddenly exposed, and it was attacked crazily by the Lord of Light. The power of light was like boiling steam, acting directly on Baby Bus's body, boiling under the skin as if stewing its meat. After losing to Wei Huan, the Lord of Light thought about it, and thought of a way to find and kill Baby Bus. Now that they have met, with new hatred and old grudges, they must strike with thunder and never hold back. After Wei Huan's consciousness returned to Baby Bus was half dead. Very straightforward, Wei Huan turned the lotus of reincarnation, like a red tassel spear, spinning and stabbing at the Lord of Light, while taking Baby Bus back into his body and appearing directly in the Chaos Source Gap. Wei Huan held the red tassel spear transformed by the Chaos Lotus, and was about to merge the man and the spear into one and fly away, when he suddenly felt a creepy breath appearing under his feet. This breath is it the Chaos Emperor. As soon as the Chaos Emperor appeared, he blocked the entire space, an extreme blockade. Even if he used the reincarnation channel, it would probably take some effort to leave. In other words, he was trapped in this small area. Only then did Wei Huan see the excitement in the eyes of the Lord of Light, and it was obvious that his plan had succeeded. It seems that the Lord of Light may have discovered his traces earlier, and only attacked him after joining forces with the Chaos Emperor. The Chaos Emperor and the Lord of Light attacked at the same time. If it was only Wei Huan, even if Wei Huan could escape, he would suffer heavy losses. But unfortunately, just like they wanted to kill him in one fell swoop, the purpose of coming to the bottom of his abyss this time was also to kill the Chaos Emperor. With a thought, the two lords Mu Zhong and Dou Lin appeared at the side of Wei Huan at the same time. Mu Zhong opened the river of time, so that the attack of the Lord of Light would take several years to attack him. Dou Lin grabbed the space in front of him with force, and the entire space folds then shattered, and the space hurricane rolled over the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light was stunned. He did not expect that Wei Huan was accompanied by two lords. Mu Zhong and Dou Lin attacked him with all their strength as soon as they appeared. He had to retract his fists aimed at Wei Huan, and save himself in a hurry. Wei Huan did not even look at the anger in the Lord of Light's eyes. The portal opened, and countless undead armies poured down, quickly drowning the hand that Chaos Emperor stretched out to grab him. At the same time, Wave 1 clenched the corrupted scythe, and the Lotus of Samsara spread 12 petals behind him, each of which reflected the distorted reflection of Chaos Emperor. He shouted loudly, and the sickle wrapped in the law of death chopped at the giant claws stretched out by Chaos Emperor. Wherever the black and red knife light passed, the chaotic aura exploded like boiling oil meeting water. Mu Zhong! Do Lin! Wave 1 yelled, "Hold the Lord of Light!" Mu Zhong made a hand gesture, and the law of time was like a golden chain wrapped around the Lord of Light's dear hoof. "Light, your time ends here." The Lord of Light's movement slowed down instantly, and every step was like stepping on sticky resin. Do Lin tore the space, and threw micro-black holes at the Lord of Light. The space turbulence generated by the black hole explosion cut his holy light shield like a blade. The Chaos Emperor's giant claws smashed the undead into pieces, and the rotten mud splashed on Wei Huan's armor, burning with sizzling white smoke. His voice came from the bottom of the abyss. "Ant, do you think you can shake me with 2 more masters?" Before he finished speaking, a dark wave of chaos suddenly erupted around him, and countless life wheels were suspended in the wave, each of which locked a struggling soul. Wei Huan's pupil shrank suddenly. These were the original star's souls that were slaughtered by the Lord of Light before. He threw out the divine mark of annihilation, but saw the divine mark curled up and melted in the chaos wave like a piece of paper encountering fire. "Be careful. He wants to use the divine disc," Do Lin shouted. At the critical moment, Wei Huan suddenly had an idea and raised his hand to recall the 9th chaos bug. The toad-like bug trembled in his palm, and the Zerg Queen's admonition was still in his ears. Its explosive power can temporarily distort the laws of space. "Sorry, little guy," Wei Huan whispered and threw the chaos bug to the Chaos Emperor. Chapter 509. The moment the chaos bug exploded, the space cracked like glass. Wei Huan took the opportunity to open the reincarnation channel, and sucked all the undead army into the dirty world. Mu Zhong and Do Lin also retreated to his side tacitly, and the 3 of them formed a triangle defense with their backs. The Lord of Light was swept by the terrifying power, and took the opportunity to break through the time blockade. The holy light spear pierced Wei Huan's shoulder. "Undead bastard, bury me with me." Wei Huan smiled, and blood dripped on the reincarnation lotus. The black lotus suddenly swelled tenfold, and the rebirth lines on the petals turned into chains to entangle the neck of the Lord of Light. Mu Zhong's time reversal and Do Lin's space confinement acted on him at the same time, and the Lord of Light showed fear for the first time. "Now, it's my turn." Wei Huan dragged the Lord of Light and rammed into the Chaos Emperor. The corrupted scythe and the Lotus of Samsara slashed out at the same time. In the collision of the 2 Emperors' powers, the Chaos Emperor's life wheel collapsed, and the Lord of Light's godhood was shattered into powder. Under Wei Huan's armor, the ancient god body was healing the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Chaos Emperor roared unwillingly, and his body began to disintegrate into mud. The repressive power of the heavenly Tao took the opportunity to surge in and dragged him back to the depths of the abyss. Wei Huan seized the last opportunity and intercepted a wisp of the Chaos Emperor's original power with the Lotus of Samsara. The battlefield finally returned to silence. Mu Zhong supported the shaky Wei Huan, while Do Lin slumped on the ground. That bug? It completed its mission. Wei Huan looked at the Chaos Origin in his hand. The Zerg Queen would be proud of it. In the distance, a faint light shone through the cracks in the Chaos Origin. The fluctuations of the laws in Wei Huan's ancient god world told him that Su Qingqiang's dominant godhood had been stabilized. The last 2 godheads in the world of filth are about to be condensed, and his law of death is finally about to be promoted to the master. "Let's go back." Mu Zhong felt the injuries all over Wei Huan's body, and the breath of the law that he was about to break through. "You need to find a safe place to retreat." Wei Huan shook his head. "No, there are more important things to do now." "What?" Mu Zhong thought for a while. "You want to confirm the situation of Emperor Chaos?" "Yes, we must confirm." "Let's go." "No, Emperor Chaos was only temporarily suppressed by the heavenly Tao, and his life was not hurt. Besides, I went there just to check on his situation, not to fight." Mu Zhong thought about it and nodded. Baby Bus reappeared, and his condition was not very good, but he had recovered more than half, and it was barely okay. Mu Zhong helped Wei Huan into the baby bus, and the 3 of them fell exhausted on their seats. Su Qingqiang then flashed and appeared with murderous intent. After looking around, he angrily said, "Is the fight over?" Mu Zhong always remained decent, and struggled to sit up from the seat again, smiling at Su Qingqiang. "Brother Chong has become the master." Su Qingqiang frowned. "What's the use of being the master? If you didn't participate in the crucial battle, it's better not to advance to the master. That's not the case. Brother Chang's advancement to the master not only makes us more confident, but Wei Huan's strength has also increased by 2 points, so we can repel the Chaos Emperor and kill the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light is dead? Hearing this, Su Qingqiang was stunned. With a look of disbelief, he died just now? Isn't he the boss? Wei Huan, who was standing aside, had recovered a little. Hearing this, he looked at Su Qingqiang and said, "It is indeed the boss, so I didn't collect his soul and let the heavenly Tao take it away. Could it be that he is not dead at all?" Su Qingqiang always felt that the Lord of Light died too easily. After all, he was an old rival that they had fought for nearly 10 million years. If he was so easily killed, the undead clan would not have perished. This is what I must confirm. Wei Huan said, "The Lord of Light's godhead was destroyed by me, but he was dragged into the abyss by the Chaos Emperor. I must see it with my own eyes." "No problem, I'd be there this time." Su Qingqiang nodded, deliberately exuded more of the Lord's aura, and then said, "You rest. I know the way to the bottom of the abyss. I call you when we get there." Wei Huan nodded and said, "I need to advance to the Lord. It won't take long. After I become the Lord, my injuries will recover a little, and my combat power will not be weaker than before." Mu Zhong said, "You rest as much as you want. I'm just exhausted and will recover soon." "Me too," Dolin said. Wei Huan looked at everyone again. This scene overlapped with the scene in his memory. They finally gathered together again. Even though they were separated by endless time and had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation countless times, they were still themselves, and their faith had never disappeared. Gone. Yes. Wei Huan closed his eyes and entrusted his comfort to his companions with complete trust. The law of death wrapped around him was like a black stream rushing, and he immersed himself in the world of filth with his whole body and soul. Above the world of filth, 2 godheads that were about to take shape were suspended and rotating, resonating with his soul. He slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank deeper into the world of filth. A dull roar came from the ground, and countless bones rose from the earth to form a huge altar. In the center of the altar, Wei Huan's shadow appeared. He formed seals with his hands and muttered something. The law of death turned into chains, pulling the 2 godheads down. The moment the godhead touched the altar, it burst into dazzling light, and in the light, countless shadows of the dead cheered. Wei Huan's breath began to rise wildly, and the reincarnation lotus behind him slowly bloomed, and each petal of the lotus flashed with mysterious runes. With the fusion of the godhead, the runes of the lotus gradually became condensed, and finally turned into a substantial death emblem. Wei Huan's armor began to transform, and golden death lines appeared on the original black armor. These lines kept flowing, as if telling the true meaning of death. The sky of the dirty world began to change color, and the original gray fog was replaced by a strong breath of death. Black raindrops fell from the sky, and wherever the raindrops went, the undead became more active. The earth began to split, and huge cracks appeared. What gushed out of the cracks was not magma, but thick death energy. Wei Huan's consciousness was completely integrated with the world of dirty land. He could clearly feel the existence of every undead in the world. He raised his hand gently, and countless undead armies appeared out of thin air. He frowned slightly, and the death energy turned into a sharp blade, cutting the distant mountain into pieces. At this moment, he was the master of the world of dirty land, the incarnation of death. When the last trace of godhood was completely integrated into his body, Wei Huan opened his eyes, and a bright golden light flashed in his eyes. He slowly stood up, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him, and the space was distorted wherever he passed. The master of death has finally been achieved, Wei Huan whispered, with a hint of relief and endless majesty in his voice. He looked outside the baby bus. Mu Zhong, Dou Lin and Su Qingqiang felt his breath change and walked into the training room. "Congratulations," the 3 said in unison. Su Qingqiang felt the breath on Wei Huan that made him palpitate, and grinned. "Now it's good, with you, the Lord of Death, here, let alone the Lord of Light and the Emperor of Chaos. Even if we add the Lord of Elements, we have the confidence to fight them again." Mu Zhong nodded, his eyes full of relief. "Your strength improvement is a huge help to us. However, the advancement process consumes a lot of energy. You should stabilize your realm first." Wei Huan nodded slightly. "No problem. I can feel that I am in good condition. Let's go to confirm the situation of the Emperor of Chaos and the Lord of Light. Even if they have any conspiracy this time, we have enough strength to deal with it." Wei Huan could clearly feel that as he became a lord and the perfect world was divided into 2 parts, he had already stepped half a foot into the Emperor level. Emperor level, that is a level that cannot be crossed through cultivation. It is a great life that was conferred by the heavenly Tao and existed at the beginning of the world. They often represent an element formed by heaven and earth, above the law, and in some areas they can surpass the heavenly Tao and hold punishment. But how is the world itself born? At least with Wei Huan's memory, there is no accurate answer. He once asked the Earth Mother whether this world was refined by some great life. But the Earth Mother answered him that the world is an embryo, a vessel condensed by wind and frost and time. There may be a hand holding the mud, and there may be some existence involved in the creation of the God's domain, but it is impossible to say that some life refined the God's domain. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence can do this. Until today, Wei Huan can say with certainty that there are not only hands holding mud outside the world, but also great lives. That is a life of higher latitude, which even the Earth Mother cannot observe. Just like the perfect world in Wei Huan's body at this moment, the life on the planet cannot see his existence at all. If he deliberately avoids it, and waits for the world to evolve naturally and evolve into the masters of various laws, as long as Wei Huan does not show up, they will never be able to recognize Wei Huan's existence. Now Wei Huan is very clear that creating a perfect world is not just about improving strength and defeating the Chaos Emperor. If he wins in the end, then his future will be to walk out of this world, create his own world, and become an existence above the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when Wei Huan half-stepped into the God level, the excitement he imagined did not appear. Perhaps it was because he knew where his end point was, and because after controlling the Lotus of Reincarnation, he already had the ability of half-step Emperor level. Now, it is just to let him officially step into the God level. Just the Emperor? When Wei Huan thought about this, he found it funny. His vision was different. He actually had such arrogant thoughts. But so what? If he had already stepped on the Emperor, did it mean that even the Chaos Emperor could not stop him? At this moment, he was extremely confident that he could truly suppress the Chaos Emperor. Kick him back into the heavenly Tao seal with all his strength, and never let him out again. The baby bus sped through the chaotic void, and the engine roared under the heavy load. Wei Huan sat cross-legged in the center of the car, and the law power surrounding him was like boiling black water, recasting the broken armor inch by inch. The Lotus of Reincarnation was suspended above his head, and the 12-petal phantom was greedily devouring the fragments of the Godhead of the Lord of Light. Every time it absorbed a little, a mysterious rune appeared in the center of the lotus. "We're here." Su Qingqiang suddenly raised his hand, and the windshield of the bus instantly turned into a transparent light curtain. Below, the bottomless chaos abyss was like the open mouth of a giant beast. In the evil beast pit, where the Chaos Emperor had always been entrenched in the past, the Chaos Emperor's figure could not be seen for the first time, only the dark fog as silent as the Dead Sea. In the fog floated half of the holy light wings, and the broken Godhead of the Lord of Light. Found it! It was the wreckage left by the Lord of Light. Wei Huan's fingertips trembled slightly, and the Lotus of Reincarnation suddenly bloomed, and a faint light shot to the bottom of the abyss. When the light touched the broken wing, the abyss suddenly trembled violently, and countless resentful roars came from the depths of darkness. Death! The residual soul of the Lord of Light soared into the sky with the aura of chaos. His body was no longer in human form, and his translucent soul was covered with wounds cut by the sickle of corruption. "Do you think you can kill me by shattering the Godhead? I am the guardian of order appointed by the heaven. If chaos is not destroyed, I will." Wei Huan did not give the other party a chance to continue shouting. The Lotus of Reincarnation bloomed above his head, and the divine pattern of the word annihilation condensed on his fingertips. When the light of the fingertips touched the residual soul of the Lord of Light, the Lotus of Reincarnation suddenly burst out with unprecedented light, and dark golden patterns spread wildly on the petals. The residual soul of the Lord of Light dissipated inch by inch in the light, and the scream before death shook the chaotic abyss with spider web-like cracks. "Death, you are so brave." A roar with the pressure of destroying the world suddenly sounded, and the chaos abyss was completely boiling. The thick asphalt chaos gas was surging, and the rotten body of the Chaos Emperor broke out of the ground. His body was covered with black tumors, and countless evil beasts were entangled on it like parasitic tumors. The roar of each evil beast twisted the void. When his huge arm waved, the space collapsed inch by inch, and he grabbed Wei Huan head-on. The light of the law of time in Mu Zhong's eyes was bright, and when he raised his hand, the movement of the Chaos Emperor suddenly became slow, and the speed of time around him was forcibly changed. "Wei Huan, now!" he shouted loudly, and his voice echoed in the chaotic void. Do Lin's figure flashed, and he used the law of space to teleport behind the Chaos Emperor. He formed seals with his hands, and the power of space turned into countless sharp blades, cutting fiercely at the back of the Chaos Emperor. Taste the strangulation of space. The blade cut into the rotten flesh of the Chaos Emperor, splashing a large amount of dark green poisonous blood. Su Qingqiang was like a crazy beast. The breath of the Lord of the Abyss burst to the extreme, and the dark power of the Abyss wrapped around his body, and he rushed to the front of the Chaos Emperor in an instant. The 12 rotten arms behind him clenched their fists, wrapped in the power of destroying everything, and smashed heavily into the abdomen of the Chaos Emperor. Die for me! Wherever the fist wind passed, the chaotic energy was torn apart. Wei Huan seized this perfect opportunity, and the Lotus of Reincarnation turned into a huge light wheel, and the dark purple flame on the sickle of corruption was burning. He flashed, and the sickle drew a black light mark of 100 meters long, accurately slashing at the neck of the Chaos Emperor, while the Lotus of Reincarnation light wheel spun, cutting the evil beast on the body of the Chaos Emperor. The Chaos Emperor roared and tried to fight back, but was thrown into disarray by the attacks of the four. Mu Zhong kept using the law of time to interfere with his movements. Dou Lin's space blades continued to cause damage, and Su Qingqiang was even more crazy close-range output, his fists raining down on the Chaos Emperor. Wei Huan's attack was the most deadly. Every time the corrupted side fell, it could bring up a large piece of rotten meat, and the Lotus of Samsara kept peeling off the evil beasts. As soon as one of the Chaos Emperor's arms condensed the power of chaos, Su Qingqiang pounced on it, grabbed his arm with both hands, opened his fawn-covered abyss mouth, and bit off a large piece of meat. Ah! The Chaos Emperor roared in pain, and swung his other hand, but was blocked by Dou Lin's space barrier. Wei Huan took the opportunity to jump up and ride on the Chaos Emperor's shoulder. The rune of the Lotus of Samsara shone brightly, binding all the evil beasts around. At the same time, the corrupted scythe cooperated with Su Qingqiang's attack, constantly tearing the body of Chaos Emperor. Mu Zhong controlled the law of time from a distance, making Chaos Emperor's wound healing speed extremely slow. Under the violent attack of the four people, Chaos Emperor's breath became weaker and weaker, and most of the evil beasts on his body were stripped away. He was beaten dizzy, and the madness in his eyes gradually faded, and he regained consciousness for a short time. Stop! Stop! Chaos Emperor suddenly roared, I tell you the truth, it is the Heavenly Tao that wants to kill Taichu Emperor. It was the Heavenly Tao that killed Taichu Emperor, and suppressed us by borrowing the heaven-breaking sword of Hongming Emperor. I broke free from the Heavenly Tao to tell you this truth. Wei Huan's movement suddenly paused, his eyes full of shock. This news shocked him more than the battle just now. Su Qingqiang, Dou Lin and Mu Zhong on the side also changed their faces. They never thought that the way of heaven would hide such a shocking secret. Chaos Emperor panted heavily on the spot, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. Red light quickly pressed up from the corner of his eyes, and madness reappeared in his eyes. He struggled hard, kept his last lucidity, and said, Go find evidence to prove my statement, and then... After saying that, his body, which was 100 times smaller than before, fell heavily backwards. The vicious tentacles of the evil beast stretched out from the evil beast's pit, entangled him like a venomous snake, and pulled him down quickly. Chaos Emperor's broken body was motionless, as if he had completely given up struggling. Only his eyes were still switching between madness and calmness, sometimes looking at Wei Huan angrily, and sometimes with clear eyes, as if entrusting him. Just when he was about to be swallowed, a green light suddenly flew towards Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked closely, and found that it was the Disc of Destiny. The Chaos Emperor seemed to be handing it over to him. However, Wei Huan turned away, and did not take the Disc of Destiny. After the Disc of Destiny flew out for a while, it stopped and floated quietly in the air. Many fine cracks appeared on the bronze disc, and black chaos tentacles were swallowing in the cracks. Who dares to take something that they don't know the details of? Faintly, a long sigh came from the depths of the abyss. Looking at the evil beast pit again, the breath of the Chaos Lord could no longer be seen. At this time, a 5th-level evil beast struggled hard and rushed out of the evil beast pit. After being freed, it actually rushed straight towards Wei Huan and others. Then, some more evil beasts successfully broke free, and the power that Chaos Emperor had used to restrain them was dissipating. Return to the God's domain. Wei Huan took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, We must find out the truth. The baby bus turned around, and with the sound of the engine, the figures of the 4 people gradually disappeared into the void, without even touching the fate plate. There was a dead silence in the car, and everyone was still immersed in the shocking secret revealed by Chaos Emperor. Wei Huan stared at the slowly rotating reincarnation lotus in his palm. In the center of the lotus, he could see the roaring soul of the Lord of Light. However, the Lord of Light, who had lost everything and only had a soul left, was destined to be unable to escape the control of the god of death, but it would take time to tame such a soul. Do you think Chaos Emperor's words are credible? Dolin broke the silence, his fingers unconsciously stroking the armrests of the table and chairs, his eyes full of doubts. Mu Zhong sighed softly, the law of time flowing around him, reflecting his frown. In fact, we all know that this is something that may happen. We have already discovered the clues. What I can't think of is that the position of the Chaos Emperor seems to be different from what we imagined at the beginning. Su Qingqiang grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and the power of the abyss surged around him. No matter what his position is, I only know that how many people of our human race have died because of the Chaos Emperor in these years. The cemetery on the Hero Mountain is almost full. Hatred is unsolvable. Refuse to be whitewashed. His words were full of violent aura. That's right. Mu Zhong and Dou Lin understood each other with one sentence. Mu Zhong smiled and said, Brother Chang is still insightful. The hatred was made recently. So what if it was millions of years ago? The hundreds of millions of martyrs buried underground need the blood of the enemy to nourish them. Dou Lin also nodded heavily. No one can forgive the enemy on behalf of the sacrificed soldiers, not even us. Su Qingqiang showed his teeth. If he is suppressed forever, he will sink forever in madness. If he still wants to break free, I will definitely take off his head to pay tribute to the heroic spirit of my clan. As if thinking of that scene, Su Qingqiang laughed strangely, and the whole person was twisted and crazy, but Wei Huan and others did not resist, because his body was full of boiling blood, which made them burn with it. So everyone soon stopped entangled about the position of the Chaos Emperor. Anyway, they determined that it was the enemy and beat him to death. But the answer still needs to be explored. After all, they are not far from the truth. Maybe this is the answer. If this is the answer, why did the Earth Mother never mention it? Maybe the Earth Mother herself doesn't know? Legend has it that the Earth Mother was the last one to arrive. When she arrived, the great Emperor Taichu had already fallen. The angry Earth Mother attacked the great Emperor Hongming, and was then injured by the great Emperor Hongming and the great Emperor Han Dun. Don't blame me for conspiracy theories. Do you think it's possible? At this point, Su Qingqiang suddenly spoke up and gave a look that they both understood. Mu Zhong shook his head. Yes, it is not ruled out, but the probability is very small. How can you be sure that it is small? He is the only one who survived. He just lives outside, but he is not a beneficiary. The ancient gods have also declined over the years, and he has been sleeping. The most important thing is that he knows everything, but he has helped us a lot. In other words, we can succeed to this day, and we absolutely cannot do it without the Earth Mother. Okay, I guess blindly and falsely accused a good person. Su Qingqiang touched his nose. Mu Zhong smiled. There is nothing wrong with making bold assumptions. As long as we carefully verify them, we will not wrongly accuse a good person or let an enemy go. What's next? Su Qingqiang asked, looking at Wei Huan. The Lord of Light has fallen, and the only one left in the Light Force is the Lord of Elements. What should we do? Chapter 510. Dou Lin seemed to remember something and shook his head. That old sly guy always works without putting in any effort. He runs away first when he sees danger. Even if we rush over now, he might have already run away with his kingdom of God. Speaking of this, Dou Lin paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Huan, what if he surrenders? Will we accept it? All eyes looked over. Wei Huan closed his eyes to rest, and said only one sentence. I want to create a perfect world. Got it. No surrender will be accepted. Kill them all. The Elemental Overlord has been in the same camp with the Light Overlord for tens of millions of years. Although he is not as hateful as the Light Overlord and his presence is not high, he is indeed an executioner who slaughters the undead and the human race. Forgiving the enemy is the greatest disrespect to the sacrificed soldiers. Besides, keeping this old overlord is a disaster for fear that he will turn against us at any time. It is better to kill him and breed a new elemental overlord, which can also help Wei Huan's ancient god world to be perfect. No matter what, they can't be left alive. Su Qingqiang rolled his eyes and grinned at Wei Huan. Leave the attack on the kingdom of the Lord of Light, and the task of hunting down the Lord of Elements and his followers to me. I will definitely capture the Lord of Elements alive, and let you kill him with one finger. Wei Huan opened his eyes, and glanced at him. Su Qingqiang laughed, and was not afraid of Wei Huan. He continued, what do you think? Arrange me to go, boss. I haven't had enough fun yet. Wei Huan nodded before closing his eyes again. Su Qingqiang was so happy that his eyebrows were flying. Finally, there was another fight. Mu Zhong waited for them to finish talking before smiling. This operation went unexpectedly smoothly. The Lord of Light appeared alone, and gave us a chance. Although it was a bit thrilling, the result now looks good. The Lord of Light died, and the Chaos Emperor was suppressed back to the abyss. There is no possibility of war breaking out in a short time, and the people sent out could all come back. This is what I think. The attack on the remnants of the Lord of Light must be quick, accurate and ruthless, and do not give the enemy any chance. It is best for Brother Chang and Do Lin to go together. I will stay in the Qiyuan Star region. There are still many things that need to be transferred and dispatched after the war. I can do it very well. You are the only one who can see the Earth Mother. There are some questions that we may not get the real answer if we go there, but with your current strength, you can definitely ask the truth from the Earth Mother. When Mu Zhong said the last word, he mentioned strength, and obviously took some variables into consideration. There is no way. They have experienced too much, and even the entire tribe has perished once. On this road, they can only trust the few people around them. Others, even the Emperor, cannot be trusted. Wei Huan understood Mu Zhong's meaning and nodded. Now I am half a step into the Emperor level, and I have the Lotus of Reincarnation. I can be an Emperor level. It is best to go to see the Earth Mother. I will definitely find out the truth of that year. In addition, I can go back and forth to the ancient god realm relatively quickly. If there is any accident on your side, I can rush back as soon as possible. Mu Zhong said, well, then thank you for your hard work. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong, and his eyes seemed to say, are you being polite to me? Mu Zhong smiled and said, I'm used to it. If it was like this in the past, Wei Huan would have let it go and not said anything about him, but today, probably because he won a great victory and was relieved, Wei Huan flicked Mu Zhong's brow with his fingers. Mu Zhong touched his forehead and opened his eyes wide, then quickly looked around. Su Qingqian on the side was using his teeth to do his nails, biting them and making a clicking sound. Do Lin looked out of the car intently, looking at the dark distance. Mu Zhong, Then he reached out and held the hand that Wei Huan had used to hit his forehead, inserted his fingers one by one into the gaps between his fingers, and finally clasped his 10 fingers together and held them tightly. When a ray of light appeared in front of him, he had reached the exit of the Chaos Source Gap. Originally, the Human Legion was deployed here, and the station built was like a spear piercing the enemy's heart. Later, the Dark Clan attacked several times and repeatedly occupied this entrance and exit, resulting in a large number of ruins from human creations floating at this entrance and exit, plus some unrecovered corpses, and gradually a group of first-level low-level evil beasts were born. When the low-level evil beasts appeared, it also showed the current situation of the Chaos Emperor. He should have been pulled back to the abyss by the heavenly Tao, so he could no longer absorb chaos. The Chaos Source Gap, as the dark side of this universe, constantly produces countless chaos and countless evil beasts. This is a kind of balance. The reappearance of the first-level evil beasts shows that the Chaos Emperor's control over chaos has really disappeared. This is the first time that everyone feels happy when seeing evil beasts at the doorstep. Then Su Qingqiang jumped out and crushed all these low-level evil beasts without a moment's delay. Never allow evil beasts to exist at the doorstep. Mu Zhong looked at Su Qingqiang's hunting and asked Wei Huan, has the Chaos Emperor really been suppressed again? I don't know. Wei Huan shook his head, his aura disappeared. It may be suppressed, or it may be that he hid. He is hiding in the evil beast pit. Even I cannot enter, so I don't know whether it is true or false. Mu nodded. The evil beast pit condenses the purest chaos in the world, which has a terrible effect on the soul. Even the Chaos Emperor went crazy when he stayed in it. Once we go deep into it, we will be polluted and trapped. So if you want to know whether he is really suppressed or hidden, you only need to find out the truth from the Earth Mother. If the truth is as he said, then the possibility of his being suppressed is still high, otherwise he is hiding and waiting for the next opportunity to make a move. After saying this, Wei Huan sighed in his heart, feeling a little regretful. After all, he was not strong enough, so he was so passive, otherwise he would have jumped into the evil beast pit and hammered Chaos Emperor to death. And he was also very concerned about the fate plate that was thrown out. It's not that he couldn't let go of the imperial power. He didn't want this polluted imperial power. He didn't regret the choice at that time. Before knowing the real purpose of Chaos Emperor, it was not too cautious. He shouldn't touch anything of his. But leaving the imperial power in the abyss seemed inappropriate. He still had to go down and see as soon as possible. We must find a way to safely take away the fate disk. As Wei Huan thought this, the baby bus also drove to the exit of the Chaos Source Gap. Su Qingqiang killed the last evil beast at this time and chased after him with reluctance, but he did not get on the bus. Instead, he jumped in front of the bus and sat cross-legged on the nose of the chaos bug. The vigorous energy made Wei Huan's heart clear away, and he couldn't help laughing. When they arrived at the god's domain, the consciousness of the four masters swept across the entire star field in an instant. They saw that the Qiyuan star field was carrying out post-war reconstruction in an orderly manner, and the scene was thriving. They felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Mu Zhong said, "In the past few days, the Lord of Light organized a counterattack, and it was an attack on the Challenge World, but it was stopped by Captain Shui. Orange Juice controlled the restrictions of the Challenge World and played a huge role. He also killed many generals of the Light Legion and 2 middle-level gods." Wei Huan knew all this. When Su Qingqiang was in the Seat of Life, he had been obtaining information through the dog-headed man. Although there was some lag, he knew everything he should know. Later, when he saw the Lord of Light in the Abyss, Wei Huan knew that the Lord of Light intended to take a two-pronged approach. On this side, he continued to attack the Challenge World, and on the other side, he had planned to slaughter the family of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. As long as he succeeded, he could explain to the Lord of Chaos. Unfortunately, the Lord of Light never dreamed that at this tense moment of war, they would send all the lords to the Abyss to kill the Chaos Emperor, so the Lord of Light, who was accidentally left alone, would fall. In fact, looking back, this victory was not easy, and there were huge risks. Especially when the Lord of Light discovered them first and joined forces with the Chaos Emperor to attack them. If Wei Huan was the only one at that time, the outcome would probably not be what it is now. Now that they have successfully overcome the difficulties, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and at the same time, they spoke with full enthusiasm. Mu Zhong said, "I will go back to the Qiyuan Star region." Dou Lin said, "Brother Chang and I will go to the kingdom of the Lord of Light." Su Qingqiang outside the car window made a gesture to leave. Soon, there were no people in the car, and everyone dispersed and was busy with their own things. Although it is indeed tiring to run around like this, as long as you think of the difficulties that were originally like natural motes, they were conquered by their spirit and broke through one by one, and you always feel that there is nothing in front that can stump them. Keep working hard, and things will get better and better. Wei Huan then spent another 5 days to go to the ancient god realm. Along the way, Wei Huan kept in touch with Mu Zhong through the reincarnation channel, and with the help of the star map, he had a full view of the situation in the entire god realm. The reconstruction of the Qiyuan star realm and the Challenge World has been ongoing. With Mu Zhong in charge, the progress has accelerated again. Many places can no longer feel the impact of the war. Schools and governments have resumed work, and most of the Legion soldiers have evacuated. Among the evacuated Legion soldiers, a considerable number of them remained to continue defending their homes, while the others were taken away by Dou Lin and went on an expedition to the God Realm with Su Qingqiang. Now they are on their way, but they have already contacted the Ancient God Legion. After the Ancient God Legion learned that the Lord of Light had fallen, the 3 Ancient God Masters took action at the same time to suppress the Element Lord in his Kingdom of God, and did not take advantage of the emptiness of the Kingdom of Flesh and Blood Lord and the Kingdom of Light Lord to enter and plunder supplies. Among the 3 leaders of the ancient gods, 2 are very close to humans, or to say, close to the undead. The Titan Ancient God and Swirenshi even participated in the entire Nirvana plan of the undeads, and made great efforts to contain the Lord of Light. Now, they are very respectful of the human race and Wei Huan, and do not want to provoke Wei Huan because of some spoils of war. Besides, the ancient gods also want to use humans to study ways for the descendants of the ancient gods to break through the restrictions and enter the god level. This sense of proportion is the surrender they offer to the human race. In addition, the troops sent to the original star have received orders to withdraw. This time, the dog-headed people are responsible for the transmission, and their return will be much faster. The war has not yet ended completely, but the ripples of the aftermath have been felt. Perhaps it will not be long before peace descends on this world again. Wei Huan flew silently like a wisp of wind, and finally landed slowly on the ring-shaped land surrounding the Divine Domain. The ancient Divine Domain has arrived. The ancient Divine Domain is desolate, but it also has a heavy wild atmosphere. Every grain of sand is engraved with ancient marks, which is the atmosphere that has existed since the beginning of the existence of this world. The bus passed through a large area of land, and flew towards the temple of the Earth Mother. The descendants of the ancient gods seen along the way were mostly old, weak, women and children. This time, the ancient gods took away almost all the young and strong descendants of the ancient gods in revenge for the Lord of Light. The old people and children left behind have been worried about the war ahead. Most of the ancient gods have strange bodies, which are different from the human form. It is difficult for other ethnic groups to feel involved when seeing an old snake with a nest of small snakes. However, Wei Huan, who is also of the blood of the ancient gods, and has the blood of the ancient gods in his body, can still feel the general emotions of these various descendants. As expected, war is not a pleasant thing no matter where it is. Fortunately, as the Earth Mother recovered from her injuries, the land was also recovering rapidly. After a few rains, tenacious life grew out of the soil, bringing new vitality, and the lives of the descendants of the ancient gods were much better. After passing through the World Tree Forest, Wei Huan came to an endless grassland. Not long after, some pure herbivores appeared on the grassland. When they saw the baby bus flying over their heads, they just took a look and lowered their heads to eat again. Wei Huan came to the mountain where the Earth Mother was sleeping, in the misty valley, and came to an ancient altar covered with moss. In the center of the altar, the roots of a huge ancient tree coiled into a chair, and a golden-skinned woman wearing a green vine robe sat quietly on it. Her face was shrouded in a hazy halo, and every inch of her skin seemed to be integrated with the earth. It was the Earth Mother. Wei Huan, I have received the good news of the war. Congratulations, you have won the most difficult battle. But what is the reason for you to come here this time? The voice of the Earth Mother was like a gurgling stream, but with unquestionable majesty. Wei Huan saluted with his hands on his chest. After he stood up, he told the story of what happened during this period in a few words, and then looked at the Earth Mother. I hope you can tell me the truth. The Chaos Emperor claimed that the Heavenly Tao killed the Taichu Emperor by borrowing the heaven-breaking sword of the Hongming Emperor. Is this true? The Earth Mother raised her hand and gently stroked the tree roots beside her. The ground of the altar suddenly rippled, and ancient pictures appeared in front of everyone. The Taichu Emperor and the Hongming Emperor stood side by side, and the light illuminated the chaos. Suddenly, the heaven-breaking sword in the hand of the Hongming Emperor turned into a dark sword light, piercing the chest of the Taichu Emperor. The picture was frozen at this moment. No matter how you look at it, it was the Hongming Emperor who killed the Taichu Emperor. That's all I saw. The Earth Mother looked at the scene, which was extremely cruel to her, and she didn't want to recall it. Her usually loving eyes showed sadness. I don't want to believe this either. After all, although there is competition among us emperors from time to time, it is clear that only the four of us emperors can exist forever in this world. Even if we can't be as close as brothers and sisters, we won't want to kill each other. Wei Huan heard the clues. So the Queen also suspects that there is indeed something going on here? That's right. The Queen Mother nodded. The sky-breaking sword does have the power to break through everything in the world, but it can't kill Taichu. If Taichu wanted to hide, there were 10,000 ways, but he fell down in the end. I don't understand. I tried my best to save Taichu, but I was attacked by the terrible power and fell down with him, that energy. Wei Huan took a half step forward, and could feel that the key point was about to come. As expected, the Earth Mother said, "It is a stranger, not any of us, let alone Hongming." After saying this, the Earth Mother suddenly looked at Wei Huan. Chaos has gone crazy. The information he conveyed may be the correct guidance. Wei Huan, I will leave this to you. I will go to the extreme of light. The extreme of light? Wei Huan muttered silently, although he was unfamiliar with the name, but soon realized where this place was, the place where Hongming Emperor was suppressed. The Earth Mother nodded. I went too late. Chaos has gone crazy. Maybe only he knows the truth in this world. I should have faced it a long time ago. I must go this time. Wei Huan closed his mouth again and nodded. I will protect the ancient gods and look forward to the truth you bring. Yes. As the Earth Mother nodded, the boundless and huge mountain behind him suddenly shook, the earth trembled, and the sleeping Earth Mother opened her eyes for the first time. The descendants of the ancient gods, who sensed the abnormality from afar, bowed in this direction. The Earth Mother was extremely huge, but only 1% of the remains of the great Emperor Taichu. When she sat up, the mud, sand, and trees on her body were like the colors on her clothes, still growing well on them. Even the small animals living on the Earth Mother were unaware, and continued to eat the delicious leaves. This state of existence reminded Wei Huan of the dead spirits and the Abyss clan, who also lived on the body of the great Emperor Taichu. Unable to perceive the changes in the world, the great Emperor used infinite power to allow them to exist until the war began, when the dead spirits and the Abyss clan were ordered to migrate. If the two tribes were still living on the body of the great Emperor Taichu when he fell, they would have perished with him, and there would have been no war between the two great Emperor-level forces for tens of millions of years. Now thinking about it, could it be that the great Emperor Taichu had already anticipated the ending? When Wei Huan came to his senses, the Earth Mother had already stood up. Wei Huan could not observe her huge body with his eyes, but he could use his spiritual consciousness to condense it, and finally turned it into a shadow about the same size as the Earth Mother, and then bowed deeply to her. "Thank you for your hard work, Queen." The Earth Mother smiled, but did not speak. She bent her legs slightly, jumped up suddenly, and jumped into the sky. The next second, she disappeared. The earth just trembled slightly, and then returned to peace again. Wei Huan looked at the direction of the Earth Mother for a long time, until even his spiritual consciousness could not capture her existence, and then he retracted his gaze. Looking at those tribes that were either panicked, or stunned, or had received the news because of the sudden departure of the Earth Mother. Then, he chose the largest tribe of descendants of the ancient gods, appeared in front of the priest of this tribe, and left the death artifact stained with a trace of his origin to it. "Before the ancient gods come back, if there is anything, crush it. I will come as soon as possible." The high priest, descended from the ancient gods, held the death artifact in both hands, treating it as a holy object, and his whole body was almost lying on the ground in great respect. This death god is not just a god. He is beyond the master level, and has the breath of an emperor. After the Earth Mother left, it is their honor to be protected by another emperor. Wei Huan took another look. After all, he was still concerned about the human race. Finally, he operated the reincarnation channel. The space behind him collapsed into a terrifying black hole. He stepped into the black hole, and appeared in the Qiyuan star field the next second. But this transmission did not end. After returning to the Qiyuan star field, Wei Huan summoned the dog-headed man, and teleported 5 times in a row. When he came out again, he appeared in a starship. Mu Zhong stood at the command position of the starship and smiled at him. "Are you here?" The leader of the big dog-headed man obtained the godhood, and could break away from Wei Huan's summoning restrictions. After freely appearing in the divine domain, the places that the dog-headed people could reach were also the places that the human army could reach. Although there are still some teleportation distance restrictions between the dog-headed people, it is just to occupy more abandoned kingdoms, and build more settlements. It only takes a few turns for the human race to go to the world where the Kingdom of Light is located. If there is any difficulty in this war, it is that the law storm of the upper-level god domain is too fierce, and even low-level gods cannot stay in the god domain for too long. But it doesn't matter, as long as a group of dog-headed people are thrown into the Kingdom of Light, there will be a steady stream of human armies teleported from Qiyuan Star. The flames of war spread in the Kingdom of the Gods. Countless lives perished, some wailed and cried, some accepted their fate, and some resisted. The places ignited by the war were filled with the stench of burnt, and there were corpses and ruins everywhere. Wei Huan looked at the countless souls floating in the sky, took a deep breath, and then spread his arms. The space behind him was divided into 2, and endless armies of undead and Zerg flew out from it. Roar, roar, roar! The human warriors, who were so eager to kill, were like being injected with chicken blood after seeing the appearance of the army of undead. They were no longer tired, and were extremely excited. Kill! The sound of slashing rushed into the world, the river turned red, the light was swallowed by darkness, and death was singing. "It's just like a villain, and a super big boss." Su Qingqiang, who was killing in the Kingdom of God, laughed strangely, "But I like it, it's so cool." Others also felt the tingling pleasure, after seeing the overwhelming undead appear. That's right, they look like villains, but are they? No! There are countless tribesmen behind them. They have returned from the blood of revenge. They just want to enjoy a carnival feast like this. They are death. They are darkness. They are the abyss. They are still human. They are warriors. They are parents. They are children. The war has lasted for tens of millions of years, so let's celebrate this victory with the blood of the enemy. Chapter 511. The appearance of Wei Huan made the resistance of the family members in the Kingdom of God ineffective. Whether in terms of numbers or strength, the human race has an absolute crushing advantage. The candidates for the light gods who continue to inherit the godhood are now afraid of the laws that will fall on their heads. It is simply the best target for the enemy to find them. John E. waved his sickle-like pincers and flew in the sky. His compound eyes turned quickly, searching for the traces of the powerful enemy in a sinister way. Suddenly, a force of law descended from a distance, belonging to a certain light system. John E. excitedly spread his wings and flew over. However, when he arrived at the place, the enemy had already fallen in a pool of blood, and the body was almost cold. Surrounding the body were Jean Air and Jean San, and the expressions they looked at the same time seemed to say, "You are too slow." Johnny walked over coldly, put away the godhood, and carefully felt the breath in the Kingdom of God. According to its experience, after the divine nature explodes, it won't take long for a new god to be born. However, this time, after waiting for a long time, no new god descended. The angry Zhang Yi rubbed his sickle and pounced on a light clan member who was only at the domain level. The terrifying power of the Chaos Worm not only exploded the light clan member into meat paste the moment it came into contact with it, but also chopped the ground under its feet into a crack that led directly to the abyss. The kingdom of God without the master is declining rapidly. Mu Zhong happened to see this scene and said, and there has been no breath of the law descending for a while. It seems that there is no alternative god. He finally looked at Wei Huan. It's almost time to harvest the God Rune Stone. The God Rune Stone is the core of the God's kingdom. It has extremely magical effects. It can not only be used to develop weapons, make equipment, and practice levels. When the God Rune Stone in a God's kingdom exceeds a certain level, it will condense more and more peaceful law power. The clans living in the God's kingdom will also be easier to practice, and can improve the racial level. It is a treasure that every god will plunder crazily in the war, and protect like an eyeball. So once there is no God Rune Stone in the God's kingdom, then the end of the world will come. The earth will crack, the laws will be violent, and the protective shield in the sky used to isolate the storm of the God's domain will disappear. The whole world will collapse into a dust in a short time. The life living on it will completely perish and no longer exist. Wei Huan issued an order to plunder the God Rune Stone in the God's kingdom dominated by light, and the God's kingdom dominated by flesh and blood. At the same time, when the two kingdoms collapsed together, the Starship Command ship he was on just arrived outside the last kingdom. The Elemental Overlord was in this kingdom, and all the ways were blocked by the three ancient God Overlords. He was anxiously looking at them helplessly. Until Wei Huan came over, this Elemental Overlord with human form, but made of pure elements, finally lowered his head. I surrender. He said this as if he had exhausted countless strength. Then he looked at Wei Huan. Please accept my submission, Emperor of Death. He called Wei Huan Emperor, which was an unquestionable title. With such a large army, strength beyond the Overlord, and imperial authority, he had indeed surpassed the Overlord and became the Emperor. Wei Huan walked out of the starship, with Mu Zhong beside him, and Dou Lin, Su Qingqiang and Lu Qingji behind him, as well as all the gods from the human race. Even the three ancient gods retreated behind Wei Huan after seeing him, and feeling his terrifying aura. Today, Wei Huan is finally strong enough to look down on everyone and make his former opponents bow their heads. Wei Huan looked at him coldly and said lightly, "No, you must die." The Elemental Lord trembled all over. No. The existence that was so powerful in the past and dominated the entire God's domain for tens of millions of years turned out to be afraid of death at this moment. A white lotus appeared behind Wei Huan, emitting a powerful aura, and below the lotus was a black lotus like a reflection, emitting a strong aura of death. The upper and lower lotus twisted in opposite directions, and the petals of the lotus twisted like a millstone, causing cracks in the space. Pressed towards the Elemental Lord. At the moment of death, the Elemental Overlord was unwilling to die like this. He burst out with the power of the five elements law, and his body turned into colorful rays of light, trying to escape. I do it! Su Qingqiang jumped out from behind him, with a strong blood light around him, and rushed towards the Elemental Overlord. Wei Huan stopped his move to strangle the Elemental Overlord, and instead suppressed the Elemental Overlord, blocking his escape. The Elemental Overlord failed to escape. Looking at Su Qingqiang, who was chasing him relentlessly, he realized that he was being used to practice moves. He was a dignified Elemental Overlord who had lived for 2 epochs. He was one of the strongest people in the world, but he was insulted like this. The Elemental Overlord, who had no way to escape, roared and rushed towards Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang was hit by the 5-color light, as if he was hit hard, and flew out. He turned over and sat up, laughing strangely, and the keratinous skin of the devil began to grow all over his body. A 1-meter-long black horn grew from the center of his forehead, and at the same time, 12 humus arms bulged out from his back. He rushed towards the Elemental Master like a cannonball. Su Qingqiang is a combat-type master, different from the auxiliary type like Mu Zhong and Dou Lin, and even more different from the nanny type like Lu Qingji. In such a battlefield, especially in a one-on-one duel, he is very strong, and Wei Huan may not be able to beat him in fists and feet. But what is surprising is that the Elemental Master is also very strong. He is the master of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements are the 5 elements, which means that he has mastered 2 more middle-level laws than other masters, that is, a total of 6 lower-level laws. This gives him a lot of means, and he can easily deal with Su Qingqiang's fierce offensive. Unfortunately, because of the situation that was doomed to be inescapable, the Elemental Overlord was flustered and unable to concentrate. It was good enough that he could exert 70% or 80% of his combat power. Soon, he went from calmly dealing with Su Qingqiang to being in a panic, until Su Qingqiang's claws broke half of his body. Damn it! The elemental overlord pressed his wound and panted, his eyes wandering on the faces of Su Qingqiang and Wei Huan, and his eyes flashed with a fierce look of death together. Mu Zhong reminded Wei Huan to be careful. Wei Huan just looked at the elemental overlord and said, "You and your family must die to end this war that has lasted for tens of millions of years, but if you give up resistance, I can guarantee that your reincarnation path will be easy to walk, and you will not have to suffer any more hardships, and you will be able to reincarnate. Maybe one day in the future, you can return to the throne of God and recover your memory. Whatever you do will lead to death. Who can be willing to die?" The elemental overlord looked at the lotus of reincarnation suppressed from above his head, and Su Qingqiang licking the residual elements on his claws. Finally, his eyes swept over the many overlords, gods, and armies that surrounded him. Finally, he was still trembling, unwilling and helpless, saying, "Use the soul destruction technique to let me die more quickly." "Okay, I promise you." Wei Huan raised his hand, and the divine pattern of the word annihilation condensed on his fingertips. He flew over and pointed his finger at the elemental overlord's brow. The elemental overlord's eyes were full of reluctance and fear of death, but in the end, he just compromised with reality and gave up resistance. The twisted 5 elements law on his body stagnated, and his body turned from a ball of colorful water into a solidified stone. Finally, the stone shattered and turned into a ball of sand and gravel that fell down, and all scattered when the wind blew. Wei Huan took his hand back, holding the godhead of the elemental lord in his palm. The perfect godhead was a beautiful round shape, like the edges and corners cut by the best gem master in the world, which could flash colorful and dazzling colors. He raised his other hand, and the lotus of reincarnation flew into his hand. In the white lotus, the soul of the elemental lord with an uneasy face was floating. As if sensing Wei Huan's gaze, he said, "You promised me." Wei Huan did not answer, but a green fire suddenly appeared under his feet, wrapping him up, and he screamed miserably in the flames. "You promised me, promise me." Death. Wei Huan did not want to explain. He has always been a man of his word. Forging the soul of the elemental lord was not to torture him. Such a powerful soul would have a deep mark. After entering reincarnation, it is very likely to be reborn with memories, which Wei Huan would never allow. He wanted to erase all the marks of the elemental masters on this soul, and take such a shining soul for himself. As for the so-called torture, he should really go and see what kind of suffering the soul of the light master on the back of this lotus is suffering. It takes some time to burn the soul and erase the marks. Wei Huan took the reincarnation lotus back into his body. When he looked at everyone again, everyone was looking at him eagerly. Wei Huan remembered something, and a smile appeared on his lips. He announced, "We have won a complete victory in this war. The war of tens of millions of years is over here, in our hands." As his last word fell, a tsunami-like cheer rang out between heaven and earth. "Win! We won! Ha ha ha!" The entire kingdom of God was shaking, swept by the cheers of victory. Lu Qingyi grabbed Dou Lin's arm and jumped straight, laughing with a pair of crescent eyes that could not be seen. Su Qingqiang lit 3 cigarettes for himself in one breath. In this time of celebration, only his wife would not care whether he would be the first master to die from excessive smoking. Even the usually calm Mu Zhong walked to Wei Huan's side, held his hand with his fingers, and leaned against Wei Huan. It was even more lively on the ground. The Zerg were densely packed on the ruins, knocking their shells. The undead army was holding bone flags and dancing war dances, and the human warriors threw their weapons into the sky, and when they fell, they clanged and hit the ruins of the kingdom of God. "Listen to me!" Su Qingqiang yelled with a cigarette in his crooked mouth, and thick black smoke came out of his demon horns. "From today on, the entire God's domain is our territory. Even the meteorites on the roadside are our property. From today on, go out and hold your head high. Let the whole God's domain know how powerful we humans are." There was a burst of laughter and scolding from below. Lu Qingji finally stopped shaking Dou Lin's shoulders and opened his eyes wide. "Dou Lin, did you really win? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming?" Dou Lin nodded and smiled. "Pinch your thigh and try it. Does it hurt?" Here, Mu Zhong suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the crumbling kingdom of the Lord God in front of him. Countless golden light spots shot up from the ruins and formed a huge victory totem in the air. "Emperor of Death! Emperor of Death!" Deafening cheers rang out from all directions, shaking the universe. The huge lotus behind Wei Huan vaguely turned into the throne of the emperor. He stood on the throne, and beside him was Mu Zhong, who always stood shoulder to shoulder with him. In the uniform shouts, Wei Huan felt a breath of heaven descending, as if staring at him, with a condescending look, and then finally helplessly sent a breath he had never seen before to him. Mu Zhong also felt it. He looked at the light ball condensing in front of him, and looked at Wei Huan in confusion. What is this? A strange breath I have never felt before. It is the power of the Emperor, the key. Wei Huan said so. Wei Huan also saw it for the first time, but he was sure that this was a privilege only for the Emperor level. It was not just energy, but a certain authority, the authority to directly mobilize the origin of heaven and earth. It should be that countless epochs ago, when the world was first created, the 4 emperors obtained this thing. But Wei Huan did not feel honored. He had given the key before, but regretted taking it back, which led to the suffering of the undead race for tens of millions of years. Who dares to take such a key? Wei Huan raised his hand and waved it, and the world power surged out from the ancient god world, hitting the light ball and smashing the key. Feeling it carefully, the world power he used to smash the key had a very similar aura to this key. Just a little world power, you want to bribe him? If he doesn't ask for it, he doesn't want it. The key shattered and never appeared again, as if it had never existed. The soldiers who saw this scene didn't understand why, but as the powerful power like heaven's way spread over, they realized that even the heaven had blessed the leader just now. So, their leader is undoubtedly an emperor, right? Even heaven brought gifts to congratulate. Look at this strong breath of heaven's way. There is another emperor in this world. They, the human race, have their own emperor. Emperor of death. Emperor of death. Emperor of death. Emperor of death. More voices joined in, and even the descendants of the ancient gods joined in the carnival. Emperor of death, the blood of the ancient gods is willing to be your chariot horse. The voice of the ancient god Titan came from behind him. The swearer beside him bowed respectfully with his snake tail coiled, and even the arrogant candle snake lowered his head. The 3 ancient gods simultaneously activated their magic power, and the ancient god laws condensed into a dazzling gem on the Lotus Emperor's throne. As for Wei Huan's real choice, only the masters who condensed the godhood in his perfect world knew it. Even Lu Qingji was immersed in the joy of being recognized by God, and danced until he found that Dou Lin was worried. Mu Zhong hid the doubts in his heart, and raised his hand to the sky. As the last continent of the kingdom of the elemental masters collapsed, scenes on the Qiyuan star appeared above his head. Countless compatriots were singing and dancing to celebrate. Elderly parents walked out of the house with tears in their eyes, and children ran on the street shouting, "Win! Win! We won!" The war ended with the complete collapse of the kingdom of the elemental overlord. Wei Huan announced, "Go home." The simple words were the deepest concerns in their hearts, and the reason why they appeared here and shed blood. Protect your family, defend your home. Fight for the strength and peace of the human race. Mu Zhong arranged for Captain Shui and Wei Yi to stay here to deal with post-war affairs, and he and Wei Huan took Su Qingqiang, Dou Lin, and Lu Qingji back to Qiyuan Star through the puppy-headed people. In the temple, there were no outsiders around, so Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan, "Did you refuse?" Wei Huan nodded, "Yes, I refused." "It's good to refuse." Su Qingqiang shouted, "Don't think we can't see that you are reluctant. You want to give it to us, but you don't want it. I'm afraid this thing is a death warrant. It's not a good thing to take it, and it's right not to take it." Dou Lin also recognized Wei Huan's choice. Only Lu Qingji looked around with a puzzled look on his face. "What are you talking about?" Dou Lin said, "Emperor's power. Brother Huan didn't want it." "Ah?" A question mark appeared on Lu Qingji's face. Dou Lin then said, "But we have something better." "Where?" There were more question marks on Lu Qingji's face. Dou Lin said, "Yes, you can't perceive the difference. It should be said that although the keys look the same, in fact, each one is different, and the locks that can be opened are also different. Let's put it this way, the heaven gave Brother Huan a key, but in fact Brother Huan already has a bunch of keys in his hand." Mu Zhong added, "No, it's not a bunch of keys, but a master key." "Yes, a master key, a key that can control all permissions." Dou Lin nodded. Lu Qingji scratched his head, thought about it, and finally reacted, "Perfect world. So the perfect world is really the way to become the way of heaven? Boss, you are awesome. You want to replace the way of heaven." Wei Huan said, "It's not to replace the way of heaven, but to split up, move out, and rebuild the house. In fact, after I refused the key, I already felt that this world did not welcome me, and he was driving me away. Fuck." Su Qingqiang cursed directly, "Just stop pretending, tear your face apart, right?" Wei Huan continued, "I don't mean to replace this world either. I don't want a world full of holes. The perfect world I am building will become truly perfect according to our wishes, and our people will grow in eternal peace. That's right, a rag is regarded as a treasure, and it doesn't even ask others if they want it. After Lu Qingji completely reacted, he sang in unison with Su Qingqiang. While the two were squeezing Tian Dao, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. Your choice is right, I fully support it, but I am a little worried. Will the refusal cause any bad effects? Yes. Who knew that Wei Huan nodded and said yes, and for a moment the two people over there didn't care to talk, and they all looked over with Dou Lin. Wei Huan said, I feel the hostility of the world, maybe somewhere, some unpredictable changes are taking place, and he is going to attack me. Fuck, you are so cunning when you can't beat me? Do you want to suppress you like you suppressed Hongming Emperor and Chaos Emperor? Or do you want to deal with Taichu Emperor like you did? Faced with these questions, Wei Huan just shook his head. Then he said lightly, This world gave birth to us, I don't want to be an enemy of it. If possible, I can leave, but I don't know where to leave. Leave? Mu Zhong suddenly realized, yes, the vessel has flaws. If we are the wind blowing through the cracks, we don't want to destroy the vessel, but to leave. Outside? Su Qingqiang paused in smoking, as if he couldn't imagine what it would be like outside. They all inherited the memories of the undead overlords, such as Dou Lin and Lu Qingji, who even have memories of 2 eras, but even they who are so knowledgeable don't know what is outside the world. Does this outside refer to the outside of this divine domain? I have left this divine domain before. It's not difficult. We just need to go out in one direction. The most difficult place is just the level of the chaos abyss. Dou Lin suddenly said this, and then continued to recall, there's a world outside the gods' domain, there are powerful Zerg, there are gods, and there are various races and civilizations. Although the forms are different, and there seem to be various differences, we can still clearly perceive that we are of the same origin, we practice the same law, and there is the same sky above our heads. Then what? Lu Qingji asked curiously. The memory he inherited came from the big man's life, and the big man's life began when he met the dead spirit. In that brilliant and cruel time, he was always in crisis and always fighting. The things happening around him were enough to make him flustered. He also knew that the world was huge and wanted to see it, but unfortunately, he never spared even a little time. Lu Qingji continued, Where have you walked? Have you reached the end of the real world? Dou Lin shook his head and said, I did walk a long way, but one day I was told that I could not go forward. I decided to follow the warning and return to the divine realm. After that, I never thought of exploring the border again. Wei Huan said, I asked the Earth Mother, and it is obvious that this world has boundaries. It is difficult for us who live in it to walk out. Our power comes from this world, so the defense of the border must be equal to our power. If there is no external power, we will never be able to leave here. Finally, Wei Huan said, and the perfect world is that external power. Perhaps thousands of years ago, the great Emperor Taichu found a way to refine the perfect world through the reincarnation lotus, which led to the subsequent disaster. Mu Zhong frowned. Now it is certain that it must be the work of the heavenly Tao. Wei Huan nodded, more than 80%, but the truth still needs to wait for the Earth Mother to return from the light pole to be finally confirmed. What are your plans for the near future? Mu Zhong asked again. We should celebrate. We should not let those who cannot help but worry talk about our troubles. I plan to go to the abyss in the near future to seal and suppress the fate disk. I will use the remaining time to consolidate my cultivation. I have advanced too fast recently. At the same time, I will wait for the news from the Earth Mother. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows. Do you suspect that the problem will break out from the fate disk? There are some possibilities. Solve one at a time. Su Qingqiang asked again, what if the news brought back by the Earth Mother is bad? Wei Huan lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then raised his eyes to look up. His eyes passed through the temple and fell on the sky, as if he was looking at some invisible great existence, and said at the same time, it depends on whether he lets us go. If not, we will die together. Boom! It seemed that there was a thunder that sounded faintly, rolling all the way from the horizon, but after arriving at the Chiyuan star, the lightning disappeared again, as if everything was an illusion. On Chiyuan star, the common people continued to celebrate the victory of the war, and discuss the bright future loudly, without noticing the dark cloud floating from the horizon. The dark cloud was too thin, and it dispersed and disappeared as soon as the wind blew. Chapter 512. Wei Huan asked the gods to summon the god Pleasant. For 3 full months, Chiyuan Star and the Challenge World were bathed in the blessings of the gods. The power of the laws bestowed by the gods eliminated illnesses and longevity, and the practitioners' perceptions deepened and their cultivation accelerated. During this period, many pregnant women were found to have the strength of second and third level challengers before their babies were born. Such geniuses could easily reach the semi-god level in the future. There were also many god-level strongmen in the human world. Taking this opportunity, many humans became acquired one-star ancient gods with the ancient god body cultivation method. Teen Shui also rushed to the two-star ancient god. In addition, all the godheads of the light dominance camp were liberated. Those who were capable could compete for these godheads. It was not impossible to become a dual cultivator of body and law like Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang and reach the peak. The human race returned to the top of this world with an extremely rapid attitude and became the strongest race in the god realm. Wei Huan had been gone for a month. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the abyss, wrapping the disc of destiny with the power of the world and sealing it. The power of the world came from the perfect world. Wei Huan didn't know what this power was before. He only knew that it was extremely powerful and better than the law of death. It could perfectly operate the reincarnation lotus of the emperor's authority, and could also be transformed into the power of death, making him seem to have endless power of death. Even if he resurrected the point beast 10,000 times, he still had endless power of death. All of this came from the power of the world born in the perfect world. It was not until he personally felt the power of the way of heaven and the energy wrapped in the emperor's authority that he realized that he had unknowingly possessed a part of the power of the way of heaven. This power that was obviously above the law gave Wei Huan the ability to seal the fate disc, otherwise, he would not know how to deal with the chaos emperor's authority. He was not interested in a crazy emperor's authority that was polluted by chaos, and he was disgusted by dirtying his hands when he took it. So the best way was to seal it forever. In the process of sealing the emperor's authority, he once again felt the mad consciousness of the chaos emperor, crying and laughing like a mad dog. But although this mad dog had lost his reason, he did not hesitate to protect his own emperor's authority. When the fate disc exuded a strong breath of the chaos emperor and wanted to pollute him, Wei Huan smiled. Maybe the chaos emperor had never regained his reason? Wei Huan used the power of the world and turned it into a giant axe to split the mountain and chopped it down into the void. A shrill scream sounded in the dark, and Wei Huan used the power of the world to cut off the connection between the chaos emperor and the fate disc. He then used the power of the world to wrap the fate disc around him, completely blocking the possibility of chaos emperor reconnecting with the fate disc. In this way, chaos emperor, without the power of the emperor, was truly suppressed in the abyss forever, and could no longer escape to make trouble. Wei Huan looked up at the void, and said as if talking to himself, "Completely suppressed chaos emperor, count it as my help to you. I don't want this fate disc, stay here is my attitude. I still say that, if I want to leave, and you don't allow me, I will tear this world to pieces, and we will all die together." The depths of the abyss were pitch black, and there was no response at all. Wei Huan did not stop talking, and turned to leave. Shortly after he left, the fate disc wrapped by the world power was quietly covered by another world power. After consuming the world power left by Wei Huan, this group of world power seemed to have turned into a pair of invisible hands, carefully wiping the mottled material on the fate disc and repairing the cracks on it. Those chaotic tentacles that came out were regarded as stains by it, and were plucked out with great force. Time passed day by day. After Wei Huan returned to Qiyuan Star, he went into seclusion. War waits for no one. He is always chased and rushed forward. If he is a little slower, he will be submerged by the waves. He does not want to die, and he cannot die. He holds up the sky of the human race, and the future of his relatives and friends. He must stand firm, and turn himself into reinforced concrete, firmly nailed in place. Now that the world is peaceful, and the seas and rivers are clear, he can finally rest, relax, and live a good life without running and gritting his teeth, and then carefully sort out his own state and adjust it to the best. Then he will accompany Mu Zhong to look around, find the boundaries of the world, and live a life without responsibilities, without running around, and eat, drink and have fun as soon as he opens his eyes. 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It has been 300 years since the complete victory of the war, and Wei Huan's perfect world has become 4 points more perfect. Among them, 2 points came from Lu Qingji and the teacher. Lu Qingji recovered his memory and advanced in the river of time, and the rest was to walk the road of understanding the law again. Although he still couldn't get rid of the taste of salted fish in his bones, he couldn't resist Wei Huan and others piling all the good resources in front of him, and he could practice every day just lying down. Finally, 60 years ago, his last law entered the Tao smoothly, and then it was a natural process, and he achieved the master godhood. However, due to his lazy nature, he lived in Wei Huan's ancient god world for 60 years, until he was stimulated recently, and then he achieved the Master of Life. The one who stimulated him was his teacher, that is, the residual soul of the previous Master of Light. After he died to save Mu Zhong, Wei Huan took a little of his true spirit into the reincarnation to nurture, and found countless natural treasures to nourish the soul and piled them around him. However, the real change came after killing the Master of Light. Wei Huan just tortured the soul of the Master of Light for 100 years with the idea of revenge when there is revenge and grievance when there is grievance, and accidentally wiped out the last bit of true spirit in that soul, leaving the most complete soul. The fusion of the soul of the Master of Light and the true spirit of the teacher is simply too perfect. After the teacher was reincarnated into the human race, he became a genius that shocked the world before he was born. He was promoted 1 level a month, and was born at the domain level in October. Therefore, Wei Huan had to take him out of the mother's body in advance, and soak him in a pool filled with infinite energy until he was born after a full moon. The teacher was born with some memories. Wei Huan originally wanted to erase that trace of true spirit so that he could be born as a pure human and he could be completely at ease. But in the end, he didn't have the heart to do it. The teacher with fragmented memories began to practice at a young age, and was deified at the age of 9, becoming the youngest god in human history. After that, he lived as a boy. After 100 years of wandering, Wei Huan returned, and he had already reached the half-step of domination. Finally, in Wei Huan's perfect world, he officially returned to the position of domination. At that time, Lu Qingji was still struggling in there. His mind was impetuous, and he could not unify all the laws of life system, but he was surpassed by a 9-year-old boy. On the day when his teacher became the master, Lu Qingji's heart was completely calm. Since then, Wei Huan's perfect world has had most of the laws of the master. The law of death, the law of time, the law of space, the law of the abyss, the law of life. When the 6th law of light appeared in Wei Huan's perfect world, Wei Huan had more than half of the laws. The perfect world became boundless and huge, even larger than this divine domain, which also allowed Wei Huan to observe the truth of the world they lived in. Like an egg. The yolk is the divine domain, and there is a thick layer of egg white outside the divine domain. Although the egg white and the yolk are different, they are of the same origin and complement each other. There is also a layer of eggshell outside the egg liquid, which protects this world firmly, while also imprisoning this world. Wei Huan thinks this metaphor is more accurate than any vessel, and an egg is definitely not naturally existing. There must be various factors for the birth of the world, perhaps a powerful cultivator like Wei Huan, or some kind of environmental change, but who can say for sure that this change in the environment does not come from some unobservable life? In short, Wei Huan now has to find the crack of the egg and leave here. This world is like an egg that is half-hatched but suddenly pressed the pause, and it will become smelly sooner or later. If he doesn't want to be suffocated by this world, he must leave here. And it is obvious that this world does not welcome him either. Since his perfect world has become another 4 points perfect, the hostility from the world has become more and more intense, as if it is always reminding him and expelling him. However, Wei Huan was still a little surprised that he didn't take action directly. Was it because he was not sure of killing himself? Or was there a bigger trap waiting for him? Wei Huan had not forgotten how the great Emperor Taichu died. Therefore, the whereabouts of the Earth Mother became very important. Over the years, Wei Huan had been contacting the ancient gods to inquire about the news of the Earth Mother, but 300 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Earth Mother had not returned from the extreme of light. Therefore, when the Titan ancient god contacted Wei Huan and said that there was news about the Earth Mother, Wei Huan rushed over as soon as possible. Titan ancient god and others greeted Wei Huan outside the ancient god domain and respectfully called him Emperor of Death. Then he led the way for Wei Huan, passing through the World Tree Forest, and finally came to the temple of the Earth Mother. Standing in the temple and looking at the sky was like a cloud, reflecting a ray of divine thought. In the ancient god civilization, this ray of divine thought said come. Mu Zhong, who had been standing quietly beside him, suddenly grabbed Wei Huan's sleeve, looked at Wei Huan, and said with almost certainty, "There is a problem." Wei Huan smiled. "Even if it is a trap, we have to go this time." Mu Zhong frowned tightly. The soul of the elemental master has been put into reincarnation. It may not take long for the elements to return to their positions, and then we can increase our chances of winning. It may not be enough time, and he may not be as we wish. I don't know how many lives he will sink in reincarnation before he can return to the path of elements. Then it's just like the teacher, or orange juice, it's easy to awaken. No, he is not safe enough, wait a little longer. What about the flesh and blood? Wait a little longer. The Titan god waited until the two finished talking, and obviously realized something from these words. He struggled, and finally knelt on one knee on the ground. Please save the queen, Emperor Death. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, and said unhappily, It's just a word come. Where is the mention of saving lives? At the same time, he communicated with Wei Huan through his spiritual consciousness. What danger will the Earth Mother be in the light extreme? This is obviously a trap to lure you into it. What we should do now is to continue to improve our strength, find the gap that was broken by the great Emperor Tai Chu, and take the human race away from here. Wei Huan insisted. This message is indeed not a call for help, so it doesn't seem like a trap. Maybe it's really just for me to go. Let you go without a beginning or an end. What if there is something in it? Wei Huan looked into Mu Zhong's eyes and said, If he really wants to take action, I am not a persimmon. I now have the power of the world, and he can't control me. When it comes to the power of the world, Mu Zhong's frowned brows relaxed a little. Even if he is as strong as the master, when he is targeted by the heavenly Tao, he still has an irresistible fear, and the power that controls the master is the world power. Wei Huan has the world power of 6 laws, with the help of the perfect world. Although he is not as strong as the already perfect heavenly Tao, it is impossible for the heavenly Tao to suppress him as it does with other emperors. Mu Zhong thought of this, nodded, and then said, Be careful. Wei Huan nodded, the two exchanged glances, and Mu Zhong said again, I will go back and make some preparations. What preparations? Prepare for migration. If Wei Huan wants to leave, the human race must go with him, and this migration is an absolute departure. It will not ask whether you are willing, but a decision made directly by the leader. If you really don't want to leave, you can stay away from Qiyuan Star and Challenge World, otherwise it is assumed that everything will be packed away. Wei Huan has been traveling around these years, while looking for a crack to leave this world. The world has been rejecting him. He is restless in such an environment, so he must leave, and he will take the human race with him. This is also the reason why Wei Huan insisted on finding the Earth Mother. The message sent by the Earth Mother, after 300 years, is very important, and the urgency of leaving this world has contributed to Wei Huan's persistence. Although Wei Huan promised to find the Earth Mother, he still sent Mu Zhong back to the Qiyuan Star domain before leaving. Today's Qiyuan Star domain is too prosperous. The crazy expanding population has migrated to the planets, and kingdoms transported by the gods. The original blue star is compared to the current human population, just like a small village and a big yin kingdom. The human race that walked out of Qiyuan Star is spread all over every corner of the gods' domain. Even the remote primitive stars are visited by human race. Some choose to pursue their ideals and help the poor, while others choose to pursue fame and fortune and trade fairly. The prosperity of the human race is even stronger than that of the dead spirits. After all, there has been no emperor in the world for 300 years, and only the death emperor of the human race still exists. The divine domain is about to be unified. There are many starships traveling to and from the Qiyuan star field. The port is almost built outside the protection of the Lotus of Reincarnation, but it is still under construction. Such a prosperous scene makes people sigh. Humanity has finally ushered in a period of great explosion. It's a pity that there is always sky above their heads, which does not allow the human race to prosper. Mu Zhong turned his head to look at Wei Huan and said, I will call back everyone outside, and you don't need to be away for too long. The Earth Mother has been gone for 300 years, which is really worrying. Wei Huan said, It's okay if the Earth Mother can't come back. With the blessing of the world's power, there is probably no place in this world that can trap me. Don't worry. Okay. Mu Zhong held Wei Huan's hand and wanted to say something, but he thought about it and closed his mouth, then slowly let go of his hand. Wei Huan nodded and turned to leave. The light extreme is the same as the abyss extreme. It is also in another plane, and is the other extreme of a world. If the place where the abyss extreme is located is full of chaos and chaos, then the light extreme is nothing. There is no power of law, no gravity, no temperature, and no passage of time. In a pure white, everything is still. The space where the light extreme is located is not an area that ordinary gods can involve. Where there is no law, everything here is invalid. If ordinary gods want to use their divine power in this world, they can only consume the part they have stored, and they can't generate new divine power after using it up. Once trapped for a long time, the divine power will be exhausted, the divine nature will be exhausted, and it will fall directly. Wei Huan sat on the baby bus and shuttled through this absolutely white space. He knew that this space, that seemed to have no enemies, was no less dangerous than the chaos source gap. The baby bus was a chaos worm, mainly relying on the flesh to move, but it still could not escape the law. Just like a car with steel and iron bones needs gasoline to start the engine, Even the master level can't exist in this world for too long. But if you look closely, you will find that the surface of the baby bus is filled with a magnificent aura, and extremely strong power spreads throughout every cell of its body. That power is more powerful than adding 98 gasoline, which naturally comes from Wei Huan's world power. Wei Huan, who possessed the power of the world, was at ease in the extreme light. The perfect world in his body would continuously provide him with energy, which could be directly converted into the power of law, giving him endless power. Therefore, as long as a little power of the world was given to Baby Bus could come and go freely in this world and always maintain the highest moving speed. Therefore, it did not take long to reach the extreme light. However, in this extreme white light, Wei Huan did not see any trace of the Earth Mother, nor did he see the great Emperor Hongming. He searched in this light for another month, and finally had to confirm that the great Emperor Hongming was different from the great Emperor Chaos. He should have been completely suppressed in the extreme light, so it was so peaceful here. But in this case, how could he find the great Emperor Hongming? And the Earth Mother, who called him here, did not know where he was. Wei Huan hesitated for a while, and finally decided to go deeper. Now that he has the power of the world to protect him, no matter whether it is the light extreme or the abyss extreme in front of him, it can no longer stop him. He wants to see what is ahead. He ordered the baby bus to move forward, and soon encountered a barrier. This feeling is like reaching an absolute restricted area, like a world barrier, and the baby bus can no longer move forward. Wei Huan took back the baby bus, and stood in front of this world barrier, that looked like a transparent bubble. He could see his blurred reflection from it. What is this? Wei Huan used his own understanding of this world to describe this world barrier as the membrane that wraps the egg white, yolk and eggshell. Therefore, it seems to be relatively soft, and it seems that it is easy to break through, but in fact, the egg liquid can never break this membrane by its own ability. Whether it is a god or a powerful emperor, as long as the creatures born in this world are part of the egg liquid in the egg, they may be bigger or smaller, but they are naturally restrained and protected by it. So Wei Huan got the answer after trying to use his divine consciousness, the power of laws, and pure physical strength. If the emperor level does not touch the power of the world, it is indeed impossible to break free from this seal. That's why the Chaos Emperor used the method of polluting the world wall, corroding a small hole in the seal, and trying to get out. It was this method that was too vicious, not only polluting the world, but even he himself could not escape the fate of going crazy. It is unknown whether the Hongming Emperor accepted the fate of being suppressed, but if he relied on his own ability alone, and took the correct way to break the law, he would definitely not succeed. Wei Huan used all his abilities in turn, and finally confirmed that there was only one way to deal with the current situation. He filled his whole body with the power of the world, covering his body's surface, until it reached his fingertips. Wei Huan's hand had already been pressed against the wall of the world, like butter burned by fire. The wall of the world collapsed visibly at the position where his fingertips were pressed. He walked forward, and the wall of the world gave way to both sides. Step by step, he walked into the wall of the world. It was very easy, and he hardly felt any pressure. The wall of the world met the power of the world, just like a petite girl, and was easily pushed down. But as he walked deeper, the wall of the world behind him slowly filled up again, and there was no way back in 3 or 5 steps. Moreover, the spiritual consciousness was useless here, and Wei Huan could no longer control the situation behind him, which was very unsafe. He thought about it, and pushed the power of the world outward. Sure enough, the wall of the world also retreated, extending a full mile to the left and right, and Wei Huan stopped with satisfaction. Although this consumed some of the power of the world, in such an unknown environment, safety is definitely more important. After the vision was opened, Wei Huan continued to move forward. Probably because the wall of the world is an absolute ban on life in the world, this distance is not long. He maintained a normal flying speed, but after flying for about a day, he felt the obvious changes in the environment. The first point is that even with the protection of the world power, the speed of advancement is not so smooth. He had to slow down, and now it has reached half of the initial speed. In addition, the light here is no longer so bright, and the obviously darkened environment inexplicably gives people a feeling of depression. Nothing is still nothing, and the sense of restriction is even stronger than before. Just as Wei Huan's brows were knitted tighter, and he became more alert, a breath in front of him attracted Wei Huan's attention. This is... Wei Huan floated in front of this breath, and he didn't need to feel it carefully to be very sure that it was the trace left by the Earth Mother. This means that the Earth Mother has indeed been here. Continuing to move forward, the more breath left by the Earth Mother, the more obvious it is. Wei Huan felt the disorder of the breath from it, like a state of extreme exhaustion. Chapter 513. Both are emperors, and it is indeed the ultimate to come here. Since this place can suppress Hongming Emperor, it can naturally suppress Earth Mother. However, the message sent by Earth Mother is come instead of save, which makes people think about it. Could it be that he passed this level and met Hongming Emperor, so he left a message for himself? But since he has met Hongming Emperor, he has got the answer, and he can leave here and retire. But not only did he not return, but he also spent divine power to send messages. It is really hard to understand. Wei Huan stopped and looked at these auras that stopped moving forward. It was not because he felt a crisis, but because he couldn't figure it out and couldn't feel anything. It was too strange. Wei Huan simply sat cross-legged, took back the power of the world, put it around him, and then practiced motionlessly. Respond to changes with constancy. If the message left was to lead him here, only the other party would be anxious. Wei Huan sat cross-legged on the spot and practiced. Time passed slowly. The surroundings were silent. Only the breath left by the Earth Mother lingered around, as if telling the unknown past. After an unknown period of time, the void suddenly rippled, and a bright and hazy figure slowly emerged. The figure exuded supreme pressure, as if it was the world itself, and it was the will of the heavenly Tao that Wei Huan was familiar with and always vigilant about. You finally appeared. Wei Huan opened his eyes, and looked at the magnificent figure floating in the sky. Wei Huan. The voice of the heavenly Tao was low and ethereal, echoing in this silent space. You have been on this journey, your strength has been rising, and now you have the power of the world, which is indeed beyond my expectation. Wei Huan's eyes were full of vigilance, but he was not afraid at all. He looked directly at Tian Dao and asked, "What is your purpose in leading me here? Where is the Earth Mother?" Tian Dao sighed and said, "Earth Mother, in order to explore the truth of this world, she went deep into this place. But she fell into endless difficulties, and could not escape. And you, Wei Huan, you are the calamity of this era. Since you appeared, the balance of this world has been broken, and many variables have followed." Wei Huan frowned, full of doubts. "I am a calamity. What does this mean?" "In every era, there will be a calamity." Calamity. The arrival of the new era means the end of the old era, and the beginning of the new era. You have the power to subvert this world, and your existence will determine the direction of this world. Tian Dao explained, and behind the barrier of this world is the exit to leave this world. You can take your people, and leave here together to find a new world. Wei Huan was shocked. He has always wanted to take the human race away from this bound world. Now that he heard Tian Dao say this, although he had doubts in his heart, that glimmer of hope could not be suppressed. "Why do you tell me this? And why are you suddenly willing to let us go? This is the arrangement of fate, and the inevitable development of the world. Your power has threatened the stability of this world. Instead of letting you cause greater turmoil in this world, it is better to let you leave." Tian Dao said calmly. "Moreover, this may also be a new opportunity for this world." Wei Huan pondered for a long time. Based on what Tian Dao did in the past, this statement must not be believed, but what if it is true? Wei Huan didn't think it was more correct to refuse directly. He planned to return to Qiyuan Star and talk with Mu Zhong and others first. For such an important matter, even if he was the leader of the human race, he couldn't make a hasty decision. Therefore, after thinking about it, he said, "I will consider this matter before making a decision." Tian Dao did not respond, but his figure gradually disappeared. Wei Huan glanced at the front of the world wall again. Although he didn't know where the Earth Mother was trapped, and he didn't see the great Emperor Hongming to ask the truth, he had to return to Qiyuan Star at this moment compared to leaving. He didn't stop, turned around quickly, and flew in the direction he came from. As long as he left this restricted area, he could go back instantly through the reincarnation channel. He was eager to return to Qiyuan Star, and couldn't wait to return to Qiyuan Star, take Mu Zhong and the entire human race, and leave this world that had imprisoned them for a long time. Wei Huan's speed gradually increased, and he felt that the restraint of the world wall on him was getting smaller and smaller, and he could feel that he should leave here soon. Suddenly, the entire pure white space suddenly collapsed like shattered glass, and countless ripples invisible to the naked eye spread from the depths of the barrier, entwining his limbs like a spider web. He didn't even have time to use his divine power before he felt his whole body being gripped by an unparalleled force. That was not the power of the law, but the more fundamental will of the world, which, with a kind of almost compassionate coldness, forcibly peeled him off from the egg-white layer of the world. The space twisted into a spiral band of light in front of his eyes, and the channel originally opened by the power of the world suddenly shrank and turned into a long and narrow crack. When Wei Huan saw his palm penetrate the translucent membrane barrier, the world power on the surface of his skin sizzled like being burned by flames, and the energy that built his divine body was forcibly decomposed and reorganized. Buzz! The last white light swallowed his sight, and Wei Huan felt like a coin thrown into a washing machine, rolling in the frenzy of energy flow. The bones groaned under the heavy load, and the law of death in the divine core was madly flowing, but could not resist this force. For a long time. When Wei Huan finally managed to concentrate his consciousness from the dizziness, he found himself suspended in an ocean composed of dark purple energy flows. Those energy flows were entangled and collided like life, and every intersection would burst out blue-white arcs. There are no stars here, no spatial coordinates, and even no concept of up, down, left, and right. Far away, a galaxy across the field of vision meandered, and the river water was actually composed of countless broken fragments of the divine nature. The fragments flickered with faint light, some were engraved with the law of light, and some had residual life fluctuations, like crushed glass sprinkled on black velvet. Wei Huan recognized the lines on one of the fragments, which turned out to be the fragments of the elemental master's godhead, but it became the most insignificant dust in this space. He looked down at his body, and found that the surface of the divine body was covered with a layer of fine silver scales. That was the protective layer formed by the collision between the world power and the external energy when he passed through the tunnel. Under the scales, the law of death was disordered at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the environment here did not allow the concept of death to exist at all. He tried to communicate with the lotus of reincarnation, but found that the emperor's authority was like a sealed dead object in this space. Only the perfect world mark on the forehead was heating up, flowing through the cells and soul, slowly restoring his body. The whole process seemed to be transforming his body, and allowing him to adapt to the environment here. He suddenly understood that the so-called exit of the heavenly Tao was not a way out at all. This space called outside the world was more like a garbage dump where the worlds will dump abandoned laws, and he was the biggest garbage discarded. He was cheated. Fortunately, the power of the world gave him the ability to survive in this world. Soon his body was refilled with strength. He stood up from the ocean and looked around. His spiritual consciousness was also in the process of exploring outward. It was constantly transformed by the power of the world, and could spread farther and farther. Then he soon discovered that the distance his spiritual consciousness could explore was farther than before, perhaps 3 times? Or 5 times? Or 10 times? But it didn't work. What he saw was still the boundless purple sea, filled with endless violent energy. When those arcs intersected and collided, they would burst out with energy that exuded life, just like flowers that bloomed in an instant, and then were violently crushed in the next second. Over and over again, eternal and indestructible. The electric arc rolled over his ankle, pricking his skin, but as more electric arcs entangled him, the pain turned into numbness and itchiness, until there was no such feeling at all, and he was just entangled. The perfect world was still transforming his body. When his body's senses fully recovered to their peak, Wei Huan felt a faint familiar breath in this purple sea. That was the life source left by the Earth Mother in the extreme of light. Wei Huan's pupils shrank suddenly. Did the Earth Mother come here? The word come she left behind. Didn't it refer to the great Emperor Hongming, but to this exiled endpoint? He turned and looked in the direction he came from. The world barrier had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an endless turbulent flow of energy. There is no way back here, no coordinates, and even no concept of direction. But Wei Huan smiled. He raised his hand to wipe the divine blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and the black and gold world power gathered into a vortex in his palm. How dare you lie to him? He crawled out of the sea of blood and corpses, and snatched back the future of the human race from the cracks of reincarnation. Could he be trapped in this mirror outside the world? Want to exile me? He whispered to the void, with no anger in his voice, only cold determination. Then I will turn this so-called outside the world into a new battlefield. The purple arc vibrated violently around him, as if responding to his declaration. Wei Huan took a deep breath of the void mixed with the smell of rust, and the divine consciousness transformed by the power of the world turned into thousands of tentacles, like a monster floating from the depths of the purple sea, waving endless tentacles, stirring every corner of this space. Wei Huan sat cross-legged in the purple sea for a full 500 years. The dark purple energy flow washed over his divine body like a tide, and the power of the world formed a cocoon in his body, decomposing and assimilating the violent external energy one by one. His hair had long been dyed dark purple by the energy, and a tiny arc of electricity condensed at the end of his eyebrows. Only his eyes were still as sharp as a knife. For hundreds of years, he used the power of the world as a guide to continuously analyze the energy laws of this space. His consciousness penetrated into the depths of the purple sea like a root system, and finally captured a very weak coordinate fluctuation when a certain energy turbulence converged. It was a spatial imprint that transcended the law, with a familiar breath of the origin of life, and was the last trace left by the Earth Mother. Found it! A hoarse voice came out of his bloody mouth. Wei Huan opened his eyes suddenly, and the world power in his palm exploded, tearing a narrow crack in the purple sea. The energy turbulence rolled back wildly, swallowing his figure. Unlike when he came, this world barrier could no longer do anything to him. He was like a divine weapon forged with peerless materials that had been tempered 1,000 times, piercing straight in. The defense of one world seemed nothing in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a dazzling white light rushed in his face. The familiar energy licked his skin, like excitement, and like anger, surging in every cell of Wei Huan's body. Finally back. He floated in the nothing space of the extreme light. His face was as cold as ice, and then raised his eyebrows. At this moment, in front of him was no longer nothingness, but a violently churning purple light ball. The light ball was emitting a dazzling red light, and its appearance was twisted and changed like a living thing, sometimes turning into the roots of a giant tree, and sometimes condensing into broken stars, but it was imprisoned in place by an invisible shackle, unable to move even a little. This familiar breath and form, Wei Huan mobilized his lonely and almost numb brain and got the answer. Hongmeng Emperor? He had not spoken for a long time, making his voice hoarse, like the throat of a lone wolf who kept howling without getting a response. You are here. An old and tired consciousness wave came, and a crack appeared in the center of the purple light ball, revealing the scarlet light spot inside. I have been waiting for you. For a long time. The world power around Wei Huan quietly moved, and he looked at the breath vigilantly. Where is the Earth Mother? I sense her origin in the purple sea. The purple light ball trembled violently, and the scarlet light spot exuded a trace of sadness. She has long fallen outside the world. A picture emerged in the divine consciousness. The Earth Mother went deep into the light pole, trying to explore the secret of the world barrier, but was lured into the purple sea by the heavenly Tao. In the end, she was annihilated in the endless energy turbulence. Only a trace of the origin mark was forcibly left on the coordinates by her, just to lead the later comers here. She left the word, not to call you to save her, but to let you see me. Wei Huan's pupils shrank suddenly. The Earth Mother has fallen? He thought of the messy breath in the light pole, and his heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand. Is he crazy? Wei Huan didn't understand. The heavenly Tao used a trick to get rid of the great Emperor Taichu millions of years ago, and now he used force to throw the Earth Mother and himself out of the world. There is no doubt that he wants to kill them. If the great Emperor Hongmeng had not lied to him, the Earth Mother would not have been able to survive outside, and he was able to survive only because of the perfect world. But if he was the epical catastrophe, it would make sense to expel and kill him. But why did he kill two great emperors in succession? Because this world can't hold on any longer. The great Emperor Hongmeng's consciousness was filled with endless sadness. Taichu first took control of the world's power, and forcibly broke through the world's barrier, which damaged the foundation of the world. Chaos then used the chaotic energy to pollute the world's wall, making the cracks bigger and bigger. In order to prevent the world from completely collapsing, the heavenly Tao can only. The fluctuations of the purple light group became weaker and weaker. It wants to cancel the position of the great emperor, and only set up the overlord from now on. Although the world level of the overlord is low, it can reduce the consumption of the world's energy. And we four emperors are superfluous beings that must be eliminated. Wei Huan suddenly realized something. Is it your turn now? That's right. Emperor Hongmeng felt a deep pain in his consciousness. The heavenly Tao is extracting my energy to repair the cracks in the world. It tricked you to leave because it was afraid that you, the variable, would ruin its plan. The purple light ball suddenly shrank violently, and a strong regret burst out from the scarlet light spot. I'm sorry for Taichu. If it wasn't for me back then. A broken memory poured into Wei Huan's sea of consciousness. Emperor Hongmeng and Emperor Taichu were once close friends, but under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, Taichu was seriously injured by his own hands for the sake of world stability, causing him to fall when breaking the world. For thousands of years, this sin has been like a shackle, trapping him in the extreme of light and unable to be freed. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate me. Mother Earth has already sacrificed the Emperor's position to lead you. Now Before the voice fell, the space of the extreme of light suddenly trembled violently, and a majestic whirlpool descended. The invisible shackles tightened the purple light ball fiercely, and the scarlet light spot dimmed instantly. Wei Huan. Emperor Hongmeng's consciousness carried the final determination, kill me. Use your world power to completely shatter this body. Only in this way can you get the last boundary-breaking coordinate in my body. Wei Huan looked at the aura struggling in pain and regret in front of him, and thought of the Earth Mother, who fell in the Purple Sea, and the future of the human race calculated by the heavenly Tao. He raised his hand, and the black and gold world power gathered into a blade at his fingertips. Do you know that letting me go may subvert the entire world? Subvert? The purple light group laughed desolately. This world, which has been riddled with holes for a long time, would not be better if it could be reborn because of you? Good. The blade of the power of the world cut through the void and slashed at the purple light group. At the moment the blade touched, the consciousness of the great Emperor Hongmeng turned into a stream of light and merged into the perfect world mark between Wei Huan's eyebrows. That was the last coordinate, and also an apology to the great Emperor Taichu for being late for endless years. In the white light of the extreme light, only Wei Huan's clenched fist was left. He looked up at the void, and the oppression of the worlds will become heavier, but his eyes ignited a light that was more blazing than the purple sea arc. The worlds will came with a majestic pressure, like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire extreme light. Silver-white chains suddenly appeared from the void, like ferocious giant pythons, flying towards Wei Huan, trying to force him away again. Wei Huan's eyes were stern, and the black and gold world power around him burst out, forming an indestructible shield on his body. Want to send me away again? Not so easy. Wei Huan roared, and swung the Fuhua sickle in his hand forward fiercely. The tip of the knife collided with the silver-white chain, and a thunderous roar broke out. In an instant, the light was violently vibrated, and countless cracks appeared in the space like broken glass. The power of Wei Huan's attack was not inferior to the world power of the heavenly Tao. Those silver-white chains broke inch by inch under the impact of the Fuhua sickle, turned into powder, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The world will obviously did not expect Wei Huan's power to increase so quickly. It stagnated slightly, but soon condensed to more powerful attack. Wei Huan had already understood it at this moment. He recalled his experience in the Purple Energy Sea. That Purple Sea was actually the soil where the world was born. In the distant past, countless energies gathered, collided, and merged here. After a long period of evolution, this world was born. The power contained in it is the most original energy in the world, and the source of everything. In the 500 years in the Purple Sea, he constantly analyzed the laws of energy and absorbed and assimilated those violent energies. The power of the world was constantly tempered and sublimated in his body. Now his control and use of the power of the world has reached a new height. A new round of attacks from the worlds will came, and countless huge light blades cut through the void and slashed towards Wei Huan fiercely. Wei Huan did not dodge, and the power of the world around him turned into a vast black and gold ocean, wrapping him in it. The black and gold ocean collided with the light blades, and the powerful aftermath raged in all directions, and the space of the extreme light began to collapse in large areas. Wei Huan took the opportunity to mobilize the boundary-breaking coordinates given by the Hongmeng Emperor, and a portal flashing with strange light slowly emerged behind him. He knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, and turned around and stepped into the portal without hesitation. However, the will of the world would not let him go easily. A huge beam of light followed closely behind, shooting towards the portal, trying to intercept Wei Huan. Wei Huan only felt as if he was in a stormy sea, in danger of being torn apart at any time. He gritted his teeth, and with his tenacious will and powerful world power, he forcibly resisted this wave of attacks. A moment later, Wei Huan finally returned to the familiar world. He appeared in the world and randomly landed in a place in the divine domain. The familiar law power poured into his body like a backflow from a lake mouth, nourishing his divine body. The power of the laws of the surrounding thousands of miles was almost drained by him. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attacks of the world were followed. The sky was covered with dark clouds, huge lightning struck one after another, and the whole world was shaking, as if the end of the world was coming. Wei Huan, who wanted to return to Qiyuan Star directly through the reincarnation channel, had to stop his action. He backhanded and dispersed the world will again, then summoned the baby bus and poured the power of the world into his body. After many years, the baby bus was summoned again, before he had time to be happy. His cells were stimulated crazily by the powerful force. Those cells that kept fissioning made him quickly become completely consistent with the breath around him and hide, and shrunk to a degree that had never been reached before, trying to hide from the world will. The world will gathered on the top of his head for a long time, and did not disperse, and the condensed thunder was never released again. He really couldn't find the target. At this time, Wei Huan had already controlled the baby bus to leave that area and drive in the void of the god's domain. He patted the still restless baby bus, and prepared to leave the monitoring range of the world will. He would contact Mu Zhong first, and ask Mu Zhong to gather all the human races together. When he took all his compatriots with him, and had no worries, he would settle accounts with the heavenly Tao. It was just that the reincarnation channel had just been opened, and there was the movement of the crazy swallowing of the law. Wei Huan pursed his lips, and looked at the world while it noticed something strange and caught up again. He had no choice but to close the reincarnation channel. It seemed that he could only drive all the way back. After Wei Huan avoided the pursuit of the world will again, he expanded his consciousness, and saw that there was a planet in his consciousness range. There were not only traces of humans on the planet, but also the breath of old acquaintances. Good luck. After the death of the Earth Mother, the star map could not be used. I didn't know where I was at the moment, so it seemed that I had to ask for directions. Go over there. Wei Huan ordered the baby bus to turn around and head straight for that planet. Chapter 514. Mu Zhong looked at the flashing red dots on the star map, his fingertips unconsciously stroking a transparent crystal ball the size of a palm. In the crystal ball, there is a sealed pasture and farm. The time inside is accelerated. A crop of wheat can be harvested every 3 to 5 days. The cattle and sheep raised are fat and productive, and they are in groups. It was the microcosm that he and Wei Huan had run together in the past. After he could not find any trace of Wei Huan, he kept it in his hand. It seemed that only by maintaining the temperature above could he slightly relieve his uneasiness. Dou Lin's voice came from behind, continuing the previous topic. We promised to give the descendants of the ancient gods a cultivation method, but the fact is that the god-level method is more difficult to create than imagined. But the ancient gods do not believe it, and only think that we are deliberately delaying. Outside the window, the stars are turning, and Su Qingqiang's letter of request for battle keeps flashing on the terminal. Wei Huan did not turn around, nor did he respond to Su Qingqiang. He just spun the crystal ball in his palm and said, "What is the current situation on the trade star?" Dou Lin said, "The candle snake has captured all of our garrisons at the largest garrison base on the trade star, and shouted slogans of betrayal, demanding that we withdraw all our soldiers from the trade star, and that the ancient gods will collect tariffs on the trade star from today." At this point, Dou Lin's tone was filled with anger. It's only been more than 500 years, and the ancient gods have taken action against us first. If we want to talk about betrayal, they should be the ones. Mu Zhong just said lightly, practicing the skills is an excuse, and collecting tariffs is also an excuse, but it's just to force us to find the Earth Mother. Dou Lin said, the Earth Mother's temple has collapsed, and there is only one possible ending. He doesn't believe it. Mu Zhong paused, then said in an inexplicably hoarse voice, I don't believe it either. Dou Lin's throat seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't find his own voice for a long time. Finally, he said carefully, Brother Huan is different. The other end of the reincarnation channel can feel sporadic fluctuations over there. In addition, the undead leaders Ming who became gods are still alive, which proves that Brother Huan is just trapped somewhere, and will come back sooner or later. He is Wei Huan. Yeah. Mu Zhong turned around. His black eyes were very calm and dark. When he looked at Dou Lin, it was like a deep pool without a ripple. Even his voice was calm, and he said calmly, I will handle this matter personally, so don't let Brother Chong make trouble. And all the previous investigations have shown that there is a familiar shadow in the conflict between us and the ancient gods. It is the heavenly Tao that has taken action again. We cannot let him succeed. Speaking of this, Dou Lin's face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. He looked up at the sky and said coldly, What does he want to do? Must he destroy the human race? Mu Zhong said firmly, I am here, and I will not let him succeed. After speaking, Mu Zhong turned and left the command room, walked into the teleportation array of the puppy-headed people next to him, and disappeared on Qiyuan Star. Just half an hour after Mu Zhong left, a lotus shadow suddenly appeared in the void of Qiyuan Star domain, and at the same time, a familiar breath of the law of death escaped from the lotus. Shwa shwa shwa. Dou Lin, who was still on Qiyuan Star, was the first to fly out, and then various gods flew out of the planet and flew towards Dou Lin. Law of death? Law of death that exceeds the dominance level. From the lotus of reincarnation. Could it be? But the first one to rush to Dou Lin was the dog-headed man god, or the dog-headed man leader. It danced in front of Dou Lin, howling and making strange noises. Master! Master is back! Wei Huan left in a hurry that year, and did not summon back the undead leaders he released, so they stayed on Qiyuan Star. It was precisely because they were still alive that they barely stopped Mu Zhong's impulse to rush into the extreme of light, but in recent years, the human race strongmen sent to the extreme of light to search for Wei Huan's traces have never returned, and it is unknown how many have died. The reaction of the dog-headed man leader proved everything. Do Lin's eyes were moist, and his fingertips couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He knew, there was nothing in the world that could stump Wei Huan, not even the laws of heaven. We must inform Brother Mu Zhong. Hurry up and inform Marshal Mu, he will definitely be happy. Do Lin was talking to the people around him, and he was also speaking directly, and then he reacted and hurriedly connected to the God Network. The God Network covered the entire God Realm like a spider web, and even at the edge of the God Realm, one could hear each other's voices. Do Lin quickly contacted Mu Zhong and excitedly said, "Brother Huan." Mu Zhong spoke even faster. "He's back." 20 minutes ago. Mu Zhong was personally sent to the destination by the dog-headed leader, saving the trouble of 11 rounds of transfers from Chiyuan Star to the nearest trade star to the ancient God Realm. However, the long-distance transmission still made him stay in the transmission channel for a long time, so long that after staring at the dog-headed god with a smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you feel it? Where is he?" The dog-headed god smiled with narrowed eyes, and shook his head. Although it was the expected answer, Mu Zhong couldn't help but say, "You are the best at space among all the undead leaders, and you have an inseparable connection with him, but you still can't find him? It's useless." The dog-headed god continued to laugh, with his ears drooping, his hooked front paws twitching, and his head buried in his chest little by little. Arriving at the 3-star trade star, Mu Zhong looked at the dog-headed god, who was walking closely with him, feeling guilty and irritable. Finally, he suppressed all his emotions and softened his voice. "You go back. I will contact you through the God Network if there is anything." The dog-headed god bowed with hooked paws, took a step back, and decisively disappeared in front of Mu Zhong. Seeing that it really didn't say a word and just left obediently, Mu Zhong not only didn't feel comfortable in his heart, but became more and more irritable. He took a deep breath, looked at the sky, took another deep breath, closed his eyes, opened his eyes, and repeated it several times before suppressing the urge to destroy everything in front of him. He thought he should be sick, so he could understand the madness of the candle snake. He was also experiencing the uncontrollable sense of collapse at this moment. Mu Zhong barely suppressed the desire for destruction, and his divine consciousness covered the trade 3 stars, the purple planet, in an instant. This was a primitive planet that had not yet given birth to intelligent life, but it had already been occupied by the highest life in the God Realm and built into a trade planet. This made it impossible for it to ever become a primitive planet of life, but on the contrary, it welcomed countless lives and was extremely prosperous for a time. It was a pity that the good times did not last long. With the disappearance of the Earth Mother and the Emperor of Death, the relationship between the human race and the ancient gods gradually began to become tense. Especially not long after Emperor King left, the Temple of Earth Mother in the depths of the ancient god realm collapsed, foreshadowing the rift between the human race and the ancient god clan. At first, the two races worked together to find the traces of Emperor Death and Earth Mother, but as more and more investment was made, there was still no news. Gradually, a message appeared in the ancient god clan. Not long after Emperor Death left, the Temple of Earth Mother was destroyed. Emperor Death must have killed Earth Mother. This rumor, which was obviously impossible, was suppressed by the top leaders of both sides, but it spread more and more. Gradually, some specious evidence appeared, and the relationship between the two races became increasingly tense. In the end, even Candle Snake could not maintain its rationality, and its hostility towards the human race increased. Until today, he took action personally. It has only been more than 500 years. Wei Huan has only been away for more than 500 years. The perfect God realm he once created was easily destroyed. The so-called Mutual Aid Alliance was no different from a piece of torn paper. Mu Zhong was in deep thought, so his consciousness was heavy with murderous intent. Until he collided with another consciousness of strong resentment. The next second, two huge figures appeared on the purple planet that could be seen by half of the life on the planet. One was a ferocious black python, spitting out a scarlet tongue, with fierce snake eyes, and scales on its body with divine patterns, densely arranged on its powerful body. The snake's body was 100 times thicker than the thickest mountain on the 3 trade stars, and its body was so long that it could easily twist and crush this planet. As soon as he appeared, this world was filled with wild power, and the ancient horn was vaguely heard. The world was in chaos, and a giant python swallowed the essence of the sun and the moon in the wind, achieving boundless power. Ah! It's the Candle Snake Ancient God. It's the Candle Snake Lord. The Ancient God Lord is so strong that I can't stand and breathe just by showing his Dharma image. No! Not only the breath of the Candle Snake Lord, But there is another breath that is comparable to his. It's the law god of the human race. Could this breath be? As they spoke, a river of time meandered from the end of the god's domain and spread across the planet of the trade 3 stars. Everyone seemed to be immersed in this galaxy in an instant. Every grain of sand was a silhouette of time, and they saw their past, future, and present selves. Countless selves were stacked together, scattered in all directions, and then stacked again and washed away again, forming the ebb and flow, and the waves were surging. On the crest of this turbulent wave, the human race lord, dressed in silver and with long white hair, stood leisurely in a position beyond time, and came on the waves like a god. The completely different styles, like the collision of light and darkness, gave rise to a feeling that they were destined to be unable to live in harmony. In fact, rumors about the current leader of the human race, Mu Zhong, who has a faint similarity to the Lord of Light, have never really subsided. Especially the ancient gods, under the accumulation of many conditions, are extremely hostile to the leaders of the human race, and there are even outrageous rumors that the human race is the secret support of the Lord of Light. But the younger generation of the descendants of the ancient gods believed it, and took the credit for defeating the Lord of Light group on themselves, thinking that in that war, the ancient gods were the protagonists of the war. Is the ancient god stupid? Or is intelligent life so fickle? But in the end, Mu Zhong tried to suppress the impulse to destroy everything, and tried to deal with this matter calmly. He showed his Dharma image, and came to the candle snake. He looked at the candle snake that was baring its fangs and claws, and did not hide its madness at all, and said, "The Lord of the Abyss went to the Abyss not long ago. Do you know, Candle Snake, that chaos is dead?" "Chaos is dead? What does it have to do with me?" The huge snake head pressed down. The pressure of the prehistoric beast made all the creatures on the 3 trading stars feel boundless fear. Even the 1-star ancient god of the human race guarding this planet could not bear it, and trembled all over. But Mu Zhong felt nothing, as if it was a spring breeze. Although he was the master of the law god, he was also cultivating the acquired ancient god. He was also a 2-star ancient god. Now in terms of combat power, Mu Zhong, who mainly played the auxiliary role, could also defeat this snake in theory. How could he be afraid of him? Mu Zhong ignored the fierceness of the candle snake and continued, "Chaos Emperor, he is an emperor, and another one has fallen. Why don't you want to roar? Shut up." But the candle snake seemed to have stepped on its tail in an instant, and lost all its rationality. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Mu Zhong. "The Earth Mother is not dead." "She is not. You humans framed the Earth Mother, and confined her to one place. I want to rescue her." Mu Zhong frowned slightly, and the silver divine pattern on his brow shone with a luster. The power of time was activated by him, and the movement of the candle snake biting was 100 times slower, and the time around him was changed. When the candle snake realized that he could never get close to Mu Zhong, he understood that his time was controlled. The scales on his body stood up, his muscles swelled, and he used the terrifying power of the ancient god to break the framework of time. Mu Zhong was already close at hand. Mu Zhong's face did not change, and his wrist shook. The river of time was held in his palm, and turned into a silver whip. Snap, it was pulled out, and hit the body of the candle snake. The power of decay of time acted on the candle snake, and in an instant, he lost hundreds of years of life. The life of the ancient gods is very long, but there is also a limit. If it is lost for 100 years, it is gone. The candle snake felt the years he had lost, and his pupils shrank into a line. The fangs in his open mouth secreted venom, and had already bitten Mu Zhong's Dharma image. Mu Zhong operated the immortal power on his body again, and the time kept cycling back to the last second to fight against the power of the candle snake. At the same time, Mu Zhong's body had already taken a step of 10,000 miles, and ran quickly towards the place where the candle snake was. It seems that he still has to fight. In order to wake up the crazy head of the candle snake, he also needs to rely on this fight to calm himself down. 500 years. What is 500 years to the master? The long life is calculated in units of 10,000, and 100 years may pass by in a sleep. But these 500 years, the longest 500 years he had ever lived, seemed like a lifetime had passed. His heart was tired, his whole body was withering. He had wanted to rush into the light extreme without caring about anything countless times, not caring, not wanting anything, just let the world be destroyed. The crazy Mu Zhong and the equally crazy Zhu Shi, their bodies saw each other, and like a collision with the earth, both sides attacked without any hesitation. Boom! As the dominant power collided, 2 forces appeared at the same time, one in front and one behind. Stop! First, a blue figure suddenly appeared and blocked Mu Zhong's way. It was the ancient Titan. He turned his back to Mu Zhong, and hugged Zhu Shi's snake head with his arms bulging with muscles, shouting, "Wake up and don't go crazy." However, the candle snake held by him did not resist at all, and just let him strangle his head, as if something had attracted his attention. The ancient titan looked back belatedly. As his sight moved frame by frame, he first saw the corners of the clothes condensed by death, then a wisp of the haze condensed by the nether energy, and then more hazes, and clothes were like some kind of greedy and hungry tentacles, madly wrapped around the body of the Lord of Time. At the same time, a pair of arms tightly embraced the waist of the Lord of Time from behind, as tight as if to embed him into his body, and the fingers were faintly trembling. Mu Zhong. A murmur came from the last condensed head at this time, and the lips opened, reciting the name that was placed on the tip of the heart and licked repeatedly every moment. Death. The Titan god almost squeezed out these two words from the top of his head, accompanied by a click-click sound, and then read the next two words, Emperor. Then he realized that the one whose teeth were trembling was the candle snake that he was holding. His eyes finally cleared up, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Thinking of what Candle Snake had just done, the Titan god felt like a basin of cold water was poured down from the top of his head, and he said in a panic, "Emperor Death, please forgive me." But before he finished speaking, accompanied by the booming thunder that suddenly exploded in the sky, the Emperor of Death rolled up the Lord of Time and whooshed and disappeared on the spot, and even the breath of death that filled the entire senses disappeared instantly, as if everything was an illusion. Boom! The unprecedented red thunder gathered above his head, and the heavenly Tao descended fiercely without hiding its murderous intent. The Titan ancient god didn't have time to think, and was completely suppressed by the world will to the ground, and had to kneel down. At the same time, all the creatures on the three trading stars heard the voice of the world will while kneeling. Wei Huan. Found. Wei Huan. Found. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! What? The Titan ancient god who reacted looked at the sky in astonishment, and the messages that the world will kept sending. Heavenly Tao actually wants to kill the Emperor of Death? No, wait, hasn't Heavenly Tao been slaughtering emperors all the time? Killing the Emperor of Taichu, suppressing the Emperor of Hongming, and the Emperor of Chaos, and hunting down the Emperor of Death, then? If he wants to kill the Earth Mother, isn't that true? The Titan ancient god, who reacted, slapped the face of the Candle Snake, who was bewitched and had a strong killing intention towards Wei Huan, and shouted, "Calm down. Use your brain and think about it. Calm down." The Candle Snake's eyes, which had shrunk into a bundle, opened up, stared at the Titan ancient god for a few seconds, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." After saying that, the two ancient gods broke through the air and left at the same time, leaving this piece of trade 3 stars that was shrouded by the will of Heavenly Tao, and repeatedly instilled with endless killing intentions towards Wei Huan. At the same time, a wisp of matter that seemed to be non-existent had already left the planet wrapped by Heavenly Tao, and was rapidly traveling in the void of the god's domain. The 3 stars of trade were already far away, and the baby bus was running smoothly. There was a space in his body that was absolutely shielded by the owner, and inside it were 2 people who had been reunited after a long separation, and they were lovers who expressed their longing for each other. It had been a while, and Mu Zhong had not recovered from the shock of Wei Huan's sudden return. Similarly, Wei Huan had not let go of his hand that had been tightly holding Mu Zhong. Almost, they were really separated. If he didn't have the perfect world that allowed him to survive in the Purple Ocean, if it wasn't for the coordinates left by the Earth Mother to send him back to the world, if it wasn't for the coordinates provided by the Hongming Emperor to break the last barrier for him, if it weren't for so many ifs, he would have died the first time he was exiled. Or he would have been lost in the Purple Ocean forever, and unable to return. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and the tighter he hugged. It wasn't until Mu Zhong felt that his godhood was entangled and touched by the familiar aura of death that he completely recovered from the shock. "You said? Heaven exiled you." Mu Zhong repeated the message that Wei Huan had conveyed to him in the soul communication, his voice full of deep hatred, wishing he could eat the sky. "Yeah." Wei Huan just hugged Mu Zhong, wrapped him up with his hands and feet, his breath, and the power of the gods, and didn't want to say a word more. He was very tired. In order to find the way back, he had not rested for a moment in the past 500 years. He turned his consciousness into tentacles, and frantically searched for any valuable information in the endless Purple Ocean. Occasionally, he thought that he could only continue like this forever, and he could never come back and see this person again. Wei Huan couldn't hear what Mu Zhong was saying, and didn't want to answer, just hugged him blindly. Mu Zhong didn't really care whether he answered him or not. He was just feeling the familiar body temperature, and then gnashing his teeth in that long memory, hating the will of the world. It was quiet for a long, long time, so long that the news of Wei Huan's return had spread wildly in the gods' domain, and everyone was discussing it. The ancient gods retracted all their tentacles, as they were facing a formidable enemy because of the candlesnake's past behavior. The human race fell into a carnival because of the return of their leader. The excitement spread rapidly like a virus to every planet controlled by humans. Even some primitive star people who were still training in the challenge world seemed to feel the tenderness and excitement of the challenge world today. But at the same time, all the excitement was built under a thick shadow. The world will no longer conceal its hostility towards the human leader, and continue to spread the will to kill Wei Huan. Some lives with relatively low strength and wisdom were bewitched at this moment, and they actually had strong hostility towards the human leader they had never seen. Some lives that were still in a wild state not only roared Wei Huan's name, but also responded to the world's will. Are you crazy? Su Qingqiang waved his hand irritably, trying to drive away the sound that was like a fly in his ear. Then he turned to look at Dou Lin. Is it done? Dou Lin was setting up a huge space cover in the Qiyuan Star region. With his dominant strength, it was not difficult to cover the entire Qiyuan Star region. The difficult part was the pervasive means of the world will. This kind of bewitching voice must be blocked. Su Qingqiang couldn't help with this matter. He waited by the side while smoking. With his expanded spiritual sense, he could see the starships returning to the starport, and the sound of the little dog-headed people gathered in the star region constantly to a. The boss's return was a very happy thing, but the world will that followed was like crazy, no longer concealing the idea of killing Wei Huan. His roar could be heard everywhere in this divine domain. Therefore, Dou Lin contacted Su Qingqiang and Lu Qingji, and the three masters jointly issued an emergency plan to notify all the human race outside to return to Qiyuan Star. It's so noisy. Su Qingqiang frowned and asked Dou Lin, still can't contact the boss? Can't contact Boss Mu? Dou Lin nodded, then looked at Su Qingqiang with a knowing look, put away the spell in his hand, stood up, okay. Su Qingqiang flashed into the protective shield, and flashed out after a while, yes, there is no sound, and it's finally quiet. What's the situation now? Are we really going to leave this world? Dou Lin shook his head, he couldn't guess. Wait until Brother Huan comes back. Before that, we should wait patiently, I think it will be soon. There will be an answer. Su Qingqiang scratched his head, mature and steady, orange juice and I raised you up. You are not like us at all. Dou Lin. Go back first. Orange juice is busy with the resettlement of returning humans. I am afraid he can't handle it. Su Qingqiang followed in without saying a word, but left a voice on the God network. Boss, boss, calling boss. Where are you, Boss Mu? Don't play missing, waiting for you to give a definite message. Unexpectedly, the God network, which has been quiet all the time, finally had a voice this time. Brother Chang, I'm here. It was Mu Zhong who finally replied. For a while, the God network was boiling, and all the gods were speaking crazily on the God network. Boss Mu. Is the boss really back? Is the boss okay? Welcome back, boss. Boss, you are finally back. In a series of voices, there were also voices from the ancient gods. Congratulations to the return of the Emperor of Death. Emperor of Death, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry and forgive Zhu Shi once. Marshal Mu, please listen to our explanation. Su Qingqiang said, Boss, the will of the world has gone crazy. What are we going to do with God this time? The divine network, which was just like a vegetable market, suddenly became quiet. What a blasphemous sentence. Waging war against God, are you crazy? That's God. That's right. However, Mu Zhong replied, my human gods listen to my orders. The leader of the human race, the Emperor of Death, Wei Huan, has issued an order to my human race to enter a state of war from today. In the face of the suppression of the heavenly Tao, we will never compromise. Fight to the end. Without hesitation, the gods of the human race replied in unison, yes. As Mu Zhong's order was issued, the entire human race instantly entered a tense state of preparation for war. On Qiyuan Star, Su Qingqiang, Dou Lin and other masters immediately started to strengthen the defense system, and at the same time continuously injected the divine power accumulated for many years into the protective shield of Qiyuan Star region. Those human race warriors, who were still training also interrupted their training and rushed back to Qiyuan Star with full vigor, ready to fight to the death, with the will of the world. Wei Huan returned to Qiyuan Star, and met his family and brothers in the baby bus. The time for celebrating the reunion was very short, so short that Wei Huan could only eat the dumplings set by Mu Shi in the intervals of the tense combat meeting. Wei Huan touched the warm insulation box, and his stomach, which had not eaten for hundreds of years, rarely felt hungry. He pressed Mushi's head, just like when she was still very young, smiled dotingly, and said, "Go back and pack up. This time I will take you with me." Mushi nodded without asking any more questions, just like she followed Wei Huan to build Qiyuan Star without hesitation in the past. She said, "Okay, I will bring my family here now. Brother Wei Huan, let's go together this time, and the family must be together." "Yeah." Mu Zhong smiled beside Wei Huan, and patted Mushi's head in fear. "Go, time is tight. The world will not give me too much time." As if responding to Mu Zhong's words, the thunderous sound of boom exploded in the divine domain. The world will really followed all the way, and the protective shield set by Do Lin could not defend against the hostility of the world will at all. The voice that bewitched all living beings came again, and fell on the ears. Mushi angrily raised his middle finger to the sky, turned his head, and looked at Wei Huan and Mu Zhong solemnly. Brother Wei Huan, I will be back soon." "Yeah." Mu Zhong watched Mushi's back as he left, and said to Wei Huan, "It seems that hiding in the car is useless. He knows you will be here, and is determined to get rid of you." After a pause, Mu Zhong said again, "Time is tight, but I still want to confirm. Do you want to start the war now?" Wei Huan nodded, and he tightened his grip on Mu Zhong's hand a little bit, saying, "He will not let me go." Wei Huan said with certainty, looking up at the sky, as if looking at the will of the world, "He expelled me, which was his biggest mistake." The speed of return accelerated again, and the gods all joined the process of population migration. With the return of a large number of human races, the atmosphere of war became more and more intense. Wei Huan stood in the cockpit of the bus, and opened his hands to embrace the void. With the operation of the law of death, all the undead leaders scattered outside returned. There are point beasts that have expanded the territory of cave beasts beyond the gods' domain by their ability to reproduce, and have endless descendants. There are dog-headed people who have played an important role in the human race in recent years, and helped humans move quickly. There is also the brother who has been stationed at the forefront of the ancient gods' domain, leading the Wolf Legion and the Violent Bear Legion. Of course, there are also undead leaders such as Black Dragon and Big Head. After receiving Wei Huan's call, they responded without hesitation and returned to the dirty world that they missed so much. The dirty world that has been continuously nourished by the perfect world for the past 500 years has given them a huge surprise. The world is upgrading, and perhaps they will be even stronger in the future. However, compared with the choice of the human race and the undead summons to follow Wei Huan's footsteps without hesitation, the ancient gods seem to be particularly quiet this time. They seem to have chosen to wait and see. This time, the enemy of the human race is this world. They really can't be optimistic about the future of the human race. Perhaps not making a choice is the best choice. So, the ancient gods gave up their alliance with us? When Su Qingqiang got the news, he sneered without any surprise, and then said, "They will regret it. A frog in a well imprisoned in this world will never understand how big the world is." Su Qingqiang was already longing for life outside that world. Of course, it might not be as good as he thought, but it didn't matter. With the bosses and himself, they would be able to go on even if the road ahead was difficult. Just like every hardship in the past, as long as they were united and persevered, they would never fail. "Come on, I'm ready." Su Qingqiang held a cigarette in his mouth, and made a mocking gesture to the sky. Finally, with the return of a puppy head, all the human race outside returned to Qiyuan Star without exception. Many of them were merchants, who were not good at fighting, volunteers, who rushed to the original star to help, and even wealthy merchants, who were big bosses, and did big business on some trade stars. No matter what their identities were, when the leader's voice sounded, they put down the wealth and glory that they might have fought for a lifetime without hesitation, returned to Qiyuan Star, returned to the human race, and firmly followed the footsteps of the leaders. "Are you all back?" After listening to Do Lin's report, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. "Do you start now?" Wei Huan looked at the red thunder outside Qiyuan Star, which kept tearing the void. The sky of the entire divine domain was dyed blood red. Thunders containing the power of destruction kept striking Qiyuan Star, and each one was enough to blow a planet into powder. The sound of crackling continued to ring, and layers of golden ripples appeared on the surface of the protective shield, removing the power of thunder layer by layer. "Let's start." Wei Huan walked out of the baby bus. Behind him were Mu Zhong, Do Lin, Su Qingqiang, Lu Qingji, the teacher, and the elemental master who had finally successfully reached the master position in Wei Huan's perfect world over the years. A total of 7 masters were ready to fight. Wei Huan felt the surging power in his body and said to everyone, "Today is the time for us to make a break with the will of this world." Su Qingqiang waved his humus arm and laughed, I can't wait any longer, watch me beat it to a pulp. Lu Qingji said, everyone must be careful, I will guard the rear for you. Mu Zhong nodded slightly, and his hands drew complex seals in the air. The river of time slowly unfolded behind him, and the river water flowed backwards, trying to slow down the rhythm of the world's will attack. Wei Huan clenched his hands, and the endless breath of death turned into a huge sickle, slashing towards the sky. The death sickle collided with the thunder, bursting out a dazzling light, and the entire divine domain trembled. Under the leadership of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, the gods of the human race came out in full force. Doulin controlled the laws of space. When Wei Huan led the attack, he fell behind as agreed at the beginning, packing the entire Qiyuan star domain into space, making final preparations to leave here. Boom! Sure enough, the world will attack Doulin as soon as it noticed his movements. The world consciousness will not let the human race leave. The human race is the highest life form in this world that has nurtured countless epochs, and is also the treasure of this world. The existence of the human race will make it easier for this world to give birth to dominant life. This is also the reason why the world will chose to exile Wei Huan at the beginning, but never took action against the human race in the past 500 years. So, want to take the human race away, never allowed. The attack of the world will went straight to Doulin's head. Doulin was suppressed by the terrifying power, and the Qiyuan star field that was being collected was shaking violently. Be careful. Help me stop him, soon! Doulin shouted. The gods came to his head, and without hesitation, they met the thunder, or used divine power, or even their bodies to block the attack of the heaven. I do it! Even if it falls, it doesn't matter if it turns to ashes. In Qiyuan star, all the demigods also flew up, and the divine power covered the buildings or protected the heads of the human people. I do it! They either used their arms, their backs, or desperately operated their divine power to protect everyone, and Wei Huan led the masters to face the world will head on. Hee. Ha ha ha. Hee. The passionate voices rang out from every corner. The gods protected ordinary people, the adults protected the children, and the soldiers protected the civilians. No one was afraid, no one retreated. When the disaster came again, the strength in the bones of the human race was like the hardest shield in the world, guarding all their pride. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the world will seem to feel the threat. Its power became stronger and stronger. Space cracks began to appear in the divine domain, and countless meteorites fell from the cracks. The elemental masters controlled various elemental forces, and tried to stabilize the space, but were shaken back by the counterattack of the world will. The teacher hurried forward, using his powerful divine sense to protect the elemental master, and shouted angrily, "Don't be so arrogant." But the human race did not retreat at all. They built a defense line with their flesh and blood and supported the battle with firm beliefs. Wei Huan knew that such a war of attrition was not good for the human race. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Everyone, inject all your power into me, and we will defeat it in one fell swoop." The gods did not hesitate at all, and injected their power into Wei Huan without reservation. In an instant, Wei Huan's body was full of light, and his figure continued to grow until it was as high as this world. Break! Wei Huan shouted loudly, and the death sickle in his hand swung out a huge world power, directly slashing into the void. Boom! The terrifying power cut cracks in this world, and finally exploded. With the destruction of the world's will, the entire divine domain began to collapse, the space shattered, and the stars fell. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan and shouted, "Let's go!" Wei Huan did not hesitate at all, and used his great magical power to bring the Qiyuan star domain and the human race on it into the perfect world. Finally, with a loud bang, Wei Huan returned to the familiar purple sea again. However, the purple sea that once frightened him and made him lonely is no longer the same. In his perfect world, there are his people, his brothers and friends, his family, and the people he loves the most. Looking at the gradually collapsing divine domain behind them, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other, and Wei Huan smiled and said, "We succeeded." Mu Zhong also showed a relieved smile. "Let's go to the new world and start a new chapter." In this new world, the human race will no longer be oppressed by the will of the world, and they will use their own hands to open up their own brilliant future. Chapter 515 Extra. When Wei Huan opened his eyes, the morning light was shining on his face through the energy glass. This is the 30th year of the new world. Qiyuan star has taken root in the core area of the perfect world. Humans have also adapted to the life of this world again, and are using great enthusiasm to open up every planet. The perfect world is a universe. As Wei Huan's strength increases, his body continues to be nourished by the purple sea, and this universe will become larger, with a higher limit and more possibilities. In addition, there is a saying that is widely spread among the tribe. There is no destiny here. We will create our own destiny. Wei Huan was reborn and returned, and he has been practicing until now. He has counterattacked and surpassed all the way, beheaded countless powerful gods, and even brought a large number of bright souls into the world. Today, there are 7 masters in the perfect world, and the remaining 3 masters, who have not yet returned, are Dark Master, Flesh Master, and Destiny Master. The bright souls of the first 2 were harvested by Wei Huan, and sank in the reincarnation, washing away the marks of other races. Once the time is right, they will join the embrace of the human race and achieve the dominant position. Only the dominant of fate has no shining soul, because it was trained into the disc of fate by the Chaos Emperor. This may be a good thing. The last dominant position is the dominant of fate, which seems to be a foreshadowing the unconventionality of fate, the magic of fate, and the future in which one's own fate must be controlled by oneself. Wei Huan expressed his full support for this voice that was widely circulated among the human race, and also discussed with Mu Zhong who was most likely to reach this step. They looked at everyone around them, and found that they seemed to have no qualifications for fate. Or this is verifying the saying, fate is unpredictable. Just like now, Wei Huan opened his eyes in the sun, surrounded by a familiar breath, and gently hugged the soft body in his arms, staring into the dark eyes, and murmured, "Morning. Morning." The response was Mu Zhong's lazy voice, a voice that seemed to soften his bones. Then, Wei Huan felt his neck being hugged tightly, followed by a kiss on his face, a kiss on his brow, and a more lingering and passionate tongue kiss. A beautiful day has begun. After getting up, Wei Huan washed up and took it to the balcony, turned on the terminal on his wrist, and checked the news from last night to now. Mu Zhong fell behind, holding a small box, and sat opposite Wei Huan, placing the box on the coffee table between them. Wei Huan took a look at the bottles and jars that Mu Zhong took out from the small box. The small ones were 2 pure white coffee cups, and the medium jars contained coffee beans. After opening them, they were poured into the hand-cranked coffee grinder, and then with the sound of shashasha, the coffee beans were ground into fragrant powder. Wei Huan's eyes unconsciously stayed on Mu Zhong for too long. It was obviously just a very common action, but when Mu Zhong did it, it was like a painting, which made people linger and watch. Finally, Mu Zhong poured the ground coffee into the filter paper, and then took out the last item in the small box, a silver thermos, tilted the mouth of the pot, and poured the boiling hot water into the coffee powder. The rich aroma immediately rushed into the nose, and while inhaling it into the lungs, the mind became clear. Mu Zhong smiled and handed the 8/10 full coffee cup to Wei Huan and said, "Although it sounds strange, I just feel that the coffee made in this way is more intense. Perhaps it is because I have invested time and energy in this process, so the idea of being eager to get a reward will make me cherish every drop of my mouth." Wei Huan couldn't taste it, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to answer. He gave a perfect answer. "It's not strange, it really tastes better this way." Mu Zhong was very happy. He took a sip of the cup in front of him, and his eyes fell on the outside of the balcony. Outside the balcony is the downtown, across a yard of less than 200 square meters. There are busy cars and flowers outside. People who get up early in the morning to work come and go, and there are many mobile snack shops on the roadside. The workers passing by will be attracted by the aroma on the roadside, and stop unconsciously. They only need to spend a little money to enjoy a hot and delicious breakfast. This street is an ordinary street outside the 10th ring of the capital of Chiyuan Star. Behind this seemingly too simple and lifelike scene, there are tall buildings reaching up to the sky, and pictures constantly jumping and projecting outside the buildings. Some are broadcasting news, some are broadcasting advertisements, and there are also simple hot songs and dances, as well as portraits of some heroes. The most conspicuous and largest one projected on the sky is Wei Huan's face. He is like a mountain, standing in the sky, always looking into the distance with a firm gaze, broad shoulders, and reliable temperament, which makes everyone who sees him feel a strong sense of security. This is the 30th year since humans left their original world and drifted in the Purple Sea. People have relaxed from the initial uneasiness and worry, and clearly know that leader Wei Huan has been protecting each of them. Living and working in peace and contentment is also the scene that Wei Huan wants to see most. People who have eaten breakfast enter those buildings one after another, and start a busy day of work. Vehicles come and go without stopping. The owner of the breakfast shop on the roadside presses the button, and the breakfast sign instantly turns into lunch, waiting for a new round of diners to arrive. In fact, the advanced technology and strong physical fitness of the human race have not made humans eat nutrients every day as described by some science fiction writers in the past. and the society is divided into different levels, or ordinary people are oppressed by the rule of gods. Ordinary people still live a down-to-earth life. They work, they live, they study and have fun. Eat delicious food to fill their stomachs, work, and satisfy their own values in this way, and then on a certain day of vacation, go on a star-level tour with people around them, or alone. Of course, people who don't want to go out also have ways to kill time. Skynet Virtual Universe was already a very mature technology before leaving the previous world. Now after migrating to Perfect World, with the support of Wei Huan, Skynet Virtual Universe has become more perfect and diverse. Humans can enjoy everything that cannot be enjoyed in reality. Wei Huan drank half of the coffee in his hand, and looked out along Mu Zhong's line of sight. In the distant building, the 7th Challenger competition was being held. This largest competition of the human race, which had been suspended for 500 years because of Wei Huan's exile, was finally reopened this year. Dou Lin's unhappy cowhorse face appeared on the screen, saying something that was not inspiring at all. In order to promote development and improve the quality of the whole people, the 7th Challenger competition has been launched on Chiyuan Star in the capital. Challengers from all parties are welcome to sign up for the competition. Wei Huan said, "Yes, it is appropriate to restart the Challenger competition now." "Yeah." Mu Zhong smiled and retracted his gaze. Looking at Wei Huan, "He came to ask me some time ago, and he also asked when we decided to go back?" Wei Huan said without a shudder, "In 200 or 300 years." Mu Zhong laughed when he heard this. "He will go crazy. You and I don't care. Brother Chang ran away at the beginning. Lu Qingji only wants to study food. I'm afraid he will have to do it alone to the end." Wei Huan said, "No problem, you can support it alone for a longer time than him. This time, you will never go back without enough rest." "Yeah." Mu Zhong smiled with narrowed eyes, and there was a fragment of light in his eyes. He enjoys his current life without crisis, pursuit, or separation. He spends every day with this man without any ambition, and every minute and every second is satisfying. Wei Huan. "Yeah. Mom and Dad asked us to go back for dinner when we have time. Any time is fine." Wei Huan did not object. He liked to spend time with his family. Although he preferred this kind of two-person world, he would not refuse to go home to see the old people when it was time. Mu Zhong thought, "Then today?" "Okay." Wei Huan nodded, put down the coffee cup and said, "It's okay to go now." "Now?" Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan who had stood up, and then pointed to the coffee cup he had finished. Wei Huan took the used cups in his hands without saying a word, walked through the bedroom, and went downstairs, and washed them in the kitchen sink downstairs. When he finished all this and turned around, Mu Zhong had changed his clothes, and was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching the news. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong, then looked upstairs, and asked, "Did you use divine power?" Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows and smiled. "It's just fast action. Don't forget that I am a special agent." Wei Huan thought, "Did you drive over there?" Mu Zhong said, "Yes, and in your violation, you mentioned divine power. At the beginning, we agreed that we would put aside everything and enjoy the life of ordinary people, and do everything ourselves." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. "The slightly better part of ordinary people nowadays naturally reaches the field level. Do you want to change your mind?" Mu Zhong did not respond to his words, but affirmed his thoughts. "No." Wei Huan denied it, and walked upstairs quickly, saying, "Wait for me, I will move faster." "I will definitely wait for you." Mu Zhong tilted his head and smiled, raising his voice. An ordinary white floating car drove out of the basement, with 2 people sitting inside who had changed into clothes for going out. The vehicle was self-driving, but it was not a baby bus, just an ordinary floating car that middle-class families could easily buy. Mu Zhong's fingers pressed on the control panel, found an old song that he was satisfied with, and listened to it. The vehicle carried them in the restricted airway in the air, all the way to the core area of the city. When the car reached the highest area, a virtual projection screen suddenly appeared in front of them, and moved with their movement. Su Qingqiang's face popped up in the virtual projection screen. He squinted his eyes, as if looking directly at himself, and said, "Do you know about the 7th Challenger competition? Do you think it will be fine just like in the past?" "No, it's not that simple. This year, the Abyss will come to participate. They will send the strongest to snatch your championship and rewards. Fellow countrymen, be nervous. Life is endless, and wars are endless. Let us welcome the craziest battle with boiling blood." When he saw half of it, Mu Zhong had already nodded his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. Brother Chang has made a decision on his own again. He sighed. The Abyss has always been ruled by Brother Chang. In recent years, he has traveled to almost every planet in the perfect world with Sister Chi, and found a continent suitable for the survival of the Abyss, where they created a new civilization. I don't object. The emergence of multiple civilizations, but the sudden increase in the threshold of the challenger competition should be discussed with us. I hope I am not overthinking it. This approach may trigger conflicts between civilizations. Wei Huan listened to Su Qingqiang repeating it again, and then said to Mu Zhong, "No, it's very interesting. I plan to let the undead race participate in the competition." Mu Zhong's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Wei Huan nodded, and his eyebrows became silent when he thought of something. "I am an absolute human bloodline theory. I am happy to see the prosperity of the human race, even if it is expansion. But if possible, I hope there will be more external factors to stimulate them, including the undead race and the abyss race." Mu Zhong, the Sea of Life is not absolutely lonely, nor is it absolutely boundless. There is one thing I am not sure about, but I seem to feel some traces of life. Since I can survive in the Sea of Life, there must be other lives that can survive as well. I know. Mu Zhong was not surprised. The Sea of Life itself exists to nurture life. From the beginning, they knew that the future might not be lonely, and it might not be forever stable. However, finding traces of life so quickly still made Mu Zhong frown. You are right, that a life that can survive in the Sea of Life is as powerful as you. We should not be too optimistic and enjoy ourselves. A properly guided competition mechanism is the way to maintain our bloodiness. Don't worry, I will handle the things outside. It's just that there are scattered pieces of information. We are still safe for now. Yeah. Mu Zhong nodded, and then suggested, "Why don't we go back and tell everyone about the current situation?" "No need." Wei Huan shook his head and approached Mu Zhong, his eyes gentle and affectionate. "Our vacation is not over yet, and our parents are still waiting for us to eat." Mu Zhong frowned and shook his head. "I'm not just worried. In fact, sometimes I think that you have such a hard time, facing the harsh environment outside alone, but you still have to split your attention to accompany me. I am very willful." Wei Huan looked at the guilt in Mu Zhong's eyes, and his eyes became darker. He took Mu Zhong's hand, kissed him on the lips, and said, "I violated the rules once." "What?" "Take you to see the truth." After speaking, Wei Huan directly pulled Mu Zhong and disappeared in this world. The next second, Mu Zhong's feet landed on the ground and felt an extremely familiar breath. The real Wei Huan, who maintained the body of a god and was surrounded by the power of the world, appeared in front of him in a black robe. His face was very pale, the power of death filled his body, the golden divine pattern on his face, and the pair of dark eyes, cold as if some kind of untouchable great existence. Even though Mu Zhong was already the master, when he met Wei Huan's true body again, he still felt that he was entangled by the terrifying power and couldn't break free. If he couldn't break free, he wouldn't break free. Mu Zhong quickly changed his breath, took a step out, and his body emitted a divine luster. The silver divine pattern and silver white hair reflected each other, and then he walked in front of Wei Huan and hugged him. A pair of cold and powerful arms, backhanded around his waist. At the moment when the bodies were tightly attached, Mu Zhong's skin produced a dense pain, because of the power of the world, but also because of his inner desire. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong rolled out 2 words from his throat. Obviously, the two were still together in the last second, but when he looked up at the person in front of him, he felt like he hadn't seen him for a long time. "Yeah." A low response sounded, followed by a rare chuckle. Wei Huan smiled. "Don't just look at me, look around." Mu Zhong came back to his senses, and with some embarrassment, he retracted his overly greedy gaze. He looked around and found that he was actually indoors, and it seemed that he was in the body of Baby Bus. "Have you completed the transformation?" Mu Zhong made a surprised sound. When he just left the old world, Mu Zhong often left the world for a while to accompany Wei Huan. At that time, Wei Huan could only drift alone in this purple ocean, without any place to settle, just like a piece of duckweed drifting with the waves. He wanted to stay with Wei Huan all the time, but every time he stayed with him, Wei Huan would use some of his strength to protect him. This great ocean of life, the beginning of all things, was like a highly concentrated poison to him. Even a drop of it would make him suffer and damage his divinity. Later, he had no choice but to choose not to come out again, and not to distract Wei Huan. He just stayed with Wei Huan's spiritual clone in the perfect world, and then silently worried about his lover, who was drifting in the Sea of Life. Until this moment, after seeing himself appear in the baby bus, his eyes opened wide, and then he looked at Wei Huan in surprise. With a big smile on his lips, "It's done?" Wei Huan nodded, pulling his lips that had not smiled for a long time and were a little stiff. Yeah, it's done. That is to say, I can come out and be with you in the future, and I will never drag you down again. You are not a drag. I want to live here. Mu Zhong made a decision alone, and then asked uncertainly, is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. Wei Huan smiled with his mouth. Mu Zhong grabbed Wei Huan's hand and pulled him out of the cab, saying as he walked, don't always stay in the cab. Let the baby bus isolate a few living areas, and we may be lonely alone, and let Changgu, Orange Juice, Do Lin and others isolate some rooms, so that they can come out and play when they want to. Wei Huan was led by him all the way forward, and his stiff face became more and more relaxed, and the smile passed into his eyes, and dotted between his eyebrows. Mu Zhong suddenly stopped, staring at Wei Huan's face full of loneliness, and kissed him on the lips. Life will get better and better. I will accompany you. We will all accompany you forever. Yeah. Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong tightly, holding him tightly in his arms. In fact, the feeling of the real body and the spiritual clone is different. The gap that cannot be made up no matter what is now being overcome by them little by little. Yes, it will be better, and the future will definitely be better. Are you going back for dinner? Mu Zhong later asked Wei Huan, why don't you let your spiritual clone tell your parents that you won't go back today? Go back. Wei Huan said, go back after dinner and come back. Back here? Yeah. Okay, come back after dinner. In a perfect world. Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand and walked on the avenue. The sun fell on their shoulders, just like the first ray of light shining into the ruins after the decisive battle in the old world. And this time, the light will never go out. Dad, Mom, we're back.